In order to understand Whirlpool's history, one must examine the beginnings of chakra, which was created by its founder, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya had two known sons, Hamura and Hagoromo, who was later regarded as the sage of the six paths. The introduction of chakra to humanity by the peaceful Hagoromo led to the emergence of clans, ninjutsu, and the first ninja villages. His family split into the Senju and Uchiha clans, two groups that are important to the history of shinobi. With a severe yet fair manner, Hamura was instrumental in his mother's demise and later decided to keep a lone watch, protecting her sealed body on the moon. The stoic Hyuga clan was formed by his descendants. The story of a third sibling, a firstborn who was erased from history, and a godlike person who disapproved of Kaguya's philosophy is less well known. In contrast to his mother's despotism, this mysterious son saw the world with a sense of balance and non-intervention. Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing, originated as his reaction to the mayhem caused by his mother's creation, the terrifying 10 Tails. His lineage was established as the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their unmatched sealing techniques, after he defeated the 10 Tails, enclosing its chakra in 9 different forms and enclosing its body in the moon. The creation of Konohagakure by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara marked the beginning of the era of ninja villages as the generations went by. The 5 great nations were established as a result of the precedent this village set. However, the Third Great Ninja War, which was characterized by the use of tailed beasts, the sun's creations, as weapons, quickly destroyed the tenuous peace. However, the world was thrown into new chaos when it was discovered that the Uzumaki could defeat these powerful weapons, laying the groundwork for a battle that would put the ninja world's very foundations to the test. Within a darkened war room, a high-stakes meeting took place. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, presided over the assembly, accompanied by Danzo, the powerful leader of his Anbu. Ashina Uzumaki, the esteemed head of Uzushiogakure, sat opposite them, with his severe brother Azashiro at his sides. Konoha and Uzushiogakure had fallen into dire circumstances as a result of the ceaseless fighting against Suna, Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo. The Hokage broke the tense silence as Danzo whispered urgently to Hiruzen. "Lord Ashina, thank you for your swift response to our call. Our villages face grave threats. The Uzumaki are targeted relentlessly. Konoha is prepared to extend protection to your people," Hiruzen said with solemnity. With a look of doubt on his face, Azashiro asked scathingly, "And what does Konoha expect in return for this protection?" Hiruzen's raised hand stopped any further escalation before Azashiro could say anything more. Danzo's hand twitched in annoyance at the perceived insolence. Hiruzen inhaled deeply before outlining the main points of their request. "We propose that Kushina Uzumaki become the new Jinchuriki for the 9 Tails. With Lady Mito no longer able to bear the burden, and the war draining our resources, we desperately need a strong host to prevent another catastrophe." As the seriousness of the request set in, the room fell silent. Although his eyes momentarily showed his anguish, Ashina maintained his composure. Unable to control his rage, Azashiro slammed his fist down and stood up, his voice filled with rage. "You dare suggest we sacrifice Kushina, one of our own, for your village's safety? This is an outrage." Danzo retorted, "Know your place," but Hiruzen's cool head won out and he spoke to Ashina directly, avoiding Azashiro's anger. "I understand the magnitude of this sacrifice. However, without a strong Jinchuriki, the threat of the 9 Tails looms over us all. Our alliance, our survival, depends on mutual sacrifices." With a hint of desperation mixed with skepticism, Ashina asked, "And if we refuse? How can we trust Konoha to protect Uzushio?" "According to Hiruzen, our bond is founded on trust and necessity, but I must be clear, without a new Jinchuriki, our ability to defend ourselves and support our allies diminishes significantly." Azashiro sighed, "You speak of sacrifice, yet it seems it's always Uzushio that must pay the higher price. This isn't an alliance, it's coercion." Ashina motioned Azashiro to sit and discussed their grim options out loud in an effort to defuse the situation. "This decision is not just about power. It concerns the future of Uzushio, and our very survival. Give us time to deliberate." Then Ashina met Hiruzen's eyes with her own. "We will consider your proposal, Lord Hokage. But know this. If we agree, it will be because we see no other choice, not because we are willing." Hiruzen stood, indicating that the meeting was over. "I ask for your decision soon. This war waits for no one." Danzo and Hiruzen soon left the room. Azashiro turned to Ashina as the Uzumaki brothers departed, his tone harsh. "We cannot give them Kushina. There must be another way." Ashina let out a deep sigh. "I know, brother. But we must consider all options. Our people depend on us. Ashina's eyes narrowed as Azashiro growled, your cowardice comes at no surprise. The brother continued with a growl and a clenched fist. If Konoha plans we pay for our salvation at the price of our children to be bred and used as livestock. Then I say they can go to hell and take their stick plans with them, he yelled. He gradually began to feel the intent of the Azukage killer. Brother. You must take heed to the words you speak. Since I understand your displeasure, I'll tolerate your disrespect for now. Don't push it, I'm still your cage. Ashina warned you. Ashina's chakra flared as he left the building, causing the Fuinjutsu tag to glow and both of them to vanish into Uzu. Asterism Azashiro Uzumaki stood quietly in the solemn room of his office, his body tensed with repressed anger. The decisions made at the most recent meeting hung heavy in the air. His apprentice, Fuka Uzumaki, came in and interrupted his ruminating. Under a single beauty mark, her blue eyes were wide with concern, and her tall, curvaceous frame was topped with flowing maroon hair. She was a striking figure. With a hint of concern, Fuka said, My lord, what troubles you? Azashiro turned to look at her, a look of desperation mixed with resolve on his face. The council has decided, he said heavily, to use Lil Kushina as a bargaining chip in their political maneuvers. Despite my efforts, she may face a harsh future. I fear for what lies ahead. Fuka reacted viscerally, fighting to keep her cool while tears welled up in her eyes. She whispered, Kushina. My daughter, her voice cracking. Is there truly no other way? Thank you for standing up for her. Azashiro's voice was firm with resolve, and his eyes hardened. It may be enough for you, Fuka, but it is not enough for me. I am prepared to go to great lengths to protect our clan, even if it means defying death itself. Fuka gasped, realizing how serious what he was saying was. You can't mean. The Reaper Death Seal. What can you give a god of death for he to aid the clan? Tampering with such forbidden ninjutsu could be catastrophic. Do you realize the path you're choosing? Azashiro's voice was determined, unflinching. Our entire clan's existence is at stake. I will do whatever it takes. Azashiro put a reassuring hand on Fuka's shoulder as her eyes glowed with fear. He has bestowed me a power that showed me the future. I've seen all possibilities and I know exactly what to do. We will be the catalyst to change our fate. Do you trust me, Fuka? She was overcome with emotion and gave him a tight hug while crying uncontrollably. With her voice muffled against his chest, she whispered, I trust you, with all my heart. In that instant of mutual resolve, their bond grew stronger, and they sealed their fateful decision with a passionate kiss. Fuka's grief prevented her from feeling the Fuinjutsu seal placed on her as they hugged tightly. The world started to grow dark, and she suddenly felt sleepy. Azashiro caught her before she fell and gazed at her without showing any emotion. She hung limply in his arms as he gazed into emptiness. Azashiro was aware that urgent action was required at that precise moment. After several months, Ashina Uzumaki, the head of both the Uzumaki clan and Whirlpool overall, is visible in the Azukage office. He was appointed leader of Uzushiogakure more than 40 years ago after dedicating his life to advancing the development and defense of his village. The land of the Whirlpool developed into a separate power player under his direction. Although the general public did not know as much about Uzushiogakure shinobi as they did about those from the 5 great nations, the high-ranking officials of those nations were able to recognize an Uzushio nin when they saw one. This meant that the high-paying, high-risk jobs that Mizu nin was unable to complete were sent to Uzushiogakure. Because of these extremely risky but infrequent missions and their tranquil way of life, Ashina didn't have nearly as much work as his peers. The elderly man, known as Busy Bee, continued to seek employment despite this. Because of this, Ashina was always in his office, leaning over his desk in concentration as he tried to finish the paperwork for the day and stroking his goatee, as though this helped him read his reports more quickly. Experience had hardened his emerald green eyes, which only softened in the presence of his clansmen and their offspring, usually kept in a businessman's cut. His red hair was just starting to flash a few silver strands. Additionally, he typically wore a long-sleeved, black outfit, wore the village's crest on his shoulders, and basked in the warm glow of the sun. However, today was different from other days. He had more than a few reports on the villagers' lives and a couple of assassination missions on his desk today. He exchanged them for worn armor because he could not afford to wear such cozy clothing today. He was standing over his desk today, and there was only war instead of peace, instead of daily reports, looking down at the desk covered in maps of the 5 great nations. The serene calm that had once hung over the land of the Whirlpool had been snatched away by the Third Shinobi World War, and the oppressive hold of war took its place. They had managed to stay out of the war at first, But as one nation after another descended into anarchy, Ashina began to hear about Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri vessels encircling their residence. He was forced to call his people to arms and erect his defenses. But now that he had met with Hiruzen nearly a year ago, Ashina could see that his people were dwindling. He knew that Uzushiogakure would be at the mercy of his enemies if assistance wasn't received quickly, and he was unable to keep the people and children out of the war any longer. And in his brief 50-year life, that somber fact had aged the man more than anything else. His forehead and the area around his mouth were deeply marked with lines of worry and frustration. His hair had lost much of its luster as it replaced the red strands with a duller gray, and his eyes, still hard from the war, were starting to look tired. However, Ashina Uzumaki did not appear weak as a result. Actually, quite the opposite. He simply came across as stoic and committed to winning this war. And he wore this outfit everywhere in the hopes that it would reassure his people. But in the seclusion of his office, he revealed his actual concern. Especially as he gazed down at the maps of the enemy's most recent movements that covered his desk and his people. He has been leaning over the top map for nearly an hour now, and it shows the most recent war intelligence that his shinobi have given him. The man realized that if his people survive, it will be mostly due to luck because his forces were marked in blue and the Kiri forces were marked in red. In situations like these, however, Ashina Uzumaki was not one to place a high value on luck. Times when clan secrets are hunted down like wounded prey in a hungry carnivore's den, and when the world is tearing itself apart in war. Which had brought him to his current situation. How was he going to ensure the safety of his people when the war was not looking good for him and his people? How was he going to preserve the knowledge and history of his clan? The head of the Uzumaki clan was unable to come up with a definitive response, so he cursed the maps as though doing so would alter their features. His mind raced to come up with a solution, but he lacked the time and resources, so every potential solution he came up with was instantly dismissed. Ashina seemed oblivious to his brother's arrival in his office, caught up in the cycle of brainstorming and dismissing any ideas that came to mind. The younger brother, Azashiro, called out to his older brother, so it seems the other nations decided to test the Uzumaki might. Ashina turned to face him, startled out of his reverie by the unexpected arrival. He was nothing like his brother. Despite the obvious fact that Ashina was older than him, this man was unique even though all of the Uzumakis looked alike. He would have doubted the legitimacy of his ancestry if he hadn't witnessed him mature from a boy to a man. The expression on Ashina's face was grim. So you've heard, Azashiro. Standing at 6'3", Azashiro Uzumaki had silky, dark amber hair that was finely combed and held back with a golden hair clip that kept it straight. He has two long bangs that fall neatly from his face on either side. He is dressed in a red and black haori with a collar that features distinctive Uzu designs and wide golden edges. He wore red battle armor underneath his haori. He is the most fierce of the clan's members and was the one who was as strong as Madara and Hashirama. The elder brother held up a scroll for Azashiro to take, saying, "The reply from Konohagakure has arrived by Hawk." He removed the scroll, ripped it open, and read its contents without expecting anything good. Before putting the message on one of the maps Ashina had been previously staring at, he read the scroll and verified his thoughts. His older brother lets out a dejected sigh as he kicks over the desk abruptly. Azashiro screamed to the sky while clenching his fist in rage. "Damn it! I warned you this would happen." The elder Uzumaki, who understood how one would feel in such a circumstance, remained silent upon hearing such an outburst. Ashina slowly shook his head in the negative, and he softly gave in. "They aren't coming." Ashina said quietly before slowly getting to her feet, "Kiri and Kumo have taken sea while Iwa and Asuma took the land between us. Anyone coming to our aid is impossible." Ashina was looking gloomy. "I will bring the council members together. We must begin discussions on how to appeal to the four great nations." With his eyes narrowing at the clan head, Azashiro declared, "Surrendering again? Have you no pride?" Ashina looked resolutely at Azashiro and defended, "We have no choice. The only other alternative is to be eradicated." The idea of simply laying down arms made Azashiro's blood boil. "So we are just to roll over and obey the so-called great nations? Honestly, that has to be the worst decision we can make," he yelled. "Our ninja are not so weak that we need to stand down," he continued. The elder Uzumaki glared at the hot-headed Azashiro in frustration. "What would you have them do then? Huh? Keep fighting. Let more and more children die in the vain hope that we can survive one more day? And what about after the war? If we are destroyed, then our history and the archives will belong to the victor. You of all people know just as well as I that we cannot allow that." The older man replied to Azashiro. With the exception of the few people the family believed could handle such information appropriately, everyone in Uzushiogakure was aware that the archives held information that could not be shared with anyone outside the Uzumaki family. Since the archive's scrolls could only be opened with a small blood sacrifice made by an Uzumaki, most locals would prefer to see the library-like structure demolished than to see it fall into enemy hands. However, doing so would result in a knowledge gap that would leave the allies of the Uzumaki clan generations behind. That is, if they also made it through the war. This implied that the Uzumaki clan needed to somehow survive. Ashina initially believed he could fight the war to the end and his people would survive that way, but a force consisting of Suna, Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo was too powerful. His people would have to cease fighting and wait out the remainder of the war, even if it meant becoming prisoners, in order to survive. The Izashiro understood Ashina's point, and a heavy silence descended between the two men that was almost tangible. The silence dragged on as Ashina silently started to imagine his family as well as their village being destroyed. No, he couldn't permit it. The younger man interrupted Ashina as he was about to reiterate his order, shaking his head. You know as well as I that even if we surrender, they will demand the archives, and if we don't comply they will kill everyone and take them regardless. Izashiro replied softly. The younger man nodded when Ashina said, but if we fight, we will all die and they will take the archives anyway. Ashina then noticed a gleam in the man's eyes. The man stated in a steady, resolute voice, there is a way out. As he attempted to understand how the man had arrived at such a conclusion from their impending doom, Ashina whispered, what do you mean? Izashiro's eyes darkened, and he answered quickly. I made a deal with the Shinigami to save the future of the clan. We will rise again and have our revenge. Ashina Chakra erupted with anger. Are you insane? The death god isn't an entity that should be trifled with. Even if it does work, how does revenge ensures our clan's future? You've always been weak, brother. Squelch. Ashina took a step back when he realized it was from his brother and looked down in disbelief to see a chakra chain piercing his chest. Ashina collapsed to the ground, bleeding to death, and Izashiro approached him slowly. He applied the Uzu Temple death mask to his face slowly and said, with this power I shall determine the future. At dusk, the attack took place. The Uzumaki were unaware of the upcoming betrayal on this festival night, which was filled with laughter and the aroma of festival fare. The celebration was broken by explosions as the great tree's roots and the allied forces of Kiri, Iwa, Suna, and Kumo launched an unexpected attack. At first, the attackers were repelled by the village's elaborate system of sealing barriers, but Uzushiogakure defenses were overpowered by their sheer numbers. In the midst of the mayhem, Izashiro fought valiantly with his family. His mastery of Fuinjutsu was unparalleled, eradicating adversaries one by one. Even his strength was limited, though. His people fell all around him, their crimson hair standing out against the black soil of their homeland. The Shrine of Seals, which housed the Uzumaki's most forbidden jutsus, was located in the center of the village. With a few of his most trusted family members, Izashiro arrived at the shrine, bloodied but unbowed. There, they implemented a last-ditch scheme. A prohibited seal that would obliterate their knowledge and keep their adversaries from learning their methods. The survivors were surrounded by a dazzling light as the seal came to life. Izashiro shed a tear for the next generation that would never experience the splendor of Uzushiogakure, not because he was going to die. A final chakra surge caused the seal to enlarge, engulfing the village in a ghostly whirlpool that left a crater where Uzushiogakure had once been. The result was ruin and silence. As the secrets of Uzushiogakure disappeared along with its inhabitants, the attackers discovered nothing but devastation, making their victory meaningless. Today the land of fire was covered in rain, obscuring the scenery with a dense mist. Two hooded figures stood in this remote area in front of a hidden base, its structure set into a mountain terrace covered in dense forest. Two towers flanked the mountain, each directly attached to the main structure. The two of them broke through the rain's silence and entered the base, where they found a large meeting room. The doorway was framed by a large display of the Whirlpool symbol. A throne on an elevated platform, adorned with the Whirlpool insignia and a complex set of seals, dominated the room. The kanji for dragon, surrounded by 8 spirals, was displayed on a banner behind the throne. The hall was marked by obvious indentations on the walls, which were evidence of neglect. This was the Uzumaki Mask Temple, a storehouse of strong, mysterious masks that belonged to a once dominant clan. Those who were familiar with Uzumaki sealing techniques faced serious dangers from these artifacts, which ranged from demonic to arcane. Surprisingly, however, the temple was left exposed just beyond Konoha's boundaries, a clear indication of a serious oversight. Konoha had been entrusted with the Uzumaki's legacy, but it had been terribly neglected. As they went farther, one of the figures stopped in front of a tomb, drawn by an unidentified person's epitaph. Here lies the brother of Ashina Uzumaki, descendant of the sage, and warrior of Whirlpool. May he find peace in the afterlife. Farewell, Lord Azashiro Uzumaki. With a sly smile that split his face, the figure identified himself as Orochimaru. Marvelous, this discovery could not have been timelier. We owe our informant greatly. Now, to find the perfect candidate for my project. Kabuto Yakushi, his companion, removed his hood, his face bewildered. My lord, why seek this tomb? What value does this corpse hold? The damp hall reverberated with Orochimaru's laughter. Oh, Kabuto, this is no mere corpse. This is a warrior from a clan so formidable, it terrified nations. This clan is kin to someone you know, Karen from Kusa. Kabuto's gaze expanded. Karen, she's an Uzumaki? Correct. The Uzumaki clan's prowess was unparalleled, their sealing techniques beyond compare. Their threat was so profound that 5 great nations united to obliterate them, fearing the might they could lend to their allies. As Orochimaru went on, Kabuto listened with growing uneasiness. Their annihilation was thorough and brutal. Their power to neutralize tailed beasts made them targets. Orochimaru put his prize in his pocket and sealed the remains into a scroll. The Uzumaki's vitality makes them key to achieving immortality. Their intense life force on the battlefield marked them as savages, especially this man, Azashiro. Orochimaru adjusted his hood, his mind gloomy, the corpse secured. They were too formidable to be left unchecked. The genetic legacy of an Uzumaki clan leader could hold the secret to perfection. The weight of their discovery hung heavy as they left the temple's reverberating halls, laying the groundwork for a dark new chapter in Orochimaru's never-ending pursuit of power. Asterism village of Hidden Leaf standing in the training yard of the Hyuga compound was Hinata Hyuga, who was only 5 years old. In sharp contrast to the brutality of her training, snow fell gently all around her. As she faced the wooden training post with her tiny hands already bruised and bleeding from innumerable failed attempts, her breath came in noticeable puffs. Hiyashi Hyuga, her father, watched her with hard, unforgiving eyes. Focus, child, said Hiyashi. The gentle fist technique is the core of our clan's strength. Without mastering it, you are nothing. Even though Hinata's heart was racing, she nodded resolutely. Her small feet dug a little into the snow as she moved into the gentle fist's opening stance. She ignored the cold that bit at her bare skin. Perfection was what her father demanded. Hiyashi's cry, begin, sounded like a whip crack in the still air. In an attempt to precisely channel her chakra, Hinata thrust her hands forward. Her tiny fingers reached out, aiming for the invisible points her father had repeatedly explained to her. Targeting the opponent's chakra network, each blow was meant to be delicate yet devastating. However, she moved awkwardly. Her undeveloped chakra control faltered. Her hands scraped the rough training post as she staggered. The snow turned crimson as the skin of her palms ripped open and blood started to drip from the cuts. Again, said Hiyashi without pity. Hinata's eyes pricked with tears, but she blinked them away. The pain was sudden and sharp as she raised her hands once more. Again and again and again she struck. Her chakra flickered like a candle in the wind as her blows became weaker each time. Now her hands were bleeding profusely, the agony almost intolerable. Pathetic, Hiyashi shook his head and muttered. You are a failure, Hinata. How can you hope to lead this clan if you cannot even master the basics? The words were more painful than any physical injury. Tears fell and froze on Hinata's cheeks, blurring her vision. The disappointment in her father's eyes was too much for her to handle. She turned and ran mindlessly. Hiyashi's voice resounded behind her, come back here, but she continued. She dashed through the compound, out into the open forest, past her clansmen's shocked stares. The cold air pricked her bare skin as the snow crunched beneath her sandals. She ran until her legs failed her and her lungs burned. She buried her knees in her chest and sobbed as she collapsed into the snow. She was indifferent to the cold that seemed to seep into her bones. She felt so insignificant and unworthy. She kept thinking about what her father had said. A failure, she said to herself in a whisper. I'm a failure. Around her, the forest was quiet because all sound was absorbed by the snow. She was completely alone. However, she could hear footsteps crunching in the snow amid the silence. A young boy with bright blonde hair and a big, sincere smile was walking toward her when she looked up, her vision blurry from tears. With a worried tone, the boy said, Hey, are you okay? With a sniffle, Hinata used the back of her bloody hand to wipe away her tears. I don't know, she quietly acknowledged. He knelt next to her, kindness shining in his blue eyes. You look hurt. What happened? Training. I failed. My father. He said I'm a failure, Hinata muttered after he hesitated. Naruto's expression darkened. Firmly, you're not a failure, he said. Everyone makes mistakes when they're learning. It doesn't mean you should give up. Naruto's expression softened with sympathy as Hinata showed him her bleeding palms. But my hands, he said. His words were soft. Those look really painful, he said. But you know what? Wounds heal. And every time you get back up after falling, you get stronger. Hinata's tears slowed as she gazed at him. You really think so? I know so. Naruto exclaimed with a radiant smile. I've been told I'm a failure too, but I keep trying. And one day, I'm going to be Hokage. Believe it. His contagious enthusiasm caused Hinata to smile. Hokage? Saying, yep. And you can be strong too. I believe in you. Naruto extended his hand to her. Despite the cold, Hinata took it and felt a wave of warmth wash over her. After helping her stand up, Naruto and she strolled back toward the Hyuga compound. Naruto's positive energy lifted Hinata's spirits as they strolled together, sharing stories of his adventures and dreams. Naruto whistled at the size of the compound as they arrived at the gates. Whoa, you live in a big house like this and you're out here crying? Hinata looks at Naruto and her eyes enlarge. He turned to her and grinned brightly while laughing. I'm alone. I don't have anyone but I never cry. I mean I never ever cry. Isn't that weird? He asked. Hinata had a renewed sense of resolve. She bowed slightly as she turned to face Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. He smiled. No problem, just remember, never give up, okay? With a lighter heart, Hinata nodded. Okay. A tiny glimmer of hope returned to her as she watched Naruto dash off. She was successful. She would work harder, push herself further, and one day, she would make her father proud because she is grateful for everything that she has been given. She would also recall Naruto's advice to never give up. Hinata returned to the training yard determined to take on the challenges that lay ahead. With a renewed sense of resolve in her eyes, Naruto observed Hinata Hyuga return to the Hyuga compound. Proud that he had been able to cheer her up, he grinned to himself. He waved quickly before sprinting back towards his own humble house in the center of Konoha. The village and the forest were covered in a calm white as the snow kept falling gently. As Naruto ran, his sandals crunching in the snow, he let out visible puffs of breath. His earlier chat with Hinata had given him a sense of purpose and joy, and he felt energized. Naruto's thoughts drifted as he walked along the well-known path through the forest. He pictured himself standing atop the Hokage monument, gazing out over the village, one day becoming Hokage. He pictured the villagers' applause and smiles, finally accepting him for who he truly was. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a rustling sound. Naruto halted abruptly, his senses sharpened. Normally so serene, the forest now seemed uncannily quiet. He turned slowly, looking for movement in the trees. Despite his racing heart, he made an effort to remain composed. Suddenly, a huge snake with scales that gleamed in the faint light sprang out of the brush. The enormous creature had eyes that gleamed with the intentness of a predator. The snake's jaws opened wide as it lunged at Naruto before he could react. The snake swallowed the blonde whole before he could even scream. The slimy walls of the creature's throat pressed in on him from all sides, and darkness fell as he was drawn into its gullet. The air was heavy and oppressive, and he was having trouble breathing as panic swept through him. He kicked and punched in desperation, but the snake's hold was too tight. He sensed the strong muscles surrounding him tensing up, pulling him farther down into the chasm. His thoughts were racing, trying to find a way out, but it didn't seem possible. Naruto's thoughts shifted to his dream of becoming Hokage, his friends, and the village as the snake continued to engulf him. He couldn't let it go like this, but as his strength declined, he fainted. Not going to be seen for a while. Asterism's secret lab rain streaked the window of a darkened laboratory, where a pale hand pressed against an incubator's glass, a hideous smile on its face. Inside, Naruto floated in stasis, unconscious, his hair a shocking shade of red. His father's choice to seal the 9 tails inside him had condemned the boy to loneliness, but now he was the target of a sinister ambition. The boy's vulnerability, concealed from the villager's view and ideal for his cunning experiments, delighted Orochimaru, the renegade ninja. The unsealed chakra pathways surged, tenfold increasing Orochimaru's powers after he lost control of the 9 tails that had previously kept the Akatsuki at bay. Even the third Hokage, his former mentor, was unaware of his secret return to Konoha. As he watched Naruto, the object of all his sinister fantasies. His laughter reverberated off the chilly laboratory walls. Born to Kushina Uzumaki, this child had the capacity for unmatched strength. Naruto would inherit the powerful Uzumaki vitality and more, a flawless combination of genetic potential, if his experiments were successful. The Sharingan was the last component he required. Orochimaru had an unwavering obsession with perfection. Disillusioned with life's transience and his own imperfections, he yearned for a perfect life, a body untarnished by the wear and tear of time and conflict. Up until his exile due to unethical behavior, he had been secretly pursuing this goal through his experiments in Konoha. Everything now depended on this crucial experiment. There was nothing left to do but succeed. The last vial of required blood had been used. The silence was broken abruptly by a harsh voice, Orochimaru. He turned to see Sarutobi, his former mentor, with a pronounced look of anger on his face. Orochimaru pretended to be calm, but he was secretly pushing for the procedure to be finished. "Ah, Sarutobi-sensei? You've come for the child?" As the two faced each other, the minutes passed painfully. Sarutobi said, "I thought I banished you years ago. How dare you abduct the Yondaimi's son? I thought I raised a strong and righteous shinobi," in a betrayed tone. As time ran out, Orochimaru shot back, his eyes darting to the incubator. "Shinobi are never righteous, sensei. We seek power. Such is the fate of all weapons," he said. The experiment had failed when the machine abruptly flatlined. Sarutobi called his guardian, Enma, and Orochimaru, cursing under his breath, got ready to flee. As Sarutobi paused, caught between the pursuit and the child's well-being, Orochimaru hissed, "As much as I'd love to end this, I have other plans," and vanished in a gust of wind. Sarutobi hurried to the incubator, drained the fluid, and lifted Naruto with care. Sarutobi experienced a wave of relief and sadness for the lost innocence as the child coughed and sputtered back to life. Sarutobi cradled Naruto in his arms and left the bleak scene, whispering, "Uzumaki Naruto, carry on your father's legacy and surpass it. I'll be counting on you." A dim glow of sinister chakra started to emanate from Naruto as the lab faded into the distance, indicating the impending storm inside and serving as a portent of the chaos and power that were dormant and just waiting to be awakened. As the evening sun threw long shadows across the rooftops, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood atop the Hokage monument, looking out over the village of Konoha. Deep-seated regret and self-doubt now weighed heavily on his eyes, which were normally so full of wisdom and resolve. The smoke swirled around him in the cool breeze as he took a long, deep drag from his pipe. The memories came flooding back, relentless in their attack, as he gazed down at the village. His wife Bawako's warm smile and gentle eyes were etched in his memory forever. The night Naruto was born, he had not been able to shield her from the attack. Her loss left her with a wound that would never go away. His mind wandered to Asuma, his son. Years of miscommunications and unsaid words had caused a rift in their relationship, which had been tense. Knowing that he had not been the father Asuma needed him to be, Hiruzen also felt the pain of failure there. Then there were the renowned Sannin, his pupils. Orochimaru, whose betrayal was the most painful. Tsunade, who used gambling and alcohol to dull her pain, and Jiraiya, with his never-ending quest for peace. Hiruzen's failure to guide Orochimaru toward righteousness was the direct cause of his decline into darkness. Naruto had now suffered as a result of that failure. Orochimaru had taken the bright-eyed boy who was bearing the 9 tails, Naruto. Hiruzen's soul was tormented by the memory of the trauma Naruto had suffered at the hands of his former pupil. He had assured Minato and Kushina that he would keep their son safe, but here he was, seeing the boy lie in a hospital bed, recuperating from an unnecessary ordeal. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, feeling the smoke burn his lungs as he took another long drag from his pipe. He was worn out. Exhausted by the never-ending obligations, the relentless pressure, and the ongoing worry that he would let people he cared about down. But he was aware that there was no relief for him. Naruto needed him, and the village needed him. He muttered to himself, "How much longer can I carry this weight?" But the sound was muffled by the evening breeze. He felt the weight of leadership bearing down on his shoulders with a force that was almost physical. However, there was still work to do. He had no time to indulge in self-pity. Naruto's future was in his hands, and the village relied on him. Pulling strength from the depths of his resolve, Hiruzen straightened his back. The odor of tobacco lingered in the air as he put out his pipe and put it back in his robes. Hiruzen turned away from the monument's edge and took one last glance at the village. He walked back to the hospital with tired but firm steps. He refused to let his shortcomings define who he was. He would exert every effort to keep Naruto safe and make sure Konoha was secure. He had a newfound sense of resolve as he walked into the hospital. He would take on every challenge head-on, no matter the cost, because there was a lot to do. For Naruto, the village, and the legacy he wished to leave behind, but all of that confidence vanished when he saw the boy's unconscious body. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze never left Naruto's tiny, prone body, motionless on the medical cot. As a clear reminder of the horrifying experiment he had undergone, the boy's once blonde hair had turned a deep shade of red. Naruto was most likely now a full-blooded Uzumaki, a somber sign of genetic manipulation. This could give him great strength and energy, but it also made him a target even bigger than the one he carried as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen swore at his own indecision, the same hesitation that let Orochimaru elude justice for so long, and his fists clenched at his sides. The sound of the door sliding open broke the stifling silence of the room. A silver-haired Enbu entered with his dog mask tucked under his arm. It was Kakashi Hitaki, with a normally composed expression tainted by worry and exhaustion. He stopped by the door and looked around sharply before speaking to Hiruzen. Kakashi's voice was steady as she asked, "Sir, how is he?" But there was a noticeable undertone of concern. Hiruzen turned to his former pupil and sighed, his age evident. He said, "He's stable, for now," in a voice weighed down by his obligations. "The medical team has done what they can to stabilize him after Orochimaru's tampering. It seems he has inherited the Uzumaki's formidable vitality. That may be the only thing that saved his life tonight." Kakashi took a step closer and gazed down at Naruto, his eyes softening. "And the changes?" he inquired, gesturing to Naruto's crimson locks. Hiruzen said, "It's as we feared," his eyes dark with concern. Orochimaru was attempting to enhance his Uzumaki traits, possibly to make him a more suitable vessel for his own twisted purposes. The full extent of the changes isn't yet clear, but it's obvious that the manipulation has altered Naruto profoundly. Unconsciously, Kakashi's hand clenched. "Then we must protect him, not just from Orochimaru, but from anyone who might seek to exploit these abilities." "Yes," Hiruzen said, his determination strengthening. "We will take every precaution. The village must rally to guard its own. He is still a child, Kakashi, no matter what power flows through his veins." After nodding, Kakashi looked back at Naruto, his face displaying a complex range of emotions. He's not just any child, though. He's the son of the fourth Hokage, and now, perhaps the last true heir of the Uzumaki legacy. We owe it to Minato and Kushina to keep him safe. In a silent show of appreciation and support, Hiruzen put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. "We will do more than keep him safe, Kakashi. We will ensure he has the chance to grow up, to live a life free from the shadows of his birthright. That is my promise." A silent resolve formed between them as they stood solemnly by Naruto's bedside. Hiruzen finally put a gentle hand on his shoulder and said, "Go home, my boy, get some rest. I'll stay here for young Naruto." Kakashi gave a slow nod and vanished silently. The elderly man went outside with a sigh. The child's future weighed heavily on Hiruzen Sarutobi as he stood outside Naruto's hospital room. The dim lighting in the hallway created long shadows that appeared to reflect the ambiguity of the moment. The third Hokage was thinking when he heard slow, gentle footsteps coming toward him. He turned to see the Uchiha clan's leader, Fugaku Uchiha, with his eyes as calculating and frigid as ever. Fugaku nodded and said, "Hiruzen," in a calm, low voice. "Fugaku," Hiruzen said, his voice reserved, "what brings you here?" Fugaku glanced briefly at the closed door behind Hiruzen before turning back to the Hokage. His voice was emotionless as he stated, "You should be aware that I know the boy. I am aware of his lineage." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stiffened. "You can't keep secrets in a village with those eyes watching you from the shadows, Uchiha police force. And what of it?" Fugaku repeated, "Minato and I were friends," disregarding the tenseness in Hiruzen's voice. "I feel indebted to take care of the child." Hiruzen's gaze grew stony. "You must realize the tensions between the Leaf and the Uchiha clan. Allowing you to take care of Naruto would only exacerbate those tensions." Between them, there was a hush that was thick with unspoken words and covert intentions. With a silent challenge in his eyes, Fugaku never took his eyes off of Hiruzen. Finally, in a measured tone, Fugaku asked, "What if someone you trust takes care of the child?" Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in interest. "Who do you propose?" "Shisui," Fugaku uttered, a single name with great significance. Hiruzen's eyes went wide with astonishment. Renowned for his commitment to peace and the will of fire, Shisui Uchiha was one of the village's most devoted and trustworthy shinobi. It was surprising but intriguing that he would be taking care of Naruto. The third Hokage inhaled deeply as he thought about the suggestion. He let out a deep breath after a short while, the consequences of his choice weighing heavily on him. Very well, he grudgingly concurred. Naruto needs protection, and if Shisui is the one to provide it, I will allow it. With a rare gleam of satisfaction in his eyes, Fugaku nodded. Thank you, Hiruzen. This will benefit the village more than you know. I'll call him up at once. Hiruzen couldn't get rid of the thought that he had just made a choice that would affect Konoha's future in ways he couldn't yet predict as Fugaku left. Asterism on the other side of the village, the damp smell of earth and secrecy filled the air deep in Konoha's maze like catacombs. Long, unsettling shadows were created on the stone walls by the dim light of flickering torches. Danzo Shimura sat at a crudely carved table in a private room with Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, the village elders, at his sides. Kaharu stated, "The fox is back under the ownership of the leaf," with a tone of satisfaction. At least in that regard, things are secure. With a look of relief on their faces, Danzo and Homura nodded in agreement. With a sharp tone of disapproval, Homura asked, "But how could we allow the boy to be left unguarded in the first place? It was reckless and inexcusable." There was a thick silence in the room. Danzo's lone eye glowed with a calculating, cold light. At last, he spoke with a low growl. It was due to the cowardice of the Hokage. As Danzo went on, Kaharu and Homura looked at each other uneasily but remained silent. Danzo's voice became louder as he said, "Hiruzen is unfit to lead the leaf to a prosperous future. He couldn't even take care of Orochimaru. Because of his softness, 3 of his students, the so-called Sannin, are now disgraces of the leaf." With a commanding presence, he rose to his feet. "If I were Hokage, Orochimaru would have been handled long ago. If I were Kage, all the nations would bow to the might of our village, to the will of fire." The sound of Danzo's voice reverberated menacingly from the stone walls. "With the power of the 9 tails, I will claim my vision. The leaf will become an unchallenged force, and our enemies will tremble before us." With a mixture of curiosity and fear in their eyes, Kaharu and Homura observed him. They were aware that Danzo's words were more than just rhetoric and that his ambition was as limitless as his brutality. His declaration, a somber prophecy of the future he saw for Konoha, hung heavy in the air. The elders could only hope that Danzo's vision would never materialize as the meeting came to an end, but they were unable to ignore the eerie appeal of the power he had promised. Not sure, the dim light barely broke through the darkness of the subterranean room as purple eyes fluttered open. She rubbed her sore head and sat up, feeling the cold concrete beneath her. Fuka's last memory was of her lover's embrace followed by a fade into darkness. There was nothing now. There are no people, voices, or clanking footsteps, and more concerningly, her master chakra is not detectable. However, why? What precisely took place? She seems unable to recall. The redhead stood and walked toward the inner door, which was sealed, feeling increasingly uneasy. She was shocked to see how easily it swung open. The silence closed in on her as she emerged into the main corridor. There was the uncanny absence of the underground courtyard's usual commotion. Doors were left open and every room she passed was deserted. With her heart racing, she headed for the stairway that led to the surface. She felt as though months had passed since she had last seen daylight. As she climbed, each step a struggle against the weight of uncertainty, her breath became more rapid. She faced the heavy metal door at the top of the stairs, which divided the underground from the outside world. She pushed as hard as she could, bracing herself. After groaning and creaking, the door finally gave way and swung open, revealing a scene of destruction. The redhead staggered outside, protecting her eyes from the intense illumination. She took in the scene as her eyesight corrected itself. She had lost the world she had known. The streets were covered in rubble, and buildings were in ruins. In the distance, smoke rose, the remains of long-gone fires. The silence was now deafening as she strolled through the barren landscape. Only the ruins of a once thriving society were visible, along with no indications of life. Shops with broken windows were lying deserted. The stench of decay permeated the air. As she tried to piece together what had happened, her mind raced. She had spent so much time in a coma brought on by Fuinjutsu, cut off from the outside world. How much time has passed since her last outing? Weeks? Months? Years? How could she have been aware of the devastation caused by the war? The conflict that had left only devastation in its wake. Without a plan, she wandered around looking for survivors. But the world was a cemetery of memories, and it was empty. Fuka became acutely aware of how alone he was as the sun started to set, laying long shadows over the shattered landscape. Right then and there, she realized. Uzushio was down. Fuka couldn't help but stare at the broken arches, the scattered, shattered houses, and the blackened streets, even though she knew she should be more concerned about how much time had passed or even think about seeking medical help for her mental illness. When she finally turned the corner, she discovered bodies lying on the street across from her. They appeared to have been placed there on purpose. Like they were being thrown out like trash. Her blood boiled at the sight itself. Given that she had been a shinobi in training since she could walk, it makes sense that she had witnessed enough bloodshed to harden her heart. However, she had not been ready to witness the agonized and sorrowful expressions permanently etched on faces she had shared laughter and life with. Expressions that would accompany them to the afterlife without the funeral rites he knew no one else could carry out. Even the animals appeared to have left the battlefield, which started to bleed crimson, and the once wonderful village was as quiet as a grave. Corpses were lying vigil at every corner, and the flags hung limply from broken poles. She could hardly feel the pain in her head as a result. The weight of her people's gaze on the person who was the last to preserve their culture, the last to carry their legacy, and the last to hear Uzushio's cries has now burned her shoulder. She would probably only be remembered as a fierce warrior who watched Uzu fall, but she refused to turn back to face the spread-eagled form of the greatest warrior to ever don the Uzumaki emblem. This warrior helped guide the village into a golden age of peace, knowledge, and contentment. Fuka started crying at the picture and wouldn't turn to face the man she had known as a teacher, a warrior, a defender, a lover. But as she wandered the streets, she made herself remember the ones she could by staring at the bodies of friends, family, acquaintances, and even complete strangers. Although she is aware that she shouldn't torture herself and that Azashiro has lamented her tendency towards self-sacrifice countless times, she couldn't help but feel that it was his responsibility to remember the deceased, particularly since no one else would. Because she was still alive and Uzushio had fallen. She meticulously started to clear out a section of what had once been Granny Miyuki's weapons store, keeping the aforementioned weapons as far away as she dared, not willing to consider using them but realistic enough to know that he would eventually have to and she couldn't afford to arm an enemy. She made no attempt to wipe away the tears that left clear tracks across her filthy, bloody face. When Fuka discovered the owner, still clutching the naginata she must have used in a fight, she was unable to control the excruciating spasm that burned her head. Her snow-white hair had turned fiery crimson again from the blood stains. Her demeanor in death remained largely unchanged from her life. Fierce with a hint of pain. Even retired shinobi had wounds that were too deep to heal. Despite being a shinobi, she had never advocated for the naive idea of letting go of all feelings. If you have nothing to care about, where is the loyalty? If you have no one to defend, where is your strength? If there's no reason to go back, what's the point of fighting? She nevertheless wished she didn't care as she carefully carved containment and mourning seals into the ground surrounding the cleared area. Surely, if she didn't contradict her earlier thoughts, it wouldn't hurt as much. Sometimes whispering goodbye as familiar faces entered her arms for the final time, she started piling bodies onto the makeshift pyre, stopping only to close their eyes and take out the weapons buried in their bodies. When she eventually succeeded in putting the 493rd friend into the pyre, it was getting close to nightfall, and he was starting to feel the effects of his wounds and the fatigue of the fight. She was left with only one body, the one he could barely bear to see through the tears of sorrow and guilt that made him blind, but she made herself move Uzumaki Azashiro's body to a different coffin. He closed the empty eyes that stared at herself and the heavens that had wronged her with trembling hands and compelled himself to move away. Before whispering in the most steady voice she could muster, he kissed the icy metal of the Hitai 8 that had the recognizable spiral on it. "Thank you for everything, Azashiro." Uzushio and her residents are grateful for your leadership and your ability to uphold her spirit, her guidance and her light. You were a credit to the title you bore and we wish your spirit a voyage free of storms to the next world. Even more subdued, goodbye, my love, I will protect her legacy for you. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, she called softly into the dawning darkness after leaving the enclosed area and making the hand signs with trembling fingers. She expelled her chakra, transforming it into a phoenix that burned the first corpse while letting out a melancholy scream. A symbol of healing and life because, if not in life, where would death be found? It also represents rebirth, fiery passion, and unending courage to change. In a voice so tremulous that it was a wonder the words were understood, Fuka herself bowed as deeply as she could and said, "Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice." As Uzushio herself lamented her fallen defenders, the farewell reverberated through the quiet streets. She couldn't help but think that the color was appropriate for the fiery race it entombed that day and the proud nation that now belonged to the annals of history, as the flames rose higher than they had ever been before, stark against the dark black sky. She sat with tears that spoke more than she could and eventually dried up, guilt running through her veins as she warmed herself on their funeral pyre and lamented the passing of his past. Her words danced with the spirals of smoke that hung heavy over the battlefield. She could hardly move his right shoulder, where the storage seal had been inked, and was covered in the blood of the hundreds of dead. She knew he should at least ice it, but she couldn't bring herself to examine why she had neglected her responsibility to protect and defend his village. Even though he was aware that the weight on his shoulder was only a product of his imagination, it felt heavier. She dared not indulge in the self-pity she knew she would never deserve as she sat there, choking on the ashes of her loved ones. She was unable to close his eyes without allowing her mind to be open to the nightmares that bled true into wakefulness as the fires burned through the night and she silently watched over the dying flames. Fuka sensed the faint footsteps of another energy nearby as the pinkish striations of dawn started to appear in the sky. Before he could think, her right hand was on the naginata, curling into one-handed seals for a jutsu. Her eyes widened as she recognized the person staring at her. Before the face was revealed, Naruto abruptly woke up in the hospital. "And no way. It's why you." His thoughts were foggy and confused. That dream seemed so genuine. The room's white walls felt strange and chilly, and his nostrils were filled with the sterile smell of antiseptic. As he tried to figure out where he was and why he was there, panic began to rise in his chest. The door creaked open, and two figures entered the room before his panic could take hold. One was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, an old man with a long white beard and a gentle, weathered face. A teenager with black hair stood next to him, his eyes gentle yet watchful. "Naruto," Hiruzen said softly as he smiled warmly and walked over to the bed. "Calm down, you're in Konoha. You're safe." Naruto's wide, terrified eyes flitted from the stranger to Hiruzen. He recognized the Hokage and felt a slight sense of relief, but he remained tense and cautious around the boy with the black hair. Who is he?" Naruto said in a tiny, quivering voice. "This is Shisui Uchiha," Hiruzen said, touching Naruto's shoulder with a comforting hand. "He's here to help take care of you." Naruto's mind was still spinning from everything that had happened, and he was unusually silent. Confused and afraid at the same time, he gazed at the ceiling. He started to lose consciousness and withdraw into himself as the world around him appeared to blur. Hiruzen put a warm hand on the boy's shoulder and smiled gently, sensing his distress. "I'm here, Naruto. You're going to be fine." Naruto's emotional barriers were breached by the straightforward, sincere words. With a sudden lunge, he buried his face in the old man's chest and wrapped his little arms around Hiruzen. All the fear and confusion poured out of him at once, and he sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks. With a heavy heart for the little boy, Hiruzen held him close. A soft whisper, "It's all right, Naruto," he said. "You're home now. You're safe." Shisui watched in silence, his face displaying a mixture of resolve and pity. Although he was aware that the path ahead would be difficult, he was determined to keep Naruto safe and assist him in becoming the person he was destined to be. But for the time being, he would allow the boy to rest in the Hokage's arms. Hiruzen held Naruto while whispering comforting words as his sobs subsided. "Everything will be all right, Naruto. You have people who care about you, who will protect you. Welcome home." Naruto experienced a ray of hope in that instant, despite the future's uncertainty and the gloom that hung over Konoha. He felt like he actually belonged somewhere for the first time in a long time. Naruto calmed down and fell back asleep, worn out from the emotional upheaval he had experienced. To make sure Naruto was really asleep, Hiruzen and Shisui waited quietly for a short while. There was a sense of calm in the room as his breathing became rhythmic. Hiruzen turned to Shisui after being satisfied, his face solemn. "Shisui," he said in a low, solemn voice, "you are responsible for the Leaf's future. This may be the most significant task you will ever take on." Despite his initial nervousness, Shisui straightened his posture and put his doubts to rest. He gave a firm nod. "I understand, Lord Third. I won't let you down." Hiruzen's voice was still harsh, but his eyes softened a little. Naruto needs more than just protection. He needs a home filled with guidance and love. After being taken by Orochimaru, he must become strong enough to protect himself, yet stable enough to integrate back into society. The expression on Shisui's face was decided. "I will ensure that he receives the training and care he needs. I will treat him as if he were my own brother." With a mixture of thankfulness and concern in his eyes, Hiruzen put a hand on Shisui's shoulder. "Thank you, Shisui. Naruto is special. He carries a great burden and possesses incredible potential. It's crucial that he grows up with a strong sense of belonging and purpose." Shisui swore, "I will do everything in my power to help him," in an unwavering voice. Remember, Hiruzen went on, Naruto's future and the future of the village are intertwined. If we succeed in guiding him, he will become a beacon of hope for Konoha. Shisui took Hiruzen's words to heart and nodded. "I will not fail you or Naruto." A rare little smile came to Hiruzen's face. "I believe in you, Shisui. Now, let's ensure Naruto gets the rest he needs. Tomorrow begins a new chapter for all of us. Now I'll leave you to it. I'm sure the council is going to need my most precious attention," he sighed. Hiruzen then quietly left the room, leaving Shisui to keep an eye on the sleeping boy. Sitting next to Naruto, Shisui felt the weight of the enormous responsibility that had been placed on him. However, he also experienced a surge of resolve. He would take care of Naruto and make sure the boy became the hero the village needed. The room was enveloped in shadows as the sun sank below the horizon. A new route that would permanently alter the village of Konoha's history was being forged as it grew into the night. Chambers of the council seated at the head of the council room, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the assembled members with a steady gaze. There was a tense atmosphere in the room as everyone's thoughts were focused on the recent events. After a terrifying ordeal with Orochimaru, Naruto, the village's Jinchuriki, was brought back to Konoha and was currently recuperating in the hospital. Ever the agitator, Danzo Shimura's icy, demanding voice broke the quiet. "How could we allow the host of the Nine Tails to be unprotected in the first place? This situation is unacceptable. If you had dealt with Orochimaru when you had the chance, this wouldn't have happened." The tension was evident as the council was filled with murmurs of agreement. Hiruzen's aura flared with an intensity that instantly silenced the room as his eyes narrowed. "Silence!" Hiruzen commanded, his voice booming with authority, and everyone fell silent at the sheer force of his presence. His key's weight filled the room, making it obvious who was in command. Hiruzen inhaled deeply while maintaining a composed look of rage. "I saved Naruto from Orochimaru, risking my life to ensure the safety of our village and our Jinchuriki. Orochimaru will be dealt with in due time, but right now, our focus must be on Naruto's well-being and the security of Konoha." The council members were now respectful and attentive, and the room remained quiet. Hiruzen went on in a firm, uncompromising tone. "Naruto is back in the village and is currently resting in the hospital. He has been through a traumatic experience, and it is our duty to ensure he receives the care and protection he needs. We must address the current status of Naruto and how we can prevent such incidents from happening again." One of Hiruzen's former teammates, Kaharu Udatane, raised her voice with a worried tone. "Hiruzen, while we understand the need for immediate action, we cannot ignore the underlying issues that led to this situation. We need to strengthen our security measures and ensure that Naruto is always protected." The other elder, Homura Mitokado, gave a nod of agreement. "We should also consider placing Naruto under constant surveillance. His safety is paramount, and we cannot afford another lapse in security." Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging their contribution. "I agree. We will increase the security around Naruto and ensure he is always monitored. However, it is also important that we provide him with a sense of normalcy. He needs to feel like a child, not a prisoner. Shisui Uchiha has taken on the responsibility of caring for Naruto, and I trust him to provide the guidance and support Naruto needs." Still not entirely satisfied, Danzo continued. "And what of Orochimaru? He remains a threat as long as he is out there, plotting against us." Hiruzen's gaze grew stony. "Orochimaru will be dealt with when the time is right. We will gather intelligence and strike when we have the upper hand. But right now, our priority is Naruto and the safety of our village." As the situation weighed heavily on them, the council members nodded in agreement. They recognized the significance of keeping an eye on the current threat while planning for the future, and Hiruzen's resolve was evident. "We will take all necessary measures to protect Naruto and ensure the safety of Konoha," Hiruzen said. "Let us work together to strengthen our defenses and provide Naruto with the care and support he deserves." For the first time, Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Nara clan and Jonin commander, spoke up. "Honestly, despite how troublesome this all is, I must say I agree with Lord Third. I also think it'll be necessary to do some blood work considering the physical change. Therapy from Inoichi wouldn't hurt either." Inoichi Yamanaka, the head of the Yamanaka clan and the leader of the analysis team in the village's intelligence division, nodded in agreement. "I seconded this notion. We must make sure that young Naruto is completely sane before becoming a full shinobi." Hiruzen gave a nod and added his parting remarks. The council decided to adjourn the meeting, and Hiruzen was redoubled in his resolve. He would stop at nothing to safeguard both Naruto's and Konoha's futures, which were intertwined. Although Hiruzen knew the road ahead would be difficult, He was prepared to face any obstacle with the help of his allies as he left the council room. Asterism After a week as Shisui and Naruto left the hospital together, the village was bathed in a warm glow from the late afternoon sun upon his eventual release. Naruto enthusiastically waved to the medical professionals and nurses who had come to bid him farewell as they proceeded down the path. They had eventually learned to accept and value Naruto and were delighted by the upbeat vibe he brought. "Bye, everyone," exclaimed Naruto, beaming broadly. With sincere smiles on their faces, the medical staff returned the wave. Shisui had learned a lot about Naruto during the week he had taken off from missions to get to know him better. Shisui knew he would have to break Naruto's strict diet of ramen and more ramen. He was also well known for pulling infamous practical jokes and making his way out of seemingly insurmountable predicaments. With a playful twinkle in his eye, Naruto remarked, "I once sneaked into the Anbu headquarters and marked all the masks with drawings and other stuff." He laughed, obviously pleased with himself. Amused, Shisui lifted an eyebrow. "You know, that was a risky move, but it does show you have a talent for stealth." The compliment made Naruto smile. The old man said the same thing when he found out. He was kind of upset, though. Understandably so, the smiling Shisui said, "But don't worry, we'll work on channeling that talent of yours into something more productive." Naruto also knew quite a bit about Shisui. After a while, Shisui left the Anbu Black Ops to remain a regular jonin, claiming that Anbu wasn't for him. Naruto was upset that he had graduated so young because it meant he was far behind other shinobi in terms of skill. Sushi was Shisui's favorite food, green was his favorite color, sparring with his cousin and close friend Itachi was his favorite activity, and he hoped to bring about world peace. Shisui had taken the initiative to get Naruto new clothes during their week together. At the moment, Naruto was wearing a gray long-sleeved shirt, black pants, and shinobi sandals. The Konoha Military Police Force emblem was displayed on the shirt's shoulders, while the Uchiha fan was featured on the back. Shisui was aware that he would receive a severe reprimand for giving a shirt bearing the Uchiha's crest to a non-Uchiha, but the joy on Naruto's face after receiving it made the reprimand worthwhile. "Thank you, Shisui," Naruto had cried, his glad eyes gleaming. "It feels like I'm part of a real family." Shisui grinned broadly at the recollection. "You're welcome, Naruto. You're part of my family now." Shisui observed how people responded to Naruto as they strolled through the village. As evidence of the boy's tenacity and charisma, some people regarded him with suspicion, while others greeted him with warmth. Shisui promised to assist Naruto in gaining the reverence he was due from the entire village. When they reached Shisui's humble house, Naruto's eyes grew wide with wonder. "This is where you live, Shisui?" Shisui gave a nod. "Yep, and now, it's your home too." A smile that was both exuberant and a little hesitant spread across Naruto's face. "Really?" "Really," Shisui affirmed, causing Naruto's hair to stand up. "Welcome home, Naruto." Shisui couldn't help but feel hopeful and responsible as soon as they entered. Although Naruto had a challenging future ahead of him, Shisui was sure that the boy would develop into an exceptional person with the right support and direction. They would confront the difficulties and unknowns of the future together, developing a relationship that would influence Naruto's and the village of Konoha's future. End of chapter. Additional information. Counseling session. Inoichi Yamanaka was getting ready to start a delicate session in the dim light of a small room hidden away in the Yamanaka clan's compound. The space was intended to be calming. The walls were painted in gentle shades of blue and green, and the air was permeated with a subtle, inconspicuous scent of lavender. Naruto Uzumaki sat opposite Inoichi, his eyes clouded by a turmoil that went deeper than the ocean, his youthful face drawn. Naruto's eyes darted around the room, never staying still for more than a few seconds, while his hands fidgeted endlessly with the hem of his jacket. He seemed to twitch at every little sound, from the faint echo of distant footsteps coming from the hall to the slight rustle of paper. Inoichi said, "Good morning, Naruto," in a tone that was remarkably calm and steady in comparison to the tension radiating from the boy in front of him. "Thank you for coming today." In response, Naruto nodded briefly, his eyes darting to and from Inoichi in equal measure. "I know this might feel a bit strange, but I'm here to help you," Inoichi added, closely observing Naruto's responses. "Can you tell me how you're feeling right now?" After a brief period of silence, Naruto muttered a sharp, "Fine." Inoichi observed the reflexive reaction, which is characteristic of an individual attempting to protect themselves. He changed his strategy a little. "I heard you've had some pretty big adventures recently." Still no eye contact, but a little more forceful nod this time. "It's okay to talk about them, Naruto. It's okay to talk about anything here. His voice was hardly audible as Naruto's fingers tightened the fabric of his jacket and he said, "Okay." Inoichi leaned forward a bit and spoke softly. Sometimes, when people go through really tough things, they feel a lot of different ways. Scared, angry, sad. Does that sound like something you might be feeling? After a pause, a very quiet, "Yeah." Inoichi reassured Naruto, "That's very normal, Naruto. You're not alone in this." He saw Naruto's shoulders slightly droop, his posture becoming a little more relaxed. "Do these feelings show up when you're trying to sleep or when you're alone?" "Yes," was the hushed response, the first straightforward response Inoichi had received since they began. "Would you like to talk about what those feelings make you think about?" With memories clouding his vision, Naruto paused and chewed on his lip. He finally shook his head, making it obvious that he wasn't prepared to go that far. Inoichi replied sympathetically, "That's totally fine, Naruto. We don't have to go there today. Let's try something a little different. I have some techniques that might help when those feelings get overwhelming. Would you like to try one with me?" Naruto nodded this time instantly, almost eagerly. "All right. Let's start with something simple, breathing exercises. They can help you feel a bit more in control when things seem tough. Let's breathe in slowly, count to 3, then breathe out and count to 3 again. Can you do that with me?" Inoichi watched as Naruto's clenched hands slowly relaxed by his sides as they practiced the breathing technique together. Although Naruto was still not prepared to talk extensively about his experiences by the end of the session, there was a slight softening of the area around his eyes, which Inoichi regarded as a major victory. Inoichi said, "Thank you, Naruto. You did really well today," as they came to an end. "Would you be willing to come back and talk some more?" "Yeah," Naruto replied, a little more forcefully this time, his tone containing a hesitant optimism. Inoichi was sitting there thinking as Naruto walked out of the room. Although healing took time, particularly for wounds as deep as Naruto's, today was a positive start. He thought Naruto could navigate the darkness of his past, one tiny step at a time, with time and attention. Asterism a few days later, a sense of solemn urgency pervaded the Hokage's office as Inoichi Yamanaka stood in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of important choices that could have a significant impact on young Naruto Uzumaki's destiny. With an unreadable expression and a voice full of gravity and authority, Hiruzen gave the single order, "Report." Inoichi nodded solemnly, his face etched with the strain of his recent endeavors. "Lord Hokage," he said, his tone steady in spite of the unsettling news he was bearing. "The therapy sessions with Naruto have been intensive, but the results are disheartening. He responds only in monosyllables, if at all, and his physical reactions include uncontrollable twitching. A clear manifestation of severe PTSD." He stopped, looking for a reaction on Hiruzen's face, but he saw none and went on. "Naruto is plagued by dark thoughts and is unable to focus. I had hoped we were making progress, however slight, but it seems his condition may be deteriorating. Moreover, the presence of the Nine Tails complicates any direct intervention in his mind. It's too risky, potentially volatile." As he pondered the ramifications, Hiruzen's fingers tensed in front of him and his eyes narrowed. His top priorities were Konoha's security and stability, and the possibility of an unstable Jinchuriki in the village was too dangerous to overlook. There was a long, tense silence before he spoke, his voice low and heavy with authority. With his eyes penetrating, Hiruzen questioned, "How possible is it to erase his memories of that day? To remove the trauma without directly engaging with his mind?" Inoichi hesitated, considering the ethical and moral ramifications of doing so. "It's possible," he reluctantly stated, "but the procedure would be delicate and not without its risks. It would require." Hiruzen held up his hand before he could finish, warning him with a slight flare of chakra. "Do it," he firmly interrupted. "We cannot allow the fox to gain control, not now. We must stabilize Naruto for his sake and for the village's." Inoichi's face lowered under the weight of his decision, which was evidently very important. Resigned but aware of the necessity, he nodded. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The weight of their decisions hung in the air as Inoichi turned to go. Hiruzen closed his eyes and leaned back, thinking. In order to save the young boy and their people, they were tampering with the very fabric of his psyche, robbing him of his most agonizing memories. He hoped they wouldn't regret the high price they paid. With heavy footsteps, Inoichi walked out of the Hokage's office, the weight of Hiruzen's orders bearing down on him like a physical burden. The head of the Yamanaka clan was no stranger to mind control, but wiping out part of someone's memory, particularly a child's, was a serious matter. Being the Jinchuriki of the village, Naruto was not just any kid, and maintaining his mental stability was crucial for everyone's safety as well as for his own. Inoichi meticulously prepared for the procedure over the course of the following few days. He looked through clan records and old writings to find the most compassionate way to carry out the third Hokage's directives without endangering Naruto anymore. The young boy, whose days were still dominated by the battle to cast the shadows of his recent experiences aside, appeared oblivious to the impending change. Inoichi and Naruto met on the day of the procedure in a small, unremarkable room inside the Yamanaka compound, which was secured against any kind of intrusion or eavesdropping. With a tentative smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, which were still glimmering with the ghosts of his previous sufferings, Naruto welcomed him. Inoichi began, "Hey, Naruto," in a soft voice. "Today, we're going to try something a little different, something that might help you feel better." With a muted reply, Naruto nodded. "Okay, Inoichi-san. I trust you." The boy's voice was so trustworthy that it made Inoichi's task even more heartbreaking. He helped Naruto settle into a comfortable position and then knelt in front of him, gazing into those intensely blue eyes that were filled with anguish and bewilderment. Inoichi's voice remained steady despite the chaos inside. "Naruto, I need you to relax and listen to my voice," he said. "I'm going to help you let go of some bad memories. It's going to be all right." A soft flow of chakra filled the room as Inoichi used his technique, and the light flickered softly around Naruto's figure. As Inoichi gently probed the boy's mind, looking for the tendrils of trauma that coiled tightly around his psyche, the boy's eyes fluttered shut and his body relaxed. The procedure was laborious. Inoichi proceeded with extreme caution, unraveling the memories of that fateful day and removing them from Naruto's mind. Inoichi felt a twinge of regret for the need of his actions with every memory that dimmed. When he eventually locked the memories behind a chakra barrier, he also sealed off a piece of Naruto's naive fortitude. When Inoichi was done, the only sound in the room was their coordinated breathing. The twitching that had plagued Naruto's face for weeks had vanished, leaving it serene. Inoichi dreaded the response as she asked, "How do you feel, Naruto?" When Naruto opened his eyes, the vivid pools were no longer obscured by the shadows that had previously lurked there. He glanced around in mild bewilderment before a straightforward, uncomplicated smile appeared on his face. With his voice no longer burdened by its previous weight, he said, "I feel okay, I think. Did I fall asleep?" Inoichi forced a smile, the procedure's success a bitter triumph. "Yes, you just took a little nap. But if you're feeling okay, that's great. Let's get you back home, huh?" Inoichi wondered how much this manufactured peace had cost them as they made their way back to Naruto's house in the pretense of a typical evening. The boy next to him was lighter, not in the agony right now, but at what cost? Hiruzen returned to his office and nodded solemnly at Inoichi's report. "You've done well, Inoichi. Let us hope this gives him the peace he needs to grow strong and happy." The decision, which was kept a secret for the alleged greater good, weighed heavily on both men as night fell over Konoha. Both, however, secretly dreaded the consequences of altering the core of a hero's traumatic yet essential memories. In Konoha, the day was overcast, with storm clouds hanging over the horizon. There were sporadic rumbles of thunder as two figures sped through the trees, one pursuing the other. Just as the second figure landed a short distance away, the first figure fell to the ground below and assumed a fighting stance. For a brief moment, they stood motionless, the first figure poised and prepared, the second standing casually, as if unaffected by the approaching conflict. The first figure suddenly rushed forward, and they punched as the raindrops started to fall. It was blocked right away. There was a kick, but the second figure caught it and threw the first several meters away with the leg it had taken. After gracefully landing on both feet after spinning in midair, the first figure hurried back towards the second. This time, the second figure complied with the first's implicit commands and ran to fight them. Hours passed during the battle, and both figures were covered in perspiration from the intense rain and their own perspiration. Their bodies hurt with every little movement as they lay on the ground, covered in bruises. They both had enormous smiles on their faces in spite of the pain. Wincing and massaging a sore spot on his arm, Shisui questioned, "Your training is really paying off, Naruto. I sure can feel it. Why do you punch so damn hard anyway?" "Well, you're the one who said not to hold back. That includes how hard I punch you, Shisui. Is this your way of telling me you want me to go easy on you? If that's the case, maybe I should be teaching you," Naruto chuckled. After they had both finished laughing, Shisui got up and held Naruto's hand. Using his left hand, Naruto grasped it and raised himself. They began to walk back to their home together, though slowly because their bodies hurt. People stared at them with interest wherever they went. thinking it was odd that two boys, soaked and battered by the torrential rain, could appear so joyful and carefree. Exactly 3 years had passed since Shisui had taken Naruto in, and those 3 years had been the happiest of their lives. Naruto was ecstatic as he approached his 10th birthday in just 1 week. Shisui had assured him that he would receive the greatest gift he had ever received this year. Shisui would not even hint at what it would be, no matter how many times Naruto pleaded or begged. They went to their separate rooms to change and dry off when they eventually returned to their home. When Naruto first moved in with Shisui, this was one of the things that had shocked him the most. It was the first time Naruto had a room all his own. He had been thrown out onto the streets as a child and had always lived in a room with a lot of orphans. His own box was the closest thing he had ever had to a room, and rain always destroyed those things. Naruto paused to survey his room, enjoying the coziness and warmth it offered. Each of the drawings and trinkets he had used to adorn it represented a unique memory from the previous 3 years. The room served as a reminder of his journey and a representation of the family he had discovered with Shisui. Naruto went to the kitchen, where Shisui was already making dinner after getting dressed in dry clothes. Naruto's stomach rumbled as the air was filled with the aroma of cooked rice and vegetables. Naruto peered over Shisui's shoulder and exclaimed, "What's for dinner, Shisui?" Shisui grinned and said, "Your favorite, teriyaki chicken with ramen and miso soup," while he finished preparing the meal. Naruto's eyes glowed with anticipation. Yes, awesome. Naruto was overcome with gratitude for all that Shisui had done for him as they sat down to eat. Once a lonely orphan, he now had a brother who took care of him, trained him, and gave him a place to live. Naruto was aware that he was fortunate to have Shisui in his life despite the difficulties and trials. Naruto abruptly said, "Thank you, Shisui-Nisan," in an emotional voice. Startled, Shisui looked up. "For what? I don't know what I would have done without you," Naruto said, his eyes shining with unshed tears. "For everything. For taking care of me, for training me, for giving me a home, I." Shisui affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair as she reached across the table. "You're my family, Naruto. I'll always be here for you. And remember, you're not alone anymore. You have me, and you have the whole village supporting you." A feeling of warmth spread across Naruto's chest as he grinned. He nodded, resolved to fortify himself and defend those he loved. He knew he could handle anything the future threw at him with Shisui by his side. The storm outside was still raging when they finished their dinner and went to bed. However, there was a feeling of contentment and tranquility within the house. Naruto knew he was prepared for the challenges that lay ahead, and he would work to become the greatest shinobi he could be under Shisui's tutelage. Asterism Office of the Hokage. Following their interaction, the crystal ball turned off, and Hiruzen Sarutobi reclined in his chair while gazing out his office window, which overlooked Konoha with the Hokage monument in the background. The familiar smell of his pipe curled languidly around him, but it did little to ease the weight on his shoulders. His thoughts were plagued by the mounting hostilities between Kumo and the Uchiha clan. He longed for a solution that would avoid needless bloodshed as representatives from Kumo would soon arrive in the village. The door to his office suddenly flew open, and Jiraiya emerged with his typical raucous vigor. "Sensei, it's been too long," he said, grinning broadly as he strode into the room. Hiruzen grinned, but it was a tired smile. "Jiraiya, it's good to see you. What brings you here?" Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and laughed. With a wink and a tone full of suggestion, he said, "Oh, just gathering some important research for my next book. The hot springs are particularly inspiring this time of year." Hiruzen let out a sigh and gave a slightly amused shake of his head. "Still up to your old tricks, I see." Jiraiya gave a hearty laugh. "Some things never change, sensei." As the discussion veered into more somber topics, the atmosphere in the room changed. As he collected his thoughts, Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, the smoke still hanging in the air. "Jiraiya, there's something I need to discuss with you. It's about Naruto." Jiraiya's jovial manner gave way to a stern determination. "I heard. Orochimaru dared to harm Naruto? That snake has gone too far this time. I promise you, sensei, I'll be the one to end him." With a solemn expression, Hiruzen raised a hand. "No, Jiraiya. It is my responsibility to deal with Orochimaru. However, I do need a favor from you." Jiraiya scowled, his expression filled with worry. "What do you need?" Before he spoke, Hiruzen took another long drag from his pipe. "I need you to bring Tsunade back to the village. Naruto has undergone some concerning changes. His hair color has changed, and the density of his chakra is abnormal. I want Tsunade to conduct extensive blood work on him to understand what is happening." I can't keep relying on our doctors, no more excuses, she needs to come back. Jiraiya scowled more deeply. Tsunade. You know she'll never agree to come back. She's been wandering for years, avoiding anything to do with the village. Hiruzen's voice was determined, his eyes hardened. She has no choice in this matter. Do whatever is necessary to bring her back. Naruto's well-being and the future of Konoha depend on it. With the task weighing heavily on his shoulders, Jiraiya let out a sigh. All right, sensei. I'll find her and bring her back, but it won't be easy. Hiruzen nodded, determination and thankfulness mixed in his eyes. I know it won't be, but I trust you, Jiraiya. Naruto needs her expertise, and the village needs her strength. Jiraiya got to his feet, his usual slack attitude giving way to a determined determination. I'll leave right away. I'll find her, sensei. You have my word. His expression softened. HMPH, maybe I'll take the brat with me. Teach him a thing or two. Hiruzen felt a ray of hope as Jiraiya turned to go. Although there were many obstacles in the way, there was an opportunity to safeguard Naruto and lead Konoha through these trying times thanks to allies like Jiraiya and the possible return of Tsunade. With the burden of his duties bearing down on him once more, Hiruzen watched Jiraiya leave the office. His thoughts heavy but his resolve unwavering, he took one last deep drag from his pipe, put it out, and turned back to the window. He would stop at nothing to secure the safety and prosperity of the village, which was in dire need of him. The following day a faceless man leaned closer and bound Naruto, preventing him from moving or escaping. As though enjoying the fear radiating from Naruto, the man's tongue flicked out and tasted the air. He whispered in Naruto's ear in a sibilant voice, "You will be the perfect vessel for my immortality, Naruto." Naruto fought against his restraints in a desperate attempt, but it was in vain. He was being examined like a valuable specimen by his cold hands, which pressed against his face and tilted it this way and that. Such potential, the man murmured, such raw power wasted on a child who doesn't even understand his own strength. Naruto was in a laboratory with containers full of hideous, unidentifiable experiments when the scene changed. The smell of chemicals and decay filled the air. In the corner of his vision, the man's followers moved, their faces hidden and their movements eerily silent. Just a little longer, he said in a voice that sounded distant and distorted, as though it were coming from beneath the surface of the room. He was getting ready to inject a luminous, sinister substance into a syringe. Once I inject you with my latest creation, you'll be more than just a ninja. You'll be eternal, just like me. Naruto's helplessness gave way to outright panic as the faceless with the needle drew closer. He kicked, fought, and screamed, but it didn't stop the needle from slowly and unavoidably getting closer to his skin. Naruto jolted to consciousness, shivering and drenched in cold sweat. The relics of another nightmare clung to his mind, and his heart thumped against his chest. In recent years, these nightmares had increased in frequency and intensity. He simply didn't comprehend the meaning behind his dreams. In an attempt to get rid of the residual fear, Naruto sat up in bed. The only sound in the room was the gentle patter of rain against the window. He inhaled deeply as he ran a hand through his now dark red hair, which served as a reminder of the changes that had started to make him uneasy. He had no idea what was going on with him, but he was certain that he had to leave the house in order to regain some sense of normalcy. Naruto took a few moments to gather himself before deciding that Ichiraku Ramen was the only place he could go to get his mind off everything. The warmth and coziness of the little stand seemed like the ideal way to forget about his problems, and the idea of a steaming bowl of miso ramen made his mouth water. He hurriedly put on his now familiar shirt with the Uchiha crest that Shisui had given him 3 years prior. It served as a reminder of his growth and was a little tighter now, but it still represented the connection he had with Shisui, one of the few people he could really call family. The village was still quiet because most of the people were just starting to wake up when Naruto stepped outside into the damp morning air. As he moved through the streets, his feet naturally led him to the ramen stand, and he pulled his hood up as the rain had decreased to a drizzle. Even though the nightmares persisted, he had something to concentrate on thanks to the promise of ramen. His expression was one of boredom as he scanned the streets. They appeared as animated as ever. He was disgusted by the deep hatred that was hidden within that liveliness. Naturally, he was completely unfazed by the residents of this village. Even the sight of them made him feel repulsed in his lowest points. When he was rudely interrupted, he pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. He was struck by someone. Although he had felt the man approaching, he had not anticipated that he would actually collide with him. He was knocked backwards by the blow alone. Naturally, though, he could have done that. However, it was not anticipated that an 8-year-old would actually do such a thing. He then fell to the ground on his back and turned to face the man. With all the venom he could muster, the man ground out, "Watch where you going, scum." The man had intentionally moved towards Naruto and struck him, and Naruto raised a ghost brow in response. He briefly considered cursing the man and giving him a savage look. However, he resorted to a nervous smile and scratched the back of his head. "I apologize, mister," he said pityingly. The man said, "You better be," and turned to leave. The man's words nearly made Naruto laugh. He was aware that fear was barely concealed behind the growl. He was positive that the man may have exhaled a sigh of relief as he left him. He crawled beneath them, and they seemed to enjoy it. Sometimes they were a little sadistic. But he didn't care, so it was all right. He noticed that practically no one was paying any attention to him. He did observe, however, that someone smiled subtly in apology. He stood, dusted himself, and nodded to the man. It wasn't novel. He was aware that he was not despised by everyone in the village. Even though he is a social misfit, some people were at least considerate. However, they were discreet in their kindness. A slight smile came to his face as he got closer to Ichiraku Ramen and saw the red and white stand he had seen before. He was led to a place of comfort by the light and warmth that poured out from the entrance, which felt like a beacon. Naruto pushed the flap aside and entered, immediately filling the room with the aroma of freshly prepared ramen. As Tucci wiped down the counter, he said, "Naruto, good morning," with a broad smile. As she made the broth, Tucci's daughter Ayame smiled warmly at Naruto. Naruto said, "Morning, old man, Ayame," in a slightly lower-pitched voice than usual, but he managed to smile. Ayame asked, already grabbing the ingredients, "Your usual, Naruto?" Naruto slid onto his typical stool and nodded, "Yeah, please." Naruto allowed his mind to wander while he waited for his ramen. He didn't want to bother Shisui or anybody else with the nightmares, which had been terrible lately. Ichiraku was his haven, a place where he could simply be himself and where, even for a brief moment, the burden of his worries seemed to be lifted. The rich aroma of the steaming bowl of miso ramen immediately lifted Ayame's spirits as he placed it in front of him. "Here you go, Naruto." For the first time that morning, Naruto's smile felt sincere as his eyes brightened. "Thanks." He tucked in, the soft noodles and hot broth calming him from the inside out. The nightmares and impending worries about his future vanished for a while. The familiar, comforting flavor of his favorite food and the sense of community he experienced at Ichiraku were all that mattered. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed as he ate. He wasn't entirely sure why or how things were changing, but as long as he had people like Shisui and places like this, he would always be content. Ayame smiled warmly and said, "Another bowl, Naruto?" Her hands were already reaching for the ladle. Naruto smiled broadly. "You know me too well, Ayame." Naruto's eyes grew softer as Ayame started to prepare another serving. While Tucci chopped vegetables nearby and hummed a happy tune, he observed her at work. Naruto said, "Hey, Ayame," with hesitation, "I just wanted to say thank you to you and old man Tucci." Ayame stopped and gave him a curious look. For what, Naruto?" "For everything," Naruto answered in a sincere tone. "You guys have always been here for me, even when no one else was. You fed me when I didn't have any money, gave me a place to belong when I felt like I didn't have one." Ayame put down the ladle and leaned on the counter to be nearer to him as her face softened. "Naruto, you don't have to thank us. You're like family to us. We've watched you grow up, seen you overcome so much. Now look at you, a big boy in the academy." Naruto had emotion shining in his eyes. "You and the old man. You believed in me when no one else did. When I was just a lonely kid everyone hated, you treated me like a normal person. That meant more than you'll ever know." After listening in on their conversation, Tucci approached Naruto and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, you are family. We've always seen the good in you, even when others couldn't. Your heart is as big as this village, and we knew you will grow into someone incredible." With a grateful swell in his heart, Naruto glanced between them. "Whenever things gets tough, I knew I can come here. I know you'll be here for me. It's like you are my light in the darkest times." Ayame extended her hand and gave him a light squeeze. "And we'll always be that light for you, Naruto, no matter what." Naruto nodded as he felt a wave of comfort and safety wash over him. "I promise I'll make you proud. I'll become Hokage, and I'll make sure everyone knows how important you both are to me." Tucci's eyes sparkled as he laughed. "We already are proud of you, Naruto. You've come so far, and we know you'll achieve your dreams. You should tell Shisui to stop by sometime so we can all catch up together." Naruto nodded as he began his second bowl of ramen, feeling more determined than ever. he wasn't by himself. Here at Ichiraku Ramen, he had a family and was always loved and welcomed. He knew he could handle anything the world threw at him because of this knowledge. Years of unfailing support and kindness had strengthened their bond, and the three of them shared a moment of quiet camaraderie. Naruto felt completely at home in that little ramen shop. Someone walked up to him, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up expecting to see Shisui, Itachi, and his brother coming, but instead he saw a tall woman with long red hair, a small reassuring smile, and some somewhat fancy-looking robes. Since this was the first time he had seen someone with his hair color, he was a little taken aback. The middle-aged woman gestured to the seat at the counter directly next to Naruto, saying, "Pardon me, my dear boy, is this seat taken?" The boy was surprised. Shisui and Itachi are the only people who have ever desired to sit next to him at the ramen stand. He initially believed the elderly hag was planning something, but after seeing his smile once more, all of those suspicions were swiftly dispelled. "Sure, help yourself." Grinning, she took a quiet seat. The atmosphere abruptly and drastically changed. Before hurriedly leaving the bewildered boy alone, Ayame said, "I am going to see if father needs help." The woman with the red hair then leaned her arms over the counter a little. Upon closer inspection, Naruto was unable to identify the woman. Even though he didn't know everyone in the village, there was something about this woman that gave the impression that she wasn't from the area. Her clothing felt like even more proof of it. The young boy has never seen robes like that worn by anyone in the village. They were certainly out of place, but they weren't particularly elegant. "To answer your unasked question, dear boy, no, I am not from this village. I'm visiting from my own home." The woman's statement took Naruto a little by surprise, so he asked the first question that sprang to mind. "Hey, can you read my thoughts or something, old lady?" Outside of the Yamanaka clan, Naruto has never heard of anyone who can read thoughts. Ino has consistently told him to buzz off and that it is none of his business whenever he has inquired about her clan. After receiving a tick mark for the old remark, the woman turned to face him and grinned. "No, it's easy to see when you are confused, Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm not old." Naruto most certainly wasn't ready for that. How was this hag aware of his identity? Considering that he has never left the village, no one outside should know him. "You seem surprised, my boy." "Well, you shouldn't be. It's actually rare for an Uzumaki like yourself to be alive and well," said the red-headed woman with another smile. Naruto's eyes were wide as he gazed at the woman. Normally, he would be jumping up and down with excitement after hearing something encouraging like that, boosting his self-esteem by saying that a feat like that will undoubtedly make him Hokage. Instead, he simply glanced back down at the counter as bewilderment took over his face once more. He leaned his chin on his hands and folded his arms. The woman put a gentle hand on his shoulder once more and asked, "What seems to be the matter?" Naruto tried to hide his bewilderment and hesitancy as he looked up at her. "Oh, it's nothing, ma'am. I just can't wait to eat my ramen." Naruto continuously flexed his fingers and licked his lips, attempting to convey that he was eager to receive his food. The elderly man simply removed his hand from Naruto's shoulder and grinned once more. "It seems you are also very skilled in the art of deception too, dear boy. However, when you've lived as long and traveled as far and wide as I have, you learn to sense when someone is showing you their true feelings and when they are not. So what's wrong, young one?" Naruto was incredulous. His phony smiles have only ever been seen through by old man Tucci. But before he could continue to consider the matter, Tucci returned holding a large, steaming bowl of his well-known ramen and set it in front of Naruto. "There you are, Naruto, one big bowl of beef ramen." The red-haired woman sitting next to the boy caught the ramen chef's attention just as he turned to leave. When he saw the beauty in front of him, his cheeks flushed red. With a slight nosebleed, he said earnestly, Oh, I didn't see you there. Would like anything to eat or drink, ma'am?" The woman gave the chef a smile before placing her order. "Yes, I believe I will have what my new friend here is having and also some green tea, please." The ramen chef said, "Sure, coming right up," and went back to his kitchen to make the new order. However, Naruto was so preoccupied with the woman beside him that he forgot all about the large bowl of ramen in front of him. A very uncommon occurrence. "You really want to be my friend?" The woman gave him another look. He still had that same gentle smile on his face. "Of course. You seem like a nice young man to me. Not to mention that from what I have heard of you is that you are pleasant, talented, and loyal to a fault. Why wouldn't anyone want to be your friend when you have such admirable qualities?" Once again, for the millionth time, the strange woman next to him caught him off guard, so Naruto would need to ask Shisui later to help train him to keep his guard up better. It's the most compliment he's ever received. not even by Old Man Third or Iruka-sensei. He gave Naruto a small smile, but a dejected expression started to appear on his face. Well, a lot of the villagers and kids my age here hate me because they think I'm an annoying loser who does nothing but pull pranks and doesn't take his studying seriously. The woman nodded her head as Naruto nervously scratched his cheek. Well, I don't think that at all, my boy. Quite the opposite, in fact. I think you're a shinobi that has extraordinary potential. The only negative quality I can think for you right now is that you're allowing that delicious-looking ramen of yours to go cold. When Naruto realized the woman was correct, his eyes widened like dinner plates and he screamed. He has been skipping out on his favorite meal. He broke his chopsticks right away and began wolfing down his ramen. His new friend didn't seem to mind that he was completely disregarding table manners. He considered what the elderly man had said as he was eating, that his potential was extraordinary. He was beginning to rank this new friend very highly among his favorite and most valuable individuals, immediately beneath his teammates. In fact, it's more than likely because of your potential that your fellow shinobi and the villagers treat you so horribly, Naruto. They may not like you because they don't trust you, and they don't trust you because they fear you. Fear for the power inside you. In the middle of eating, Naruto paused and simply gazed at the elderly man, wide-eyed and terrified. The woman gave Naruto a head pat before he could validate his worst suspicions. It is only natural, Naruto. People often fear what they don't understand. No matter how much they try to deny it, it is in their nature. As soon as the woman had finished speaking, Tucci returned with a cup of green tea and another large bowl of ramen. He asked, perhaps a little too eagerly, "Here you are, one large bowl of beef ramen and a cup of green tea. Can I get you anything else?" "No thank you. That's quite enough for me." With his head spinning from everything the enigmatic woman had said, Naruto slurped the last of his ramen. As he tried to figure out who she was and how she knew so much about him, his eyes kept darting to her. He couldn't quite place it, but something about the way she spoke, so composed, so assured, made him think of someone. The woman's smile never faded as she looked at Naruto while taking delicate sips of her green tea. You should never let anyone's fear or ignorance define who you are, Naruto. The world is vast, and your path is yours to carve. You have the blood of the Uzumaki in you, a clan known for their strength and resilience. It's in your nature to stand tall, even in the face of adversity. As he processed her words, Naruto blinked. His voice was small and almost fearful as he asked, "Uzumaki? You mean, I really have a clan? Like, a real big family?" The woman's face softened as she nodded. "Yes, a family with a rich history and powerful abilities. I even know your mother." Naruto's eyes widened. Not even Shisui had mentioned his parents to him. So, how was this stranger aware of it? Observing his puzzled expression, she went on. "Your mother, Kushina, was an Uzumaki, one of the strongest kunoichi Konoha has ever seen. And you, Naruto, have inherited her spirit." A beat skipped in Naruto's heart. His mommy. He never had the opportunity to get to know them. However, this woman sat next to him and told him about his ancestry and a clan he was unaware of. He felt a range of emotions, including excitement, bewilderment, and a strong desire to find out more. With a voice hardly audible above a whisper, Naruto questioned, "Why? Why are you telling me all this?" The woman put down her cup and looked directly into his eyes. "Because you deserve to know who you are. And because, despite what anyone else says, you have the right to be proud of your lineage." The Uzumaki were known for their mastery of sealing techniques, for their boundless vitality, and their fierce loyalty to those they loved. You carry that legacy within you. There was an odd warmth in Naruto's chest. For the first time, he felt like he was a part of something greater than himself, even though he had always felt alone and alienated. The woman took 2 books out of her robe and placed them delicately in front of Naruto. Uzumaki Clan History and Fundamentals of Sealing Techniques were the titles of the 2 books. As he picked up the books, Naruto's hands shook a little as he gazed at them. "These are, for me?" The female gave a nod. "Yes. These will help you understand more about your heritage, about the power that runs through your veins. Use them wisely, Naruto." Naruto held the books close to his chest with a mixture of determination and thankfulness. In order to demonstrate to the village that he was more than just a loser or a wannabe Uchiha, he had always wanted to prove himself. His new objective was to become the strongest shinobi he could be while also honoring the Uzumaki name. "Thank you," he said sincerely, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination. "Thank you for telling me all this." With a warm smile, the woman reached out to tousle his hair. "You're welcome, Naruto. Just remember, no matter what happens, you're never truly alone." Your clan's strength lives on in you, and so does the love of those who came before you. If you ever want to know more about your family, just seek me out, but keep this a secret. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can know about me." As though he had known the woman his entire life, Naruto nodded, feeling a strong bond with her. She started to stand up before he could ask her any more questions. "Wait!" exclaimed Naruto. "What's your name?" A knowing smile played on the woman's lips as she paused. "You can call me Fuka." She then turned and walked away from the ramen stand, vanishing into Konoha's soggy streets. With the name still ringing in his head, Naruto watched her leave. He was aware that he had just met a significant person who had shown him a previously unknown aspect of himself. Naruto made a silent vow while he sat there, the books pressing down on him. He would discover as much as he could about his mother, the Uzumaki clan, and the force that ran in his family. He would demonstrate his deservingness of the name Uzumaki to the village, to himself, and to this enigmatic woman. And he would make them all proud one day. Keeping the books near his chest, Naruto's thoughts were racing with all that the enigmatic Fuka had revealed to him. Shisui, and a tall man with long white hair and red streaks down his face, approached the ramen stand, but he was too preoccupied to notice them. He didn't return to reality until he heard Shisui's well-known voice. As he walked up with the tall man, Shisui exclaimed, "Hey, Naruto. I see you're enjoying some ramen. How many bowls this time?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. "Just one this time, Shisui." The tall man laughed, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Only one? I expected more from the kid who managed to talk up a pretty lady at a ramen stand. You've got potential, kid." With a look of bewilderment on his face, Naruto looked up at the man and blinked. "Pretty lady?" Shisui leaned against the counter and nodded. "Yeah, the red-haired woman who was just here. She was talking to you, right? Who was she?" A beat skipped in Naruto's heart. He recalled what Fuka had said, how her gentle voice had explained his ancestry to him, and the vow she had forced him to keep. Not yet, he could not tell them. Not until his own understanding was complete. "Oh, her?" Naruto stumbled, attempting to maintain a steady tone. "I don't really know her. She just sat down and started talking. And, I got these books from the library. Thought I'd, read up on some stuff." Shisui, obviously perplexed by Naruto's response, arched an eyebrow. He sensed something was wrong, but he was unable to pinpoint it. Naruto dismissed it, though, as he had always been full of surprises. "Well, all right then. Just make sure you actually read them and don't just use them as a pillow, okay?" Naruto chuckled uneasily. Yeah, I'll read them, I promise." The tall man crossed his arms and grinned broadly as he looked down at Naruto. "So, you don't know who she was, huh? No worries, kid. You've still got plenty of time to work on your charm. But hey, before we get down to business, you should know who I am." Naruto tilted his head curiously, looking up at the man. "Who are you, anyway?" The man's voice boomed with inflated pride as he swung his arms wide and one leg up in a strange pose. "I am the greatest ladies man on earth. The one and only, the legendary Jiraiya the Gallant." The dramatic performance caused both Naruto and Shisui to perspire. Uncertain of what to think of this strange man, Naruto couldn't help but laugh a little. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jiraiya?" he asked. Jiraiya smiled, obviously enjoying the title. "That's right, kid. You've got good taste recognizing greatness when you see it. And as your sensei, I'll teach you everything there is to know about being a shinobi, and maybe even a little about handling the ladies." A faint smile appeared on Shisui's lips as he rolled his eyes. "Right, well, before you get too carried away, Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage asked to see Naruto. We should head there now." As he followed Jiraiya and Shisui out of the ramen stand, Naruto nodded and tightened his hold on the books. Naruto couldn't help but remember where Fuka had been sitting as they strolled through Konoha's streets. Although he was still unsure of her identity, he was certain that her words and the information she had imparted to him would transform his life. Naruto experienced a mixture of nerves and excitement as they got closer to the Hokage's office. He was determined to find the answers to all of his questions. For the time being, however, he had to honor his word and safeguard the secret that Fuka had given him. Hiruzen was waiting for them at the office when they arrived, his face solemn. "Naruto, Shisui, Jiraiya, thank you for coming." With his heart racing in his chest, Naruto took a step forward. "You wanted to see me, old man?" Hiruzen looked at Naruto and nodded, his eyes softening. "Yes, Naruto. There are important matters we need to discuss. About your training, your future, and the changes you've been experiencing. We found a solution and Jiraiya here needs your help." Naruto looked down at the books he was holding and swallowed forcefully. He was aware that whatever came next would put him on a course that would determine not only his own future but also the village's. Keeping that in mind, Naruto inhaled deeply before entering the Hokage's office, prepared to take on whatever lay ahead. Upon arriving at the office and opening the door, the three discovered Hiruzen standing there, his face solemn. "Naruto, Shisui, Jiraiya, thank you for coming." With his heart racing in his chest, Naruto took a step forward. "You wanted to see me, old man?" Hiruzen looked at Naruto and nodded, his eyes softening. "Yes, Naruto. There are important matters we need to discuss. About your training, your future, and the changes you've been experiencing. We found a solution and Jiraiya here needs your help." In sharp contrast to the warmth and friendliness Naruto typically associated with the elderly man, the Hokage's office was suddenly filled with tension. Naruto was uncomfortable because he wasn't used to Hiruzen's solemn manner. The weight in the room was only increased by the third Hokage's stare, which was filled with unsaid concerns. With his hands clutching the books Mito had given him like a lifeline, Naruto's heart thumped in his chest. The silence was finally broken by Hiruzen, whose steady voice was tinged with a gravity that made Naruto uneasy. "Naruto, Jiraiya here has requested your help with a mission. It's not a typical mission, and it comes with certain conditions." The tension in the room was temporarily forgotten as Naruto's eyes widened. "A mission? For me? What kind of mission?" Jiraiya took a step forward, his typically cheerful face slightly serious. "It's a mission that requires us to convince someone to come home that can help with your unique situation, Naruto. But more importantly, I've offered to train you as payment for your help. You won't get official credit since you're not a registered genin yet, but that doesn't mean it's not important." The mention of training caused Naruto's eyes to light up like fireworks, and he felt a shock of excitement. "Training? With you? Really? This is gonna be awesome?" The room became lighter for a moment as Naruto's excitement filled the air. A faint smile escaped Hiruzen's lips, but his eyes were wary. Then, with the weight of the choice evident in his eyes, he turned to Shisui. "Of course, Shisui, the final decision is up to you. You're his legal guardian now, after all." Shisui, who had been observing the conversation thoughtfully, grinned broadly. Looking at Naruto, who was practically jumping up and down with excitement, he winked at him. "Go have fun, Naruto. I'll keep everything together here while you're gone. Besides, you've been working hard. This could be a great opportunity for you." You could feel Naruto's excitement as he threw himself at Shisui and gave him a firm embrace. "Thank you, Shisui. You're the best." After ruffling Naruto's hair and laughing, Shisui withdrew. However, everyone was taken aback by what transpired next, particularly Naruto. The metal plate of Shisui's own headband gleamed in the dim office light as he took it out of his pocket. He smiled proudly as he held it out to Naruto. "Here, take this. While you're out of the village with Lord Jiraiya, consider yourself a ninja. This headband will remind you of that." Naruto's eyes were wide with shock as he gazed at the headband. He reached out to take it, his hands shaking as the gesture's meaning dawned on him. Tears filled his eyes the instant the metal touched his skin. This was more than just a piece of metal and fabric. It represented everything he had envisioned becoming. He felt as though he was finally on his way for the first time. Naruto choked out, "Thank you, Shisui," tears running down his cheeks. Trying to keep up his customary bluster, he wiped them away quickly, but the emotion was too intense. "I won't let you down, I promise." Shisui put a hand on Naruto's shoulder as his smile grew softer. "I know you won't, Naruto. Just remember to stay true to yourself, no matter what happens out there." With a fierce nod, Naruto gripped the headband tighter. His inner fire was burning brighter than ever as he experienced a surge of resolve. He knew he could handle anything with Jiraiya's training and Shisui's approval. Naruto was led to the door by Shisui, who said, "Let's get you packed then, we'll put together a proper shinobi bag, and then you can get started on this new adventure." Naruto couldn't help but look back at Hiruzen as they walked out of the Hokage's office. As he watched them leave, a glimmer of pride appeared in the old man's once solemn face. Although Naruto was not entirely aware of the mission's gravity or the concerns that still plagued the Hokage, he was certain that he was prepared to handle whatever came next. After giving it some thought, Naruto left the office with the headband securely fastened to his forehead, eager to start the next phase of his adventure. Asterism: the Uchiha compound. The sun started to set, creating long shadows on Konoha's streets as Naruto and Shisui made their way through the village to their house. There was a light breeze rustling the leaves of the trees above, and the air was crisp and cool. With a bounce in his step and his mind buzzing with anticipation for the next mission, Naruto continued to hold onto the headband Shisui had given him. With a warm grin on his lips, Shisui looked down at Naruto. Naruto. He started, his voice growing more serious. Being a shinobi isn't just about strength or fighting. It's about understanding the situation, staying calm, cool, and collected, even when things seem dire. You need to analyze everything around you, your environment, your opponents, and yourself. Naruto nodded while paying close attention, his eyes still gleaming with excitement. Got it, Shisui. Stay calm and think things through. Exactly, Shisui said, grinning broadly. And remember, Jiraiya is a powerful and wise shinobi. He might not always look it, but he has more experience than most people in the village combined. Make sure to listen to his instructions and learn from him. But Shisui stopped and scratched the back of his head, his face looking a little uncomfortable as he remembered Jiraiya's notorious propensity for womanizing. He glanced at Naruto and said, just don't follow all of his advice, okay? Without pausing to think. Perplexed, Naruto glanced up at Shisui. What do you mean, Shisui? Trying to think of the right words, Shisui laughed. Let's just say Jiraiya has other interests that you shouldn't pick up. Focus on the training and the mission, not on his extracurricular activities. Still perplexed, Naruto blinked a few times, but Shisui's grave expression was so uncharacteristic that he couldn't contain his laughter. Okay, Shisui. I'll make sure to stick to the mission stuff. As they continued their stroll, Shisui laughed with him, the tension from earlier fading. Moments like this only strengthened the strong bond that had always existed between the two of them. The commotion of the village faded into the distance as they entered the Uchiha compound, and the atmosphere became more subdued. Generations of shinobi had lived inside the compound, giving it a sense of discipline and order that contributed to its tranquility. Naruto had yearned for a sense of belonging his entire life, and he finally got it when he saw the Uchiha crest on the buildings and the occasional clan member walking by. They saw a familiar figure coming toward them as they were moving through the compound. Shisui's cousin and close friend Itachi Uchiha approached them in his customary cool-headedness. When he saw Shisui and Naruto together, his piercing eyes softened. Hey Itachi! Naruto exclaimed, waving briskly in spite of the exhausting day. Guess what, I'm going on a mission with the toad guy Jiraiya. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Itachi's lips as he raised an eyebrow. Is that so? At such a young age too? That's quite an honor, Naruto. I'm sure you'll do well. Naruto grinned up at the elder Uchiha and proudly puffed out his chest. Yeah, Shisui says it's a great opportunity, and I'm going to learn a lot. Shisui nodded to Itachi and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He's got a lot of potential, Itachi. This could be exactly what he needs to take the next step. Itachi glanced at Naruto, who was still giddy with anticipation, and his eyes briefly became warm. Just remember, Naruto, that the path of a shinobi is not an easy one. There will be challenges and hardships, but I believe you have the strength to overcome them. Eagerly taking in the words of support from someone he looked up to, Naruto nodded. I won't let you down, Itachi, I promise. Itachi put a hand on Naruto's head and gently ruffled his hair, his smile widening slightly. I know you won't. Seeing how Naruto had developed in the 3 years since he had taken him in, Shisui watched the exchange with pride. Now, surrounded by people who cared about him, the boy who had once been full of mischief and loneliness was on his path to becoming a true shinobi. The 3 of them, 2 seasoned shinobi and 1 enthusiastic young ninja, were united as they stood there, their bonds formed by trust and common experiences. Even though the future was uncertain and full of risks and difficulties, there was hope at that precise moment. Naruto had found his family, his place, and the courage to face whatever lay ahead, so he was no longer alone. Naruto was unaware of the abrupt tension between his older brother figures as he grinned to himself. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a quick, intense look. The world around them changed in an instant as their eyes met. The eerie silence of the genjutsu world they had constructed took the place of the busy Uchiha compound. The weight of their unspoken conversation hung heavy in the air. Shisui's heart was racing in his chest, and the thought of what they were going to talk about was already making him shiver. He didn't waste time making small talk. He asked in a low, urgent voice that got right to the point, what's happened? Itachi's normally serene expression had turned grim, and his face was solemn. After a brief pause, he responded, his voice carrying a weight Shisui had not often heard from his friend. They're making their moves soon. They've deemed themselves capable of taking on the village. Shisui furrowed his brows in perplexity. How are they doing that? They postponed it because of a lack of capable shinobi and resources. How could they possibly get everything together in only 3 years? Itachi averted his gaze for a moment, as though the mere thought of what he was going to say hurt him. There was a glimmer of something that Shisui could only characterize as helplessness. A rare feeling for Itachi. When he looked into Shisui's eyes once more. Danzo is helping them. He's given them money from the village, and provided them with a couple of root anbu. Resources and shinobi aren't an issue anymore. Shisui's face showed shock as his eyes widened. Why is he helping them? He was the one who suggested a massacre when they were planning this years ago. Itachi's expression was troubled, and he shook his head slightly. I haven't the slightest clue. At first, I thought this was his way of trying to get the massacre to happen. By helping them plan, he could easily push us into slaughtering them. But I had Tenzo look into it, and he says the route assigned to help are legit. There's literally no reason for this. Shisui took a deep breath as she attempted to comprehend the unexpected barrage of unsettling information. His mind was racing, searching for a way to stop the catastrophe that seemed to be coming their way. Although the Uchiha's plot to stage another coup wasn't totally surprising, Danzo's participation changed the game. And not in a good way. Shisui stated, well, we need to speak with the Hokage as soon as possible, his voice growing more determined. Preferably with the elders and Danzo there. We need to figure out exactly what they plan to do and how to stop it. Itachi's face darkened even further, a profound, sorrowful comprehension shining in his eyes. As though to ground himself for what he was about to disclose, he moved closer to Shisui and put a hand on his shoulder. There's no need, Itachi said softly, with a hint of melancholy in his voice. I already know. Dread took root in the pit of Shisui's stomach, causing his breath to catch a little and his heart to race. He had fought with Itachi, trusted him like a brother, and known him for years. Itachi could tell by the expression in his eyes that whatever he was going to say would be disastrous. The Uchiha are going to release and control the Nine Tails. They're going to use Naruto. Shisui's mind was having a hard time processing the magnitude of what Itachi had just said, and for a moment he felt the world tilt on its axis. It was unimaginable to use Naruto, his younger brother, his duty, the child he had vowed to protect. The Uchiha were so desperate that they were prepared to put the world, not just Konoha, in jeopardy. Shisui muttered, more to himself than to Itachi, they can't. They wouldn't, in a disbelieving tone. But he was wiser. He was aware of the extent his clan would go to in their quest for dominance, believing they were acting in the Uchiha's best interests. However, this was going too far. We have to stop them, Shisui stated in a firm yet low voice. We can't let this happen. We have to protect Naruto. As though to express his own determination, Itachi nodded and tightened his hold on Shisui's shoulder. I know. But this is bigger than just the two of us, Shisui. We need to tread carefully. If we move too quickly, we risk pushing the Uchiha into making their move even sooner. And if Danzo is truly behind this. Shisui's fists were clenched, frustration and rage simmering beneath the surface. Then we might already be out of time. Itachi's eyes grew empathetic as he realized how much Shisui loved Naruto. We'll find a way, Shisui. Together. We can't let Naruto get caught in the crossfire of this conflict. We won't. Shisui's eyes reflected the resolve in Itachi's voice as they braced themselves for the difficulties that lay ahead. Although they were aware that the road would be dangerous and full of difficult decisions, they also understood that they couldn't let the village or Naruto be sacrificed for the aspirations of a select few. Shisui took a deep breath to try to quiet the raging storm of emotions inside of him as the genjutsu world around them started to fade and bring them back to reality. Naruto was still blissfully oblivious when they returned to the real world, talking to Jiraiya about the mission. Shisui gazed at Naruto with a mixture of concern and love, understanding that the harsh realities of the shinobi world would soon shatter the boy's innocence. He would, however, stop at nothing to keep him safe until then, even if it meant opposing his own clan. Shisui nodded, giving Itachi one last look. No matter the cost, they would follow through on their plan. Shisui put a hand on the boy's shoulder and said, "Let's get home, Naruto," in a steady voice. We have a lot to prepare for. Still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, Naruto smiled up at him, and the three of them carried on. However, Shisui's thoughts were already racing as they were walking, making plans, coming up with strategies, and, most importantly, hoping that they would be able to prevent the impending disaster. The following day the winding road leading to Tanzaku village was covered in long shadows as the sun hung low in the sky. Jiraiya and Naruto strolled alongside each other, Naruto wearing the black Uchiha clothes that had become his go-to outfit, a brown backpack slung over his shoulder, and Shisui's headband. Naruto's attention was solely focused on the book he was holding, which was given to him by the enigmatic red-haired woman at the ramen stand, despite the thrill of being on a mission and traveling with the renowned Sanin. Something in his heart grew angry as he read a passage. The other ninja nations once viewed the Uzumaki clan's strength and influence as a threat. They desired the Uzumaki's special fuinjutsu skills, which might be able to shift the balance of power. It was difficult for outsiders to attack the hidden Eddy village because it was tucked away in a fortified area, a group of islands encircled by dangerous seas. Their adversaries persisted, though. The alliance of rival villages, headed by the crafty Reikage of Lightning Country, attacked the Uzumaki clan on a moonless night. The battle was intense from the start since the attackers outnumbered the Uzumaki forces. The sea roared as waves smashed against the rocky shores, and the sky was aflame with jutsu. But one lone Uzumaki warrior was not going down without a fight. He successfully repelled wave after wave of attackers by using his special sealing techniques to build strong barriers and traps. Their village was surrounded by an apparently impenetrable barrier made of the spiraling crimson energy of their fuinjutsu. The Uzumaki clan battled bravely through the night. All members, regardless of age, united to protect their house. The strongest fighters in the clan all used their incredible strength to create a powerful sealing technique that decisively defeated the enemy forces. Their eyes blazed with resolve, and their crimson hair flowed like a fiery tempest. The other countries recognized that the Uzumaki clan's strength and determination were unwavering in the face of the unrelenting assault. The battlefield was covered in blood, a testament to the clan's valor, and the losses they sustained were immense. When the enemy forces realized that eliminating the Uzumaki clan would come at too high a cost, they reluctantly withdrew. The victory had been hard-won, but it had cost the Uzumaki clan dearly. Their once thriving village was left battered and scarred, and their numbers had been drastically cut. The Uzumaki clan's demise served as a sobering reminder of the harsh realities of the ninja world, where survival and power frequently came at a high price. Ultimately, the Uzumaki clan's legacy endured in the few surviving members, and their proficiency in fuinjutsu remained a testament to their tenacity and unwavering spirit. Jiraiya looked at the boy, who was so absorbed in the book that he couldn't even tell what it was because of the book cover. His big eyes were fixed on the pages. Seeing that Naruto was not really listening to him, the Toad Sage let out a sigh. Jiraiya made multiple attempts to start a conversation by inquiring about Naruto's thoughts on the journey thus far and his goals for training under him, but he was only given hesitant nods and hazy hums in response. Jiraiya finally came to a halt, placing his hands on his hips and looking down at Naruto with a puzzled look. He yelled, "Listen, brat!" with such volume that a number of birds flew from the trees. "Your training starts now." When Naruto realized what Jiraiya had just said, his eyes widened in surprise and he abruptly looked up from the book. He immediately forgot about the book and started jumping up and down with excitement, his enthusiasm and energy brimming. "Really? We're starting now?" "Yes. What are we going to do? What jutsu are you going to teach me, Arrow Sennin?" The nickname made Jiraiya's eye twitch, but he chose to ignore it for the time being and concentrate on calming the boy down instead. "Shut up, loudmouth!" he yelled in a humorous manner while massaging his temples as though to prevent a headache. Jiraiya sighed in relief as Naruto eventually stopped bouncing and went on. "So, tell me, kid. Have you unlocked your chakra yet? Done any basic training?" Naruto's face lit up with pride as he nodded eagerly. "Yeah, big brother Shisui taught me how to climb trees and walk on water already." Jiraiya looked genuinely surprised. It was obvious that Shisui had been working hard with the boy. Genin were usually taught chakra control exercises like tree climbing and water walking during their early training, so it was remarkable that Naruto had already mastered them at such a young age. Jiraiya muttered, well, as he thoughtfully scratched his chin. "I've got to say, I'm impressed. You're ahead of where most kids your age would be. That'll make this next step a bit easier." As he watched Jiraiya reach into his pack and take out a tiny water balloon, Naruto's expression was a mix of excitement and curiosity. With an abruptly serious expression, Jiraiya held it up between his fingers. Jiraiya started, "All right, brat," while holding the balloon at Naruto's eye level. He paused for a second, realizing that he was going to reveal something delicate, but he quickly corrected himself. "What I'm about to teach you is one of the most powerful jutsu out there. It's called the Rinnegan. Your F.A. A very skilled ninja created this technique. It's all about chakra control, and it comes in 3 steps. The first step is to pop this balloon using only your chakra." With a mix of amazement and perplexity, Naruto gazed at the water balloon while blinking. "Pop it, with just chakra? How am I supposed to do that?" Jiraiya grinned. "It's all about rotation. You've got to get the water inside the balloon to move around using your chakra. Once it's spinning fast enough, the balloon will pop. As Naruto reached out to grab the balloon from Jiraiya, his eyes narrowed resolutely. Keeping his focus on the task at hand, he held it carefully. All right, I've got this. I can do this, believe it. Jiraiya kept a close eye on Naruto as he concentrated on the balloon, his mind briefly wandering. Despite Naruto's lighthearted and sometimes silly manner, there was something unique about the child that made Jiraiya think of his former pupils, especially Minato. It was more than just an uncanny resemblance. It was Naruto's unadulterated potential and unwavering resolve that were evident in everything he did. The boy would be one step closer to becoming the ninja Jiraiya knew he was meant to be if he could learn to use the Rasengan. Jiraiya said, "Remember," in an increasingly instructive tone. "Don't force it. Let your chakra flow naturally. Focus on creating rotation. Just like how water spins in a whirlpool. It's all about control." Naruto nodded while trying to get the water inside the balloon to spin, his tongue protruding slightly in focus. He could feel the chakra in his hands, but it was much more difficult than it seemed to control it so precisely. He scowled as he made repeated attempts while Jiraiya watched intently. Jiraiya watched Naruto closely as they walked in the direction of Tanzaku Gai, occasionally giving advice and support. Both in terms of distance and the difficulties Naruto would encounter, the journey ahead would be lengthy. But Naruto was getting closer to learning the Rasengan, a skill that would determine his future as a shinobi, with every step, every failed attempt, and every minor triumph. A tiny smile tugged at the corners of Jiraiya's lips as he looked down at Naruto once more. "You've got the determination, kid. Just keep at it. Who knows? You might even surprise me." With excitement and resolve shining in his eyes, Naruto smiled, but as time went on, frustration started to seep in. His attempts to manipulate the chakra inside the balloon he was holding were met with stubborn resistance. Jiraiya, who was obviously amused by Naruto's difficulties, watched with a smug smile. When Naruto saw Jiraiya's arrogant expression, his brows initially twitched in frustration before finally snapping. "Hey, you see me struggling. Why not help me, you perverted toad?" Jiraiya responded with a laugh that was equal parts amused and proud. In an instant, a rapidly spinning blue ball of chakra formed in his other hand, and he said, "All right, brat. Watch closely." With its energy perfectly contained within a small sphere, the Rasengan hummed with power. With his gaze fixed on the whirling chakra, Naruto gazed in wonder at the technique's speed and accuracy. Jiraiya stated gravely, "The Rasengan can be a very dangerous weapon in battle." He slammed it into a tree, but instead of piercing it, it exploded from the inside. It's one of the most notorious and powerful jutsu out there, and mastering it is no small feat. With his wide eyes still fixed on the Rasengan, Naruto nodded. "Whoa." Jiraiya smiled smugly and let the blue sphere disappear into thin air as the jutsu faded away. "Indeed. Don't beat yourself up if you can't do it right away. Now let's." Blam. The sound of splashing water interrupted Jiraiya. He turned to see rubber fragments flying everywhere as Naruto shook his hand. Naruto was left standing there grinning proudly after the balloon burst. Jiraiya's eyes went wide with shock. "What? How?" Evidently happy with himself, Naruto shrugged and shook more water off his hands casually as he proceeded forward. "Well, I saw that the chakra in your Rasengan was flowing in all directions, so I just did that to the balloon and, pop." Jiraiya blinked, stunned for a moment. "A kid like you shouldn't have gotten something like that so quickly. You're really something else, Naruto." Jiraiya's mind was racing with ideas as they strolled. Jiraiya had seldom witnessed a young person with Naruto's extraordinary aptitude for chakra control. It was quite amazing how easily he had understood the idea of the Rasengan, even in its most basic form. Is this boy really the prophecy's child? The one who would change the world for the better? Naruto's eager voice cut through Jiraiya's thoughts. "What's the next step?" Jiraiya was startled out of his reverie and foolishly extended a rubber ball. "Pop this with your chakra. This step should be the most difficult, it's all about power." Naruto grabbed the rubber ball from Jiraiya before he could complete his explanation, and without pausing, he started to channel his chakra into it. As Naruto flooded the ball with chakra, it began to swell quickly. Blam! With a loud pop, the ball burst, scattering rubber shrapnel all over the place. At the first sound, Naruto clapped his hands over his ears and winced. "Damn it, why was that so loud?" Jiraiya, who had been standing close by, almost passed out. "How did you get it that time? Generating a consistent amount of power like that takes time." Naruto gazed at the rubber ball's remnants with a mix of determination and annoyance. "I don't know, I just put more chakra into it, like you said. Jiraiya was shocked by what he was witnessing. Naruto made incredible, nearly unnatural progress. At a speed that defied logic, the child was blasting through the steps of learning the Rinnegan. Jiraiya had witnessed many prodigies in his lifetime, but Naruto stood out from the others. Something unadulterated and undeveloped that is merely awaiting release. Jiraiya said, "All right, brat," as he recovered from his surprise. The next step is all about refining that power and keeping it under control. You've got the strength, now you need the finesse. But don't get cocky. This part is where most people hit a wall. With a newfound sense of resolve in place of his frustration, Naruto nodded enthusiastically. I got it. I'll keep working at it until I get it right. Jiraiya couldn't resist grinning at Naruto's excitement. That's the spirit, kid. Just remember, this isn't a race. Mastery takes time. But with your progress, who knows? So where's this person we're looking for? Did you find out anything new? Naruto asked, grinning at the compliment before turning to face the road ahead. Putting Naruto's training out of his mind, Jiraiya replied, I did actually. We're looking for Tsunade Senju, Master Medic Ninja. I heard she was heading up towards the edge of the country. She'll probably wind up in Tanzaku-gai, so that's where we're going. It took me 2 months just to get this far, Jiraiya said, observing the child who was making every effort to learn the jutsu. For him, it hasn't even been a day yet. What will you be like in your prime, kid? It scares me to think of something like that. Naruto tried following Jiraiya's directions. When Naruto's balloon burst, the Toad Sage actually let out a sigh of relief. The child would have thrown a fit if he had received Rasengan in a single day. After Jiraiya handed Naruto the pack of balloons, he pulled out another to detonate, saying, well, it looks like this will keep me busy for a while. Naruto continued to train as they traveled on, his entire attention on learning how to use the Rasengan. With a growing sense of pride and hope, Jiraiya watched him out of the corner of his eye. There was something unique about this child. Furthermore, Naruto could be the key to transforming the world if Jiraiya was correct. Jiraiya was aware that Naruto's training was only getting started, but for the time being, they had a mission to finish. Naruto had a long and difficult road ahead of him, but he was getting stronger, more capable, and more determined with every step. And Jiraiya had the unshakable impression that something extraordinary was about to happen. Gai Tanzaku Naruto and Jiraiya finally arrived at the location of the former Tanzaku-gai castle after hours of travel. Rubble and debris were all that remained of the once grand building, which was renowned for its beauty and significance. Naruto couldn't help but feel uneasy as he gazed at the devastation because it was such a startling sight. Naruto's and Jiraiya's footsteps crunched on the broken stones as they approached the scene. In an attempt to make sense of the destruction, Naruto kicked at the debris beneath his feet. Jiraiya's keen eyes, meanwhile, rapidly scanned the area, noting a number of deep holes in a nearby wall, distinctive marks that could only be the work of one individual. Naruto questioned, what happened here? In a tone that was shocked and perplexed by the extent of the harm. His curiosity overcame him and he turned to Jiraiya. Who exactly is this medic ninja we're looking for? The usual humor in Jiraiya's manner gave way to a more solemn tone as his expression became serious. The person we're looking for is Tsunade, one of my former teammates. She's a legendary kunoichi, one of the Sannin, just like me and Orochimaru. She's known for her incredible strength and medical ninjutsu. In fact, she's considered the best medical ninja in the entire world. Naruto's eyes went wide with surprise. The best medical ninja? And one of the Sannin? You mean she's as strong as you? Stronger in some ways, Jiraiya acknowledged, his tone containing a hint of caution mixed with respect. Tsunade isn't someone to be taken lightly. She's saved countless lives with her skills, but she's also got a temper that could level mountains. That's probably what happened here. As Naruto gazed back at the destroyed castle, he couldn't stop wondering what kind of person could have done such damage. Jiraiya abruptly grabbed him by the arm and dragged him away from the debris before he could ask any more questions. Come on, kid. We're close, very close. They kept looking around the town, pausing to ask residents if they had come across a woman who fit Tsunade's description. They ended up outside a modest, unremarkable tavern as the day drew to a close and the sun started to set. The ruined castle they had seen earlier was a sharp contrast to the warm glow from within and the sound of clinking glasses and light conversation. His senses alert, Jiraiya paused just outside the door. He whispered, "This is the place," more to himself than to Naruto. With the dim light creating long shadows throughout the room, the two of them entered the tavern. After quickly acclimating his eyes to the dim lighting, Naruto saw that there were a few customers strewn about, the majority of whom kept to themselves. But Jiraiya stopped dead in his tracks, staring at a specific table at the other end of the room. Tsunade. A blonde woman with a tiny cup of sake at the table looked up in surprise. Her eyes, which had been filled with weary resignation, widened in recognition, and she had a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Jiraiya? As the two former allies met eyes, the tension in the room increased. The sound of the tavern briefly subsided, leaving only the two Sannin talking in silence. Sensing the weight of their past, Naruto glanced between them, uncertain of how to respond. His instinct told him that now was not the time to ask all the questions he had. Without his usual cheerful expression, Jiraiya inhaled deeply. It's been a long time, Tsunade. Deep inside Konoha, in a shadowy nook of an underground bunker, the chilly stone walls were hardly lit by the faint light. Seated on a chair that resembled a throne, Danzo Shimura gazed straight ahead with his one visible eye, his presence as menacing as ever. Only the faint sound of approaching footsteps broke the stillness of the room, and then he saw Fu Yamanaka standing in front of him, bowing respectfully. Lord Danzo, Fu said softly, you have guests. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane, Hiruzen's former advisors and Danzo's longtime partners, appeared out of the shadows without further explanation. The seriousness of the news they were bearing was evident in their expressions. Homura said brusquely, the Kyuubi vessel has left the village once again, in a disapproving tone. This time, he's with Jiraiya. Kaharu's eyes narrowed in disapproval as she nodded in agreement. Hiruzen's negligence knows no bounds. Allowing the vessel to leave the village unsupervised. The weapon is now exposed, vulnerable. A rare, icy smile curved Danzo's lips. His tone was filled with contempt, but beneath it was a glimmer of something more. Ambition. Hiruzen is a fool, blinded by sentimentality and weakness. Leaving the boy in the care of that foolish Sannin. It is the height of recklessness. Danzo made a hand gesture without saying another word, calling forth 5 figures in masks and dark robes. In a flash, they were in front of him, kneeling in perfect harmony, their loyalty undeniable. One of them spoke in a steady, composed tone. Your orders, Lord Danzo. There was a twinge of determination and malice in Danzo's eye. Retrieve the Kyuubi vessel. Be silent, be efficient, do not fail me. The masked agents gave a collective nod before disappearing, their purpose evident. Once again, there was no sound in the room except for Danzo's cloak rustling softly as he turned to the elders. With the boy in my possession, Danzo started, his voice carrying the weight of his evil plans. A new era will begin. Hiruzen's time is over, his ideals are relics of a bygone age. Once I obtain the Kyuubi's power, I will reshape this village into what it should have always been, a stronghold of order, where strength and control are paramount. Homura and Kaharu looked at each other, their faces displaying a mixture of agreement and concern. Even though they did not always agree with the level of Danzo's ruthlessness, they had stood by him for years because they understood the necessity of his methods. They sensed, however, that Danzo's aspirations were now approaching a new, perilous apex. With a firm yet quiet voice, Kaharu questioned, and if you do not obtain the Kyuubi? Danzo's smile turned to a look of icy resolve as his eyes grew gloomy. Then I will take what is owed to me through the Uchiha. Their arrogance and greed will be their downfall. I will ensure Konoha's dominance. The village will finally be under the rule it deserves. The implications of his declaration were obvious, and it hung heavy in the air. Danzo wanted to take charge, by any means necessary, and was no longer satisfied with just giving advice from the shadows. Danzo looked to the doorway, where Fu had vanished moments earlier, as the elders nodded grudgingly in agreement. Now the wheels were turning. Danzo would acquire the power he felt was rightfully his, whether via Naruto or the Uchiha, and he would use it to influence Konoha's future at all costs. Asterism the Uchiha compound. The rain outside added to the gloomy ambiance as Shisui stood in the dimly lit hallway of the Uchiha compound. As he waited for Itachi, his mind was racing with feelings. Not only had the last 3 years changed him, but Naruto in particular. Even though his surroundings were chaotic and frequently dangerous, Naruto had developed in unexpected ways for Shisui. The once boisterous and impetuous youngster had grown into a young man with a strong sense of duty, compassion, and an unwavering will to defend those he loved. Shisui was jolted out of his reverie as the door opened. Itachi left with his usual stoic face, but Shisui could see a hint of warmth in his eyes, particularly when it came to Naruto-related issues. Is it ready? Itachi repeated. Yes, it's ready, omitting the formalities, just as Shisui had done before. We finished it last night. Everything is as you requested. Shisui experienced a rush of relief. Thank you, Itachi. His birthday is coming up soon, and I wanted to make sure this was done right. Itachi nodded slightly as he realized the gesture's meaning. Before they left for Anbu headquarters, the two exchanged a quick glance, their relationship as close as brothers. As they moved quickly through the village, the only sound they heard was the occasional splash of water as the rain-slicked rooftops of Konoha passed beneath their feet. The weight of their conversation hung between Shisui and Itachi like a dense mist as they strolled through Konoha's rain-soaked streets. The only sounds in the eerily silent village were the rain hitting rooftops and the sporadic drips from their drenched cloaks. Both of their minds were still racing from the previous conversation, divided between the tiny pleasures they were resolved to keep and the coup's imminent threat. The silence was broken when Itachi finally spoke. Do you really think it's wise to worry about birthdays when the coup can happen at any time now? It's just that. Shisui began, his voice barely audible above. With everything happening around us, I feel like we're all losing sight of what really matters. The coup, the clan, the village. It's all important, I know. But Naruto. He's still a kid, Itachi. He deserves some happiness, some normalcy, even if it's just for a little while. Don't you feel the same about Sasuke? Itachi's expression was unreadable as he listened in silence. He recognized the harsh reality they were dealing with, but he also understood Shisui's sentiment. The possibility of a civil war was growing more real, and the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction was increasing daily. But despite everything, Shisui was deciding to concentrate on something as basic as giving Naruto a birthday present. Itachi finally said, "You're right," in a firm but gentle voice. Naruto and Sasuke do deserve happiness. We all do. But don't let your guard down, Shisui. The times we're living in are dangerous. We have to be prepared for anything. Shisui understood the underlying worry in Itachi's statement and nodded. I won't, Itachi. But I also won't let the darkness consume everything. Naruto. He's like a little brother to me. He gives me hope, and maybe, just maybe, he'll be the one to change things. Shisui's words caused Itachi's eyes to soften. Despite the overwhelming odds, he admired his friend's unwavering optimism. Shisui was unique in that he was one of the few people who could still see the light in the world despite the looming darkness. The familiar sight of the Uchiha compound appeared as they strolled on. As a reminder of the weighty burdens inside, the imposing walls appeared to loom even larger in the rain. They were both aware that the warmth and companionship they experienced on this calm, rainy night were nothing compared to what lay inside. Shisui turned to Itachi and smiled slightly before they left. Let's make sure Naruto has the best birthday ever, okay? We owe him that much. Itachi nodded slightly, a rare, sincere smile curling his lips. We will, Shisui, we will. After that, they both went inside the compound, the building's warmth standing in stark contrast to the situation they were about to encounter. For the time being, they clung to the tiny glimmer of hope that Naruto stood for despite the coup, the village, and the Uchiha's fate hanging over them. They took that light with them as they ventured into the night, trusting it to lead them through whatever was ahead. They moved purposefully through the well-known hallways of Anbu headquarters, eventually reaching a relaxation area where a few Anbu agents were assembled. One of them was Yuga Ozuki, who stood waiting for them with her characteristic purple hair framing her face. Itachi and Shisui came up to her, and she guided them to a safe room without saying much. Yuga entered and approached a locker, touching it. Before the locker clicked open and they saw what they had come for, a seal glowed momentarily. She gave Shisui a tiny, finely crafted box that she had carefully taken out. With a hint of nervousness mixed with excitement, Shisui said, "So, it's really done, Yuga? And everything is perfect?" Yuga gave a quiet smile, which is unusual for the typically reticent kunoichi. "Based on the materials you gave me, I've crafted something that I think will more than meet your expectations." A tiny, finely carved kunai was visible when Shisui cautiously opened the box. In terms of both design and craftsmanship, it was distinct from the typical issue. The blade itself was engraved with delicate patterns that only those who understood their meaning could decipher, and the handle was wrapped in dark blue leather. Most striking, however, was the inscription along the blade. To Naruto Uzumaki, a protector of peace, a future Hokage, written in a graceful, flowing script. Itachi took a step forward, scrutinizing the kunai before nodding his agreement. It's perfect. Naruto will understand the meaning behind it. As Shisui saw the present they had prepared for Naruto, his heart grew proud. It was more than just a weapon. It was a sign of their belief in him and an acknowledgement of the path he had already taken and the one he still had ahead of him. This is more than I could have hoped for, Yuga. Thank you, Shisui said warmly. Yugo's expression softened as she bowed her head slightly. It was an honor. That little prankster is special to many of us, and it's important that he knows how much we believe in him. Carefully closing the box, Shisui gripped it with both hands as though it were a delicate object. More to himself than to anyone else, he muttered, he'll love it. After securing the gift, Shisui and Itachi left the headquarters. Shisui was overcome with a profound sense of satisfaction as they made their way back through the rain. Even though they were living through a difficult period, he was reminded of their shared bonds and the hope that remained in their village by moments like these. Naruto would realize how much they trusted him when he got this gift. And Shisui was confident that Naruto would uphold that confidence wherever his path took him. Gai Tanzaku. The vibrant sights and sounds of the busy town hardly registered as Jiraiya and Naruto strolled through Tanzaku Gai. Their only goal was to locate Tsunade. Jiraiya hoped that the rumors they had heard about her presence in the town were accurate, as the search had been drawn out and exhausting. However, Naruto was more interested than anything else. Even though Jiraiya had told him stories about Tsunade, nothing could have prepared him for the moment they discovered her. The sound of clinking glasses and the aroma of grilled food filled the air as they walked into the restaurant. All of that, however, was overshadowed when Jiraiya's gaze fell on a blonde woman seated by herself at a table. With one hand resting lightly on the table, she held a tiny cup of sake in the other. Jiraiya noticed a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead and knew instantly that this was Tsunade. Tsunade? The Toad Sage said, although it sounded more like a declaration than a query. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she looked up and saw the man standing beside Naruto. As though she couldn't believe what she was seeing, she whispered, Jiraiya. The tavern's cacophony seemed to temporarily fade away, leaving only the tension between the two former allies. Uncertain of what to say, Naruto looked between them, feeling the weight of their shared past but not understanding it. His mind was racing with a million questions, but he knew deep down that now was not the moment to ask them. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, his normally cheerful expression turning solemn. He said, It's been a long time, Tsunade, in a voice laden with unsaid memories. The sound of porcelain clinking on wood reverberated in the silence as Tsunade put down her cup. Not long enough, she said, but her tone was not hostile, it was tired, nearly resigned. Feeling uncomfortable in the tense environment, Naruto took a step toward Jiraiya. He was becoming more and more interested in Tsunade. She didn't resemble the fabled Kunoichi he had pictured. Despite her beauty, she seemed more human than heroic because of the sadness and brokenness in her eyes. Jiraiya gestured for Naruto to take a seat at the table next to him. We need to talk, Tsunade. It's important. Shizune, who had been standing apart with Taunton, her pet pig, now approached with a cautious look on her face. She looked anxiously between Jiraiya and Naruto and tightened her grip on Taunton. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she turned to look at Naruto. And who's this? Another one of your troublesome students? This is Naruto, Jiraiya said, putting a shielding hand on Naruto's shoulder. He's not just any student, he's someone very important. Jiraiya's cryptic tone caused Naruto to scowl in perplexity, but Tsunade appeared to grasp right away. As Tsunade made the connection, her eyes widened a little. Jiraiya could see the likeness to the fourth Hokage, even though she hadn't stated it directly. With practiced ease, she concealed her reaction as she said softly, So that's him, huh? I should have known. There's a resemblance. Proud to be acknowledged, Naruto puffed out his chest a little, but he was still affected by what she had said. With a determined tone, he exclaimed, That's right. And I'm going to be Hokage one day, believe it. Tsunade gave a tiny, barely noticeable sigh. You've got his spirit, I'll give you that, she said, regretting and recalling at the same time. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya brought the discussion back to their goal. We're here because the village needs you, Tsunade. There's trouble brewing, and we could use someone with your skills. More than that, it's about Naruto. The mention of Naruto hardened Tsunade's face. Her voice was sharp, piercing the fleeting nostalgia as she asked, What do you mean? Before providing an explanation, Jiraiya paused and carefully considered his words. He explained to her how Naruto had changed recently, how his chakra had grown stronger, denser, and more unstable. None of them could explain why his once blonde hair had begun to turn a deep shade of red. To determine what was going on and, more crucially, how to stop it, they needed her knowledge. Tsunade's face was unreadable as Jiraiya spoke, but her worried eyes flickered. She was aware of how serious the situation was, but she remained silent because of the burden of her own history and losses. The ensuing silence was oppressive when Jiraiya was done. At last, Tsunade's voice was low and brimming with an unmistakable sadness. I've been out of the game for a long time, Jiraiya. I'm not sure I'm the person you need anymore. Sensing that this was his moment, Naruto leaned forward and spoke, his voice quivering a little. But you're the best, right? If anyone can help me, it's you. Please. I don't know what's happening to me, and I'm scared. For the first time, Tsunade gave him a serious look. There was something in Naruto's eyes that made her think of his father, Minato, and herself as a child, before the harsh realities of the world crushed her wish for hope and dreams. She let out a long sigh, her determination waning. But her heart was too heavy with the memories of her past and the losses she had suffered. I just don't know, she said in a barely audible whisper. Let me think about it. Without waiting for an answer, she got to her feet, moving slowly and deliberately as though walking itself were a chore. Shizune swiftly followed her out of the restaurant after making an apologetic bow to Jiraiya and Naruto. With a mixture of confusion and disappointment, Naruto watched her leave. In sharp contrast to his customary bluster, he asked in a small, unsure voice, "Now what?" Unable to think of anything to say, Jiraiya sighed. He had hoped that Tsunade would feel something again after seeing Naruto, but it appeared that her wounds were too deep. He finally said, "We give her time," but he wasn't sure if they could afford it. The streets of Tanzaku-gai, which had once been lively, now appeared duller as they walked out of the restaurant, the uncertainty looming large over them. Jiraiya felt that they were at a loss for what to do and that Naruto's metamorphosis was a ticking time bomb that they were unsure how to handle. Right now, their only option was to hope Tsunade would change her mind before it was too late. A few hours later, Naruto ended up on the inn's rooftop later that night. He sat with his legs crossed, engrossed in the book on Fuinjutsu that the enigmatic woman Fuka had given him. He scribbled diligently on a piece of paper, practicing simple sealing techniques under the moon's gentle glow. Naruto experienced an odd, almost instinctual pull towards Fuinjutsu despite the fact that it was frequently perceived as tedious and complicated. He felt a sense of pride when the book stated that the Uzumaki were famous Fuinjutsu masters. Even though he loved Shisui and the life he had given, he felt a sense of belonging to a great and powerful clan after learning about his ancestry. His focus was suddenly broken by a voice behind him. He turned, startled to see Tsunade walking curiously toward him. With a casual yet curious tone, she said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Naruto said, "Oh, nothing, just practicing something I read from a book," feeling a little anxious and agitated about showing off his newfound passion. Seemingly amused by his commitment, Tsunade laughed. "Aren't you a bit young to be dabbling in Fuinjutsu? I'm 9 years old, and in a few days, I'll be 10. You old lady," snapped Naruto back, acutely aware of any inferences regarding his age and abilities. Tsunade, momentarily surprised by his cheekiness, responded with a playful but firm slap on the back of his head after his remark obviously touched a nerve. "What did you say, brat?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head and complained about old people and their temper, but the tension seemed to go away because they had broken the ice. They ended up sitting next to each other on the rooftop as the night grew darker and they watched the moon rise. As the mood became more contemplative, Tsunade started talking about her past, possibly inspired by the calm night and Naruto's sincere interest in her artwork. Tsunade said, "You know, Naruto, I wasn't much older than you when I became a shinobi," with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. "My grandfather believed that it was essential for us to understand our heritage. The Senju clan. We were known for our vitality and our more physical techniques." Naruto paid close attention, taking in all that was said. Hearing someone like Tsunade talk about her past, particularly the more delicate and intimate parts of it, was uncommon. Adding, "But through it all I lost almost everything." Tsunade's face darkened. "I lost my brother, Nawaki, and later, my fiancé, Dan. They both died young, dreaming of a better future. Their deaths, they changed me, made me question if being a ninja was worth the pain and sacrifice." Naruto's eyes grew wide as he realized how much he felt sorry for Tsunade. Even though he had never met his own parents, he was acutely aware of their absence and understood loss. "That's why I hesitated earlier today," Tsunade acknowledged. "I was scared of losing more people I care about, scared of feeling that pain again. But seeing you, so determined to learn and grow, despite everything, it reminds me of them, of their dreams." Nodded. "I know I can't understand all the pain you've felt, but I can promise you this, I'll keep fighting, not just for me, but for everyone who believes in me. I'll be strong, so maybe, one day, I can protect people like you did." Tsunade saw the reflections of her loved ones in Naruto's ferocious blue eyes as she looked down at him. She gave his hand a light squeeze, a smile piercing her sorrow. Then their passionate conversation was violently cut off. "Thank you, Naruto." Maybe it's time for me to face the world again, to help you carry those dreams. Tsunade barely missed a senbon needle that whizzed through the air before being skillfully caught by her trained reflexes. Examining its shiny tip, she held it up to the moonlight. She grimaced and muttered, "Poison," her eyes narrowing in anger and recognition. 5 masked figures dressed entirely in black appeared on the rooftop before they could respond any further, and the night air grew more hostile. Malice permeated the air, and Naruto could feel their murderous intent bearing down on him. Instinctively, Tsunade pushed Naruto behind her with a firm hand. As the leader of the masked group stepped forward, she firmly maintained her protective posture. His tone was icy and unyielding. "Give us the Jinchuriki, or die. All we want is the Kyuubi vessel." Naruto's eyes grew wide with surprise and bewilderment. He muttered, "Kyuubi vessel? What are they talking about?" But Tsunade's intense attention was on their attackers. Her rage was evident in the cool night air as Tsunade's voice thundered across the rooftop. She snarled angrily, "You 5 must have a death wish. You think you can take on one of the Sannin?" Despite Tsunade's reputation, the assassin's leader sneered dismissively. He said, "Irrelevant. It's our mission, and we won't fail." His friends followed suit, their weapons out and shining in the moonlight as he charged at Tsunade. Tsunade's fighting instincts took over. Because she knew exactly where to strike to incapacitate or kill, her medical knowledge made her lethal. She quickly sidestepped as the first assailant got close to her, her hand launching out to hit a crucial spot on his neck. Her accuracy paralyzed him, causing him to collapse and gasp. Observing that the others were now more circumspect, circling Tsunade in search of a gap. Tsunade gave Naruto another look, her eyes silently telling him to stay back. Despite his fear, Naruto nodded sympathetically, believing in Tsunade's strength. Without looking, Tsunade whispered to Naruto as the attackers planned their next move. "Naruto, listen to me carefully. I want you to use this chaos to run as fast as you can. Find Jiraiya. Tell him to come here now." Unwilling to leave her side, Naruto shook his head. He whispered, "I can help. I can fight," as he reached for a kunai. Tsunade's tone made it clear that there was no room for debate. "No, Naruto. This is not your fight. Do not risk yourself, you must think of the village. Go." Naruto nodded reluctantly, his eyes stinging from fear and frustration. Tsunade turned back to her assailants, her stance open and prepared, and he waited for his chance. Once more, the attackers attacked her with coordinated blows intended to overwhelm her. Tsunade battled with fierce elegance, her movements fluid and her blows accurate. She used crippling nerve strikes to incapacitate 2 more, but the effort was wearing her down, and she was slowing down a little bit due to age and years of inactivity. Naruto took advantage of Tsunade's momentary distraction to help her rather than run away. His brother Shisui's words, "A shinobi stays calm and collected," come to mind. He yelled and hurled a string of smoke bombs he had been holding tight. "Assess the situation, then strike when there's an opening." Instantly, thick, billowing smoke covered the rooftop. Tsunade took advantage of the cover, using her acute senses to navigate the smoke. Hearing the satisfying crunch of bone, she struck the 4th assailant with a crushing blow. The leader was the only one left, searching for her by coughing and waving through the smoke. Naruto emerged next to Tsunade as the smoke started to clear, his determination unwavering. He stood defiantly beside her and said, "You really thought I was going to leave you? Well, think again, Granny. The next Hokage is no coward, believe it," causing his silly antics to make her perspire. Tsunade gazed at him, her face glowing with a mixture of pride and frustration. They confronted the leader together, who was now hesitating, his mission disintegrating around him. The leader's desperation became evident as Tsunade and Naruto stood side by side, prepared to face the last surviving member of the attacker group. He pulled out a kunai and slashed across his own palm, the blood contrasting sharply with the steel in a daring, reckless attempt to gain the upper hand. Tsunade experienced a visceral reaction to the sight. Her face turned white, and she started to shake uncontrollably. Naruto looked at Tsunade worriedly after observing her abrupt change in attitude. He whispered, "What's wrong, Granny?" But she was in the grips of hemophobia, a long-standing fear of blood that paralyzed her in situations like these. The leader's voice echoed menacingly across the rooftop as he laughed icily. He approached Tsunade, his sword dripping blood, mocking her as he drew closer, saying, "So the mighty Sannin falters at the sight of a little blood. How disappointing." With a ferocious desire to defend Tsunade, Naruto jumped forward and yelled, but the leader backhanded him. Pain shot through his body as he struck the ground, but he forced himself to get up and wouldn't stay down. The leader raised his sword, ready to strike her down, but Tsunade, caught in her own nightmare, could only watch in horror. For an instant, everything appeared to be lost. The leader, however, paused abruptly as a faint swirling sound grew behind him, his face taking on a confused expression. When he turned around, he saw something that made him stand there in shock. Two clones materialized out of nowhere and defeated him. Bloodied and bruised, Naruto stood there with a fierce determination shining in his eyes. He was holding an unstable, spinning, blue, glowing orb of chakra in both hands. He smiled, his spirit unbroken in spite of the odds, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The voice was a mixture of pain and determination as Naruto yelled, "Don't you worry, Granny, I got this. Don't you underestimate me." Naruto roared, "Rinnegan," and rushed forward, his hands energy whirling into a destructive force. Naruto struck the leader with the spinning orb before he could respond, sending a shockwave through the atmosphere. The leader was flung from the rooftop with such force that he screamed as he flew across the opening and crashed into the nearby building, vanishing in a cloud of dust and debris. As Naruto stumbled and almost passed out from the strain and pain, silence descended upon the rooftop. Finally emerging from her daze, Tsunade hurried to his side, her previous paralysis forgotten in the face of Naruto's valiant deed. As he fell, she grabbed him and used her body to support him. Tsunade whispered, "You did it, Naruto. You saved us," her voice brimming with passion. Her eyes had been filled with fear and resignation, but now they were filled with a renewed sense of respect and an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Naruto grinned but was too exhausted to reply before collapsing and losing consciousness. The air was thick with the lingering effects of the fierce battle on the rooftop. The lingering tension was abruptly broken by the appearance of Jiraiya and Shizune. Shizune's voice reverberated throughout the room as she exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade." Her hands were glowing with healing chakra, prepared to treat any wounds. Tsunade, who was still getting over the shock of the fight and Naruto's sudden intervention, gave Shizune a sharp motion to wait. She commanded, "Focus on Naruto," her voice firm despite the underlying tremor. Jiraiya looked around the rooftop, observing the evidence of the conflict. When he absorbed a memory from a shadow clone he had sent earlier to inspect the attackers' bodies, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He insisted, "What happened here?" in an attempt to make sense of the tumultuous scene that had developed. Tsunade gave a brief account of what happened, describing how Naruto used the Rinnegan to save her in a tone that was a mix of amazement and incredulity. She concluded with a question that hung in the air. "Honestly, when did the brat even learn the Rinnegan?" Jiraiya's eyes widened, his features etched with a mixture of surprise and pride. "So he completed it? In one day? That's ludicrous," he said, perplexed by Naruto's accomplishment. Slowly nodding, Tsunade kept her eyes on the young ninja who was unconscious on the ground. "If he's doing this at 9 years old then he's going to be a monster in his prime," she said, shaking her head and sounding a little scared but also admiring. Then, with a troubled expression, she paused and said, "There's something else, though. During the fight, I noticed his chakra is abnormally dense. To create 2 shadow clones and then to form a Rinnegan is incredible. The stamina required is immense." Jiraiya furrowed her brow in worry. With the possibility looming large between them, he asked, "Do you think it's the Kyuubi's influence?" Tsunade gave a headshake. "No, I would have felt that kind of chakra. We all would have. Whatever Orochimaru did, it enhanced his chakra tremendously." Tsunade walked up to Naruto, her hands glowing with a diagnostic chakra, ignoring Shizune's protests. As she focused, she knelt next to him, her hands hovering over his body. With the weight of her discovery bearing down on her shoulders, the atmosphere surrounding them became tense. Her eyes widened in surprise and her hands became motionless after a moment. She froze, a look of complete incredulity on her face. Jiraiya stepped forward with a furrowed brow as she noticed the abrupt change. Jiraiya's normally composed voice faltered in response to Tsunade's response, and he asked, "What's wrong? Is he okay?" Tsunade's eyes were haunted and her face was pale as she looked up. Her voice was hardly more than a whisper as she slowly shook her head. "The 9-tailed fox is gone." The words echoed menacingly across the rooftop, hanging in the air like a death knell. Jiraiya staggered back one step, his mind racing to understand the implications, while Shizune gasped, her eyes wide with fear. How did the 9 tails disappear? For Naruto, what did this mean? For Konoha? The seriousness of Tsunade's discovery hung over the group as they stood in stunned silence, looming large over their futures. Once alive with the soft sounds of the far-off city, The night air now seemed eerily quiet, as though it were holding its breath for the impending storm. Not sure the atmosphere in the darkened room was foreboding. Eerie shadows were cast by the intermittent flickering of the walls, which were lined with both contemporary technology and antiquated seals. Beneath his hood, the figure in the dark robes leaned forward, his eyes glimmering with anticipation and malice. "Did you tell him?" he asked in a smooth voice, each word carrying a hint of danger. A red-haired woman with almost ethereal presence and silent footsteps stepped out of the shadows. The mysterious woman who had met Naruto at the ramen stand before, Fuka, was there. Her smile was enigmatic, perceptive, and burdened with unspoken secrets. "Patience," she said in a calming yet menacing whisper. With a disturbing sense of excitement, she said, "Everything is proceeding as you have foreseen. Soon the resurrection of Uzu will be complete. And soon you will have a new body, one far younger and more powerful." A dark chuckle that turned into a full-fledged evil cackle that echoed menacingly throughout the room was the dark figure's response. He took great pleasure in the chaos that was developing, his plans methodically coming to pass. With twisted glee, he declared, "After this day, the fate of Uzumaki and the balance of the shinobi world will forever change." Fuka nodded, her eyes burning with the same fervor as his. The boy is unaware of his true potential, of the power that slumbers within him. Once harnessed, not only will it serve to resurrect Uzu, but it will also ensure our dominion over all. The man was on his feet, taking over the tiny room. Plans and calculations whirled through his mind, each possible outcome carefully considered and planned for. Ensure that everything continues according to plan. I cannot afford any mistakes at this juncture. Naruto is the key. He must not suspect our motives until it is far too late for him or anyone else to stop us. Fuka's expression was one of fierce determination, and she bowed slightly, understood. The man returned to his throne, his thoughts swirling and dark, as Fuka turned to go. The room grew even darker, with the only light now emanating from the numerous electronic gadgets lining the walls. His face was covered in flickering shadows that reflected the gloomy anticipation in his heart. Shisui Uchiha stood solemnly in front of a row of headstones, each of which marked the resting place of a loved one, as the morning mist hung over Konoha's cemetery. His eyes lingered on the gravestone of his parents, who had passed away too soon, before turning to his grandparents, Kagami and his wife, whose tales had become Uchiha clan legends in and of themselves. At last, his gaze fell upon a stone that was both eerily familiar and eerily far away, the tomb of Obito Uchiha, a brother he had never met. The smell of dew and the lingering incense from past guests filled the air around him, making it heavy. With a long, deliberate sigh, Shisui's breath was audible in the cool air. His voice was barely audible above a whisper, as though he were addressing the spirits in front of him. "I know I carry not just the Uchiha name, but its future," he began. "There's talk of civil war, and they look to me to quell it, to bridge the gap between our clan and the village." He stopped and briefly closed his eyes as the burden of his obligations weighed heavily on him. His hands clenched into fists at his sides as he said, "But the burden is heavy, and I fear failing to protect everything and everyone I love." His heart was heavy with the fear of not being able to carry out his duty. When Shisui opened his eyes, he saw a familiar man with silver hair, whose posture conveyed a mixture of solemnity and respect, coming through the fog. A few paces away, Kakashi Hitaki halted, his presence a silent encouragement. They stood silently for a long time, both of them bearing the weight of the past and present. At last, Kakashi spoke in a quiet yet distinct voice. He stared at Obito's grave and confessed, "Obito changed my life profoundly. I'm sorry I haven't been there for you, or for Naruto, as much as I should have. It's easy to get lost in one's regrets and responsibilities." Shisui turned to face Kakashi, a soft smile flickering across his lips. He grinned slightly and his tone softened as he said, "Thank you, Kakashi. I intend to honor Obito by making sure Naruto has the life he deserves. Based on all the stories I've heard, Naruto and Obito are very much alike. Brave, fiercely loyal, and maybe a bit too headstrong for their own good." The rare, sincere smile that reached Kakashi's eyes was returned. "That sounds like something Obito would have wanted. To know that his spirit lives on in Naruto. It's more comforting than you might realize." Their mutual respect and the unspoken promises they had made, not only to their departed loved ones but also to the village's future and the young lives now in their care, strengthened their bond as the two shared another moment of silence. Shisui and Kakashi left together, their resolve redoubled, as the sun rose, illuminating the cemetery with golden light and long shadows. Despite the fact that they were two distinct men from different generations of the same troubled clan, each carrying their own pain and history, They were both committed to creating a future that would respect the past and safeguard the future. Asterism as Shisui's shove woke Naruto, who was still groggy and confused from another of his vivid dreams. Morning light poured in through the window, filling the room with a warm glow. The redhead screamed, "Gwa!" before he fell to the ground. His face, a reminder of Shisui's distinctive wake-up calls, pressed uneasily against the cool floor. Shisui scolded, "Get up, you lazy brat. You're going to be late for the academy. I swear, your laziness is going to kill me one day," with a suggestion of humor in his tone. He busied himself making the bed, using motions he had practiced to smooth out the wrinkles in the sheets. With a groan, Naruto pushed himself off the ground and squinted his eyes against the day's brightness. His voice was heavy with sleep as he mockingly glared at his older brother. "You know, there will come a day where you won't be able to push me out of bed anymore. I'll be so strong that I'll be the one pushing you out of bed," he shot back. Shisui offered to help Naruto up, teasingly saying, "First, let's focus on your chakra molding problem. When the Rasengan don't explode in your face, then we'll see about becoming stronger than me." "Don't worry, Shisui, that day is coming sooner than you think," Naruto exclaimed, his voice full of assurance, taking Shisui's hand and standing up. Shisui laughed and gave Naruto a playful slap on the back of his head. "It'll get here even faster once you get ready and go to the academy. You're just stalling now." There was a lively atmosphere in the room as Naruto quickly changed into his outfit, which consisted of black pants and a dark gray long-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha crest on it. He strapped on his shuriken and kunai pouches, which were gifts from Kakashi that contained a variety of shinobi tools and weight training seals, and fastened Shisui's old headband around his forehead. Itachi also gave Naruto a tanto, like Shisui's, as a personal gift, which he displayed with pride on his bedside table. In recognition of his interest in Fuinjutsu, Iruka gave him a set of calligraphy, and Guy had contributed a set of Goken Taijutsu training scrolls. Hinata had given him a long, exquisitely crafted red scarf, which he treasured despite the warm weather, and Tenzo had given him a copy of Tales of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja. Naruto was thinking about Hinata and their brief but significant relationship as he made his way to the academy. He went into the classroom and sat down by the window as usual. Naruto was seated and given a nod of acknowledgement by Shino Aburame, who was already present. He waved joyfully at Hinata, who was 2 seats away. She was suddenly agitated, her cheeks turning a gentle shade of red as she fumbled nervously with her fingers. He heard a nose outside the classroom, and as the noise level increased, Naruto turned to face the window. As he noticed a cloud of dust moving in, Ino and Sakura's figures appeared, yelling as they rushed in the direction of the building and declaring their love for Sasuke. Iruka rushed in and immediately put things back in order with a loud, "That's enough" voice. "Class is going to begin in a couple minutes. So why don't you two just calm down and pick a seat? And both of you sit away from Sasuke." As the room calmed down, Naruto saw Sasuke unwind, a silent look of relief spreading across his face. Despite their disagreements, Naruto briefly felt sorry for him because it was difficult to deal with such ardent admirers. Naruto's thoughts briefly turned to Mabui, his new friend whom he had just met, as class started. Even though she was leaving, he was aware that their friendship would continue to influence both of their futures in ways they might not fully understand right away. Asterism the academy grounds. When the Ninja Academy's lunch break started, Iruka's voice broke through the din of students chatting with each other. Iruka looked at the infamously slothful Nara, who was sitting back with a detached expression, and said, "Okay, we're going to have a break, and then we'll be participating in some spars. Participation is mandatory, and no forfeiting. Got it, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru simply gave a grunt of recognition, his eyes flinching slightly in Iruka's direction to indicate his grudging comprehension. After splitting up to get their lunches, the students gathered in their typical groups. But Naruto had no desire to associate with any group. He liked being alone because it gave him the opportunity to reflect and refuel. He grabbed his packed lunch, slipped out a window, and headed to a peaceful location on the academy grounds beneath his favorite tree. This peaceful period served as both his reprieve from the cacophonous surroundings and a priceless chance to improve his abilities. Naruto settled down beneath the tree's soft shade and savored the quiet before starting his lunch. Fuka had given him a book on Fuinjutsu, and with every bite he turned the pages. He was fascinated by the art of seal mastery, which resonated with his Uzumaki ancestry, which is renowned for its skill in both swordsmanship and Fuinjutsu. He dreamed of one day mastering these techniques and possibly finding other surviving Uzumaki as he read and practiced creating the elaborate seals described on the pages. Naruto wasted no time after lunch was finished. To improve his shuriken and kunai throwing skills, He went to the practice targets. As a result of his consistent practice, each throw's accuracy and force had greatly increased. When he grabbed his thrown kunai from a target, he felt someone behind him and quickly spun around, causing Hinata, who had come silently, to exclaim, "Eep." Naruto saw Hinata's blush deepen and said, "Oh hey, Hinata, I didn't mean to frighten you." With sincere concern, he inquired, "Is there anything you need from me?" With her fingers twitching uneasily, Hinata shuffled her feet. Her voice was hardly audible above a whisper as she said, I was just wondering if you liked the gift I gave you." Naruto smiled broadly when the gift, a long, exquisitely designed red scarf, was mentioned. His response was an awkward rub of the back of his neck. "Oh yeah, it's so great, Hinata. Thank you." "Dang, I wish I had gotten something for you as well," he said. When she exclaimed, No, you've done enough," her eyes widened, taking the redhead by surprise. "Hinata, what do you mean?" In an attempt to relax, Hinata inhaled deeply. Then, with a mixture of gratitude and admiration, she raised her gaze to Naruto. She moved closer to give him a gentle squeeze on the hand and admitted, "You've always inspired me, Naruto. When I was 5 years old, I ran away from home and you found me and gave me the courage to keep striving to be better." Naruto was taken aback by her proximity and the gentleness of her touch, causing his cheeks to flush warmly. With a quick kiss on his cheek, Hinata whispered, "Thank you for being you." Naruto stumbled. Yeah, no problem, Hinata. For you, I'll always be there to help a friend out." Naruto was moved but overwhelmed. After a brief period of silence, he suddenly exclaimed, Hey, wanna go get ramen after school?" She nodded affirmatively and grinned broadly as she laughed. From across the grounds, Iruka's loud call cut short their moment of connection. He yelled, "Naruto! Hinata!" loud enough to be heard throughout the field. "It's time for the spars." They both jolted, briefly returning to the realities of their ninja training, before returning to their classmates, their hearts lighter and their steps a little quicker from the brief but meaningful exchange they'd had under the tree. They exchanged a quick, embarrassed smile. The majority of the students had already assembled in the sparring ring when Naruto and Hinata approached it. Iruka began the spars one by one after they had all gathered in a circle around the ring. With the exception of the one in which Kiba was pitted against a brown-haired Sasuke weirdo named Anzu, who punched Kiba to the ground with one blow after he insulted the raven-haired Uchiha. The majority of them were clan against clan or civilian against civilian. Iruka looked at his clipboard to see what the next matchup was. After focusing on a specific pair, he yelled, "Next, we have Hinata Hyuga versus Sakura Haruno. Please step into the sparring circle." With her heart pounding, Hinata took a step forward, her eyes darting to Naruto, who was observing with interest. She felt a surge of resolve when she spotted him in the crowd. More than anyone else, she wanted to show him how much she had changed today. Sakura smirked as she entered the ring, full of confidence and fierce competition. Underestimating the reserved Hyuga heiress, she cast a contemptuous glance at Hinata. As she assumed a combat stance, she taunted, "I'll defeat you in front of Sasuke, Hinata. Give up." Iruka announced that the match had begun. Begin. With everyone's attention on the two kunoichi, the crowd went silent. Sakura lunged forward, intending to use a barrage of punches to swiftly end the fight. But Hinata stayed composed, her Byakugan activating, veins bulging close to her temples, allowing her to see chakra points and see almost 360 degrees of vision. Hinata deftly sidestepped Sakura's first blow and tapped Sakura's arm with her gentle fist technique, briefly interrupting her chakra flow. Astonished by the unexpected numbness in her arm, Sakura hesitated but continued, using her other arm to deliver another blow. Sakura's movements slowed as Hinata, now in her element, countered with ease and hit 2 more of her chakra points. Impressed by Hinata's technique and control, the audience started to whisper. "Your training has paid off, Hinata," exclaimed Naruto excitedly from the sidelines. Encouraged by the encouragement, Hinata proceeded to dance around Sakura, her blows accurate and incapacitating. Sakura demonstrated both her command of the gentle fist and her tactical prowess in battle as each touch methodically blocked her chakra pathways. Sakura, who was now obviously having trouble, made a desperate attempt to strike back. But Hinata saw this coming and moved closer, her hands glimmering with focused chakra. She hit important chakra points on Sakura's shoulders and chest with a quick barrage of blows, stopping her momentum. Overpowered and outmatched, Sakura staggered back, gasping for air as she attempted to regain her senses. Instead of gloating, Hinata displayed a quiet confidence as she stood composedly, her stance ready but her eyes soft. In an effort to avoid further embarrassing her opponent, Hinata said politely, "Iruka-sensei, I believe Sakura is unable to continue." Iruka took a step forward and nodded. The crowd cheered as he raised her hand in victory, saying, "The match goes to Hinata Hyuga for superior technique and control. Well done, Hinata." Many were taken aback by the strength display from the frequently underappreciated Hyuga. With his eyes wide with respect and a fresh understanding of Hinata's strength, Naruto gave a loud clap. He shouted over the crowd, "Wow, Hinata, that was awesome," with sincere admiration in his voice. Hinata turned to face Naruto, her heart swelled with pride, her cheeks flushed with a mixture of effort and shyness. In addition to winning a fight today, she came out of the shadows to show everyone, especially Naruto, how strong and determined she is. The spar, which always occurred for some reason to any of the children, finally arrived. "Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, please step into the ring." Both Uchiha and the lilac-eyed redhead entered the ring, with the latter glaring at the former. He felt ashamed whenever they fought, especially in front of his brother and cousin Shisui. Additionally, Naruto's training with his brother infuriated him even more. A moment after they both made the seal of confrontation, Iruka yelled, "Begin." With the goal of eliminating the only thing standing in his way of becoming the best student in the academy, Sasuke started to run as fast as he could in Naruto's direction. Naruto swiftly moved aside as he threw a fist at him that was aimed at his face. After grabbing the arm Sasuke had extended, Naruto and the other boy spun around and threw Sasuke to the opposite end of the ring. Naruto could have easily won the match by throwing him out of the ring, but he knew that would only make him even angrier. Giving him a small portion of what he desired was the only option. After a graceful landing after twisting himself in midair, Sasuke took off again at the blonde. He struck Naruto in the abdomen with his right fist, but Naruto deflected the blow with his left arm. Sasuke grinned as he brought his left foot up for a kick while Naruto was doing that, and he was taken aback when Naruto used his other arm to block it as well. Sasuke took a small leap away from Naruto and thought, "Damn." This made him a little more enraged, so he charged Naruto again in the hopes of overwhelming him with strength or speed. Sasuke threw everything he had at his adversary, exerting increasing effort to bring him down. Additionally, his frustration at not being able to touch the redhead increased with each second that went by. Why was Naruto not having any trouble fighting him when they were both using the Uchiha Interceptor Fist? There shouldn't be any reason why this Uchiha wannabe could use the clan's taijutsu so perfectly since he had been using it since before the academy. One cheerleader with pink hair yelled, "Come on Sasuke, stop holding back, CHAA," which annoyed the blonde girl standing next to her. She screamed back, "Don't listen to her Sasuke, I'm the one who'll cheer for you. Get him." Before long, every girl in the class, aside from one with dark blue hair, was yelling their words of encouragement and infatuation. Naruto had remained relatively composed and focused during the entire ordeal. In addition to being defeated by Sasuke 3 years ago before he even knew what had happened, he would have become enraged and envious of everyone supporting his opponent instead of him. However, Naruto's only emotion at this point was frustration that none of his peers were taking this seriously. Naruto wouldn't pretend to be the most mature person, but come on, they were shinobi training. This was training for situations where it would be a fight to the death, not a popularity contest. Naruto entered, deciding that he had been there long enough to launch an offensive. Naruto leapt as his leg extended and ran in the direction of the pain in the ass that had raven hair. Knowing he could easily counter the kick, Sasuke smirked as he saw it coming. Before the foot had a chance to kick him away, Sasuke raised his hands and caught it. Sasuke was grinning more than usual, but he stopped when he noticed Naruto grinning. In order to free himself from the Uchiha clan prince, Naruto used his free leg to kick Sasuke in the face while his hands were occupied. The Uchiha then flew a few meters away and left the ring before Sasuke could stop him. Iruka yelled, "Naruto Uzumaki wins the match," over the cries of the numerous women who were yelling at Naruto, the majority of whom were claiming that he had undoubtedly cheated or that Sasuke had not given this fight his all. Because he and Sasuke had fought so frequently, Naruto had become accustomed to these yells and assertions. This put Naruto ahead 16-13, if he remembered correctly. Naruto had never counted the number of spars he and Sasuke had ever shared. That would be absurd. He had just developed the habit when his sole objectives were to defeat Sasuke and ascend to the position of Hokage. The scores had been very different back then, with Sasuke winning by about 10-0. However, Naruto had swiftly overtaken Sasuke. How is he this strong? Damn it. If I can't even defeat this non-Uchiha, I'll never be able to prove myself to father. While Naruto simply walked over the fallen student and held down his hand in a silent offer to help Sasuke up. Sasuke was shaking as his thoughts became more and more irate. Sasuke swatted Naruto's hand away and got to his feet, avoiding the redhead while his fists clenched. Black eyes met gleaming lilac. All right. Everyone back in the classroom, we still have lessons. The majority of the students moaned, of course. Main entrance to the academy Shisui was tapping his foot impatiently, a rare indication of his increasing agitation, as the afternoon sun cast long shadows over the Ninja Academy grounds. Itachi stood silently next to him, his face worn, his gaze sweeping over the students streaming through the academy gates. While they waited for Naruto, Shisui couldn't help but listen to the whispers and murmurs that were like malevolent butterflies fluttering through the crowd. As Naruto left, Shisui's frustration was only fueled by every silent remark and piercing gaze that was directed at him. As parents reconnected with their kids, the rumors became more prevalent, with many of them glaring scornfully at Naruto for his most recent sparring triumph over Sasuke. It appeared that despite Naruto's best efforts, the village's ingrained prejudice against him would not go away. Even though the beast was no longer a part of him, they still recognized him as the Kyuubi. Shisui muttered under his breath, "And these are the people we're supposed to protect," in a tone that was slightly sour. Ever the quiet observer, Itachi simply nodded, realizing the tension between their obligation and the circumstances. Suddenly, Naruto's voice, a ray of youthful energy, pierced the crowd. He exclaimed, "Shisui!" As he saw his brothers, his eyes brightening. In the safety of his family, he jogged over, temporarily forgetting his past struggles at the academy. "Thanks for picking me up, but I actually have to meet Hinata at Ichiraku's. Is it okay if I do that?" Recalling the scarf Hinata had given Naruto, Shisui couldn't help but smile as the tension in his shoulders subsided. He winked at Naruto to make the joke more obvious. "That should be fine, Naruto. Just make sure you two don't blow something up on your date," he said. A striking shade of red appeared on Naruto's face. He shouted, "We're not dating, you idiot," loud enough to get curious and amused looks from the families around him. Sasuke and Itachi, who had been attempting to keep a low profile, exchanged a knowing glance as they moved stealthily away from the suddenly too loud Naruto. Shisui laughed and gave Naruto a gentle prod in the direction of his plans. "Maybe not now, Naruto, but just give it time," he said. "Now run along. If you're going to hang out with Hinata, then I have some errands I can run." Shisui and Itachi were left alone as Naruto, grumbling but not totally annoyed, hurried off to his meeting. The brothers exchanged a solemn nod once Naruto was out of earshot. Itachi whispered, "Now, time to prepare for the Koto Amatsukami," a reference to their heavy, covert mission that involved one of the Uchiha's most powerful and perilous techniques. They were unaware that a figure in a black hooded cloak, concealed in the shadows of the surrounding trees, was watching the exchange with intense, invisible eyes. Unaware of their own purpose and a silent reminder of the impending storms, the figure with the characteristic red hair silently watched the brothers before disappearing as quietly and enigmatically as they had come. Asterism: the ramen stand in Ichiraku. On a stool at the Ichiraku ramen counter, Naruto sat nervously, his fingers entwined, occasionally looking toward the entrance. Hinata was only a minute late, but he seemed to be overcome with an unexplained sense of anxiety, and his eyes darted from the wall clock to the door. From across the counter, Ayame teased her father, "Looks like someone's getting nervous," while they were making noodles for the day. "Is someone a little fidgety for their date today?" Naruto gave Ayame a playful glare, about to respond that it wasn't a date, when he had a cunning idea. He smirked and said, "Oh, yeah. And how's asking Shisui out going for you?" enjoying the unexpected flush that appeared on Ayame's cheeks. It's not my fault, there's never a good time to bring it up, he's always so busy," Ayame said, her voice rising in embarrassment, causing her father, Tucci, to laugh as he observed the exchange with a smile of amusement. Ayame blushed even more when Naruto added, "Well, he should be at the house, probably preparing for a mission. Alone," and winked to emphasize the last point. "I don't think there could possibly be a better time to set a date with him. Or are you too busy?" Tucci nodded in agreement and chose to join the playful scheme after Naruto exchanged a knowing look with him as Ayame sputtered incoherently. Tucci added in a playful tone, "Ayame isn't busy at all, right Ayame?" Tucci gave the last push as Ayame stumbled to react. "In fact, take the rest of today and tomorrow off, Ayame. A girl as young as yourself shouldn't be wasting her time with her old father when the love of her life is all by himself. You have your whole life to make ramen, but you might only have a moment with Shisui." With a dramatic wave of her ladle, Ayame protested, What? I never said he was the love of my life. You guys are just making this up now. Naruto stepped in with a firm but supportive tone. Hey, don't ever say that about yourself, Ayame. Any shinobi worth their kunai would be lucky to have you, and appreciate it every day. As Ayame softened, he continued, and if you really need to know, the only reason Shisui hasn't asked you out himself is because he doesn't know how to act around one particular ramen chef he likes. Ayame's eyes glowed with a mix of delight and surprise. She leaned closer to Naruto and said, You really mean that? He just grinned and nodded. With her apron still tied around her waist, Ayame bounded out of the stall and ran toward the Uchiha compound without saying another word. Hinata entered the stall just as Ayame vanished, her eyes wide with bewilderment at the sight of the ramen chef on the run. With a soft voice full of interest, Hinata asked, Where's she running off to? Nowhere, both Naruto and Tucci said simultaneously, laughing at the abrupt departure that made Hinata perspire. Naruto focused entirely on Hinata after the excitement subsided. He said, Let's order something good, grinning broadly. 3 bowls of miso ramen with extra beef each were their choice. To put it mildly, the day was enjoyable. The Uchiha compound Shisui was sprawled on the couch with a pillow supporting his head in the silence of their shared house, staring up at the ceiling. His mind was racing with ideas, a mixture of planning and worry for the mission that was just a few hours away. Sitting next to him, Itachi turned the pages of The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja, a book written by Jiraiya, the renowned Sannin. There was a tense silence in the room until Itachi broke it. Itachi put the book down and said, So I heard Naruto beat Sasuke again in a taijutsu match at the academy, with a slight arch to his brow indicating his interest in the subject. The familiar walls that had encircled Shisui for his entire 18 years caught his attention as his gaze moved from the ceiling. The ghosts of a family he hardly knew lived in this house, which his brother Obito had left him. They were reminders of a heroic and tragic past. Shisui replied, Yeah, it's going well, with a lightness in his voice that contrasted with the depth of his thoughts. With a half-smile, he added, Naruto's really gotten the hang of the interceptor fist. He's been working tirelessly, almost like it's second nature now. Still, he has a ways to go before reaching our level, in an attempt to lighten the somber climate. Itachi raised his eyebrows. And his Shuri Kenjutsu and Kenjutsu? How are those coming along? I hope the tanto I gave him isn't just gathering dust. Appreciating Itachi's concern for their younger brother's development, Shisui laughed. Naruto's doing okay with the tanto, though he naturally gravitates towards shuriken and kunai. His Kenjutsu. Well, it's not his strong suit, but he's familiarizing himself with it. Itachi thought, that's good enough. Not all shinobi need to excel in Kenjutsu to be effective, in a calm, thoughtful tone. What about his ninjutsu and genjutsu? Ninjutsu's going strong. He's nailed the basics and the great fireball jutsu after much practice. Genjutsu, though, is a different story. It's his weakest area, and frankly, it's stressing me out just thinking about it, Shisui joked. He's still hiding his secret training sessions from me, but I suspect it's because of his unusually dense chakra. Itachi listened carefully, a mixture of pride and worry visible in his eyes. He said thoughtfully, he might even surpass us sooner than we expect. Persistence like that will serve him well. Their discussion shifted to more introspective topics. Shisui thought about his family's history, ordinary lives punctuated by heroic moments. His mother died giving birth to him, and his father, a chunin, died rescuing others without ever pursuing fame. These tales influenced Shisui's conception of sacrifice and duty, which he perceived as being mirrored in Naruto's own journey. Itachi glanced at Shisui and considered the political climate of the village and the simmering conflicts within the Uchiha clan. With sincere concern in his voice, he inquired, How are you handling everything? Shisui sighed, his voice a mixture of resignation and frustration. Handling it? It's a mess, Itachi. There's talk of revolt within the clan, and now, the elders and their foundations might be using my brother to advance their agendas. It's enough to make me want to walk away from it all. Shisui went on, but I won't. For Naruto, his voice resolute. He sees the Uchiha clan as his family, as his home. It gave him a sense of belonging when he had none. Whatever happens, I'll stand by the clan, if only to ensure Naruto can continue to be proud of his heritage. Itachi nodded, realizing the strength of Shisui and Naruto's relationship, which went beyond blood and was based on their common goals and hardships. Shisui and Itachi both turned to look at the door in confusion when there was a sudden knock. They rarely had guests, and since they were unable to detect a chakra signature from the person at the door, they were probably a civilian. They were never visited by civilians. The two of them made their way to the door, Itachi clinging to the roof and walls to conceal himself so that he could leap in and help him deal with the potentially hostile enemy if necessary. When they arrived at the door, Shisui opened it after making sure Itachi was out of sight and that his left hand could easily reach a kunai if needed. Ayame exclaimed, "Hey there Shisui!" a bit too abruptly and loudly, startling Shisui just enough that he nearly reached into his pouch for a kunai. He became much more at ease after he realized who it was. He asked, perplexed as to why she was off from work, "Hey Ayame, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the shop?" Ayame described, "Father gave me a couple days off for, working hard the past couple of days, that's it," as Shisui placed his hand on his face in his mind, but Itachi did the same. It was obvious that Ayame was a horrible liar, as they had both discovered by now. However, that was one of her qualities that Shisui found appealing. Shisui led her inside the house and walked with her to the main room after she had taken off her shoes. "Well, why don't you come in, I'll make us some tea. I'm sure you're here to talk about something, and that always goes better with some green tea." Itachi chose to stay hidden and discover Ayame's purpose. Surely it couldn't be what he suspected it might be. Conversely, Ayame was going crazy. She was so ready to say what she wanted to say it fast, and be done with it. However, her plan was being derailed when Shisui invited her in and made her tea. He would now ask her why she was here, and she would need to find the courage to respond by asking him out on a date. 20 minutes ago, she had assumed this would be easy, but it was going to be much harder. Through a window into the kitchen, Ayame was sitting in the main room, watching Shisui make tea. She grinned at what she saw. For a ninja who was feared across the continent, this was a terrible domestic act. Even though he appeared to be struggling to get there, she rushed in and did her best to assist when she noticed the fire starting. Ayame would not have expected Shisui of the body flicker to be so terrified by the fire, but she screamed, oh my god, what do I do?" She quickly glanced around and picked up a fire extinguisher. She aimed the extinguisher at the fire while pointing the handle in its direction, slightly injuring Shisui in the process. At least Shisui appeared incredibly sorry and ashamed of the situation after the fire was extinguished. He gave her the most awkward smile she had ever seen while rubbing the back of his head and remarking that it must have been something he learned from Naruto. "What happened?" Ayame inquired, perplexed by the fire's origin. Even more embarrassed by the way the fire started, Shisui simply stared at the ground. When he finally did say something, it was too softly for the ramen chef to hear. "I'm sorry, what did you say, Shisui?" His cheeks flushed from the humiliating experience. He repeated, "I tried boiling water." Before she had to suppress a laugh, Ayame simply stared at the boy who was only a few years older than her, blinking occasionally. She eventually started laughing across the street as it got harder and harder to contain herself. With her belly hurting from laughing so hard, Ayame held her stomach and asked, "Is this why you and Naruto eat out so much?" Shisui was seen laughing embarrassment at the situation while rubbing his head even more. "Yay, I'm no good at cooking. If Naruto and I ever eat in, he's usually the one cooking for us. He's better than you would think." Shisui's blush only grew deeper the longer she laughed, and Ayame kept laughing for at least another minute. Itachi was grinning more broadly than normal from his hiding place, happy that the two had discovered one another. But after glancing at the wall-mounted clock, he concluded that, in order to avoid adding to the suspicion of what was about to happen in just a few hours, he should probably be returning home. Later, when he and Shisui reconnected, he would have to find out if Ayame and Shisui would be going on a date. Ayame became a little more subdued as a result of Shisui's words. "Here, why don't we just go back to the living room? I'm sure you didn't come here just to see me burn down the house." In a sign of nervousness, Ayame rubbed her right arm with her left as they made their way to the main room. Shisui waited for Ayame to speak while they sat on the couches. After a moment of silence during which they sat, Ayame finally began to speak. "So Shisui, I was kind of wondering if maybe, I don't know, you might want to, so you're single, and I just think that we should, go, on, a date." When Ayame finished her question, Shisui fully understood why he had been perplexed by her sudden nervousness. His body stiffened, his eyes grew wide, and he could feel his perspiration beginning. He started to stammer as he awkwardly raised his hand to the back of his head. Shisui's blush covers most of his face as he looks sideways to avoid making eye contact with the Ayame. Well, that would be good, yay. I am mean, that's only if you are really as sure that you would want to go out with me. Ayame, however, brightened at Shisui's answer. Ayame yelled at Shisui, really, you want to go out with me? Like, on a real date?" Her timid and bashful demeanor was soon replaced by a joyful voice and smile. Shisui turned to face the girl again and smiled at her. After deciding to summon all of his shinobi bravery, Shisui relaxed his shoulders and exhaled a deep, soothing breath through his nose. With a gentle smile and gentle eyes that accentuated Ayame's blush, he said, "Ayame, I would very much like to go on a date with you." Shisui was obviously a handsome man, but his serious appearance alone could have stopped any girl's heart in its tracks. Breaking Ayame's reverie, Shisui asked, "So, is tomorrow good? I can pick you up at around, let's say 7 o'clock? In an attempt to decompress from the high of going on a date with Shisui, Ayame replied, "Good, yay, that's good, that's very, very good. I think that would work very well." With a broad smile on his face, Shisui remarked, "Great, I look forward to it." Shisui had a slight nosebleed and stared at her butt as she walked away in a purposeful, sensual manner. All right, Shisui thought, perhaps today isn't so horrible. Asterism. A few hours later, in one of the village's more peaceful training areas, Naruto and Hinata relaxed on the grass after a filling bowl of ramen to catch their breath following a strenuous practice of shuri kenjutsu and sparring. The cool grass felt like a comforting balm against their hot skin as they watched the stars sparkle in the night sky. The silence was broken by Naruto saying, "Hey Hinata," as he turned to face her. "Do you know what your dream is? I was talking to the old man the other day, and he says that all great shinobi have a dream." Hinata thought about the question as she turned to look into his eyes. Her father frequently pressed her on the subject, but until now, she hardly ever had a sincere response. "I think my dream," she said thoughtfully, her gaze returning to the stars, "would be to bring peace. Like my parents, I want to be a diplomat. I want to solve conflicts without fighting, without losing lives." With his eyes reflecting the stars above them, Naruto listened carefully. He found great resonance in the idea of bringing about peace through dialogue as opposed to force. He had a noble dream that deepened his admiration for Hinata. Hinata's voice jolted him out of his reverie with the words, "What about you, Naruto? Do you know what your dream is?" Naruto's answer to that question had evolved over time. At one point, he would have declared right away that he wanted to be Hokage so that everyone in the village would recognize him. However, his goals now felt more intimate, focused more on the people he loved than the title. Naruto truly stated, "I want to be the best ninja I can be, to make my family and loved ones proud," with a confidence in his voice that even he was surprised by. "And I want a big family. That's all I truly want." Hinata smiled warmly as her eyes softened after slightly widening. Each of them was deep in thought as they lay there in cozy silence. The fact that Naruto had Shisui, a brother figure who truly cared for him, was something Hinata frequently envied. She yearned for such a bond, the distance between her and her own sister widening daily. Hinata made the decision to go home as the night grew darker. As she got up and brushed the grass from her clothing, Naruto hurried after her. She said, "I think I have to go now," with a note of hesitation in her tone. A brief lapse in Naruto's expression was followed by a quick smile. "Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm really glad we got to spend time together. Let's do it again soon," he said in a formal yet earnest tone. Hinata's lingering nervousness was evident in his soft laugh at his formality. In a soft voice, she comforted him, "Don't be so sad. We're definitely going to spend more time together." Hinata gave Naruto a warm embrace in return for Naruto's spontaneous act of affection. She stepped back and kissed him on the cheek, leaving Naruto looking both happy and flustered. Naruto was left alone in the training grounds as Hinata waved and walked away toward her house. Not quite ready to leave the tranquility of the night sky, he took a seat again. He felt at ease as he gazed up at the moon. Moments like these reminded him of the basic pleasures of friendship and the beauty of a peaceful night, despite the difficulties of life and the weight of dreams. Naruto made the decision to enjoy the lovely full moon in all its splendor on this particular night by taking a leisurely stroll along the peaceful streets of the clan's district. He was moving along one of the long perimeter walls of the compound when he passed the two Hyuga standing guard at the main gate. With the bright full moon overhead, he knew it was almost midnight already. He heard clangs of metal that sounded like kunai hitting each other and rustling in the woods close by as he walked in silence. Naruto looked in the direction of the noises, but he saw nothing unusual. He was about to turn around when he heard the noises once more, this time accompanied by some trees and bushes moving. In order to look into the strange events, Naruto took out his own kunai. Carefully approaching, he kept his kunai in a tight reverse grip as he went past a few trees and further into the training grounds forest. Naruto noticed some kunai marks on the tree, as well as some of the kunai that were lodged in the trees and scattered across the forest floor. He turned to avoid a kunai that would have struck him in the face after suddenly catching a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Naruto's eyes widened as a loud metal clang reverberated throughout the forest as the kunai struck one another. Realizing that the noise had probably alerted any nearby fighting shinobi to his location, Naruto dashed behind a tree. He made an effort to slow his heartbeat and regulate his breathing, making it quieter. Naruto remained motionless, listening to every sound he could while holding the kunai in his hand. The only sound he could hear was the wind rustling the leaves of the trees against his ears. At the same moment, Naruto heard every bird in the tree he was hiding behind take off. One of the mystery shinobi kicked Naruto in the head before he could even move, sending him flying a few feet before he was swiftly bound and blindfolded. He was soon being carried through the forest with his hands and feet tied separately. Naruto believed he heard someone running a short distance behind him, and he could hear other people running alongside him. Naturally, with the excruciating thumping in his head, it was difficult to tell. Before Naruto knew it, he felt the person carrying him come down from the tree branches. He heard the wind rustling once more, and soon the others, including the one Naruto thought was behind the group, could be heard as well. With the kunai pressed against his neck, nearly hard enough to draw blood, the man said, "Stand down, or the Jinchuriki gets it." Naruto was terrified that even if he breathed too much, his neck would be cut, but he would have screamed at the strange person the man holding him bound was speaking to. He was too terrified to even consider Jinchuriki's intentions. The kunai was pressed slightly harder against Naruto's throat as he heard the person in front of him shuffle their feet. He heard the other bodies around him fall as well, and then he felt the grip on him loosen before they fell toward the ground. This was the second time today that Naruto had thudded to the ground. The rest of Naruto's body was soon free after the ties on his hands and feet were abruptly severed. Reaching up, he took off the blindfold that was covering his eyes. Brother. Shisui, who was kneeling on the ground, was staring at Naruto with the saddest expression Naruto had ever seen on his face. His Hatae was rather uneven, and there were numerous scratches and dirt smudges on his body, suggesting that he had been in a fight. His fully developed Sharingan was also active, and the fearful expression on his face didn't belong with the Dojutsu's fierce appearance. Shisui closed his eyes tightly and let some of the tears fall down his face as he said to his brother, "I'm so sorry, Naruto. I have failed, Naruto. I am sorry, but I couldn't save them." Naruto turned to see the new figure enter, and a voice behind him said, "Exactly right, Shisui, but you can still help this village." A man with long dark robes, shaggy black hair, a rather unsightly scar on his chin, and bandages on his right eye and forehead emerged from the forest. Although Naruto felt he didn't need it, he carried a cane in his left hand as he walked. Danzo has taken action. Shisui closed his eyes tightly and let some of the tears fall down his face as he said to his brother, "I'm so sorry, Naruto. I have failed, Naruto. I am sorry, but I'm not able to save them." The redhead lost her train of thought, requiring background information to comprehend the current circumstance. Naruto turned to see the new figure enter, and a voice behind him said, "Exactly right, Shisui, but you can still help this village." A man with long dark robes, shaggy black hair, a rather unsightly scar on his chin, and bandages on his right eye and forehead emerged from the forest. Although Naruto felt he didn't need it, he carried a cane in his left hand as he walked. "You can save this village by giving your eyes to me. With the power of your Koto Amatsukami and the 9 tails, I can save this village, stop the Uchiha from revolting, and make this village strong again. With your death, know your sacrifice, I can usher in an era of peace," Danzo declared. The declaration infuriated Shisui. With his Sharingan eyes burning with rage, Shisui yelled at the other man, "How dare you even talk about stopping the clan when you're helping them? Your idea of peace isn't worth dying for, much less living for, and I'll be damned if I let you determine the fate of our clan or the village." Shisui was getting ready for another fight with the man. After removing his tanto from his right shoulder, he got to his feet and faced his younger brother. After a second, Shisui vanished from his position in his trademark jutsu and emerged behind the old man, his tanto piercing his heart. The man let out a last gasp before collapsing to the ground. A very unimpressive conclusion. With his gaze fixed on the deceased man 10 meters from him, Naruto gaped at the scene in front of him. As Shisui returned his tanto to its sheath, he appeared worn out. As he turned off his Sharingan, he turned to face his younger brother. This man, he was an elder of the Leaf Council. He was helping, no more like manipulating the Uchiha to plan a coup d'etat on the village, and they were planning on using you for the revolt against the Leaf. Naruto's mind was suddenly thrown into the largest loop he had ever encountered. The Uchiha planned to betray the village, but why? For what reason was this Danzo man assisting them? To what degree is his own village involved? And was he involved in any of this? This was all illogical. And we still will use Naruto, he will be a tool to help guide this village to peace and prosperity, said a voice that sounded familiar. The man Shisui had just killed was standing just a few meters away from Naruto when he snapped his head around in response to the sudden noise. He looked at Danzo's arm, but there were no visible wounds on him. The sight of a pale white arm with several Sharingans implanted in it nearly made him throw up. After that, Naruto turned to his brothers for clarification, but Shisui appeared equally as surprised as he did. How? What is that? Do not underestimate me, Shisui. You cannot fathom the power that I have gained. Danzo grinned at the shocked expressions, adding, but, I must thank your clan head though, without Fugaku I couldn't achieve this feat. Shisui and Naruto were both too stunned to speak. Rewind. Two figures stood in a tense, silent confrontation in the darkened room beneath Konoha, where the shadows met. Anticipation permeated the air, and the walls were covered in long, shaky shadows from the flickering candlelight. Root's mysterious leader, Danzo Shimura, sat behind a solid wooden desk, his face bandaged and his expression unintelligible. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, stood across from him with an unreadable face and dark eyes that gleamed with curiosity and suspicion. Danzo was the first to speak, his tone measured and low. Fugaku, I trust you understand why I called for this meeting. Despite a slight narrowing of his eyes, Fugaku nodded. I do. The Uchiha have been marginalized for too long, treated with distrust, watched like criminals within our own village. It's time that change. Danzo felt a slight smile tug at his lips. Indeed. We are in agreement on that front. The Uchiha's strength and talents are wasted in the shadows, kept away from the positions they rightfully deserve. I have always believed in recognizing talent and power where it exists. Fugaku crossed his arms while maintaining a fixed gaze. You speak as if you've had a change of heart, Danzo. Why the sudden interest in our plight? Danzo narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. It's not sudden, Fugaku. I've always been a realist. Konoha thrives on strength, on those who are willing to make the hard choices. And right now, the village is weakened by internal discord. A strong Uchiha clan could be the key to restoring order, to ensuring Konoha's dominance. There was a flicker of hope in Fugaku's eyes as his expression softened. Then you're willing to support us? To help us claim our rightful place? Danzo gave a slow nod. I will support you, Fugaku, but there is a price. Fugaku's face hardened once more. A price? And what would that be? Danzo's voice was cold and calculating, and his eyes were fixed on Fugaku's. The eyes that perceives everything. I want access to its power. In exchange for my support, I require that you provide me with a portion of the Uchiha's Sharingan. Those who fell previously in battle. Their eyes will be mine. The breath caught in Fugaku's throat. The Uchiha took pride in the Sharingan, which also served as their identity and source of strength. It felt like a betrayal to give it away, even in part. You want our eyes, for what purpose? Danzo's eyes did not meet his widening smile. To strengthen Konoha. To ensure that we are prepared for any threat, internal or external. Think of it as a safeguard. A necessary measure for the greater good. Fugaku paused, his thoughts racing. Fear and suspicion had cornered the Uchiha, pushing them to the edge. An uprising was unavoidable, but it would be a massacre without backing. In a sea of uncertainty, Danzo's offer was alluring and a lifesaver. But at what price? Slowly, Fugaku uttered, the Sharingan is our heritage, our power. You ask a great deal, Danzo. Danzo said, I offer a great deal in return, with ease. Funds, weapons, strategic support. The means to ensure that your revolt does not end in massacre. Consider it, Fugaku. Is a portion of your clan's eyes not a small price to pay for their survival and ascendancy? Fugaku clenched his fists at his sides. He was aware of the danger, the stakes, and the possibility of treachery. However, he was also aware of his clan's desperation, their desire for justice and acceptance. Could he really afford to miss this chance? Fugaku finally nodded after a protracted, excruciating silence, his voice steady but with a hint of resignation. Very well, Danzo. For the sake of the Uchiha, I will agree to your terms. But know this, if you betray us, if you betray me, there will be consequences. Danzo smiled back, calculating and icy. Of course, Fugaku. I would expect nothing less, we have a deal. As he approached the exit, Fugaku pivoted on his heel, his cloak fluttering behind him. The weight of his choice and the realization that he had just made a deal with the devil weighed heavily on his mind. But he would see it through to the end for his clan's sake. Danzo's eyes glistened with satisfaction as he watched him go. He then called one of his henchmen with a hand gesture, saying, "For the sake of Konoha, and for my own ambition." There was a masked, faceless man kneeling, waiting for orders. "Inform Orochimaru that I request his services. Tell him I have something that'll make it worth his while," Danzo said, turning to face his subordinate. With a silent nod, the man in the mask vanished. Danzo remained silent as the room's shadows appeared to grow darker and engulf the light. He only needed to wait now that the seeds of chaos had been planted. With a ghost of a smile on his lips, he contemplated his future at the highest level of authority in the chamber's darkness. "Today, now I am taking your eyes and the boy, with or without your cooperation," Shisui calmly remarked. "You're persistent, Danzo, despite his tense muscles. But you won't have my eyes nor my brother." Danzo, already holding his kunai. "Your eyes and that boy are the keys to protecting Konoha. You just don't understand what's at stake." Shisui's gaze grew strained. "You talk of protection, but all I see is a man driven by his own fear and greed." The battle's second round then started. Shisui made the first move, a swift and accurate blur. He drew closer, his tanto flashing in the moonlight as he targeted Danzo's weak spots. Danzo retaliated with his own wind chakra-enhanced kunai. Sparks flew in the darkness as the blades clashed. Every move was tracked by Shisui's Sharingan, which anticipated every blow and parry. Danzo, however, was no amateur. He moved with accuracy, strategy, and brutality. The sound of metal on metal echoed through the forest as the two performed a lethal ballet. Shisui's speed and agility were unparalleled. He darted around Danzo in search of a gap. However, Danzo's skill and experience were formidable. His wind-enhanced kunai made it difficult for Shisui to press his advantage, as he easily deflected each of Shisui's blows. Then it took place. Danzo moved in a quick, nearly imperceptible motion. A kunai flying through the air with a flick of his wrist. Shisui's Sharingan slowed the moment to a crawl as he anticipated it. He barely avoided the blade as he dodged, but something felt strange. He had been too slow. He felt a stinging sensation on his left shoulder. When he looked down, he saw a small cut that was barely breaking the skin, but the pain was excessive. Shisui's gaze expanded. He realized right away that something was amiss. He began to gasp for air in short bursts. Danzo smiled infrequently. "Feeling a bit winded, Shisui?" Shisui returned her attention to Danzo. His voice was strained as he muttered, "Why you? What did you?" "That kunai," Danzo responded in a mocking manner, "was laced with a special poison from one of my most trusted operatives, Torun of the Aburame clan. A mix of chakra-consuming insects and a paralytic agent. It won't kill you, yet, but it will make things interesting." Shisui's eyes briefly flashed with panic. The poison's effects were quickly affecting his body, weakening his limbs and impairing his mental clarity. In a desperate moment, he realized that he had to take action immediately or else he would lose everything. Shisui sprang forward with a sudden, adrenaline-fueled resolve, slamming his tanto squarely into Danzo's wind-enhanced kunai. The force of the impact caused a shockwave to radiate from the point of contact, causing the air around them to ripple. With all of his strength, Shisui pushed, his muscles straining against Danzo's power. Desperate to get his will onto the battlefield, his eyes blazed with the intensity of his Sharingan. But Danzo remained firm, his face displaying grim resolve and concentration. He sensed Shisui's desperate movements, the unpredictable, frantic energy of a man struggling as much against his own body as his adversary. Danzo mocked, "You're fading, Shisui," and pushed back just as hard. "The poison is taking its toll. Your strength is waning." Shisui's entire body screamed in protest as he gritted his teeth. His vision was slightly blurred at the edges, and his breath came in rough gasps. Even though he could feel his body failing, he was not going to give up. Not just yet. Not while the opportunity remained. Naruto couldn't keep up with it because it was moving too quickly. How an elderly-looking man could be keeping up with his older brother was beyond him. He thought it might have something to do with Danzo's arm, but he was still perplexed as to how he had even survived Shisui's initial attack. But this man, whoever he was not good. He was trying to persuade his foster clan to engage in something that was undoubtedly bad for them, and it was obvious that he had some less than ideal motivations. However, he was harming his older brother at this very moment, and Naruto needed to take action. Naruto raised both hands and began using hand seals more quickly than an academy student would typically do. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu! He yelled, putting his hand to his mouth after he had finished using them all. He released a tiny stream of fire from his mouth, and when it had spread a few meters, he added more chakra, which caused it to grow into a massive fireball that was rushing in the direction of the two shinobi. Although Naruto was aware that his brother could evade his attack, he hoped the older man would be taken by surprise and overpowered by the one non-academy ninjutsu he had mastered. Shisui noticed the fire approaching him and his opponent from his left. The fact that Naruto had mastered the clan's signature jutsu made him feel a little proud. But he had no time to think about how proud he was of his brother right now. He had to see to it that Danzo was apprehended. Shisui abruptly stepped away from Danzo and used his tanto to cut the tendons in the elderly man's feet. Before the fire could injure him, he swiftly cut along Danzo's back, kicked him to the ground, and teleported away from Naruto's attack to be next to the redhead. Boom! He saw the Konoha elder being consumed by the orange flame. When he saw the man's burning corpse, he relaxed and turned to face Naruto. Calm, focused, and unafraid to act. These were only a few of the necessities for every shinobi. But all of a sudden, Danzo came out of the fire, his body free of the wounds Shisui had caused him, his cane gone, and a sword that they could only assume the older man had concealed inside his cane. He was near Naruto and moving more quickly than Shisui could have predicted. Shisui was too close to intervene and save him. Naruto tried, but was unable to match the speed at which the wind kunai Danzo was holding in his right hand descended towards him. He tried to parry it but ultimately failed, pulling out his special kunai that his brother had given him on his birthday. Aarrggg. Naruto cried out in excruciating pain as the wind tore through his headband, slicing from his forehead to his left eye, cutting into the eyelid and into the dazzling lilac orb, destroying it. Beginning a few centimeters above the eyebrow, the deep cut extended past the highest of his odd, faint whisker marks and ended next to the middle one. Shisui watched in horror as his younger brother lost a vital body part. Danzo took a chance, distracted and poisoned, and swung his hand toward Shisui's face, stealing his right eye in the process. Having his eye forcibly removed from its socket was a terrible experience that no shinobi can endure. Shisui was aware, however, that Naruto most likely felt much worse than he did. Snatching his brother, Shisui fled as quickly as he could, though his weakness prevented him from moving as far away as he would have liked, keeping Danzo within striking range. They couldn't possibly escape this. His breathing became even more labored, and welts and purple spots started to appear on his skin. I have taken your eye, Shisui, and I have incapacitated the boy. Admit defeat, and I can assure you that your death will help lead this village to an era of peace, and one under the leadership of the Uchiha. This village will become the strongest it has been since its founding. We can bring all the other countries and villages under the banner of Konoha, and bring the entire continent to justice. Just think of how powerful Konoha will be combined with the strength of Iwa, Suna, Kumo, and Kiri, not to mention their secrets and resources. As Danzo went on talking, occupied with applying what little medical ninjutsu he knew to heal Naruto's eye as best he could, Shisui's anger only increased. He thought that Naruto's amazing healing factor would take care of the rest, and he could heal the cut over his eyelid a little. Shisui was reluctant to acknowledge to himself that he didn't believe Naruto's unique chakra could fix his eye. A totally destroyed eye was nearly impossible to restore. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. What you're suggesting is a complete dictatorship of the entire great continent. Naruto got down. Holding his bleeding face with one hand, he stood up on wobbly legs and said, "Tisk. Forcing everyone to give up their dreams and beliefs, just so that you can be put in power. And to do it, you're just tricking the Uchiha clan into working for you, lying to them, making them think that they'll be put in charge instead of you. I will never let anyone harm my brother, not some old bastard like you, and definitely not the Uchiha as a whole. I will protect him and my family from people like you, even if it costs me my life to do so, and I never go back on my word." The redhead then gave Shisui a gentle smile as she gazed into Naruto's wide eyes. "Because that's my ninja way." Shisui had a vision of the four former Hokages standing directly behind Naruto after the proclamation. As though transferring their will of fire to his brother, they laid their hands on his back. In the next instant, Shisui saw them both together, away from everything, and he had what he had always wanted and would stop at nothing to keep safe. A household he stood beside him and remarked, "Hey, I couldn't have said it better, Naruto." Getting ready once more, Shisui narrowed his lone eye and declared, "It seems we still have business to take care of." Shisui was just returning to his battle stance when 12 of Danzo's faithful Root Enbu rushed into the clearing, encircling their leader and standing ready to protect the ancient war hawk. Given that Danzo now possessed his right Sharingan, Shisui wasn't sure if he could manage all of these root shinobi in his current condition. However, he realized he couldn't give up when he watched Naruto straighten up and prepare for the interceptor fist fighting style. Danzo still needed to be stopped. Shisui was aware that allowing a child who was still in the academy to take part in a fight of this magnitude was wrong, but he needed assistance, and he was sure Naruto could be of great assistance. So long as he didn't drag the fight out. Naruto, this is the one time that I'm letting you do this. Keep your distance and use Shurikenjutsu. If forced to engage, use only Taijutsu. Those are your specialties. Let me do most of the fighting, and I think that we could win this. But whatever you do, stay away from Danzo. Without expressing his worries about his brother state going to battle, Naruto simply nodded in agreement with Shisui's statement. Alright, but after this, you will tell me what is going on, right? With a sly smile, Shisui provided Naruto with the only response he required. Shisui ran in the direction of the group of shinobi. Naruto extracted a dozen shuriken, 6 in each hand, from his shuriken hip pouch. Once his brother was safely away, Naruto expertly hurled the projectiles at Shisui's back. They nearly reached the Uchiha before abruptly bending around him and shooting out in the direction of the 12 root shinobi, 1 shuriken for each Anbu, who were running towards Shisui. Each Anbu effortlessly blocked the shuriken, just as Naruto had anticipated. As Naruto had hoped, it had diverted their attention just enough for Shisui to employ his signature jutsu, slicing both of the root at once after teleporting behind them nearly simultaneously. Then, on a level Naruto had never witnessed in his 10 years of life, Shisui battled the remaining 10 of them using Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. Even though it wasn't the best circumstance, Naruto had heard tales of Shisui's fabled fighting ability, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Naruto marveled as Shisui effortlessly teleported away from another Anbu and defeated another. It seemed absurd to him to teleport around without even a single hand sign. Even though he had been practicing the Great Fireball Jutsu for years to reach his current level of mastery, it had taken him months of suffering and self-inflicted stress to even pass off as acceptable. Naruto didn't even have that much mastery over it, and to do it, he still required signs. Naruto had never seen anything so magnificent. When Naruto noticed a shinobi approaching Shisui from behind, he withdrew 2 kunai, the rings of which were bound together with ninja wire. He hurled the 2 kunai low toward the Anbu's legs. The leg got caught and dragged by the wire as the kunai flew on either side of it, tripping the shinobi. Naruto had to admit that it was pretty embarrassing for a shinobi of that level to be caught using such a basic Shurikenjutsu move. Naruto observed as Shisui attended to 3 additional root members, including the one Naruto had tripped, reducing their numbers to half of what they had been when they had come to protect their leader. However, Naruto could see that Shisui was growing tired as he glanced at his older brother, slowing down just enough to be apparent. Shisui sustained more wounds and scrapes as the Anbu started hitting him more frequently, and he was unable to eliminate any of the enemy shinobi. One of the 6 surviving root shinobi, armed with 2 ninjutsu, began to charge towards Naruto while he was preoccupied. With little time to prepare, Naruto assumed the interceptor fist stance as soon as he finally saw the Anbu approaching. His actual area of expertise. The root shinobi struck Naruto with his swords, obviously not intending to kill but certainly to maim. Naruto deftly avoided the majority of their attacks, and when he was unable to do so, he employed the same tactic that had failed on the elder man, narrowly blocking the blades with his kunai. In this scenario, where Naruto only needed to concentrate on surviving long enough for Shisui to assist him, the interceptor fist was ideal because it was a taijutsu style that focused on avoiding an enemy's attacks and using them against the opponent. However, Naruto was not flawless in the art of taijutsu, and the shinobi inflicted 2 deep cuts on his chest, which caused him a lot of agony. Despite being in excruciating pain, Naruto managed to avoid the man's other attacks. In any case, Naruto was aware that the pain was too distracting for him to stay near Anbu while he had these wounds and still hoped to win. During one of Naruto's well-known, erratic moments, he leapt at his assailant as they were moving and positioned himself so that his feet would land on the man's chest. Following Naruto's instructions, the root Anbu raised one of his ninjutsu to block the 10-year-old boy. Naruto began using both hands to concentrate on a condensed ball of chakra while he was still in the air. The enigmatic Anbu then held Naruto's feet in place as they collided with the flat side of the blade. Reflecting on his previous battle with Sasuke, Naruto grinned as the shinobi captured his feet. "Rasengan," he said, extending both hands toward the man in front of him. Suddenly, a ridiculously large chakra vortex formed between his palms. Boom! As the chakra vortex engulfed the ground where the man had been standing, Naruto leapt away at the last second, but he remained vigilant because he was still thinking about how the same trick had failed Danzo. The 5 shinobi Shisui had been battling had been reduced to 3 as Naruto landed back on the ground, but he also saw that Danzo had vanished from view. Using his remaining right eye, he glanced around rapidly and saw the man again coming at a speed that should be unthinkable for someone so old. Far more quickly than when he had ruined Naruto's eye. Shisui, on the other hand, mentally panicked when he realized what was happening, but he wasn't commended for being as quick as the Yondaime Hokage for nothing, and he vanished to Naruto's location in the blink of an eye. It was Shisui's last option when he reappeared beside Naruto. The tomo in his left eye started to spin more quickly, forming a shape that resembled a 4-pointed square. Like that of an extremely strange-looking shuriken. Shisui Uchiha gritted his teeth and poured the last of his chakra into his Mangekyo Sharingan just before Danzo could get to the 2. He was aware that the poison was eroding his strength as it moved through his veins, but he wasn't done yet, not when there was still something to fight for. The air was filled with a thick, oppressive energy that crackled like electricity as Shisui suddenly and violently erupted chakra. The leaves on the nearby trees rustled as though they were caught in an unexpected windstorm, and the ground shook beneath him. His body started to glow a dark emerald green, which grew brighter and more intense by the moment. Then it came. The ghostly figure of Shisui's Susanoo materialized, rising above the forest floor. It was terrible, a colossus of anger and chakra. Standing several stories tall, the spectral beast's twisted and hunched form emanated a primordial strength that sent shivers of terror through the surrounding atmosphere. Its massive frame was covered in a chaotic, almost otherworldly pattern of darker hues swirling like a storm within its brilliant green body. The black and hollow eyes of the Susanoo resembled twin voids that seemed to absorb all the light in their surroundings. But something stirred in those black depths. A dark, evil energy that pulsed and flickered, illuminating the battlefield with a ghostly, unsettling light. The darkness within the eyes was almost alive, writhing and shifting as if it were its own entity, full of wrath and unwavering power, and the eyes glowed with a malevolent intensity. Its face was hideous, with angular, sharp features and a gaping maw full of jagged, ethereal fangs that seemed to stretch endlessly. An almost tangible sense of rage and menace emanated from its brow, which was creased in a permanent snarl. The body of the Susanoo was rippling with raw, uncontrolled chakra, and every part of it exuded a terrible strength. Huge shoulders gave way to strong, thick arms, and each hand ended in clawed fingers that could rip through steel or crush rock with ease. The hum of chakra turned into a roar as the Susanoo lifted its head, a deep, resonant sound that sent shivers down the spines of everyone in its vicinity. Its aura, which was dense and pulsating and seemed to distort the air around it, was almost suffocating. The Susanoo was a monstrous apparition that seemed to waver between reality and nightmare as waves of heat and energy rolled off the enormous form, warping the light and making it seem even more terrifying. Its body was encased in elaborate, ragged emerald armor that glistened with a sinister, evil force. Its surface was inscribed with symbols, runes, and complex patterns that appeared to be alive with energy. Like shockwaves hitting the earth, ripples of green energy poured outward with every movement it made and every twitch of its enormous limbs. He had never felt such a surge of power as Shisui and Naruto stood at the center of this hideous apparition, their bodies barely visible inside the Susanoo's chest cavity. The Susanoo was a manifestation of his very willpower and determination. Even though his body was weakened by the poison running through his veins and his chakra reserves were almost completely exhausted, it appeared as though Shisui's own spirit had materialized and was rebelling against Danzo's betrayal. The Susanoo's dark, vacant eyes were fixed on Danzo, promising nothing but devastation. The Susanoo let out a massive roar and swung one of its enormous arms, tearing through the air with a clawed hand that seemed capable of tearing apart reality itself. As the monstrous Susanoo weighed down on him, Danzo braced himself, his eyes widening with a mixture of fear and wonder. The terrifying power emanating from the creature's every move promised to crush everything in its path. The air around them hummed with the unrelenting force of Shisui's unwavering resolve as the battlefield shook under the weight of the spectral beast. Time itself appeared to stop for a moment as it was ensnared in the sight of this massive, ghostly monster. A final stand that demonstrated the unwavering spirit of a true shinobi, Shisui Uchiha's full, terrifying might was unleashed in that very moment. Danzo jumped back from the 2, frowning as he soothed his left hand. As the other 3 Anbu shinobi began to become uneasy at the sight, all of a sudden, green beams emerged from the open chest, swiftly eliminating the remaining Anbu until only the elderly root leader remained. As the ethereal creature raised its swirling blade in preparation to strike its adversary, Shisui exclaimed breathlessly, "This is a D Danzo. This is the true power of the Uchiha. With this blade, comes your eternal demise." The three of them were unaware that another person was observing the fight from a distance and was awestruck by the blade in the creature's grasp. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Sword of Tatsuka, an ethereal weapon whose blade, emerging from a sake jar, that is enchanted with a sealing jutsu. Those stabbed by the sword are swiftly drawn into the jar and trapped in a genjutsu-like world of drunken dreams. For all eternity. The ultimate funjutsu technique. The figure laughed beneath its hood. Imagine the possibilities. As he watched the oncoming attack, Danzo realized that even though he was weaker, his Izanagi would eventually run out if he kept fighting Shisui while using Susanoo. He was fortunate enough to have accumulated the Sharingan he currently possesses over the past 10 years, and unless any more Uchiha died, he would be unable to avoid wasting them. He would have to back off, but this could still be seen as a victory because of the Koto Amatsukami. The Susanoo's blade-like weapon began to spin in its right hand and pierced the spot where Danzo had been standing. Shisui maintained his technique for a minute, making sure the old man was gone before the green faded away, even though Danzo had already vanished by that point. Shisui began to breathe heavily as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. He took a few deep breaths before collapsing and coughing up blood. Half of his face was covered in purple splotches. Naruto yelled, "Shisui!" as he managed to grab the elder Uchiha just before he fell to the ground. Naruto placed Shisui on the ground and, relieved to discover that there was still a pulse, put his fingers to his neck. "Okami, what do I do?" he asked. He saw someone leap into the field while he was attempting to decide what to do next. They ran in their direction, and as they got close to the figure, Naruto drew a kunai and leapt in his direction. Itachi dodged Naruto's kunai swing and exclaimed, "Naruto, it's just me." However, Naruto continued to attack the long-haired Uchiha. Itachi continued to avoid the smaller redhead until he finally grabbed Naruto to prevent the upset child from attacking him anymore. "Naruto, you need to calm down. We need to get Shisui somewhere away from here and treat him. We can't do that if you're trying to kill me." Before giving up, Naruto fought to free himself from Itachi's grip. Rather, Naruto posed a query to him. "What did Itachi get me for my 8th birthday?" The question initially perplexed Itachi, but he quickly realized what Naruto was attempting to accomplish. Even the most basic of genin could impersonate someone else, as anyone with even the slightest sense of common sense knew. Naruto was verifying that Itachi was, in fact, Itachi. "I got you a pair of sandals that were 2 sizes too big." Although Naruto was relieved by Itachi's response, he still needed to be absolutely certain. What color were they? Pink. Knowing that only Itachi or someone very close to them would be aware of it, Naruto then relaxed every muscle in his body. Naruto had a very pleasant recollection of it since it was the only practical joke he had ever seen Itachi play. After Itachi let him go, Naruto said, "Itachi, you need to help me." His left eye was still closed and destroyed, and his right eye was crying. I don't know what was going on, other than Shisui was trying to stop some revolt by the Uchiha. But this Danzo guy stole Shisui's right eye, and we had to fight these Anbu guys, and I don't know what to do. Naruto screamed as tears filled his eye. His breathing was rapid and erratic, and his arms were trembling. Thus, Itachi took the one action that would help Naruto relax. He rendered him unconscious. Asterism a few hours later. Naruto sat up with a groan, his eye and chest hurting. Every movement caused his body to ache in protest. Squinting against the pulsing pain, he opened his right eye and gazed down at the deep gash across his chest. He had just survived a bloody battle, and the wound was still fresh. Although he had always recovered quickly, this time it would take more than a few hours, possibly even a hospital stay. He hissed at the sharp sting that followed as he cautiously touched the 2 sword wounds while gritting his teeth. He was aware that he would not feel normal for some time. As he looked around, he saw Itachi kneeling next to Shisui, who was sitting upright nearby. With green chakra glowing from his hands, Itachi conducted a last examination of Shisui's health. Naruto was unable to concentrate on what the two were saying, even though they were whispering. All he could think about was that his older brother, Shisui, was still alive. Naruto yelled, "Shisui!" and pushed himself to stand in spite of the pain. Despite the pain, he ran to his brother despite his legs wobbling beneath him. Shisui's eyes grew wide with worry as Naruto got closer. He stood up and hurriedly said, "Naruto, you shouldn't be up yet," to meet the boy halfway. Look at yourself. You need to rest and get to a hospital. When Shisui noticed the deep cut across Naruto's eye, he knelt down to examine his wounds and muttered a curse. You need to get that eye checked immediately. It won't heal on its own. In an attempt to lighten the situation, Naruto gave a feeble laugh. He joked, yeah, says the guy with a missing eye, but it was clear that he was in pain. Shisui gave Naruto a slight smile in return, and despite everything, Naruto's spirit remained intact. However, the grin was short-lived. There was no simple way to express what Shisui knew needed to be done. So, I promised you answers, Shisui said, his eyes darting from Naruto's, his tone solemn. Naruto, you already know from the fight that the Uchiha were planning a coup against the village. After the Kyuubi attack 10 years ago, many in the clan felt they were being unfairly blamed, even though there's suspicion that the Uchiha were somehow involved. Naruto's single eye grew wide with shock. What? That can't be true. The Uchiha were protecting the civilians during the attack. They're respected. They run the police force. Why would they plan something like that? Shisui's expression grew gloomy. When people feel hated, they often turn that hate outward, and the Uchiha are no strangers to hate. But that's not all. The clan was planning to use you. Naruto became even more perplexed. Me? Why? I'm just a kid. I'm not even a real shinobi yet. Shisui's expression darkened as he continued. Naruto, the Nine Tails wasn't killed. It was sealed inside you. You were its container. Naruto's entire world fell apart. His body froze, and his eye widened in shock. The ground beneath him seemed to have vanished. The silence between them was thick and oppressive, and he was at a loss for words. Shisui wanted to go on and elaborate, but Itachi's firm, authoritative voice cut through the atmosphere. Shisui, we don't have time for this. We need to report to the Hokage. Danzo is after your Sharingan, and he's not going to wait. We can still stop him, but we have to move quickly. Shisui could see the strain in Itachi's eyes, the weight of his love for his family and his allegiance to the village. Even though his face was as unreadable as ever, he was being torn apart by it. Shisui nodded and sighed. He said, I know, Itachi, but considering my state this is the only way, in a resigned tone. Knowing what had to happen next, he turned back to Naruto. Danzo already took my right of my eye. That man didn't trust me, and he never will. The only way to keep you safe, Naruto, is to make sure Danzo never feels threatened again. If we push him, he'll lash out, and you'll be his target. With everything Shisui had said bearing down on him, Naruto said nothing. His chest was constricted, as if the panic might erupt once more. Shisui took a step forward and knelt before Naruto again. I'm sorry, brother. I can't tell you the whole truth, but I can give you something. One last birthday gift. Still trying to take it all in, Naruto gazed at him. What do you mean? Softly but resolutely, Shisui took Naruto's hand in his own. Then Shisui suddenly reached up to his own face. With a startled tone, Naruto said, Shisui, what are you? Shisui, however, carefully removed his remaining eye before he could finish. As Shisui gave it to him, his hands glowing with medical chakra to dull the pain, Naruto gasped in horror. Shisui, no, you need that eye, Naruto exclaimed, his good eye on the verge of tears. Shisui put the eye in Naruto's hand and grinned piteously. I won't need it where I'm going. But you will. You need this, Naruto, to protect yourself. Naruto, overcome with emotion, shook his head. No, you can't, you're not going anywhere. Shisui, however, was aware that his fate had already been decided. He got up and strode to the cliff's edge, his outline framed by the waning light. Danzo has my Koto Amatsukami. He'll use it to manipulate anyone he wants, including the Hokage. But with this eye, Naruto, you can resist him. You can fight back. Watching his brother stand at the edge, aware of what was going to happen but helpless to stop it, made Naruto's heart race. He muttered, Shisui, please, don't leave me. Speaking one final time, Shisui's voice broke. I love you, Naruto. I always will. Even in death. With that, Shisui moved forward and vanished over the cliff. The world of Naruto fell silent. Now, nothing else mattered. Naruto hardly noticed the burning in his left eye as Itachi carefully replaced Shisui's Sharingan. No physical wound could compare to the pain in his heart. Shisui had left. Daimyo Manor on fire. The Fire Daimyo strode through his lavish garden in Fire Country's capital, the only sound breaking the stillness being the gentle swish of his silk robes. He walked through the immaculately kept grounds with practiced grace, his hands clasped behind his back, the air filled with the subtle aroma of blossoming flowers. The manor, a vast estate of stone and polished wood, contrasted sharply with the verdant surroundings. It was a calm day, but there was a certain weight to it, as though something invisible lurked just over the horizon. The sliding door of the daimyo's office opened silently as he returned, and one of his assistants stepped in, bowed low, and produced a sealed letter. Your Excellency, a request has arrived from one of Konoha's delegates. Curiosity sparked the daimyo to raise an eyebrow. Oh? He inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. That's unexpected. Who is it? After a brief pause, the assistant answered in a steady but cautious tone. Danzo Shimura. When the fire daimyo heard the name, his normally calm expression momentarily faltered, breaking as he heard the name. Lost in thought, he turned the letter over in his hands and traced the seal of Konoha with his fingers. An elder from the Hidden Leaf. Danzo was notorious for his brutal methods during the Great Ninja War and had a shadowy reputation. There was a sense of dread in the name alone. The daimyo whispered to himself, Danzo, just loud enough to be heard. He glanced at the neat, accurate handwriting as he broke the seal and unfolded the letter. As he read the contents, his face stayed composed and unreadable. But as the daimyo's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, the atmosphere changed, a silent tension creeping into the room. After a lengthy pause, he said, Prepare my guards, in a calm, measured voice that revealed underlying tension. We will meet him, but something tells me this is no ordinary request. The daimyo was left alone with his thoughts as the aide bowed once more and hurried out of the room. He set the letter down on his desk, his fingers resting on it for a moment longer, then he looked out the window, his thoughts whirling with unspoken worries. The daimyo couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling that was nibbling at the corners of his mind as the faint patter of footsteps reverberated down the hallway, indicating that preparations were being made. What on earth could Danzo Shimura desire? What could possibly be so urgent that he sought to speak with the daimyo directly? With his mind full of questions, and a sudden, gnawing fear, the daimyo's hand clenched into a fist. In the days ahead, Fire Country's future is in doubt. Naruto is lying unconscious in the hospital bed, a familiar sight, his chest slowly rising and falling, the only sound in the room being the steady beep of the heart monitor. There was a subtle tension in the air due to the faint hum of medical equipment, and the sterile white walls were eerily quiet. The curtains abruptly moved, roused by an invisible presence. Silently, a hooded figure moved forward, his eyes focused on the defenseless boy beneath the sheets. The mane of sharp, fiery red hair was exposed when the figure took off his hood. His skin was withered and cracked, as though it had been dead for a long time, and his face was pale. His soulless black eyes glowed with the distinctive mark of Edo Tensei, the jutsu that revived the dead. The price he paid to the death god is only hinted at. Azashiro's black eyes, which were filled with a mixture of resolve and sadness, were fixed solemnly on Naruto. He muttered, I've seen your battle against that man and you have done well, my boy, in a sorrowful tone. His eyes swept over the boy, filled with a profound, unsaid pain, and he asked, What have they done to you? This village, this nation, it's a poison. A failed system you will soon be the one to eradicate. He put a gentle hand on Naruto's chest while kneeling next to the bed. He closed his eyes and started directing his chakra, his very being, into the boy. As Azashiro gave Naruto everything he had left in the hopes of kindling a spark of something much bigger inside him, the atmosphere became charged with energy. Azashiro whispered, I wish I could have done more, been here sooner, his voice trembling a little. The chakra swirled around him like a strong current, and his hand glowed with an intense, otherworldly light. But you'll soon understand, the Shinigami has shown me the way. A path to set everything right and you are the key, but before you do that, I'll show you the truth, he said. He concluded with a soft yet firm tone, as if promising, I will see you soon, grandson. His hand's light intensified, filling the room with a dazzling radiance. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. The light then disappeared as swiftly as it had appeared. Now finished, he vanished with the soft wind, leaving the room once more silent as Naruto lay motionless, his fate now irrevocably changed. The rainy land rain continued to batter Omegacure's slate-colored landscape, the never-ending storm shrouding the village in a gloomy mist and water. The roar of the rain nearly drowned out the rhythmic sound of the splashing puddles beneath the hooded figure's footsteps as it made its way to the lone gate that was the village's main entrance. Clad in the traditional Omegacure ninja attire, with the village headband securely fastened around his arm and a straw hat shading his eyes, the lone gate guard stared at the approaching silhouette. Instinctively, his hand lingered over the kunai at his belt. Despite the roaring wind, he commanded, Halt! In a firm voice. The figure complied and stopped a few feet from the gated entrance. The guard barked, "State your business," peering through the rain to make out the features beneath the hood. "I'm here for trade," was the response, a silky voice with a hint of authority that tightened the guard's hold on his weapon. With a suspicious stance, the guard pressed, "Do you have any documents confirming that? A seal of approval?" The figure hesitated, tension building in the lingering silence between them. "No," was the straightforward, unadorned answer. The tension in the air thickened visibly as the guard's face twisted into a snarl. "Then turn around and go about your business. We don't accept foreigners here." The figure responded by slowly reaching up and grabbing the hood's fabric with its fingers. The hood was purposefully pulled back, exposing the remarkable features of a woman with long, maroon hair that framed her face exquisitely. Her smile was enhanced by a tiny beauty mark beneath the left side of her lips, and her blue eyes glistened mysteriously beneath the shadow of her brows. Her appearance was disarmingly beautiful, and she was Fuka. Fuka's hips swayed slightly with each step as she started to approach the guard. Her movements had a hypnotic grace that seemed out of place in a Megacure's severe weather. Trained to resist genjutsu and endure torture, the guard was suddenly paralyzed, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. She stopped a few inches away from him and traced a delicate, alluring line across his chest armor with her finger, barely touching but sending a chill down his spine. Her heady, sweet scent seemed to fill the air around them, overpowering his senses. He was soon enthralled. Fuka whispered in a low, sensual voice, "Let me give you a kiss, my kisses are to die for." The guard's fate was sealed when Fuka's lips found his before he could muster the courage to object or defend himself. A noticeable transformation started to take over him as their lips met. His skin turned pale and the veins on his neck turned discolored as Fuka used her famous Reaper kiss to absorb his life force, first chakra and then his soul. The guard fell lifelessly to the damp ground as the kiss ended. As if nothing bad had happened, Fuka smiled as she stepped over his body. The guard, a shadow of his former self, was left behind as she entered the village through the gate. A Megacure was only the first step in Fuka's plans, which extended well beyond this encounter. The rain kept falling, oblivious to the sinister activities taking place beneath its veil. Asterism, the mood of a Megacure seemed to permeate every nook and cranny of its winding, narrow streets as Fuka ventured farther into the center of the village. There was a sense of emptiness and decay in the village, which was surrounded by clouds and constant rain. Water-stained and weathered buildings leaned heavily on each other, their hues subdued by the constant rain. With the exception of the occasional villager who hurried past with their heads bent against the rain and their eyes darting suspiciously towards the striking redhead who moved with an unnerving confidence, the streets were almost completely empty. With cautious looks, as though her very presence were a bad omen, those who saw her quickly cleared a path. As her sensitive senses took in the stifling ambiance of the village, Fuka's footsteps reverberated on the damp cobblestone. A Megacure was characterized not only by its physical deterioration but also by a pervasive sense of despair that seemed to permeate the area as completely as the rain did. The sound of the rain was abruptly broken by a sharp whistle, a kunai, slicing through the atmosphere in her direction. Fuka sidestepped the projectile with a fluid motion that had been refined over years of fighting. Her movements were elegant but lethal. As she turned to retrieve the kunai, her fingers closed around paper rather than metal as it clattered against the stone behind her. With a perplexed look on her face, Fuka studied the paper kunai. The sound of rustling paper filled the air before she could think any longer. She glanced up just in time to see sheets of paper forming into a woman next to her as they swirled in a controlled chaos. Fuka recognized the person in front of her right away. She was faced with the stoic, unflinching face of Conan, the angel of a Megacure. "You're trespassing," she said, her tone as clear as the paper she was working with. "Turn around and leave, or perish." The subtle change in the paper swirling around Conan, poised to strike at any time, added to the sense of impending danger. Fuka's eyes glowed with a mixture of challenge and amusement as her lips formed a gentle smile. "Perish? Such a cold welcome." She then turned to face a summons animal that had purple-ringed concentric eyes, a chakra entity she had previously sensed. "Is this how you treat family?" she said nonchalantly, her voice low and alluring. Fuka suddenly threw 5 kunai forward, and in a flash, they were approaching each other. As her body dissolved into innumerable sheets of paper that fluttered around Fuka, trying to ensnare and cut her, Conan narrowed her eyes and reacted instantly. Fuka, however, moved with incredible grace, slicing through the lethal volley as though she were dancing to a beat that only she could hear. Long-range fighter Conan used her paper ninjutsu to surround herself with a moving, lethal wall of whirling, sharp sheets of paper. With deadly accuracy, each sheet glinted like steel. After scoffing at the sight, Fuka decided to close the distance after realizing how detrimental it was to Conan's artwork. Because of her Uzumaki ancestry, which is renowned for their extraordinary life force and endurance, the concrete beneath her cracked as she ran towards Conan. Her movement was a blur. A paper shuriken cut across her arm, snatching blood as she sprang forward. Conan was momentarily stunned by the speed at which the wound healed, though, as the cut sealed with hardly any trace. Real-time strategy modification allowed Conan to layer her attacks into a maze of paper barriers that sliced through the air with lethal intent. But Fuka was not deterred. She was able to avoid some of the paper jutsu traps by using carefully placed sealing formulas that she whispered under her breath, thanks to her extensive knowledge of fuinjutsu. Every seal she positioned pulsed with chakra, briefly upsetting Conan's mastery of her paper constructions. The rain seemed to get heavier as the battle went on, giving the intense conflict a rhythmic background. Realizing the threat up close, Conan attempted to put more distance between them by launching a flurry of paper bombs at Fuka. Fuka's face set in determination. She quickly made a series of hand signs to activate a protective fuinjutsu barrier that absorbed the explosive impact. Given her obvious disadvantage, Fuka adopted a more forceful and accurate approach. She hurled a quick succession of blows at Conan's key locations, each intended to break the chakra's flow and momentarily stop the paper manipulations. Conan started having trouble adjusting and soon found herself in a vulnerable position. She tried wrapping Fuka in layers of paper, but the Uzumaki's hands, glowing with sealing chakra, ripped through them with raw power, shattering the paper as soon as it touched them. Fuka's face glowed with manic joy as she felt the change in power, her blows becoming more assured and forceful. Fuka saw an opening and rushed forward again, using her increased speed to close the gap between them. As a result of having to adjust to fighting in close quarters, Conan became a walking weapon by forming paper blades along her arms and legs. The thud of heavy, accurate punches and the sound of tearing paper reverberated through the empty street, indicating the intensity of the altercation. Each of Fuka's powerful blows was supported by the terrifying power of her Uzumaki ancestry. The impact reverberated through Conan's paper armor as well, making her rely more on evasion than her typical direct confrontational approach. Fuka's hands moved in a blur, creating seals that limited Conan's movement and the fluidity of her paper transformations by attempting to bind her with chains of sealing scripts. It was a quick and vicious dance. Fuka then made a feint, lunging as if to strike Conan's midsection, but then swerving low, sweeping Conan's legs from beneath her. Fuka was on her before Conan had a chance to recover as she struck the wet pavement. Fuka struck Conan repeatedly, punishing her head and torso with one hand while pinning her with the other. The kinetic force of each punch reverberated off the narrow alley's close walls. Despite Conan's best efforts to protect herself with paper constructions, Fuka's chakra-infused fists broke through all barriers. As she beat Conan, Fuka's gentle laughter reverberated throughout the room. Fuka sent Conan crashing against the wall of a nearby building with a final, devastating kick to the jaw. The paper ninja's normally composed expression gave way to one of shocked pain as she collapsed to the ground, dazed and obviously outmatched. Standing over her, Fuka was panting heavily and grinning wildly as she took pleasure in her control of the battle. As she offered to help Conan up, Fuka said, "Let's not prolong this fight, honestly it's unnecessary." Her voice was tinged with dark humor, and her gesture was not one of kindness but rather of superiority. Beaten and bruised, Conan took the assistance, her eyes calculating and cautious. Even though she had lost, her mind was already active, dissecting her opponent, a true ninja at heart. Fuka acknowledged, "Your techniques are formidable, Conan of Omegakure," in a tone that was both respectful and cautionary. "But I am here with a purpose. Stand down, and let me speak to your leader." As she recovered, Conan glanced up at the strong woman in front of her. She realized that she might die if she continued to resist, but she must do everything in her power to keep Nagato safe. As she held up a ram sign, the ground shook. Conan had been preparing this for Madara, but she was now at a loss. In order to prevent anything unpleasant, Fuka narrowed her eyes at the chakra surge and got ready to kill Conan at this moment. Everything stopped when a deep voice from the human path said, "That's enough. Conan, move aside, I'll see to our guest." She nodded cautiously and moved aside. Deeper into the center of the secret rain village was Pain's human journey. Then came Fuka, her goal evident, but amused, her determination unflappable despite the conflict. The hospital of Konoha. In the quiet hospital room, Hiruzen sat with his elderly hands resting heavily on the chair's armrests next to the bed. He was staring out the window, but his eyes were still adrift in a whirlpool of ideas that were too heavy to comprehend. The weight in his heart was even more oppressive than the room's suffocating silence. Naruto, The red-haired orphan whose presence tore at Hiruzen's conscience like no other, lay beside him, still, on the hospital bed. The boy was only 10 years old, but he had already suffered more than most shinobi would. The doctors were unable to explain the 3 new scars that marred his small body. One scar in particular, though, in the same spot where Kakashi had his, chilled Hiruzen's blood. He was deeply troubled by the 2's similarity. The idea that Naruto was starting to resemble Kakashi too much frightened him. He didn't want Naruto to endure the same hardships and suffering that had drained Kakashi's spirit. The creak of the door opened, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a figure stepping in as he turned slightly, Itachi. His face was emotionless, his eyes were red and swollen, and his clothes were stained with blood. The young shinobi appeared more dead than alive, like a ghost. Itachi went to the chair across from Naruto's bed and sat down without saying anything. He moved slowly, burdened by fatigue and something much more sinister, guilt. Hiruzen remained silent. When Itachi was ready, he knew he would speak. A pause that seemed to last forever was broken by Itachi's voice. His tone was hollow and flat, as if he had long braced himself for the horrors of this night. Shisui made it look like suicide. Unsurprised, Hiruzen briefly closed his eyes. It was just as he had anticipated. Disguised as a suicide, Shisui's death was a somber necessity. Anarchy would break out if it were discovered that Danzo was actually responsible for the death of Uchiha. Even though he detested the man's tactics, Danzo was a brutal necessity to keep the tenuous peace. Itachi said, "Mission accomplished, Lord Hokage," in a hollow voice. "I'm sorry that this couldn't be avoided." Hiruzen gave a headshake. "No, Itachi. I'm the one who should apologize. You will be branded a traitor, listed as an S-rank criminal in the bingo book. You'll be hunted, despised by the very people you swore to protect." The words didn't make Itachi cringe. This fate had already hardened his resolve. "I will join an organization with the man who helped me. I'll send information when I can, but before I go, please, promise me one thing." Hiruzen's eyes met Itachi's as he nodded. "What is it?" Itachi's voice cracked slightly under the pressure of the request. "Promise me, you'll protect Naruto and Sasuke." Before answering, Hiruzen took a long, deep drag from his pipe. The smoke slowly dissipated as he exhaled. "I will do everything in my power to see that they are sheltered, that they're well taken care of. But Itachi, I cannot promise to stop the hatred that may grow in their hearts." Itachi's worst fears were confirmed in silence as his face darkened with grief. He disappeared into the night before he could reply, leaving Hiruzen to think alone. The silence, however, was short-lived. As Jiraiya and Kakashi rushed into the room, their faces exploding with fear, the window shattered abruptly. Rushing to Naruto's bedside, Jiraiya exclaimed, "Sensei, we heard what happened, is he okay?" In contrast, Kakashi stayed eerily silent. He looked at the little boy, still white and motionless in the bed, his one visible eye flickering with anger and guilt. Painfully, his heart twisted. "I ought to have been there for him," he reflected. Hiruzen was about to reply when Kakashi's keen intuition took over, and he narrowed his eyes at something strange. He whispered, "Wait," and moved toward Naruto's bed. Even though Naruto was still pale, a pained expression was twisted on his face. From his closed eyes, tears trickled down his cheeks and landed close to his ear. Kakashi's heart fell even more. A single drop of blood, however, slid from Naruto's left eye and stained the pillow underneath him, drawing his attention to something much more concerning. "Kakashi!" exclaimed Hiruzen, observing the same thing. Then, as if an electric current were coursing through him, Naruto's tiny body started to twitch violently, his limbs jerking uncontrollably. Kakashi yelled into the hallway, "Get a doctor in here, now," in a firm voice. A few nurses who had just been laughing turned to watch the chaos. "Now!" he shouted once more, his voice ferocious and frantic. They complied this time, running down the hallway to find a physician. When Jiraiya realized how serious the situation was, she vanished in a flash. "I'll get Tsunade." The blood from Naruto's eye stained the sheets beneath him as his body continued to tremble on the bed and his breath came in ragged gasps. Unaware of what was happening but aware that it was well out of their control, Hiruzen and Kakashi made a valiant attempt to restrain him. Naruto gradually started to teeter on the brink of death. Asterism not sure weightless in the emptiness, Naruto floated. Everywhere there was darkness, a suffocating emptiness that seemed to go on forever. It was heavy, oppressive, relentless, as though the air itself had been forced out of his lungs. He had the impression that he was suspended in a place devoid of time, gravity, warmth, and life. Like puzzle pieces strewn out of reach, His thoughts were jumbled and slow as they swirled in a haze. He attempted to open his remaining eye, but the pressure was too great. It was too dark. Naruto finally blinked his eye open and sat up after what seemed like an eternity, but the effort took more energy than it should have. Was he awake already? He kept thinking about the question. He seemed to have just fallen asleep, but now he was plagued by the dizzying feeling of being caught between waking and dreaming. He blinked once more in an attempt to clear his head of the haze. Was it evening? Was it a day? He was no longer able to tell. Here, time did not exist, only a suffocating, unending blackness. When Naruto looked around, he saw nothing but an endless expanse of nothingness. He had no sky above and no ground below. It seemed as though the entire world had vanished, leaving behind a chilly, vacant void. He shuddered. As his voice echoed back to him in the emptiness, Naruto trembled and whispered, "Where am I?" As if his words were being absorbed by the emptiness itself. The sound vanished in an instant. He didn't anticipate a response. There was nobody present. He was by himself. Nevertheless, a deep, desperate part of him hoped that a voice, any voice, would answer. Someone who could assure him that this was only a dream. Someone to rescue him from this gloom. He knew in his heart that this was not a dream, though. Abruptly, the emptiness started to change, twisting and bending all around him. There was a surge of images and memories that hit Naruto like a physical blow as the air pressure increased. Orochimaru caught his eye. Orochimaru had abducted him. He was a child, scarcely old enough to comprehend what was going on. As Naruto relived the horror, the pain, the confusion, the cold, slimy touch of Orochimaru's hands, his heart thumped in his chest. He recalled feeling helpless, scared, and trapped. Then Orochimaru's memory vanished, and he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, standing over him with a regretful and guilty expression. Wide-eyed, Naruto watched as the Hokage erased his memories. The realization struck Naruto like a kick to the gut. Hiruzen had stolen his memories and buried the truth about his kidnapping deep inside of him. Could he? It hurt to be betrayed. Naruto was not told the truth by the person he had trusted. He had been ignorant of the atrocities he had experienced for years. Once more, the world changed, and Naruto saw Shisui, his sibling, his teacher, his companion. Shisui gave him that warm, recognizable smile that gave Naruto confidence that everything would be alright. However, the memory was short-lived. After the smile vanished, Naruto was left standing by himself, gazing at the empty spot where Shisui had been. He felt more oppressed by the weight of Shisui's absence than by the surrounding darkness. It was painful, it hurt. Naruto's chest grew constricted. Now he knew that he was really alone. Shisui had left. He had been deceived by Hiruzen. There was nobody left for him. No one to trust. No one to sympathize with the suffering he endured. The emptiness engulfed him as the memories overtook him. He was at a loss for what to do. All he could do was sit there, broken, the darkness eating him alive, unable to move or think. Every thought felt like an overwhelming burden, and every breath was a struggle. He couldn't find his way. By themselves. Around him, the emptiness murmured, tugging at the edges of his sanity. All of it, the pictures of his past, the burden of his memories, the loneliness that choked him, combined to leave him with nothing but the heartbreaking knowledge that he had nowhere to go. There was no way out. As the void continued to eat him away, piece by piece, Naruto sat there feeling hollow and defeated. The following day, Hinata looked anxiously at the vacant desk in the back corner next to Naruto's favorite window, 2 seats to her right. The lesson had been going on for more than an hour when Naruto still hadn't arrived. Ordinarily, she wouldn't worry too much, perhaps he was simply feeling ill. Today, however, felt different. She occasionally overheard bits of whispered conversations, which were typically initiated by their class gossip queen, Ino. Every time Hinata heard a whispered comment, her heart tightened. She could hear the other students whispering about Naruto more and more as she listened to what was happening. She made an effort to return her attention to the lesson, but she could sense Iruka-sensei's nervousness even from her seat. His normally composed, self-assured manner appeared tense. Although he was still giving a full lecture, there was a slight change in his posture, with his shoulders tense and his eyes occasionally darting to the door as though Naruto might enter at any moment. It was easy to understand why Hinata saw him quietly listening in on the conversations. Since their first year at the academy, Iruka and Naruto had maintained a close relationship. While many of the other students chose to ignore it, those who paid attention could see it clearly. Hinata, however, noticed it. As Naruto started to take the academy seriously and climbed steadily toward the top of the class, she witnessed how proud Iruka had been. Although Sasuke was still technically in first place, Naruto had been catching up rapidly. Although the academy only taught the 3 fundamental forms of ninjutsu, students who knew more were given extra credit. Although Naruto had mastered the fundamentals, he still had trouble with genjutsu and chakra control, 2 skills where Sasuke was superior. Shisui and Iruka had pushed for Naruto to receive more specialized training, but the academy's instructors had declined to give him more assistance. Hinata was aware of Naruto's frustration. Nevertheless, Naruto secretly trained non-stop. She had personally witnessed it. Except for that one encounter with Sasuke, he had never demonstrated his great fireball jutsu prowess to anyone, which only served to make the Uchiha even more irritable for weeks afterwards. When Naruto first perfected it, Hinata was present. She recalled the triumphant grin that stretched from ear to ear as his face lit up with pure joy. He exuded joy and pride. He had practiced for years, but he had succeeded. Hinata gave a small, melancholy smile at the recollection. If Naruto had been aware that she was present to see that moment, it would have been even better. The voice beside her was quiet and monotone. "You're worried about Naruto," it said. Hinata was startled out of her reverie and almost jumped. She looked over and saw Shino sitting next to her, his expression as expressionless as ever. He went on, "It is unusual for Naruto to be absent," in a steady, composed voice. "And my insects have detected strange rumors circulating about him. Iruka-sensei is more tense than usual. He has not reprimanded the students for talking during class, which suggests that something is wrong." The combination of Shino's bluntness and his emotionless tone made Hinata shudder. He never made jokes. It was serious, if Shino was seeing anything wrong. Hinata's concern grew as her gaze returned to Naruto's vacant seat. The morning went slowly, and Hinata was unable to eat when lunchtime finally arrived. She didn't take a bite of the food she brought from home, but she continued to pick at it at her desk. Her mind was filled with concern. Naruto was where? How come he hadn't arrived? Iruka wasn't the first person to return to the front of the room when class resumed after lunch. Rather, another teacher took his place, and the murmurs resumed, this time with greater vigor. Some students were claiming that Iruka had left the academy shortly after the break started, and Hinata heard the rumors, which made her heart race. Her chest grew constricted. What would cause Iruka-sensei to depart? The sinking sensation in her stomach only intensified as the afternoon wore on, and she knew something was seriously amiss. She made an effort to focus on the lesson, but her thoughts kept returning to Naruto and Iruka. Were they all right? What had taken place? Hinata whispered a silent prayer while her hands were folded in her lap and her fingers were twitching uneasily together. "Let Naruto be safe, please." Hinata's heart was unable to shake the nagging feeling of dread as the day came to an end, and the uncertainty that hung over the academy only grew stronger. The hospital of Konoha. Iruka stood by Naruto's bedside in the dark, silent hospital room, staring down at the sleeping boy with worried eyes. Beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage who had returned, watched somberly, his presence laden with worry. Iruka's favorite pupil, Naruto, whom he considered a younger brother, lay motionless, his chest rising and falling with every shallow breath. There were scars on his body, scars no one could explain. From his left shoulder to his right hip, 2 sword wounds ran diagonally across his chest, mirroring one another. They had just missed the seal on his stomach, but they had been dangerously close. Iruka broke the silence, his voice quivering a little. "He hasn't woken up since he was brought here?" In addition to Hiruzen, the renowned shinobi Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were standing nearby when the question lingered in the air. They had a mixture of sadness and frustration on their faces. The famous medical ninja Tsunade came forward, her voice solemn. "No, not once. There was one moment, something happened. It looked like a seizure, but there's no clear cause. Whatever it was, it passed without him waking." As Iruka listened, his eyes following the jagged scars on Naruto's chest, his heart ached. These unavoidable wounds were placed on the boy who had already endured so much suffering. Kakashi, who had been observing in silence, raised his voice, a hint of guilt in it. He never took his eyes off Naruto. The pain in his only visible eye clearly visible. It could be that his eyes evolved. "I experienced something similar." As a cruel reminder of the boy's increasing likeness to Kakashi, one of Naruto's scars mirrored Kakashi's own. Naruto was filled with dread at the idea that fate was molding him into the next Kakashi. Iruka turned to the Hokage, his concern growing. "And the council? What do they have to say about him? Surely, something could have been done to protect Naruto." With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen took a seat in the chair behind him, his face etched with the weight of his years and his regrets. His once powerful and authoritative voice now had the fatigue of a man who had witnessed too much. The council is divided. Some are calling for Naruto's execution, fearing what he may become. But I've issued an executive order to put those calls to rest, at least for now. The room grew tense as those words took hold. Kakashi's forehead furrowed in exasperation, and Tsunade clenched her fists in silent rage. Originally created to aid the village in times of war, the council had become far too strong. In recent years, their hatred for Naruto and their desire for power had only intensified. Instead of acting in the best interests of the village, they now aimed to harm the very shinobi who were defending them. Naruto had now turned into their preferred target. Hiruzen's statement that they had purchased some time, however, contained a glimmer of hope. It's time to determine how to keep Naruto safe from those who would try to destroy him. Looking back at Naruto's serene, sleeping form, Iruka's eyes softened. Conflicting emotions rushed through his mind. He was by no means Konoha's strongest shinobi. After years of dedication, he had attained the rank of Chunin, but he was aware of his limitations. Despite the chaos that came with dealing with rowdy students, he had found a place at the academy as a teacher, a job he loved. He was not very good at kenjutsu, but he was good at traps. None of that mattered now, though. His pledge to always protect Naruto was what counted. To all the gods that existed, had existed, or would ever exist, Iruka silently vowed that he would not allow the councils or anybody else to touch a single hair on Naruto's head, even if it meant betraying the village he loved. Kakashi's voice cut through Iruka's thoughts as he asked, "Is there anything we can do to help?" With determination, he focused his one uncovered eye on the Hokage. To keep Naruto from becoming another Kakashi, he needed to know that there was something, anything, he could do to stop the boy from following in his footsteps. Tsunade stated calmly but resolutely, "There's nothing more we can do right now, other than make sure he's kept safe. Naruto probably shouldn't return to the academy for the time being. But that's a choice he needs to make himself. He has to feel like he's in control, even though none of us are in control anymore." Hiruzen agreed with Tsunade's assessment and nodded. His voice changed into the authoritative tone of a Hokage as he turned to face Kakashi and Jiraiya. "Kakashi, I want you to keep a constant watch on Naruto. You and Jiraiya will take turns. One of you on day shift, the other on night shift. I'll assign Anbu to assist, but I need someone with Naruto at all times." With no hesitation, Kakashi nodded. He said firmly, but his eyes softened as he turned back to face Naruto, the boy he had come to love so much. "Understood, Lord Hokage." Everyone's attention was abruptly drawn to a slight movement coming from the bed. Naruto stirred, letting out a few low moans as his breathing became erratic. He seemed to be waking from a long, restless sleep as his body twitched slightly. Every eye was on the young boy as his eyelids fluttered open, and the room fell silent. Naruto blinked blearily as he sat up, his arms trembling from the strain. Iruka's worry turned to relief as his heart jumped in his chest. However, the room erupted in a collective gasp as Naruto's eyes opened fully. His left eye had changed, but his right eye was still a vivid lilac. 3 black tomo were idly spinning around the pupil, a Sharingan, and the once sky-blue iris had turned crimson. Naruto appeared war-torn, with his hair more unkempt than usual and his eyes half open. He appeared to have just returned from combat because of the scar over his left eye and the 2 lengthy scars across his chest. He had, in a sense. Kakashi's heart fell. Iruka's breath caught in his throat, and Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a disbelieving glance. The little boy, with bandages all over his body, lay quietly on the hospital bed. It was one of the few times he had been hospitalized and didn't want to run. Ordinarily, he would be planning his escape, anxious to get out of the sterile setting. Today, however, was different. He had no desire to run away or to be somewhere else. He didn't feel uncomfortable, but it was almost like an unseen weight was securing him to the bed. He stared at the icy white ceiling above him with unwavering eyes. His spirit felt heavy, too heavy to move, but his physical wounds had healed. His mind was a jumble of ideas and fragments of knowledge that didn't quite make sense. He was more affected than anything else by the death of his brother, Shisui. Rushing back to an empty house was pointless. There would be nothing there, and no one to greet him. Nothing else mattered to him at the moment. What was most important were the ideas racing through his mind, a riddle he was frantically attempting to unravel. He needed to figure out how to put his heart back together because it felt like it was in pieces. The quiet was abruptly broken by anxious voices. Tsunade and Iruka's voices echoed, "Naruto, are you okay?" As they hurried to his side, their worry evident. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen stood silently at the rear of the room, observing. As she scanned Naruto for any indications of residual damage, Tsunade hovered over him, her hands moving with the dexterity of an experienced medic. Iruka, on the other hand, was worrying like a worried parent, placing his hand on Naruto's forehead as though to check for a fever. Naruto, however, remained silent. They were not acknowledged by him. His thoughts were miles away from the hospital room as he lay motionless, staring at the ceiling. With a softer voice, Tsunade tried again, "Naruto?" But he remained silent. Her eyes grew more worried, and she looked at Iruka, uncertain of what to do. Naruto remained silent for a long time before speaking in a flat, emotionless voice. "I need space. Just, leave me alone." Naruto ignored Tsunade as she opened her mouth to object. As cold and far away as the sterile white above him, his gaze stayed fixed on the ceiling. The puzzle of everything he had been told, the questions that tormented him, and the pain that throbbed beneath the surface still entangled his thoughts. He was unable to concentrate. Tsunade's forehead developed a tick mark. With frustration rising to the surface, she said, "Are you listening to me, brat?" When Naruto ignored her, she detested it. She didn't have much patience for it because it felt like she was talking to herself. However, Naruto said nothing, his face unchanging. She was even more irritated by his apparent lack of interest in what she had to say. She took several big steps toward the bed, her fists clenched as her temper flared. She was ready to beat some sense into Naruto if he refused to listen to reason. She could always heal him later, after all. But she stopped suddenly as she reached for him. She hesitated because of something in Naruto's manner. His eyes lacked the spark that always characterized him, the ordinary life. Rather, they were lifeless and boring. He didn't even give her a glance. She didn't seem to be in his world at the moment. Those once bright blue, determined, and hopeful eyes were now hollow. Tsunade looked at him, really looked at him, and her heart ached. What she saw beneath the surface hurt her deeply. A boy who had seen too much, carried too much, and now felt nothing but fatigue. He was being crushed by the weight of everything that had happened to him, and even Naruto, who was known for his tenacity, was obviously feeling the strain. She didn't recognize this Naruto. This child was worn out, disoriented, and unsure of what to do next. Tsunade let out a long sigh, and her rage subsided. She didn't know how to assist him. She loved Naruto as much as a mother would love a son, but no medical procedure could ease such a heavy heart. When she felt burdened by her personal troubles, she decided to drown them in sake. However, Naruto had no choice. He was in need of something more profound. She said softly, "You're free to go," with a tone that was no longer abrasive but rather sad. "All your injuries are healed. There's no reason to keep you here." Worried, she pivoted on her heel and walked out of the room slowly. Sitting quietly in the corner, she could only hope that Jiraiya might be able to get to Naruto in a way that she couldn't. Naruto did not respond to her statement. Actually, he had heard her, but everything else was lost in the whirlpool of his mind. Too much pain, too many questions, too many pieces to put together. Iruka stayed with Naruto for a little while longer, his hand still on the boy's shoulder. His brother, his student, broke his heart. What could he say, though? How could he? Even Iruka eventually took a step back, his gaze resting on Naruto before he left the room as well. Alone with his thoughts, Naruto lay in the silent hospital room. All he could think about was the puzzle that was still unsolved inside his head. Right now, he didn't need their words or their worry, he just needed to comprehend. What caused Shisui's death? Why had he had to bear so much weight? Why did it all seem so pointless? Lost in the maze of his thoughts, Naruto's eyes stayed fixed on the ceiling, unblinking. He wasn't yet prepared to face the outside world. Not until he was able to sort out the confusion in his head. Tsunade had just left the room when Jiraiya sat down at the window. For a few moments, he observed Naruto, the boy lying motionless as stone, as if engaged in a struggle with the ceiling. Naruto appeared to be happy to stay locked out of the competition for the time being. As he looked at Hiruzen, Jiraiya sighed, his heart heavy. He was hurt to see Naruto in this state, so disengaged, so different from the cheerful, intelligent boy who never allowed the harshness of the world to break his spirit. He knew a vibrant, optimistic Naruto who always persevered through whatever life threw at him. Now that he was lying there still, though, it was obvious that something had changed. Jiraiya was unsure of how to repair Naruto's broken internal component. Despite his bluster and easygoing demeanor, Naruto was still a young boy. A youngster in dire need of a family's love and support, which he had been denied for far too long. After enduring a great deal on his own, Naruto's entire world was taken away from him in a single night. It was clearer to Jiraiya now than before. Jiraiya, like Tsunade, was not particularly prepared to handle such circumstances. He was used to withdrawing into his research, which usually involved drinking away his anxieties and peeping, to deal with his own problems. Although it wasn't the healthiest approach, it was effective for him in coping with the demands of being a shinobi. But he was aware that Naruto wouldn't benefit from it. A person's soul could be crushed by the decisions and responsibilities that came with being a shinobi if they weren't careful. The emotional and mental strain of the job was rarely understood by those outside the ninja community. The strain had caused even some of the most formidable shinobi Jiraiya had encountered to crumble. He could not allow Naruto to suffer that fate. Something had to be tried. After a lengthy silence during which Jiraiya struggled to find the right words, she said, "Naruto, you know everyone is here for you if you ever want to talk." No one answered. Even Naruto did not flinch. His face was an unreadable mask of emotion, and his eyes were fixed on the ceiling. He made no sign that he had heard Jiraiya. Jiraiya ran a hand through his silver hair and let out a long sigh. He reasoned that wasn't a good place to start. When Tsunade had spoken to Naruto earlier, he had been listening, and the outcome had been the same. Nothing. Lost in his own thoughts, Naruto resembled a stone statue. What made me believe he would speak to me if he didn't reply to Tsunade? Doubt swirled in Jiraiya's mind as he thought. Silence fell for several minutes. Unanswered, Jiraiya's words lingered in the atmosphere. Naruto finally stirred, but he just got out of bed without saying anything. He moved slowly, almost robotically, as though his body was moving automatically while his thoughts were elsewhere. Naruto left the hospital room without saying a word. Hiruzen felt powerless as he watched him go. It wouldn't have mattered if he had spoken to Naruto. Naruto had erected a wall around himself, and nothing he said could break through it. It was obvious that the boy was thinking deeply about something they couldn't comprehend. Jiraiya's words seemed to have never been said before. Jiraiya sighed and considered the possibility that he simply wanted to be left alone. Perhaps he's sick of following everyone's instructions and needs to work things out on his own. Naruto had depended on the leadership of Hiruzen, Iruka, and Shisui for a long time. They had always been there to guide him in the proper direction and assist him in making decisions. Naruto appeared to be looking for something more now, though. Perhaps he was sick of being influenced by them and constantly doing as they said. Perhaps Naruto simply wanted to manage things alone for the first time. Naruto strolled slowly outside the hospital, his mind a whirlpool of bewilderment and sorrow. The questions that weighed heavily on his heart were entangled with the memories of his brother Shisui. What was the meaning of it all? Now what was he meant to do? He had been led by others for so long. He had relied on them and trusted them. However, something had changed within him. He was unwilling to rely on others. He was reluctant to ask for their assistance. This was something he had to do himself. Naruto strolled through the peaceful streets of Konoha, feeling as though the world outside was vast and uncaring. He no longer found solace in the village's well-known sights and sounds. The puzzle he was trying to solve, the questions no one else could answer for him, took up all of his thoughts. Why had it all happened this way? Why did he keep losing the people he cared about? No matter how many people were around him, why did he always feel alone? He was aware that Tsunade, Jiraiya, Iruka, and even Hiruzen, who he detested, cared about him. But at the moment, their worry was just a burden. He wanted neither their sympathy nor their advice. He wanted to make sense of the loss and the pain on his own terms, to comprehend everything that had transpired. For so long, he had been on the path that others had paved for him. Perhaps now was the time to follow his own path, no matter how uncertain or painful it might be. Naruto stopped walking and stood at the edge of the cemetery, staring at Uchiha Sasuke, who was in front of him. The boy's pale cheeks were still marked by fresh tears as he stood in front of his parents' gravestone. Sasuke's shoulders were heavy with grief, but the sadness in his eyes soon turned into something much darker when he saw Naruto coming. Hatred. Most people were frozen where they stood by Sasuke's intense glare. His dark, enraged eyes stared at Naruto as though they could scorch him. Naruto would have already died at Sasuke's feet if appearances could kill. Chills ran through the air as that murderous aura, thick and tangible, radiated off the Uchiha. Naruto, however, did not recoil. He continued. He was indifferent. As they lamented the passing of the fabled Uchiha clan, the council elders stood somberly next to Sasuke. However, they were also feeding Sasuke lies, playing with his grief, and whispering their version of the massacre into his ear. In order to create a distorted story that suggested Naruto, the outsider, was involved in the downfall of the Uchiha, they had poisoned Sasuke's mind. The elders had desired this in order to further isolate Naruto, split the two boys, and encourage Sasuke to pursue their vengeance. The tendons in Sasuke's arms protruded from the strain as his fists clenched tightly by his sides. He had long harbored hatred toward Itachi, his brother and the man who had massacred their clan. He was being consumed from the inside out by an unquenchable fire. There was another flame now, though. Naruto was the target of one. Sasuke hated Naruto in a different way. It was intense and unrelenting, but not as intense or intimate as his hatred for Itachi. It was fueled by the council's lies and the rumors of those who wanted to take advantage of him. He was enraged because Naruto was directly in front of him, unlike Itachi. Even though they were so close, Sasuke was unable to take him out. He was unable to control the rage that was brewing inside of him because his body was still weak from Itachi's genjutsu. Naruto, on the other hand, ignored Sasuke's scowl. He remained silent. He just strode ahead, his face unreadable, his stride steady and calm. Sasuke's anger seemed to be heightened by the lack of response. How was he able to ignore me? Sasuke pondered. The young Uchiha was silently incensed at Naruto's lack of concern and his apparent indifference to Sasuke's presence. His fists trembled at his sides, and his eyes burned with unspoken accusations. He wanted to lash out, to yell at Naruto, to demand answers. However, he was too weak and tired to do anything but watch as Naruto passed him. Naruto didn't care about Sasuke. No longer. Once a rival and a friend, Sasuke was now just another person in a world that Naruto no longer felt a connection to. His feelings had been numbed by the betrayal, the lies, and the weight of everything that had transpired. How might Sasuke's hatred affect him at this point? Nothing. With his back to Sasuke, Naruto continued to walk, his expression fixed on the same icy detachedness that had characterized his recent days. He no longer had time for miscommunications, small-time rivalries, or other people's ire. He had too many other thoughts and too many more important issues to address. Sasuke's glare never wavered as he watched him leave. Naruto, however, didn't turn around. He just no longer gave a damn. The Omega Cure. Fuka stood steadfastly in front of the 6 menacing paths of pain figures in the dim, wet corridors of Omega Cure. Their faces were hidden by shadows, but the eerie gleam of their ringed, metallic eyes, the Rinnegan, pierced the night like silent guardians, keeping an eye on everything she did. Fuka broke the tense silence with a smile that tugged at the corner of her lips in amusement. The Diva Path stepped out of the shadows and commanded, "Speak. Tell me, why are you here?" Fuka's keen eyes swept over the Diva Path, absorbing every detail. Those piercings, chakra receptors. I see. So, I'm speaking to a mere puppet. How amusing, she pondered, her voice light but sardonic. A sudden, unseen force pulled her in the direction of the Diva Path before she could go any further. However, 6 luminous chakra chains protruded from her back, securely securing her to the ground before she was dragged too far. Her confidence remained unfazed, and her amused expression never faltered. She uttered, "So, this is the power of the so-called eyes of God, the Rinnegan," in a mockingly terrified tone. She concluded, "How terrifying," her sarcasm sharper than ever. Clearly not amused by her bluster, the Diva Path's eyes narrowed. "You won't be leaving here alive if you don't state your purpose," he said icily. "State your business with me, or face death." The threat made Fuka laugh softly, and the tension only made her laugh. She stated, in a quiet, low voice, "I have no interest in conversing with a puppet, I'm here to speak with the real you. I can sense it, the Uzumaki blood runs through your veins, but, something about it feels tainted." Her gaze darted in a direction she shouldn't have seen. The intricate Fuinjutsu-based genjutsu in the room came apart with a delicate finger twist, exposing a weak person hunched over in a wheelchair. Nagato. His face was gaunt and withered, his chakra nearly exhausted, and his once imposing form was reduced to a shadow of its former self. Nagato's voice was icy and demanding, and his eyes were blazing with rage. The question hung heavy in the air as he rasped, "How?" Fuka's patronizing grin widened. She shrugged smugly. "You shouldn't be so surprised," she said. "After all, I am Uzumaki. But seeing a fellow Uzumaki like this, a pathetic husk, it sickens me." Nagato spoke in a thunderclap. "I won't ask again. Speak." Fuka cocked her head slightly to look into his blazing eyes. "The Great 5 Nations," she said in a smooth and measured voice, "they've always had their way with us, smaller countries, smaller clans. The strong consume the weak, and the cycle continues. That's the way of the world." With his rage simmering beneath the surface, Nagato said nothing. Fuka took a step forward, her gaze fixed on Nagato's. "But soon," she added, her voice becoming more passionate, "this world will burn in the flames of revolution. The people of Eddies will rise again. We will restore the legacy of the Uzumaki, but we need power to do so. That's why I've come here, to ask you, as a fellow Uzumaki, to aid us in this endeavor." Nagato snorted, contempt twisted in his face. He growled, "You think I would work with you? I am a god, and you are nothing but a speck beneath my feet." Fuka chuckled softly, her tone mocking and full of laughter. "A god, you say?" She bowed deeply and dramatically. She straightened, looking him in the eye, and said, "Forgive me for my ignorance, O mighty one." Her tone became cold. "But if that's your answer, then I'll be on my way." Fuka stopped as she turned to go, giving her a final look over her shoulder. "Don't take too long to make your decision. If you choose to remain a slave to that masked man," she murmured, "then consider yourself an enemy of the people of Whirlpool." Nagato was left alone in the oppressive quiet of the dim hall as Fuka turned and left, her steps assured and leisurely. Village of Hidden Leaf. Naruto's footsteps reverberated softly against the stone pathways as he strolled through the empty Uchiha compound. He couldn't get rid of the strong memories of him and Shisui running around here, laughing, conversing, and training. The once vibrant space felt like a hollow shell. Even though it seemed like a lifetime ago, the memories held on to him and refused to go away. He suddenly remembered a day when he had been crying over something insignificant that he couldn't quite recall now, as he passed places he knew well. As the image became clearer, he saw Shisui kneeling in front of him and grinning subtly. The teenager with the black hair extended a tiny ice cream cone. "Don't cry over that," Shisui had remarked, teasingly ruffling his hair. "Here you go, tomato head." Even though Naruto had been upset, he had laughed at Shisui's teasing as he sniffled and shook his hands to accept the ice cream. Naruto stood in the vacant present, gazing at the quiet compound, as the memory vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. His heart was heavy. The coldness of the present reality was only made more painful by the warmth of that memory. Before long, he returned to the little house that had become his home. The silence was oppressive, and the place seemed as deserted as the compound. Naruto walked slowly through the well-known room, his gaze sweeping over the photographs and small mementos that preserved the recollections of a simpler era. After a while, his eyes fell on the book that Lady Fuka had given him, which was peacefully resting on the shelf. Something about it appealed to him today, even though he hadn't given it much thought lately. A tiny piece of paper dropped out as he picked it up and fluttered to the floor. Noticing that it was written in Fuka's handwriting, Naruto knelt down and picked it up. The message said, "If you ever need a place to stay or just want to learn more about your clan, the Uzumaki, meet me in the Land of Water. Here are the coordinates, 7026.0 feet W." With his heart thumping in his chest, Naruto gazed at the note. The words had a profound effect on him. A place to stay. Learn about his clan, away from everything. He was numb in part. He no longer had a reason to be here, so perhaps this was good for him. What was left for him in Konoha if he couldn't trust the Hokage, if the elders were dishonest, and if everything was gradually collapsing around him? Everywhere he looked seemed to be another reminder of what he had lost, and the memories of Shisui were too painful to confront. Perhaps it's time to go. The idea persisted. As he packed his bag, Naruto acted instinctively, his thoughts a haze. The headband with the cut through it was Shisui's old one, which he took out. Memories flooded back to him as he rubbed his thumb over the mark. It was the final part of Shisui that Naruto could carry, and he had always worn it with pride. Slowly, Naruto placed it in his bag, along with the broken kunai he had tied to a string. To remind him of their relationship, Shisui had given him the same kunai on his birthday. Now, after the fight with Danzo, it was broken and ruined. However, it was still valuable to Naruto. He let the kunai rest against his chest and wrapped the string around his neck. It reminded him of everything that had gone wrong, but the weight of it was reassuring. Naruto took a final glance at the house, his home, his memories, while carrying his bag over his shoulder. Then he went out into the night with a heavy heart. The village was softly illuminated by the moon's pale light as it hung high in the sky. Naruto stood in front of the gravestone designating his brother Shisui's final resting place. Like the emptiness in his chest, the stone was cold and unforgiving. Knowing that they would never even be able to retrieve Shisui's body from the Naka River made the loss of him all the more painful. He gazed at the grave for a while, his mind racing with thoughts of his brother. "I'm so sorry for being weak, brother. It was my fault that this happened," Naruto whispered, his voice heavy with guilt. "If you never took me in, maybe you'd still be here, living a peaceful life. You even gave me your eye, to see the world through me." His hand automatically went to the scar left by Shisui's Sharingan implantation. His fist clenched tightly as the Sharingan's power swirled with a vicious intensity, and his lone red eyes suddenly glowed fiercely in the moonlight. He pledged, "I promise you, Shisui," his voice darkening with anger. "Danzo, Orochimaru, anyone who had a hand in this, they will pay. I swear it." Naruto calmed himself by taking a deep breath after a moment. His tone grew softer. With the weight of his decision bearing down on him, he turned away from the grave and said, "Goodbye, brother. I'm sorry, I have to go. But I'll see you soon. After I've dealt with all of them, there's no reason for me to keep living. We'll reunite soon." Naruto started walking through the village in the direction of the gate. His mind was set, his steps purposeful. He could feel someone trying to hide in the shadows behind him as he got closer to the exit. Naruto said, "I know you're there," in a low voice. His words were followed by a tiny yelp, and Hinata Hyuga entered the moonlight while making her well-known eep sound. Naruto said bluntly, "Oh, it's you," too worn out and emotionally spent to hide his disinterest. His heart was too numb to be bothered by her presence, so he gazed at her emotionlessly. With her eyes wide and obviously shaken by Naruto's appearance, Hinata initially remained silent. Her eyes lingered on his face, on his new Sharingan eye, the scar across it giving him a dangerous, otherworldly appearance. Reaching up to touch his face, Naruto scowled. At that moment, he recalled the red Sharingan in his left eye, which served as a continual reminder of Shisui's talent. Hinata would likely be even more afraid of him if it hadn't by now completely adjusted to his body. Naruto became frustrated with Hinata's silent staring and asked, "Is there something you need, Hinata?" His patience was wearing thin. His emotions had been erratic lately, but he wasn't usually one to lose his temper, especially not since Shisui had taken him in. He was more aware than ever that he was perilously close to something beyond his control. His question made Hinata jump, and she looked down at her feet while tapping her fingers together in that nervous habit of hers. Her words, "I'm sorry," and Naruto, were halting. "I was just surprised to see. I was worried about you. You haven't been to the academy for 2 days, and there are rumors about you." Naruto said icily, "Thanks, I guess," while gazing up at the moon. What people were saying about him didn't interest him, and Hinata's worry didn't matter at the moment, but she went on. "Naruto," she said in a tremulous whisper, "if there's something wrong, please, tell me." After letting her words linger in the air for a moment, Naruto finally spoke. His voice was strained as he said, "Hinata, why are you being so kind to me?" She was surprised by the question. "There's no reason for you to act this way toward me. We're barely even friends. You don't really know me. But you, wish me a happy birthday, make me a scarf, and now here you are, checking on me when you don't have to." He turned to look at her, pain and confusion mixed together in his red and blue eyes. "What is it you're expecting from me?" When Hinata noticed the tears forming in Naruto's eyes, her breath caught. This was the most vulnerable and broken version of him she had ever seen. Knowing that this was her opportunity to tell him everything she had been keeping to herself for so long, she forced herself to swallow her nerves. "Do you remember when Iruka-sensei asked us what the last thing we would think of would be, if this were the last day on Earth?" Hinata asked with a smile. Naruto nodded, but his eyes stayed far away. Hinata said, I picked you," in a voice that was hardly audible. "I did that because I love you, Naruto. I've always loved you. I've watched you for so long. It breaks my heart to see you like this, so please, tell me what's wrong." Hinata's heart was exposed as tears streamed down her cheeks. As he stood there, Naruto's feelings were tumultuous. He didn't answer. Rather, he slipped out of her line of sight and then reappeared behind her, encircling her with his arms in a tight embrace. His breath pressed against her ear as he said in a whisper, "Thank you for everything, Hinata." Naruto gently tapped her until she passed out before she could respond, then laid her down on the ground. He proceeded to Konoha's main gates, where Kotetsu and Azuma were waiting for him. As he approached, the guards appeared perplexed. They were suspicious. "Huh? Lord Hokage didn't notify us about any late departures," one of them said. Naruto remained silent. He just strolled by them, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Kotetsu called, "Hey, you can't leave," and moved forward, the gates closing for the night. Before either guard could respond, Naruto disappeared and then resurfaced behind them, using swift, accurate blows to knock them out. Unconscious, they collapsed to the ground. A recognizable voice called out to Naruto as he turned to leave. "Yo, Naruto." Naruto froze in place, his eyes narrowing as he searched for the voice's origin. Then he noticed Kakashi Hitaki standing serenely before him. Kakashi's lone eye looked worriedly at Naruto. Kakashi asked in a calm but firm voice. Where are you going at this hour? You've got a lot of explaining to do when we head back to the Hokage's office. With a blank expression on his face and icy red and blue eyes fixed on Kakashi, Naruto remained silent. With a sigh, Kakashi combed through his hair. Look, Naruto, I know you're in pain right now, but you can't just. Kakashi stopped before he could say anything more, his eyes wide with surprise. A burning pain shook his body, and all of a sudden, everything around him started to twist and change. As his body started to turn to ash, he watched in horror as he looked down at his hands. Kakashi muffled, Genjutsu, impossible, after realizing what had happened too late. As he left, Naruto's Sharingan whirled violently, trapping Kakashi in his delusion. Whispering to himself, I'm not going back, Naruto said. This is my path now. Kakashi's time in Konoha came to an end when he watched helplessly as Naruto vanished into the distance. Anarchy. One word that sums up Konoha's current situation. The village had already been rocked by the Uchiha massacre, and now one of their strongest Junin had been defeated in a single glance by one of the main suspects in the massacre. To make things worse, he had disappeared without a trace. With Naruto gone, the village lost one of its most potent resources, and Jiraiya, the tie that had bound the Sannin to Konoha, was also gone. The village was in disarray. The Council of the Hidden Leaf was under tremendous pressure in addition to the unease of the populace. The tense yelling and passionate arguments from the ongoing council meeting reverberated through the Hokage building's corridors, causing anxiety to spread throughout the space. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in silence in the council chambers, his face etched with stress and age. In an attempt to lessen the overwhelming pressure pressing down on him, he took a long, deliberate drag from his pipe, the thick smoke swirling around him. There was a clamor of rage, frustration, and fear in the voices around him. Sume, the leader of the Inuzuka clan, spoke loudest, her voice piercing and authoritative. We must find that boy. We cannot afford to let someone like him roam freely, she snarled, her voice more animal than human. He needs to be brought in for questioning, and quickly. The Yamanaka clan's leader, Inoichi Yamanaka, sat with his head lowered in shame and spoke in a softer but no less authoritative tone. We can't chase him like he's a criminal. I did something unthinkable, something that goes against the teachings of the Yamanaka. I tampered with his memories. I feel I hold some responsibility for his desertion. Maybe a life of peace outside the village is the least we can offer him. His remarks were met with scoffs and stares from the rest of the clan leaders. The leader of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Hiyashi Hyuga, was practically shaking with rage. He said, his white Byakugan eyes narrowing dangerously, no. That boy, that Uzumaki, attacked my daughter, he assaulted Hinata. This cannot go unpunished. He needs to face retribution for his actions. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, the village elders, spoke next, their voices brimming with icy authority. Naruto Uzumaki must be held accountable for more than just the assault, Kaharu stated. With the Uchiha gone, the village needs a face, someone to bear the weight of suspicion and anger. The village must maintain its order and direct their anger not at the poster boy like Itachi but at the Uzumaki. It will do well to hide the village's shame and failure. Homura gave a nod of agreement. It's the only way to control the unrest. Some council members murmured agreement with their suggestion, but not all did. The tension in the room abruptly became unbearable. There was a sharp crack in the air as the Hokage, Hiruzen, slammed his hand down on the table. He bellowed, enough, in a commanding voice. With everyone's attention on the elderly leader, the room suddenly became quiet. He got up from his seat and looked around at the elders and clan heads gathered. We will not turn Naruto into a scapegoat for the village's failures, he said with determination. There was no room for debate in his tone. We are already working on tracking him down, but for now, our priority must be ensuring peace within the village. Unrest is growing, and if we don't calm the people, the village will tear itself apart. Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan, gave a contemplative nod. The Hokage is right, he said casually as usual, but his worried expression was visible in his keen eyes. We need to focus on stabilizing the situation here before we start hunting down a boy who's already been through enough. Choza, the head of the Akamichi clan, and Shibi, the head of the Aburame clan, nodded beside him. Unexpectedly, Danzo Shimura also spoke up, but in a cool, collected tone. He stated, we cannot act rashly, with his bandaged face concealing his true feelings. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed in suspicion as they fell on Danzo, but his words were well chosen. I will continue to do what is necessary for the village's survival. With Danzo, there was always a hidden agenda. Returning his focus to the other clan leaders, Hiruzen said, "Shikaku, Sume, Shibi, I would appreciate your help in tracking down Naruto. You three are the best suited for this. It's only been a day, so he can't be far." With their heads already working out plans, all three nodded. Hiyashi Hyuga resumed speaking, his voice more subdued but still angry. Expectations weighed heavily on his words. With the Uchiha gone, the Hyuga will step up. We will ensure the safety of the village and maintain order within its walls. The Hyuga were Konoha's second most powerful clan in the absence of the Uchiha to maintain equilibrium. "See that you do," Hiruzen said, his gaze briefly resting on Hiyashi before shifting back to the other council members. "This meeting is over. We will proceed with our plans to restore order and find Naruto. But remember this. He is not an enemy of this village. Treat him as such, and you will answer to me." Hiruzen turned and walked out of the council chamber, his head heavy with the responsibilities of leadership. In an attempt to combat the tension and fatigue that threatened to overtake him, he took another long drag from his pipe as he made his way back to his office. The Hokage's hat had never felt heavier, and the village was in disarray. Hiruzen knew deep down that this was just the start. Danzo's schemes, the truth about the Uchiha massacre, and Naruto's disappearance were all leading up to something. Something that could tear Konoha apart if not handled carefully. He could only wait for the time being. Await Naruto's announcement. Await the end of the mayhem. However, Hiruzen secretly feared that Konoha's former tranquility was vanishing and that there was nothing he could do to stop it. Asterism. Naruto. As Hinata jolted upright, her breath coming in ragged gasps and her heart pounding, her voice reverberated throughout the sterile hospital room. For an instant, she believed that everything she had seen and experienced was a cruel delusion, that it had all been a nightmare. However, reality set in as she surveyed her surroundings, taking in the stark white walls, the rigid sheets, and the distant sound of nurses pacing the hallways. It wasn't a dream, it had actually occurred. Naruto had left. Breathing became difficult as the crushing weight of that truth weighed heavily on her chest. She felt completely worthless. Helpless. Her fists clenched around the bedsheet, her knuckles whitened as she mentally reenacted everything. She should have been stronger. I wish she hadn't been so shy, apprehensive, and scared to act. Perhaps, just possibly, she could have supported him. She might have been able to assist. However, she wasn't. The pain that had been simmering beneath those ocean blue eyes, the pain he concealed behind his loud, carefree, ramen-loving facade, had been too obvious to her because she was blind. She had failed to notice Naruto's suffering because she had been too preoccupied with her own anxieties and uncertainties. And he was gone now. He was no longer in the village, abandoned everyone and everything. It was hard for Hinata to believe. Her heart sank even more as her eyes strayed to the window. Outside, the scenery appeared as dismal as she did. Below a gray, oppressive sky, the once vibrant village now seemed lifeless and drab. It seemed as though Konoha itself had lost its color, leaving only the most bare, frigid remnant of its former self. The sun's once warm and comforting light had grown aloof and hollow, and it no longer shone brilliantly over the buildings. It wasn't hot, it wasn't chilly, it was simply there. She no longer felt the same sense of warmth that she had when Naruto was close by. That inexplicable comfort that was like being next to a son. She had always been in awe of the energy he exuded in the way that being in his presence gave her the confidence to be anyone or do anything. No one else made her feel that way. Everything was cold now. She could feel the emptiness and coldness of the moon's surface all around her. The wind that once held hints of hope was now merely a chilly reminder of his absence, and her son had vanished. Unexpectedly, the skies suddenly parted. Hinata's eyes widened and grew solemn as the rain started to pour down. It seemed as though the sky itself was lamenting Naruto's passing as the rain came down more rapidly and with greater force. It made her think of a Megakure, the village that was always covered in rain and sadness. She now knew what it was like to live beneath a sky that mourned its departed. Was Naruto the object of the sky's tears? For the once vibrant boy whose character was as free and exuberant as the boundless sky. She reflected on him, the vitality he offered, the way he inspired others to reach their full potential. He was wild, free, and unrestrained by social norms and expectations. He created his own rules and his own route. Hinata had occasionally admired that about him in her more innocent moments, since no one could dictate to him what to do. She used to ponder what it would be like to live free from the demands of perfection and family expectations. She had even foolishly believed that Naruto was fortunate to not have parents who would have scolded and punished him. Did she truly believe that, though? Did she really think that having no one and being alone was a good thing? Can you imagine what it would be like to walk a mile in Naruto's position? As the realization dawned on her, she reflected. You can't truly understand someone until you've walked a mile in their shoes, was an old proverb she had heard a lot before. Naruto's life was, after all, that. A life of misinterpretation and loneliness as the world ignored his suffering and went on. She was aware that things would soon return to normal in the village. Naruto would become forgotten. He was an outsider to them, a boy they never really wanted to understand. Hinata had never asked why they had always treated him differently, but she still didn't know the answer. She'd always believed that discovering the truth would be more expensive than she could afford. She couldn't, though, even if they forgot him. Even though Naruto was gone, his presence would always leave Konoha with scars that would be difficult to heal, despite everyone's best efforts to act otherwise. That was visible to Hinata. Despite everything, including the pain and distance, she was aware that Naruto's story was far from over. She didn't have either. Her heart ached but was no longer breaking as she gazed out at the rain. She didn't cry. No, she'd shed enough tears. She silently vowed to herself this time. Determination settled like an old friend into her bones as she clenched her fists. She vowed, her eyes hardening with resolve, I will get stronger. I'll also return Naruto to the village. Regardless. Even though it was pouring rain, Hinata didn't mind the storm. As Naruto had always done, she would confront it head-on. For that is what it meant to really comprehend someone. Asterism. A few hours later, Shizune's hands glowed a gentle green, her medical ninjutsu relieving Kakashi's throbbing headache as he lay sprawled out on a couch in the Hokage's office with an ice pack balanced on his forehead. Kakashi felt every bit of the agony that had been the last day and a half for them all. Kakashi sighed and tried to calm himself, but his mind was still racing. You're a lifesaver, thank you, he said. In the corner stood Jiraiya and Tsunade, both unusually silent. Jiraiya had an exhausted expression, the weight of the recent events evident in his weary eyes, while Tsunade's rage simmered just beneath the surface, her fists clenched tightly. The tension of unsaid frustrations permeated the entire room. She let out a little snicker as Shizune kept healing him. Initially oblivious, Kakashi's quiet laughter quickly turned into a full-fledged, stomach-clutching fit. Between bursts of laughter, Shizune managed to say, You got defeated by an academy kid. How the mighty has fallen, eh, Hitaki? Kakashi's eyebrow arched in annoyance, but he sighed and let it drop. He said, Trust me, in a calm but subtly serious tone. Naruto isn't just some academy kid. Far from it. If he was anyone else, if he didn't have the association to my late sensei, he'd have been in Anbu by now. There was silence in the room. Everyone was drawn further into their somber thoughts by the weight of Kakashi's words. Finally, it was dawning on them that they were in serious trouble and that Naruto's disappearance was more than a simple act of rebellion. Unable to control her rage any longer, Tsunade struck the wall with her fist, creating a spiderweb crack in the wall. The room shook with shock, and as the tension was about to explode, the door creaked open and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered. His weary eyes scanned the room, but Tsunade's glare pierced him before he could say anything. With a voice shaking with anger, Tsunade yelled, You senile old man. Do you even understand what you've done? Because of your negligence, Danzo and those two other fossils were able to run wild, creating chaos. You let them exterminate a clan. You let them push Naruto out. Do you realize you may have just created another Orochimaru? Despite his efforts to maintain his composure, Hiruzen stayed motionless because her words carried too much weight. Despite his best efforts to suppress it, tears started to fall down his cheeks as his weathered face tightened. The weight of his title, the weight of his shortcomings, felt too great for the first time in years. Tsunade's anger was only increased by witnessing the old Hokage's tears. She ran toward Hiruzen and slammed him to the ground before anyone could react, sending shockwaves through the room with her monstrous strength. Lady Tsunade! Shizune cried out in a startled voice, but she quickly stopped when she noticed her mentor's eyes were watering. Tsunade was hurt, not just angry, profoundly. With a growl, Tsunade said, After everything this village has taken from me, everything you took from me, you couldn't even have the backbone to protect him? Hiruzen remained silent. How could he respond? There was an overwhelming silence in the room. She stood up and let go of him, her voice laden with disappointment. You failed him, Hiruzen. Not the villagers. Not the council. You. Everyone calls you the professor, but I see you for what you truly are, a coward. As an elderly man with too many regrets, Hiruzen lay on the ground, defeated, not as a Hokage. Tsunade straightened herself and wiped her eyes. She stormed out, slamming the door behind her so hard that the doorframe splintered and the door itself crashed loudly to the floor. "I'm leaving this shithole. For good this time. Don't look for me," she yelled. As he watched her leave, Jiraiya stood in the corner, his arms folded and silent. Tsunade had expressed her feelings to him earlier, so he had anticipated this. He was aware that once she made up her mind, there would be no stopping her. Shizune paused, her expression conflicted as she glanced back at the others. She wanted to stay and protest, but she was too devoted to Tsunade. As Shizune rushed after her mentor, Tsunade's words, "Stay or leave. I don't care which," kept repeating in her head. After they left, the office was eerily quiet. With a heavy heart, Hiruzen lay there gazing up at the ceiling. At that time, he was not the Hokage. The professor was not him. He was just a broken old man who was burdened by his own mistakes. There was a long, agonizing silence, and then he slowly got up and walked to the window, his legs trembling. After lighting his pipe, he inhaled deeply and observed the smoke rising into the atmosphere. He gazed out over the village, his eyes still moist with tears. Now more than ever, he could see that Konoha was broken. Lost in his thoughts, he stood for what seemed like hours. The only sound that broke the stillness was the soft burning of his pipe. Finally, without turning around, he spoke, his voice low but full of renewed resolve. "I have a mission for you too." Jiraiya and Kakashi both straightened as they recognized Hiruzen's tone. Instead of the broken man who had been lying on the floor moments before, it was the voice of a Hokage once more. "What is it, Lord Hokage?" Jiraiya inquired, his customary lightheartedness giving way to gravity. With the weight of the world in his eyes, Hiruzen turned to face them. "We need to find Naruto. No matter what. And we must do it before Danzo, or worse, gets to him. The future of the village, no, the future of the world may very well depend on it." Kakashi gave nod. "We'll bring him back." Jiraiya's expression softened a little, but his worry for the boy persisted. "We'll find him, Hiruzen. But when we do, what then?" Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and gazed off into the distance while taking another deep drag from his pipe. "When we do, we'll figure out how to undo the damage we've caused. One way or another." Fire Country's border. As Naruto continued down the winding valley and approached the Fire Country's border, the air became heavier. His black cloak was pulled by the savage October wind, which chilled his bones by slipping its icy fingers through the fabric. The cold persisted even as he tightened it. He had wavy red hair that blew in the wind and occasionally fell into his eyes, one a crimson as vivid as a polished ruby and the other a brilliant lilac that seemed to glow from within. He had been traveling for almost a week, trying to keep as far away from Konoha as he could. The emotional burden of everything he had left behind made every step feel heavier than the last, in addition to the physical toll the journey was having on him. More than anything, he yearned for the warmth of a hot bath as his body ached. He grimaced as he thought, "I would give anything to be soaking in one of Kaminari no Kuni's hot springs right now." He was dressed simply but effectively, wearing a long-sleeved shirt under his cloak and long black pants. The bright red scarf around his neck provided the most comfort, but his clothes did the best they could to keep him warm. It served as a reminder but provided little warmth. An indication that someone was still concerned. Even as he wandered far from Konoha, the scarf Hinata had made for him as a birthday present reminded him that he wasn't entirely forgotten. He felt a sudden wave of nostalgia as he arrived at the top of the valley, his breath hazy in the cold air. He thought of that snowy Christmas Eve with Shisui because of the cold. They had been enjoying the warmth of each other's company while laughing, conversing, and grinning. Naruto had been ecstatic since Shisui had given him a rare ramen flavor as a gift. Before Naruto could grasp it, the memory vanished, leaving him with the stinging wind once more. It was like a brief burst of warmth on a chilly day. Naruto continued, shaking his head and drawing his cloak tighter as the wind sliced through his layers. The scenery below him started to change as he ascended the valley. A tiny community tucked away in the distance, encircled by dense fog and bounded by the ocean. The gray walls of the small, dilapidated buildings blended into the dense fog that enveloped the town like a thick blanket. As they snaked their way toward the vast ocean that stretched indefinitely toward the horizon, rivers wound their way through the village. There was relief in seeing it, even though it wasn't the busy, opulent village he had once called home. With a slight lift in his heart, Naruto thought, "At least I'm getting closer." It was the end of the long journey. He would soon arrive at the village hidden in the mist, which Fuka had instructed him to locate. However, a wave of uneasiness followed the relief that washed over him. He had never been treated kindly by Konoha. What if there were no differences in this new village? Would it be any better in the hidden mist? Would he experience the same rejection and loneliness he had experienced in Konoha, or would he finally find the tranquility he so desperately sought? Naruto reasoned that he would at least see Fuka again. He found hope in that thought alone. Maybe it would be different this time. Naruto looked down at the town and saw how the river surrounded it like a moat. The village was not easily accessible by land. As he prepared for the journey across the river's surface, he focused chakra into the soles of his feet and thought, I'll have to use the water walking technique. The water's surface swirled with the mist like a moving veil as it reflected the drab, foggy light. Naruto inhaled deeply before starting downhill toward the village, his mind racing with doubt. There was no way forward. There was no way out of the mist, but he had no idea what he would discover there. He was no longer welcome in Konoha. He had severed his connections with everything and everyone, leaving behind the only life he had ever known. But he hoped to discover something new here, in this village shrouded in mist. A new house. A fresh goal. And perhaps, just possibly, an opportunity to recover. Naruto took a final look up at the village as he got closer to the river's edge. A tiny, unsure smile pulled at his mouth's corners. He whispered, So, this is the land of wave, huh? Let's see if you have what I'm looking for. Then he put his foot on the water. He continued to walk steadily toward the unknown and the next phase of his life despite the surface trembling beneath his feet and the cold stinging his skin. Asterism unidentified bunker. The hallways of an unidentified bunker were filled with long, menacing shadows as darkness gripped every available space. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, the air dense and almost tangible. The spooky atmosphere was further enhanced by the flickering light from a single, dim bulb. Orochimaru, the notorious Snake Sanin, and Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root, were seated in the tiny room in the center of the bunker. They had a secret meeting that had the potential to change the Hidden Leaf's destiny. With one eye fixed on Orochimaru and the other concealed behind his constant bandages, Danzo sat rigidly. The years had not been kind to him. Lines of experience marked his face, and his manner remained as calculating and frigid as ever. On the other side of him, Orochimaru sat comfortably in his chair, his golden, snake-like eyes glimmering with curiosity, and a wry smile pulling at his pale lips. Orochimaru purred in a mocking tone, You've come to me for help again, Danzo? How delightful. I never imagined you would lower yourself to this. Danzo's jaw tensed, but he maintained his poise and his eyes remained fixed. This isn't a game, Orochimaru. Naruto Uzumaki is Mia and knows too much. He's become a liability to the village and must be dealt with. I've heard you have your ways of finding people, especially ones who are trying to stay hidden. With his long fingers aimlessly tracing the table between them, Orochimaru chuckled softly. His voice slithered through the room, adding to the chill. Oh, yes. The Uzumaki boy. I've been keeping an eye on him, you know. Such potential. Danzo frowned, growing impatient. Potential or not, he's a threat to my plans. The village's plans. If he falls into the wrong hands, it will spell disaster for Konoha. Orochimaru teased, You mean your hands, as his smile grew. Let's not pretend this is about the village, Danzo. We both know where your loyalty lies. Danzo balled his fist. I won't tolerate your games, Orochimaru. If you can't handle this, I'll find someone who can. A glint of something more sinister appeared in Orochimaru's eyes, replacing his smile. His voice was a whisper as he leaned forward a little. Careful, Danzo. You're in my domain now. But, I will help you. Not because I owe you anything, but because our working relationship has always proven beneficial, hasn't it? After a tense moment, Danzo nodded after giving him a wary look. Then we have an understanding. Eager to get out of the snake's den, Danzo got up and turned toward the door. Orochimaru's laughter returned as he watched him leave. Orochimaru yelled after Danzo just before he vanished into the hallway's shadows. You might want to be cautious, Danzo. Naruto isn't the child he once was. He'll be heading to the land of water, no doubt, but whether you can handle what he's become, well, that's another matter entirely. Danzo just kept walking until the darkness engulfed him without replying. With his mind already racing with new possibilities, Orochimaru leaned back in his chair and drummed his fingers against the armrests. After Danzo left, he uttered the soft word, Kabuto. A young man with silver hair and glasses, whose eyes gleamed with cold efficiency and intelligence, stepped out of the shadows. Kabuto waited for orders while bending slightly in front of Orochimaru. How may I be of service, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto inquired in a courteous but slightly impatient tone. Orochimaru grinned, but it was not visible to his eyes. It seems our old friend Danzo needs a favor. I want you to track down Naruto Uzumaki. He's headed for the land of water, and I want him brought to me, alive. In the low light, Kabuto's glasses shone brightly, and if Danzo tries to intervene? Orochimaru grinned broadly. Danzo thinks he can control everything, but he forgets that the chessboard has more players than just him. If he gets in the way, remind him where his place is. But for now, play along. Danzo's ambition is useful, for now. But remember, Kabuto, I want Naruto. He's grown stronger than they realize, and I want to see what the boy can really do. Kabuto nodded, already figuring out the best way to carry out the mission. Consider it done, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes glistened with ominous expectation as Kabuto vanished back into the darkness. The pieces were in motion, and before long, everyone would contribute to the greater scheme of things. Danzo, Naruto, and even the village. And when the moment was right, Orochimaru would be there, watching, waiting, and prepared to attack. The busy streets of Kumogakure were bathed in a warm glow as the sun descended in the land of lightning. Accompanying his young daughter, Mabui Sakiyama, Kumo's designated representative, Akio Sakiyama, strode through the gates of Kumo. The two headed toward the cage's office, nodding courteously to the gate guards as they were met. Despite being notably different from other villages, Kumo was bustling with activity, as a result of Kumogakure's aggressive strategy to increase military power after the Third Great Shinobi War. The streets were crowded with shinobi rather than civilians. As they moved through the congested streets, they could feel the energy of the village, which was fueled by strength and preparedness. When they arrived at the Raikage's office, the secretary welcomed them and ushered them into the meeting room. When they entered after the announcement, they saw that the fourth Raikage, A, was in the midst of lifting a large dumbbell, his muscular arms gleaming with sweat. He dropped the weight as he saw them arrive and turned to meet them, his stern face softening slightly at the sight of Mabui. Mabui's face brightened with happiness, and she hurried to give A hug. "Raikage-sama!" she exclaimed with joy. A ruffled the girl's hair and grinned warmly. "How was the trip?" he inquired in a surprisingly soft deep voice. Mabui smiled. Her voice was full of excitement as she exclaimed, "It was so long, but Konoha is super big. I even made a new friend there, a boy named Naruto Uzumaki." A's eyes widened at the mention of Uzumaki, and he glanced towards Akio Sakiyama. He felt a disturbance from the past when he heard that last name. Sakiyama observed the Raikage's response but remained silent, awaiting the ideal opportunity to speak. A turned back to Mabui and smiled. "I'm glad you had fun, and soon, when you graduate from the academy, you'll be working right here with me. You'll be able to travel the world, just like your father." Both men grinned as Mabui joyfully cheered at the idea. Sakiyama nodded when she asked if she could go play with her friends. His words were, "Go ahead, have fun." Mabui's laughter reverberated down the hallway as she ran out the door. The atmosphere in the room changed as soon as the door closed. His grin dimmed and his face turned grave. His voice was a low growl as he turned to face Sakiyama. "Report." As he spoke, Sakiyama's expression hardened. He paused and shook his head in exasperation. "The talks with Konoha were useless, Raikage-sama. I didn't even have the chance to make a move for the Hyuga. Their defenses were tighter than anticipated. However, I did uncover something unexpected. As you just heard, the Uzumaki lives." A turned abruptly and walked toward the window, his eyes narrowing. It was obvious that the name, Uzumaki, upset him. He muttered, "The Uzumaki clan," as he gazed over the village. His hand clenched into a fist as he recalled the past. "I thought we'd never hear that name again. During the war, they were savages. Unstoppable forces that tore through our ranks. A clan like that brought imbalance to the world. And now you're telling me that one of those monsters survived? Interesting." Sakiyama gave a nod. "Yes, Lord Raikage, but it seems the boy is out of the village now. I don't know where he's headed, but if he truly has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, he could be a powerful asset or foe." A's face grew serious. The Uzumaki were a formidable clan known for their legendary sealing methods. It was risky, but also extremely valuable, to think that one of them would survive, especially a boy without any ties. After taking a book off his desk and leafing through it, the fourth Raikage gave it to Sakiyama. When he said, "Add him to the bingo book, B rank. And make sure the bounty specifies. He must be brought in alive. Imagine what we could do with an Uzumaki under our control. A new clan in Kumo." With a nod of comprehension, Sakiyama accepted the book. "And what will you do, my lord?" A kept staring out the window while his mind worked out the numbers. "I will personally oversee the efforts to track the boy down. We cannot afford to let him fall into anyone else's hands." He's a rare commodity, one that could change the power balance in our favor. Sakiyama bowed respectfully, understanding the seriousness of the situation. As you command, RyugaXD-sama. As Sakiyama left the room, he watched, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the options. They could obtain the fabled sealing methods used by the Uzumaki clan if they were able to apprehend Naruto Uzumaki. When paired with Kumogakure's strength, that kind of power would make Kumo unstoppable. However, he was also aware that other people would be searching for the boy. Konoha wouldn't allow their secret treasure to elude them so easily. He was adamant about winning the race for Naruto Uzumaki, which had already started. Village of Hidden Leaf, with her fists clenched tightly at her sides and her anger evident, Tsunade bounded through the streets of Konoha. Shizune was struggling to keep up behind her, clutching Tun-Tun in her arms as she anxiously observed her mentor's rigid stance. With each step adding to her rage, Tsunade's thoughts whirled in a frenzied haze. How could Hiruzen, that old fool, have permitted this? How was it possible for him to push Naruto out of the village and allow him to escape their control in such a way? Inexcusable. Tsunade was so engrossed in the past that she hardly noticed the wind whistling through the village streets. It wasn't just Naruto who suffered from the memories. The faces of people who had long since passed away suddenly returned, Kushina most vividly. She was back at the Senju compound in her imagination, where things had seemed easier. The life of the party was always Kushina, with her fiery red hair cascading down her back. Makoto, a young Itachi, and Tsunade had been present that day. As Tsunade sipped her sake, she could still feel the warmth of the sun coming in through the windows. The atmosphere had been calm, and Makoto had been reading quietly. However, with Kushina present, that tranquility was short-lived. Before anyone could react, Kushina had lifted little Itachi off his feet and into the air with a happy squeal as a flash of red swept across the room. Kushina had swung Itachi from side to side like a rag doll and cried, "Look at how cute he is." Even in Kushina's arms, the boy's normally composed expression was intact. Makoto had sighed, her tone a mix of frustration and laughter. "Kushina, please, I'd prefer it if you didn't smother my son." Ever the joker, Kushina twirled Itachi in her arms while pouting dramatically. "Oh, come on, Makoto. He's adorable, and I'm not smothering him," she laughed. Tsunade grinned in spite of herself as she watched the mayhem play out and shook her head. "Honestly, Kushina, shouldn't you keep your emotions in check? Especially in your condition?" Itachi had smiled softly, which was unusual for the young Uchiha, who was always one to keep his cool. He had sarcastically remarked, "Auntie Kushina isn't strong enough to kill me," obviously making fun of her. The room had been silent for a moment. Then Kushina realized, and her eyes widened in mock rage as she gazed at Itachi. "What did you say, brat?" Tsunade had almost burst out laughing, unable to control herself as Itachi's composed demeanor briefly faltered. But he quickly covered up his laughter because he knew it would only make Kushina even more agitated. Then Makoto had intervened, her motherly tone firm but calming. "Kushina, calm down. Itachi, stop grinning like that or you'll make her even more upset." However, the room was filled with the infrequent sound of Itachi's laughter, and even Kushina was unable to remain angry. She put him down gently as her face softened. She grinned and ruffled his hair, saying, "Okay, brat, you win this time." Still laughing, Tsunade had dabbed at her tears. "You always fall for it, Kushina." Then Makoto had risen, speaking to Itachi with that same maternal confidence. "Itachi, don't you think it's time for bed?" Itachi had smiled slightly and nodded. "Good night, Lady Tsunade. Good night, Auntie Kushina." The playfulness had subsided as he walked out of the room, giving way to a calm, reflective atmosphere. Tsunade had seen Kushina sitting on the couch with her hand on her bloated stomach and a faint smile on her face. Tsunade's customary sternness had given way to concern as she asked gently, "How are you holding up?" Although it didn't quite reach her eyes, Kushina's smile had returned. She had responded, better than expected, Databane, with a light tone that belied the weight of her words. She had then paused, glanced at Tsunade, and lowered her voice to almost a whisper. Minato said, "My seal might weaken during childbirth." Tsunade's hand tightened around her sake cup as her heart clenched at those words. "Is it something we need to worry about?" With her fingers making circles on her stomach, Kushina had paused. "Minato says it shouldn't be a problem, but if something happens to me, you'll protect Naruto, right?" Tsunade had reached out and put a hand on her friend's shoulder despite feeling a twinge of fear. Her words, "Nothing's going to happen," had been firm. "But if it does, I promise, I'll protect Naruto. I'll take care of him." Kushina's disposition instantly improved, her typical joviality returning. Of course you will. I'm not worried or anything, Databane. Just saying, you know. Despite the fact that the promise weighed heavily on her heart, Tsunade had smiled at her. She had repeated, of course, but her tone had been slightly playful. Playfully, Kushina had narrowed her eyes. Don't say it like that, you're teasing me. Tsunade had reiterated, of course, her smile growing. Tsunade. Kushina had exclaimed, and for a split second, their relationship seemed indestructible. For a while, everything else seemed distant after they had laughed together and experienced a moment of unadulterated friendship. However, that moment had passed. Tsunade. Tsunade was startled out of her reverie by Shizune's piercing voice. Her eyes were blurry and her fists were clenched tightly when she had stopped in the middle of the road. Shizune said in a worried tone, Tsunade, are you okay? The memory of Kushina weighed heavily on Tsunade's heart, and she took a while to reply. Unshed tears filled her eyes as she muttered, more to herself than to others, I lost him, Shizune, I lost Naruto. What do you mean? Shizune inquired, clearly perplexed. Tsunade said, I failed him, in a voice that broke. I promised Kushina I would protect him, and now he's gone. There's nothing I can do. Shizune moved toward Tsunade and put a hand on her arm as her eyes grew empathetic. It's not too late, Lady Tsunade. We can still find him. Tsunade agreed with her student in silence as she shook her head, but she had a lot of emotions in her head. Shizune's anxiety increased as she followed Tsunade, who strode through Konoha's streets with resentment evident at every turn. She dreaded witnessing her master descend into the same depressing cycle of debt, gambling, and alcohol that had once engulfed her. Tsunade had been grounded by Naruto, who also brought her back to the village and gave her a new sense of purpose. Shizune feared that now that he was gone, Tsunade would lose that motivation and revert to her destructive, old habits. But Tsunade was preoccupied with her own guilt. As they got closer to leaving the village, the resentment in her heart grew stronger. She cursed herself for being a coward and failing to support Naruto during his most vulnerable moments. She had abandoned her best friend's child in her sorrow over Kushina's passing, leaving him to face a cruel and hateful world. At this point, it was too late to make amends because Naruto was no longer there. The sound of fists striking wood, followed by heavy, labored breathing, abruptly cut through her thoughts. Tsunade stopped, sensing the disturbance with her keen senses. A young girl with indigo hair was hammering a tree in a nearby training field as she looked toward it. The bark was splintered from the repeated hits, and her knuckles were bloodied. Tsunade squinted at the girl's fervent expression and said, Shizune, do you see that? Shizune gasped as she followed her gaze. That's Hinata Hyuga. She's the heir to the Hyuga clan, and the last person to have seen Naruto before he left. Tsunade nodded, her surprise obvious. The normally quiet Hyuga heir's aggressive behavior caught her off guard. Let's go ask her a few questions. As they got closer to the training area, Tsunade watched Hinata with interest and worry. The girl didn't seem to care that her fists were bloodied and raw from her violent beatings on the tree. She was immersed in her own world of pain and frustration, pushing herself to the limit. Tsunade yelled, Hey, you! We need to talk, but Hinata remained silent. With her Byakugan activated and her blows driven by something deep inside, she kept beating the tree. Tsunade became impatient. She yelled, Hey, I'm talking to you, in a stern, irritated tone. Hinata continued to ignore her, her attention unblinking. Every blow appeared more desperate and determined than the one before it. On Tsunade's forehead, a vein throbbed. Being disregarded, particularly by a younger shinobi, was something she wasn't used to. She took a swift step forward, seized Hinata's shoulder, and whirled her around in a firm grasp. With a voice full of authority, Tsunade snarled, You should listen when your elders are speaking, brat. I have questions, and you're going to give me answers. However, Hinata struck out before Tsunade could finish. Her Byakugan came alive, and she attacked with all the strength she possessed, her blows erratic and haphazard. For a moment, Tsunade's eyes widened, but she quickly deflected each blow with ease, her movements deliberate and accurate. Tsunade saw that Hinata was acting out of sheer rage, and her attacks were rash and emotional. Hinata tried to use her 64 palms, but Tsunade easily blocked each blow. Hinata was on the ground in a matter of seconds, gasping for air and trembling from fatigue. Her forehead pressed against the dirt, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tsunade was crouching next to her, holding Hinata's arms down. Her grip was still firm, but her voice had softened. Nice moves, but that tantrum isn't going to help anyone, she replied. Now, tell me about Naruto. Did he say anything before he left? Did he hint at where he was going? There was silence for a long, tense moment. As Tsunade was about to push harder, she noticed that Hinata was crying quietly and trembling beneath her hands. Hinata stutteringly said, "Ichi left me," her voice shaking. "Even though I told him I love him, he still left. I wasn't strong enough to stop him. I'm too weak, I need to be stronger, to bring him back." As Tsunade heard what the broken girl had to say, her annoyance vanished. She could hear the pain and the self-blame in Hinata's voice, the raw emotion. She had experienced the same pain when she lost people she cared about. Shizune's heart ached for Hinata as she knelt next to them. She said softly, "Lady Tsunade." But Tsunade silenced her with a raised hand. Tsunade let out a sigh, released Hinata, and let the girl sit up. "Strength isn't just about being able to punch through a tree or win a fight," Tsunade stated in a softer tone. "It's about knowing when to ask for help. It's about understanding that you can't do everything alone." Hinata's eyes were full of doubt as she wiped her face with her sleeve. "But I couldn't even help him." Tsunade stated quite plainly, "You couldn't help him because you're not ready, but that doesn't mean you won't ever be." Hinata gazed up at her, her eyes wide. "What do you mean?" Tsunade got up and wiped the dirt off her hands. "Naruto's gone, and you feel powerless. I get it. But beating yourself up, literally, isn't going to change that. If you want to be strong enough to help him, you need to train smart. Come with me, Hinata. I'll help you become stronger, but it won't be easy. This path isn't for the faint-hearted." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise at the offer, and her breath caught in her throat. Tsunade went on in a firm voice. "Naruto isn't just your burden to bear. We all want to bring him back, but it's going to take more than just one person. If you want to help, then commit to it, no more beating yourself up." Hinata was still kneeling on the ground, her heart pounding, as Tsunade and Shizune turned to go. Tsunade's words had sparked something inside of her, though her feelings were still raw. She got up slowly and started to follow them, her fists clenched with renewed resolve. Hinata muttered to herself, "I will bring him back," in a determined tone, no matter what. When Tsunade heard the soft words, she gave herself permission to smile a little, contentedly. Even though Naruto was no longer with them, his loved ones continued to fight and look for him. That was only confirmed when Hinata caught up with her. Shizune gave Tsunade one last look as they walked off the training field. "What now, Lady Tsunade? What about the village? They'll wonder where the Hyuga heir has gone." Tsunade looked straight ahead with a stern expression. "We're going to find Naruto, and this time, we won't stop until we bring him home." Hinata and Shizune both nodded simultaneously. This time, no one would be left behind as the search for Naruto got underway. Asterism Kakashi ran toward the Uchiha compound, his feet barely making a sound as he darted across Konoha's rooftops. The route to Shisui's and Naruto's house was etched in his memory from innumerable visits, and the familiar path extended before him. The compound appeared, a shadow of what it had been, cold, quiet, and empty. With a quick, silent leap, he landed on the windowsill of Naruto's room, easily pried the window open, and slipped inside. He was struck instantly by the stale air, a concoction of rot and dust. The once vibrant house seemed deserted, like a place long forgotten. It appeared as if someone had departed quickly, leaving everything in a chaotic state. Kakashi looked around the room before focusing on Naruto's bed. His clothes were still hanging neatly in the closet, his toothbrush was still in the bathroom, and the blanket and pillow had been thrown out carelessly. The room's potted plants were sagging, their leaves dying from lack of care. He gave a headshake. Naruto had obviously left with little planning, leaving no trace of his whereabouts or motivation. The discarded shirt, dangling loosely on a chair by the window, was now the only thing that mattered. Kakashi snuck out of the house, grabbed the shirt, and ran to the main gate. The meeting spot was only a short distance away. When he got there, he saw the ever-stoic Shibi, Shikaku with his typical weary look, Jiraiya, and Sume and her Ninken companion waiting. Jiraiya's carefree manner vanished as he gazed at Kakashi gravely. "Did you find anything?" Sume snarled impatiently, "Yeah, it's been long enough," and her Ninken barked in agreement. As usual, Shikaku sighed and muttered the word, "troublesome," under his breath. Kakashi raised the garment. "This is Naruto's. With Sume's Ninken and Shibi's insects, we should be able to pick up his trail." Everyone gave a nod of agreement. However, the nagging fear in the back of Kakashi's mind persisted. For 8 days. What if Naruto's new surroundings had changed or diluted his scent? In a cloud of white smoke, he summoned his Ninken and swiftly smothered the thought. With Pakun at the front, the pack emerged with their customary zeal. Pakun looked around at the strange group and snarled, "What's up, boss?" "This is Naruto's shirt," informed Kakashi. "He's been missing for 8 days. Find him." After exchanging worried looks, the pack began sniffing around to get a feel for Naruto's scent. Urushi noted, 8 days is a long time, with caution. Kakashi spoke firmly. "There's been no rain. His scent should still be here." Pakun nodded. The Rinnegan took off, noses to the ground, after saying, "Okay, boss. We're on it." Sume quickly had her Rinnegan join the search after Kakashi threw the shirt to her. Kakashi's mind wandered to the village while they waited. If this went on, how would the village respond? A boy like Naruto, the fourth Hokage's son and Konoha's Jinchuriki, going missing for days and possibly in danger. With every day that went by, the tension increased. "Boss," said Pakun, interrupting Kakashi's reverie, "we've picked up his trail." Kakashi gave the order, "Show me," and the group quickly followed the pack as they darted through the thick forest. Shibi's insects buzzed silently in agreement, and Sume's Rinnegan confirmed the same scent. The Rinnegan gathered at a distant clearing, indicating the faint trail that had been left behind. Pakun said, "He came through here, heading north," as he entered the clearing and pointed to a patch of dirt. "North," Jiraiya gritted his teeth and muttered. "Toward Kiri? Why would he be heading there?" Shikaku folded his arms and thought out loud, "It does make sense. Kirigakir's in the middle of a civil war right now. It'd be the perfect place to hide, chaotic and easy to get lost in the mix. That troublesome kid." Just as Jiraiya opened his mouth to reply, he vanished in a cloud of smoke, his existence gone forever. Sume growled in a startled tone, "What the hell happened? Are we being ambushed?" "Calm down, it's reverse summoning," Kakashi said. "His summons the toads must have called him." Shikaku rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. "Well, that changes nothing. Back to the topic at hand. The only way Naruto's getting to Kiri is through the Land of Waves. That's a major shipping port, run by a man named Gato. If he's using that route, we might catch up with him there." Kakashi nodded while keeping his eyes on the road ahead. "We need to move fast. If we leave now, we can reach the port in a few days." The group looked at each other, and then Sume nodded sharply. "Then let's move. The longer we wait, the farther he gets." Kakashi's thoughts were racing as they flew toward the northern border. The boy they were pursuing was more than just a youngster. He was an essential component of Konoha's future and a missing piece of the island. And there would be unthinkable repercussions if Naruto totally disappeared. Knowing that they needed to get Naruto home before it was too late, Kakashi forced himself to walk harder with every step. Kumogakure, the village, became gloomy as rain started to pour through Kumo's darkening streets. The fourth Raikage, stood tall in his office at the top of the village, gazing out over it with an unreadable face and a rigid posture. He was very uneasy about the recent news of an Uzumaki survivor. The existence of the last Uzumaki might have remained unknown if not for the delegation that was sent to Konoha under the leadership of Tsukiyama and his daughter Mabui. The idea itself tormented him. He could still clearly recall their brutality during the Third Great Shinobi War. His thoughts were cut short when his younger brother, Killer Bee, entered the office through the open door. To his annoyance, Bee got down to business as usual, rapping and dancing. Bee spun, throwing up a peace sign, his words flowing naturally. "Yo, bro, what's the deal? I was at the hot springs, trying to chill. Then you pulled me out of my flow, but I'll be back on track. Don't you know how I get down, Jack? Training all day. Need a bite, maybe teriyaki chicken tonight, alright," Bee said. Veins swelled on his forehead in annoyance as his face darkened. He roared, "You idiot. How dare you rap in a formal meeting? One more word and you'll feel my iron claw." Bee nodded in acknowledgement, sweating nervously. As the atmosphere changed, the air became thicker. His voice grew solemn. "Bee, do you remember the village of Whirlpool, the Uzumaki clan from the Third Great Shinobi War?" Bee's voice was unusually solemn as he answered, "Of course, how could I forget?" Abruptly, a strong memory of the cruel battlefield reappeared, one Bee had attempted to suppress. Rewind: the invasion had come to an end. They were late to leave, and Iwa, Suna, and Kiri all retreated for a long time. It was finally over after a long battle, but at what price? The bodies of fallen Kumogakure shinobi littered the blood-stained battlefield. Their numbers had been wiped out with terrifying efficiency by the Uzumaki. Bee and his brother had been there, struggling to stay alive during the assault. The Uzumaki warriors' incredible strength had defeated their forces, outmatching them. A had refused to stay down in spite of his injuries and battle weariness. His determination was like a fire, and he had stood up. A's glare had been sufficient to silence B and all of his fellows when they attempted to stop him. With a harsh and uncompromising voice, A had demanded, "Take us to the battlefield, B. We must gather the troops, and pick up the dead." Knowing that there was no use in arguing with his brother once he made up his mind, B had sighed. "All right, elder brother. Everyone, gather around. Connect with me." B was getting ready for a long-distance shunshin after gathering his chakra. Even though he knew it would be exhausting, A's perseverance kept him going. They had suddenly materialized at the battlefield, where the most horrifying scene of the battle had met them. Bodies. Everywhere. The smell of death permeated the air, and the ground was covered in blood. The bodies of. The field was littered with Kumogakure shinobi, their faces twisted in pain as their lives were mercilessly taken. More than he anticipated, he lost. "Damn it, no." A had screamed angrily, his voice piercing the ear-splitting quiet. B had stood motionless, his body shaking as he took in the view. He had muttered, "My God. They're all dead," in a barely audible voice. It was a cemetery on the battlefield. Among the dead were Uzumaki warriors, kids, Suna, and Kiri ninja, but for every Uzumaki that died, dozens of Kumo shinobi also died. The ground beneath him cracked under the force of his rage as he punched the ground in frustration. B's first instinct was to channel his chakra and look for any indications of life. Then B had sensed it, a gloomy, ominous presence emanating from the battlefield's eastern flank. He had never felt anything like it before. The chakra was vile, full of anger and hatred. B had reported, "Brother. Something's on the eastern side," with a tone of fear in his voice. "No, it can't be him," said a narrowed eye. "It isn't possible," he thought, "he's dead." Their hearts thumping with anticipation and fear, they had sprinted toward the source. They were completely chilled by what they discovered. A man, battered and bloodied but still standing, stood in the middle of a huge crater. His flesh was ripped and mangled, and kunai and swords were embedded in his body. He had one eye missing and one arm hanging limp. He was still standing, though, breathing steadily and shallowly despite his wounds. When he saw them, his lone blue eye darkened, consumed by pain and hatred. With a voice that was hardly audible and filled with fear, it had whispered, "Azashiro Uzumaki. Impossible." Once a valiant warrior, Azashiro had transformed into a demon in human form as a result of his anger and grief. Red chains protruded from his body, pulsing with heat and evil, and his dark, menacing chakra hung over him like a shroud. Every opposing shinobi gives him a terrified look. "It's him. Can't believe he still lives after that battle. A one-man army. This is bad, we're dead." Azashiro had suddenly disappeared and resurfaced in front of a Kumo Anbu, his lone arm snagging the man by the throat. Azashiro's hold tightened, and the Anbu's eyes widened in fear. The Anbu was reduced to ash in Azashiro's hands after he crushed his throat. With their weapons ineffective against the force in front of them, the remaining Kumo shinobi had fled in terror. Except for Azashiro's ragged breathing, the battlefield had become quiet. Unable to move as the scene played out in front of him, it had whispered, "Demon." He laughed softly at first, but after hearing that, he started laughing maniacally. He laughed until he was satisfied, and he passed away standing. His face was etched with a contented smile. B shook his head, bringing the terrible memory back to the present. "No. I can never forget that day, bro. The Uzumaki were monsters." With a grim expression, he nodded. "And now, one of them survives. A mere child at that. We can't let this chance slip by. If we can find him, if we can bring him here, Kumo will have its own Uzumaki, a power that no one else can match. Who needs the Hyuga when you have that?" B nodded, but scowled. "You sure about this, bro? The kid might not want to join us willingly." A's eyes became stony. "Then we make him. Kumo's future depends on it." B looked at his brother, both of them feeling the pressure of the choice. He was aware of the threat posed by Uzumaki, having encountered them previously. But B would follow his brother if he thought this was the right course. After all, their village's future depended on it. Where is he? The land of waves Nami no Kuni experienced a gloomy downpour that reflected the village's desolation as the rain continued to fall. No one was brave enough to face the storm, so the streets were deserted. Like a once vibrant town now enmeshed in a web of despair, the entire town appeared to be burdened by the gloom. With memories of his late brother Shisui weighing heavily on his mind, Naruto trudged through the rain. Every step was difficult, as though the storm itself were bearing down on him and making him face the suffering he had been trying to hide deep inside. Something stopped him in his tracks as he got closer to the small town's edge. He saw a man slumped against a post, broken and battered, and his eyes widened in shock. The man's eyes were black, his hair was short and spiky, and he had an X-shaped scar on his chin. His body was covered in hideous carvings, with the words, "I'm going to protect this village with 2 arms." Those words were cruelly precise and made Naruto's blood boil. Naruto initially believed the man was dead and turned to go, his heart heaving at the prospect of yet another catastrophe. The man then started coughing weakly, each breath rattling his chest. Naruto hurried to his side without thinking, slashed him with a kunai, and then lowered him to the ground. With a worried tone, Naruto said, "Mister, are you okay?" The man's voice was raspy and weak as he coughed again. My family, they need help." Naruto felt his heart tighten. He offered the man water from his pack and said, "Let's get you somewhere safe, and I'll do what I can." The bartender was cleaning a glass in a small, darkened bar across town while listening to the gentle sound of rain outside. A middle-aged man sat at the counter, his shoulders hunched, and he looked defeatedly into his cup of sake. The man mumbled, "Bartender," in a tired, low voice. "Have you heard any good news lately?" The bartender grimaced and shook his head. "No, none. Times are hard, and this town's lost its spirit. Ever since Gato took over, it's been impossible to make a living. Hope's all but gone." The man lowered his voice to a whisper and leaned in. "I can't take it anymore. Gato's men. They've broken this town. I've lost everything." The bar's door was kicked open before the bartender could reply, and loud laughter erupted throughout the space. A woman who was crying and bruised was dragged in by a group of Gato's thugs. Her sobs could hardly be heard over the storm as they threw her to the ground like a rag doll. A fat man, looking around at the frightened customers, yelled, "Ladies and gentlemen, we're back," with a smile. His fellow thugs, their eyes shining with ill intent, laughed with him. Fear filled the air as the bar went silent. The customers looked at one another with fear in their eyes, but nobody dared to move. Tsunami, the woman lying on the ground, peered around in despair. Her voice was hardly more than a whisper as she whimpered, "Please, help." However, nobody made a move. Too scared to step in, the men in the bar turned away. Tsunami winced in agony as one of the thugs grabbed her by the hair and yanked her to her feet. He sneered, "No one's gonna help you, sweetheart, chivalry's dead, and so is hope in this dump." As they slammed their swords down and demanded drinks from the bartender, the thugs laughed once more and pulled Tsunami over to a table. His hands trembling, he poured sake into cups in a hurry to comply. Still shaky, Tsunami had to serve them, pouring with trembling hands. "Easy, easy, darling," roared one thug. "Don't spill it now, or I'll make you lick it off the floor." There was an oppressive, suffocating tension in the room as their cruel laughter filled it. However, it was interrupted by the sound of a young, defiant, and angry voice. "Let go of my mom." Tsunami's son Inari, his little body shaking with rage, rushed into the bar. With a sneer, one of the thugs moved behind the boy and gave him a forceful back kick. Another thug kicked Inari in the stomach, causing him to curl up as he hit the ground and scream in agony. When Tsunami saw her son in pain, she cried out, "No, please, just stay down." Her heart was breaking. Tsunami was struggling to breathe when one of the thugs grabbed her by the throat and squeezed. "Your man Kaiza crossed Gato, and now you're gonna pay for it," he yelled. "Time to teach you a lesson." Tsunami closed her eyes and accepted her fate when the thug's hold on her loosened abruptly. A kunai lodged itself in his head with a loud thunk. With a sickening thud, he fell to the ground, his body surrounded by a pool of blood. A red-haired boy with his arms still outstretched from throwing the kunai was standing in the doorway when everyone in the bar turned in shock. His hair was pulled back, and his one blue eye, which was closed and slashed, glowed intensely as he stared at the scene. The red Uchiha emblem emblazoned on his cloak fluttered in the breeze. "Who dares?" yelled one of the thugs, furious. "You're a dead man, brat." The red-haired boy disappeared before the thug could finish, then resurfaced in front of him and delivered a forceful punch that sent him flying across the room. The boy's face softened as he turned to face Tsunami. "Are you Tsunami?" With tears in her eyes, she nodded. "I have a man named Kaiza in my care," he said softly. "He's in bad shape, but he's alive." Tsunami felt a wave of relief wash over her as her eyes grew wide and she started crying. "He's alive?" In stunned silence, the bar's patrons watched. Is it possible? After all, was there any hope? Was Kaiza, their hero, still alive? And who was this enigmatic boy with red hair who had saved them? The stifling darkness that had surrounded Nami no Kuni appeared to lift, if only briefly, for the first time in a long time. Naruto turned to face the frightened customers inside the bar as the other bandits moaned and stirred. He snapped, "I'm sorry, but I need you all to leave. I'll deal with them," his voice piercing the tense atmosphere. The bartender and others looked at each other, appreciating the break, and nodded quickly before hurrying away. Tsunami stopped and turned back, holding her son, Inari, close, before she and the others departed. "Please, young man, come back alive." For a brief moment, Naruto's icy expression softened, and he smiled reassuringly at her. He nodded and said softly, "I will," before observing them go. Naruto's face darkened as the room became empty. He turned back to the bandits, who were slowly rising again, and his smile disappeared, replaced by a stern, stoic face. "Shall we get on with this?" The thug's leader laughed ominously, still sneering despite his wounds. Together, his men laughed. "You see this kid, boys? He thinks he can take us on alone. He's in way over his head." Naruto found the sound irritating because it too strongly recalled Orochimaru's perverse laughter. He recalled the needles, the wounds, and the incisions just thinking about it. His fist clenched in anger. When the dread of Naruto's murderous intent filled the room, that laughter came to a sudden halt. Stunned silence and mounting fear took the place of the laughter that had died on their lips. The bandits exchanged uncertain glances. Naruto's voice trailed off, emotionless. His hand slowly withdrew Shisui's notorious tanto from his pack, saying, "You all will pay for this." The edge of the blade was still sharp as it gleamed in the faint light. Dangerous intent gleamed in Naruto's eyes. "You're all finished." He moved without saying another word. In an instant, Naruto disappeared from his position and reappeared among the bandits, his blade glinting through the air. There was anarchy. Everything was bathed in a ghastly radiance as the fire spread throughout the bar, its orange and red flames licking at the wooden floors and walls. Naruto was in the middle of it all, moving like a ghost and using his tanto to kill the bandits with deadly accuracy. His movements were a lethal dance, with each strike being quick and decisive and each step being graceful and fluid. Naruto easily leaned back and dodged the attack with nearly unhuman reflexes as one of the bandits threw a volley of shuriken at him. Before the assailant could hit Naruto's neck with his blade, Naruto's knee shot up and slammed into the man's stomach. Unable to understand the magnitude of the blow, the bandit fell to the ground, struggling to breathe. In order to deliver a roundhouse kick, another bandit charged and spun. After dodging the kick, Naruto delivered a vicious backhand with his right hand that sent the man reeling. Naruto's tanto followed, slicing across the bandit's chest in a single fluid motion. With a dull thud, the man fell, and blood gathered beneath him. As the flames grew higher around them, the bodies of the fallen were scattered across the floor. With his lone eye looking up at the destruction he had caused, Naruto stood in the middle of it all. As he tightened his hold on his tanto, his thoughts momentarily returned to Shisui, the man who had taught him so much about life and death. His attention was drawn by a moan. Sneering through bloodied lips, one of the thugs, barely conscious, stumbled to his feet. Naruto turned to face him, a little taken aback by the man's boldness. Naruto uttered the words, "You call yourself a man, yet you prey on the weak," in a chilly tone that reverberated through the smoking room. He closed his one eye and sheathed his tanto. He saw a fully grown Sharingan when he opened his second eye. He directed chakra into his eyes, causing the three tomos to spin hypnotically. Immediately, the man's defiance broke down. Terrified, the thug staggered backward, frantically trying to get away. He pleaded, Please. Have mercy." But Naruto's expression was emotionless. "This world has no place for scum like you," Naruto said in a menacing whisper. The man's body went limp as his Sharingan flared, and his eyes glazed over in a matter of seconds. His mind was irreparably broken, and he collapsed to the ground, his mouth foaming. Naruto stepped on top of the corpse. He still had a long way to go. He required information about Gato, the man who was causing the suffering in this town. Crouched beside the last bandit still alive, Naruto muttered, "But before you die." The frightened thug had to look at him as his Sharingan flared again. "Tell me where Gato is." Fear paralyzed the man, who whispered the information before he passed out. Naruto got to his feet, his mission accomplished. The stench of blood and fire hung heavy in the air as he walked calmly but icily over the bodies. He approached the exit with his usual blue eye open. The sound of his quick, vicious battle now overshadowed the rain that had been falling earlier, making it seem like a faint echo. He thought about Shisui, the brother he had lost, and the lessons he had imparted as he wandered through Nami no Kuni's streets. Naruto, mercy is for those who deserve it. Naruto's fist tightened as Shisui's words replayed in his head, for the rest, you must be swift and unrelenting. He had so much taken from him by the village, and now he has nothing left. He maintained his pace while shaking his head off those thoughts. He picked up Kaisa's prone body when he reached the safe location in the woods. He soon reached Tsunami's house with the assistance of the other residents of the town, just as the rain started to intensify once more. The storm that was building inside of him was reflected in the storm above. He gently knocked on the door, and it opened a moment later, revealing Tsunami and Inari with hopeful, wide-eyed faces. Naruto stated, "Kaisa is safe," in a steady voice. He laid him down inside and said, "He's resting now, but I think you'll want to see him." With tears welling up in her eyes, Tsunami snatched her son's hand. "Thank you," she said in a broken voice. "Thank you so much." With a slight nod, Naruto's face softened as he observed the relief that washed over them. It brought back memories of a sense of belonging and family that he had once yearned for. But he had long since moved on from that. Naruto paused to go outside and let the rain pat him on the face while Tsunami and Inari rushed to Kaisa's side. Now he was ahead. Somewhere in the area was Gato, and he would have to be eliminated. Naruto was resolved to stop the mercenary before more lives were lost because it was obvious that he was a despot. He turned slightly when he heard footsteps behind him and saw Inari standing in the doorway, his eyes red with tears. After hesitating, the boy approached Naruto. Inari's voice was shaking as he whispered, Are you going to leave now?" Naruto's expression softened once more as he looked down at him. "I have to finish something, kid. But I promise, I'll stop Gato and you will be safe." Tears filled Inari's eyes once more, and his fists clenched at his sides. He muttered, "I want to be strong. Like you. Like my father." Naruto lowered himself to meet the boy's eye level. His words were quiet. "Being strong doesn't always mean fighting," he said. "Sometimes, being strong means protecting the people you care about. Like your mom. You're stronger than you think, Inari." With tears in his eyes, the boy nodded and sniffed, his eyes full of resolve. After giving his hair a gentle shake, Naruto got to his feet. Naruto said, "I'll be back," and then he vanished into the rain, once more abandoning the village. He wasn't fleeing from anything, though, this time. He had a purpose, a mission. The people of Nami no Kuni would be set free when Gato fell. Naruto's mind was racing as he headed for the docks. Something nagged at the back of his mind, but he knew he would have to face Gato soon. It felt too familiar, too natural, the power he'd used, the ease with which he'd taken those lives. In ways he had not yet fully comprehended, the Sharingan was becoming a part of him. Naruto paused and gazed at the sea for a while. He could sense Shisui's influence on every choice he made and action he took. However, he was now paving his own route, which might not have a definitive destination. His thought was, I'll stop Gato, but after that, Kiri. Naruto entered the lake and made his way to Gato's stronghold with newfound determination. He was prepared to confront the storm head-on, even though it was still far from over. The toads live on Mount Myoboku, a sacred realm. The legendary toads that Jiraiya and Minato called forth lived in this enchanted land, which was rich and lovely. The valley exuded a sense of mystery and tranquility despite being surrounded by lush forests and towering cliffs. Here, the greatest power was in the hands, or rather, the webbed fingers, of Gamamaru, the great toad sage, who was referred to as the Great Honorable Geezer. His predictions had the capacity to tremble entire nations, and his wisdom was unmatched. Because of his advanced age and life experience, Gamamaru had visions that teetered on the boundary between the divine and the real world. It was a vision unlike any other, though. It was a glimpse into a nightmare, a prophecy of death, fire, and a chasm where rivers ran red. Everything was consumed by flames, which relentlessly ate up mountains, villages, and trees. Above, thunder roared, and the air was heavy with the pungent smell of charred earth. The ruins of what was once Konoha, the cradle of the shinobi villages, were where Gamamaru found himself. The proud walls of the once great hidden leaf were reduced to rubble, and it lay in ashes. The whole village was a cemetery, with not a single building remaining. Gamamaru could make out the shattered remnants of a mountain in the distance, with half of the Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi lying at its base. Unable to comprehend the devastation in front of him, the great toad sage's eyes widened in shock and sorrow. He was drawn toward the village center by a shadowy presence as he navigated the debris. He saw two figures in the depths of a huge crater that shattered the earth. A man with long, spiky red hair, his waist-length locks floating in the air, stood at the center of the crater. As he surveyed the carnage around him, his bangs framed a partially obscured face, his mouth twisted in a cold, satisfied smile. The sword he was holding in his hand was slashed ruthlessly through the heart of a man who was lying prone at his feet, covered in blood. Gamamaru's heart was broken by the sight of Jiraiya's lifeless body, but even more so by the two familiar toads lying by his side, Fukasaku and Shima, fallen in battle. The fallen man had spiky, waist-length white hair, marked by red lines that ran down from his eyes, and a forehead protector adorned with the kanji for oil. Suffocating was the killing intent, a malice that appeared to transcend dimensions. Gamamaru stared at his dead summoner and the elders of his own clan, barely able to breathe under its weight. This was more terrible than he could have ever imagined. Gamamaru whispered in a shaky voice, "How could this happen?" To his surprise, the red-haired man appeared to hear his question, even though it lingered in the air. Gamamaru felt a chill as his piercing red eyes, which seemed to see him across time itself, snapped to the great sage. The man said, "You seem surprised," in a voice that seemed to reverberate throughout the destroyed village like a sinister whisper. Gamamaru looked up and saw his eyes, each with 3 red pupils that radiated a dark, evil force. The sage trembled. Those eyes seemed to command an infinite depth that extended across the universe, as though they could see through time and space. He had previously seen those eyes on a man who had once saved the world. Gamamaru stumbled, "No, it can't be," and instinctively backed away. "Those eyes, they're the same as Hagoromo's brothers, but how?" The man's eyes gleamed with the wisdom of innumerable lives, and his gaze hardened. As he attempted to piece together the vision, Gamamaru whispered, "And no, he and his people are gone. This shouldn't be possible. Who are you?" However, it appeared that the man in the vision could hear everything he thought. The red-haired man levitated effortlessly and rose slowly above the ruins as if to respond. His hands spread wide, and his chakra surged to a godlike, terrifying force, as though he could hold the entire universe in his hands. He proclaimed, "I am the Almighty," his words echoing in Gamamaru's head. Then everything turned white. Gamamaru was ripped from the vision and went back to his chamber, sweating and gasping. It was as if he had looked directly into death's eyes. Startled to see the panting sage, Fukasaku hurried into the room. "Great sage, are you all right?" "No, summon Jiraiya immediately," Gamamaru ordered, his voice still shaking at the sound. His mind was still stuck in the shards of the vision, and he was having trouble breathing. "What happened?" Fukasaku inquired in a worried tone. Still in shock, Gamamaru uttered, I had a vision." With concern flashing in his eyes, Fukasaku asked, "And what did you see?" Gamamaru's voice was a haunted whisper as his eyes shifted away. "The world, it was in flames." The words caused Fukasaku to go pale. He slammed his hand to the floor and made the hand seals without hesitation. Gyaku Kachiyose no Jutsu. Jiraiya suddenly materialized in a cloud of smoke, looking confused. Jiraiya objected, "What the, Fukasaku-sama, I was in the middle of an important mission," but was silenced by Fukasaku's solemn expression. There was an air of dread in the great sage's voice. "Jiraiya, my boy." Jiraiya, aware of the gravity of the situation, bowed respectfully. "What did you see, great sage?" "I saw the world consumed by flames, and a man bearing the eyes of one long dead. He was death itself, bringing ruin to everything around him. But the vision ended before I could see more." Jiraiya's heart pounded as a profound feeling of dread took hold. Could this be connected to Naruto? Or perhaps Nagato? I've always had my doubts about his fate. Slowly, the great sage shook his head. "I am not certain, but this vision felt incomplete. Perhaps in time, I will glimpse more. But I warn you, Jiraiya, whoever this man is, he has the power to destroy everything." With a desperate tone, Jiraiya asked, "But, if Nagato is truly gone, then who is this man?" As though she was hoping to stop the vision from happening. The great sage's face darkened even more. "I do not know his name, but he bore the unmistakable signs of an Uzumaki, and the eyes of Hagoromo's brother, a power that has been lost to time itself." As the prophecy's weight set in, Jiraiya's eyes widened and she became silent. Gamamaru whispered, "Sit down, my boy," and motioned for Jiraiya to take a seat next to him. "There is much you need to know, and I must tell you the story of the Uzumaki." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he processed the great sage's words, his face still tense. He knelt down slowly, looking up at Gamamaru with a mixture of fear and curiosity in his eyes. Despite his typical sluggish, drowsy manner, The great toad sage appeared older and more worn out than Jiraiya had ever seen him. He started out with a heaviness in his voice. Gamamaru's voice carried an ancient, almost reverent weight as he said, "The Uzumaki were born into this world full of war and death, long before the nations were even conceived, when the land was wild and the mysteries of chakra were still being discovered." He closed his eyes as though he could see flashes of the past behind his eyelids. They were a clan like no other. They were feared not because of wealth, nor because of ambition, but because of their blood. The very essence of the Uzumaki held untold strength and life force, and, above all, a hidden potential that even they did not fully comprehend. Shima and Fukasaku had crept in, sitting next to Jiraiya and listening carefully as the great sage went on. Before even Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, there were his older brother who sought control, who wielded powers that shaped the world. His brother, the ancestor of all Uzumaki, was one such figure. This unnamed man was a being of unparalleled strength and power. His spirit left traces in his kin, marks that were hidden away for ages until the present time. Jiraiya gasped in surprise. "And you think this man you saw in the vision, could be one of them?" With a solemn expression, the great sage opened his eyes. "I fear he may be a descendant of that cursed lineage, one who has awakened powers thought lost, powers that could transcend even time and death itself." With the weight of everything on his shoulders, Jiraiya swallowed. "So, Naruto, he's part of this line. Is this vision a sign that he, too, is destined for this darkness?" Gamamaru slowly shook his head, his face unintelligible. "Destiny is a delicate thing, Jiraiya. Paths can change with a single decision. Naruto's heart and his future are still his own. But this vision, it warns of an Uzumaki who has fully awakened the terrible, ancient power within their blood. He is someone who stands beyond life and death, a force who sees himself as above the mortal realm, someone who calls himself the Almighty." Both men and toads felt the weight of this awful prophecy as the words hung over them, making the air in the room grow heavier. Gamamaru said, "Be cautious, Jiraiya," in a whisper that was tinged with sorrow from long ago. "What is coming cannot be faced alone, and even if Naruto is not the one in this vision, his blood ties him to this fate." Slowly nodding, Jiraiya's jaw was fixed and his heart ached for the little boy he had grown to love so much. Jiraiya bowed his head and said, "Thank you, great sage," somewhat softly. With the vision of the burning world still fresh in his mind, Gamamaru closed his eyes. "You must prepare, Jiraiya. Be sure to guide him, for his fate may one day shape the fate of us all." The weight of the toad sage's voice reverberated, spanning time itself. Without a word, Jiraiya vanished, driven more than ever to bring Naruto back to the village. Not sure in contrast to the tumultuous environment that constantly threatened to overtake him, Azashiro sat in silent meditation, his breathing steady. These times of meditation were the only thing that had allowed him to control his anger since Uzushio's downfall. Every day he was plagued by the memories of the devastation caused by his lost home and fallen comrades. He had, however, managed to find some peace today, until his thoughts were disturbed by the sound of gentle footsteps. He opened his eyes to see Fuka coming. She knelt next to him and gave him a hug without saying anything. Their lips locked in a gentle yet passionate kiss, the kind that comes from people who have endured innumerable hardships and heartaches together. They both smiled warmly as they withdrew after a short while. With her hand resting on his cheek, Fuka gently inquired, "How was your journey?" Azashiro brushed a lock of hair behind her ear and nodded. "Eventful. My espionage in the leaf went well enough. And your trip to the rain?" "Annoying," let out a sigh. Then her expression changed to one of seriousness as she gazed intently into his eyes. "But I didn't come here to talk about my journey. Tell me about Naruto. I need to know everything. Our daughter's son, what's happening with him?" Azashiro leaned back, thinking about how to explain it all, and his smile widened a little. "He's doing well. He's stronger than I anticipated, more resilient. Right now, he's heading toward the land of water, just as we had planned." Fuka's eyebrow went up. She wrote, "You seem amused by something." Azashiro gave a somber laugh. "Orochimaru isn't as clever as he believes. He thought he could manipulate Naruto, use him as a pawn. After the 9 tails was extracted by Nagato, it would have killed him, Uzumaki or not, so he did something to supplement his investment, but what Orochimaru doesn't know is that I made preparations as well." The eyes of Fuka narrowed. "Preparations? What kind?" With a calm but slightly menacing tone, Azashiro explained, "I placed a part of myself within Naruto before he left the village. When Naruto was unconscious and alone in the hospital, it gave me the perfect opportunity to act. I was able to counter Orochimaru's influence using my own essence. Intrigued but worried, Fuka cocked her head. So, what does this mean for Naruto? Azashiro's face took on an evil look. I left him with some insurance. Rewind. Naruto was unconscious on the bed next to Azashiro when he stood in the darkened hospital room weeks ago. Azashiro knelt beside his grandson and touched Naruto's chest tenderly. In order to channel not only energy but also a portion of his own essence into the young boy, he closed his eyes and concentrated his chakra. As Azashiro's chakra filled the room, the energy in the air became dense and swirled like a strong current. With regret in his voice, Azashiro muttered, "I should have been here sooner." His hand radiated an unearthly light as the chakra poured into Naruto, blending with the boy's own strength. "I wish I could have done more. But you'll understand soon enough. The Shinigami has shown me the way. You, Naruto, are the key to setting everything right." The chakra swirled faster and became more concentrated as the light surrounding his hand grew brighter. It cast a dazzling light over the room, so intense that time itself appeared to stop. Azashiro promised Naruto that very moment. "I will see you soon, grandson," he said in a soft yet determined whisper. Then the world around him changed violently and the light burst. A long way from the hospital, Azashiro suddenly found himself standing in a cold, damp chamber. There was a lot of decay and rot in the air. He quickly pieced together his location by looking around. Orochimaru's inner sanctum. The snake himself was standing in front of him, his golden eyes wide with surprise and incredulity. The ghost of the body he experimented on was so real that the snake's Anin was in shock. "Unthinkable." Orochimaru's voice quivered with fear and indignation as she asked, "You? How can you be in this space? It's impossible, you're dead." A dark smile curved Azashiro's lips. "You may destroyed my physical body, but my spirit, well, that's another matter entirely. You can't understand the power that runs through my veins. Infant, I'm the reason you found my body. I wanted you to do so." Orochimaru stepped back, his normally arrogant expression faltering. "And no, you're nothing but a memory. A ghost clinging to the—" Azashiro interrupted, his voice brimming with menace. "A memory?" His pupils abruptly changed to 3. "I am far more than that. And soon, you'll see just how little control you really have." Flames of leaking darkness came to life with a burst of his chakra. Orochimaru screamed in exasperation as he realized the boy was escaping his grasp as Fuinjutsu markings appeared all around him and the surrounding area became warped. With an overwhelming presence, Azashiro took a step closer. "You've meddled in forces far beyond your understanding, Snake. And now, you'll pay the price." Orochimaru's world started to fall apart, and the room shook as his angry cries reverberated throughout the crumbling room. Calm and collected, Azashiro turned away from him. As the vision faded, Azashiro said softly, "Now I can't have you warn the real you outside, can't have you be a nuisance to my plans." He sealed the screaming snake away by clasping his hands together and saying, "So I'll make sure you'll never see the light off day." Fuka returned to the present and gazed at Azashiro, her expression a mix of wonder and worry. "So he's safe from that snake's influence?" Azashiro gave a nod. "Yes, and I've given him the truth, the strength to face what's coming. And soon, very soon, the world will see what he's truly capable of." With a gentle sigh, Fuka rested her head on his chest. "I just hope it's enough." Azashiro caressed her hair tenderly while maintaining a contemplative expression. "It will be. Did you convince Nagato?" Fuka shook her head and sighed. "There's no telling with him, but I placed a seal on him. I'll be able to keep an eye on his movements, if nothing else." Azashiro's eyes hardened as he nodded. He stated with a chilly finality, "We'll make our move on him soon enough. A disloyal Uzumaki is a dead Uzumaki." Fuka stared at him, her curiosity beginning to seep into her mind. With a cautious yet interested tone, she inquired, "So, how did you find him? You know I don't usually question your abilities, but I'm curious this time." As he looked into the room's shadows and reflected on the past, a small smile formed on his lips. "Do you remember all those years ago, when I told you about the deal I made with the Shinigami?" With her eyes now fixed on him, she nodded. With a sigh, he continued, his eyes averted. "Well, the Shinigami granted me a gift, or perhaps a curse. He gave me his ability to see all possibilities in the unseen. The power is immense, greater than anything I could have ever imagined." As the realization of such a power set in, Fuka's eyes widened in shock. She was aware of Azashiro's strength, but this? The capacity to perceive time itself? It was nearly too much to take in. But, Azashiro continued, gazing down at his hands as if the strength he possessed was visible within them. It came at a price, of course. A price I'm willing to pay, for now. With a quiet resolve, his voice trailed off. Behind his words, Fuka sensed the weight of the unspoken sacrifice that accompanied his newfound power. In a silent show of support, she extended her hand and placed it over his. She said softly, "And that price?" even though she was afraid of the response. Azashiro looked into her eyes and grinned grimly. "It's a price I can't escape forever, eternal purgatory. But as long as I'm imbued in Naruto, then bringing back our family, and the future we've worked for, will be guaranteed." Fuka nodded, realizing the significance of what he had said. Both of them were aware of the dangers, the risks, and the sacrifices they had made and would make. However, they would face it all together for their grandson's future. The weight of their plans was temporarily lifted by the reassuring silence between them. Fuka leaned on him, her anxieties temporarily dissipating as he caressed her. However, the tranquility was short-lived. As Azashiro started gazing into space, memories of the past continued to remind him of the reason he was looking for this way forward. XXX The figure still standing amid the carnage stood in sharp contrast to the battlefield, which was covered in fallen soldiers. Bloodied but unflinching, Azashiro Uzumaki loomed over the vanquished shinobi from 3 of the great nations. The attempt to wipe out the Uzumaki clan, the invasion of Whirlpool, had not gone as planned. The invading Foss's leaders were now stuck in a deadlock, staring in shock at the man who had single-handedly stopped them in their tracks after what should have been a quick victory had instead become a nightmare for the attackers. Although there had been a storm that day, Azashiro's wrath had been the real storm. He and the Uzumakis were underestimated by the cages of the great nations. He had dispersed the 7 swordsmen of the mist, destroyed the fabled Kinkaku force of Kumogakure, defeated the flawless Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, and repelled the combined power of the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage. He stood tall and defiant, his gaze unwavering and cold despite the blood seeping from the wounds that scoured his body. The words, "Just as I foreseen. You all came here thinking this would be easy," reverberated throughout the battlefield as Azashiro spoke. "You thought wiping out the Uzumaki would be as simple as destroying a small clan. But you forget, the Uzumaki are not so easily extinguished." I had had enough of the jeering, his temper as erratic as lightning. With a roar, he charged at Azashiro, his body crackling with the energy of his lightning release armor as his massive frame tensed with rage. There was no way anyone could avoid this attack, Onoki grinned. However, Azashiro didn't flinch. Rather, it seemed as though reality wrapped itself around him. He casually sidestepped the Reikage's blow and grabbed his wrist, sending the giant man sprawling to the ground. Dazed and humiliated, the Reikage moaned. Azashiro cast a chilly glance at him. He looked at the other cages, Onoki and Mizukage, who were standing but obviously wary of him now. A cage is supposed to be the strongest shinobi in their village. You lead by strength, by power. If a cage is weak, how can he hope to control his people? How can he demand respect in a world ruled by strength? He asked. You preach about order, about peace. But in the shinobi world, authority is meaningless without the power to back it up. Bastard. He spat, pulling himself up out of the dirt, but his eyes had lost their fire and had become cautious instead. Azashiro's gaze turned to the corpses of his slain clansmen lying on the ground, and his face hardened into a look of profound disdain. Even though I've seen this scene many times, it still makes my stomach ache. You so-called great nations have shown the world that you do what you want, whenever you want. Your power lets you get away with anything, even genocide. This slaughter is proof enough. You think yourselves righteous, but you're nothing more than bullies, tearing down anyone you deem a threat. Don't you dare underestimate us, you arrogant fool, retorted Onoki, the Tsuchikage, in a rage-filled voice. The tiny, elderly man hung in midair, staring at Azashiro with a heavy glare. You might be strong, but you're just one man. Do you think you can stop the might of all the great nations? We've crushed bigger threats than you? His words hung heavy in the air, and the surviving shinobi of the great nations shifted uneasily as the sky appeared to darken. The overwhelming presence of Azashiro was akin to being in front of an unstoppable natural force. The ground shook as he raised his hand and his chakra flared violently around him. His eyes were burning with rage as he met the cage's gaze. My people are not the monsters here. You are. You who came into our home, murdered our families, and called it justice. But remember this, he said. When you sow seeds of hatred, you'll reap nothing but destruction. With the weight of Azashiro's words hanging over the battlefield like a shroud of death, nobody dared to move for a moment. The great nations had come to destroy Uzushio and the Uzumaki people, but they were the ones who ended up broken. Azashiro said, "You'll leave this place broken," in a tone as icy as the blood-stained ground beneath his feet. He shifted his irises, and Onoki backed away in terror. The horror of a bloodline user is too much for even the Mizukage to handle. Curses. You and your people. You're nothing but monsters. Curses upon this world. The Mizukage screamed. Azashiro flashed a chilly grin that remained fixed. Curses, you say? He said, his voice growing gloomy as a cold edge crept into his speech. You speak of curses as if you understand them, but you have no idea what true curses are. Gasping for air and covered in icy perspiration, Naruto jolted awake. His face pulsed with a sharp, burning pain, and his hand automatically gripped it, pressing over the eye Shisui had given him. The shards of his dream were still there, vivid and disturbing. He struggled to get rid of the burden of it, wondering, that dream, it felt too real, what was that? He took several deep breaths to regain his composure, pushing the relics of the vision to the back of his mind. Refocusing, he silently climbed the trunk of a tall tree, channeling chakra to his feet. He sat on its tallest branch and gazed out over the fog-covered landscape, his lone Sharingan eye piercing the mist with a faint red glow. Gado's stronghold lay beneath him, tucked away in the darkness. With dozens of armed bandits patrolling the perimeter, the building loomed like a fortress. Naruto was not afraid of them, even though they were numerous. I might be concerned about this, he thought, if I were a normal kid. He was not your typical child, though. Over the past 5 years, Shisui had been training him and improving his abilities, pushing him beyond what most people could have predicted. Even the weakest genin wouldn't be able to defeat these bandits if there wasn't even a glimmer of chakra between them. A colder, indisputable realization slid over him as he kept watching. He was starting to see the harsh reality that molded each shinobi's life and the true nature of the world. Power was everything in this world, and those who possessed it held the reins of control. A web of influence and control that bound the fates of innumerable lives was woven by nobles, warlords, and those in positions of power who manipulated the will of others. Naruto reflected grimly that the person with wealth or overwhelming strength determines fate. He would have to go beyond the boundaries of strength and power imposed by this sinister world if he wished to escape that control, if he genuinely wished to change the course that had been set for him. His resolve hardened, and the mist swirled around him. He would tear this cycle apart, not just break it. In order to do so, he would need to rise above everything he had ever known and break free from the bonds that held him. As he steadied himself, Naruto's eye narrowed and the pain subsided. As he stared resolutely down at the stronghold, he muttered to himself, "It's time to show them that fate doesn't control me." With that, he fell from the tree and vanished into the fog. He could feel the weight of the night surrounding him, as though it was also anticipating what lay ahead. The land of waves with a twitching nose, Pakun yelled, "Over here," after catching a hint of Naruto's scent. With her devoted partner Kuromaru by her side, Sume led the team and growled, her keen eyes searching the area. "This way, it's strong," she said. Shikaku, Shibi, Sume, and Kakashi all moved in perfect unison, each step motivated by a common sense of urgency. They were now deep in the land of waves, having crossed the river and emerged from the forest. The goal of this mission was not only to bring Naruto back, but also to stop any negative effects that his disappearance might have on the village. They eventually came to a ruined building after following the scent down a small, filthy alleyway. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed as he looked among the rubble for the broken sign. The words were, "Roshi Bar." "Damn," Kakashi muttered, his fists clenched. "A dead end?" Shikaku, ever the strategist, took a close look at the wreckage. With an intent expression, he turned to face Pakun. "Anything left to track? Can you find any trace from here?" Pakun's tiny body was rigid with focus as he sniffed around. With a hint of hesitation, Pakun said, "There's a scent, but it's faint, like it's buried under the smell of smoke and blood. He was here, but it's like he doesn't want us following him. It's almost as if." Shikaku's thoughts were racing when he asked, as if he masked his scent. Pakun gave a nod. "Yeah, exactly, and with the rain that passed earlier, it only makes the trail colder." Sume frowned, annoyance flashing in her eyes. "If he's masking his trail, he's better at this than I expected. Shisui must have taught him more than we realized." Exhaling, Shikaku took a slow drag from a freshly lit cigarette. Troublesome. Shisui the teleporter trained him, after all. Shisui's speed alone rivaled the fort's. Shibi took a step forward, his serene eyes fixed on the wreckage. "I'll send my insects. They might pick up lingering traces of his chakra, even if he's suppressed it. With a flicker of concern in his eye, Kakashi and Shikaku exchanged glances. This doesn't feel right. If Naruto's actively trying to disappear, he knows someone's on his trail. But what would he be doing in a place like this, all alone? Shikaku's expression became thoughtful. Whatever his reasons, he doesn't want to be found by us or anyone else. That tells me he's either scared or resolute about something he doesn't want us involved in. A tense silence fell over the group as Shibi's insects scattered. As if wishing it would give him a clue, Kakashi's eyes never left the wreckage. The insects reappeared a moment later, reporting back with a low buzz. No trace of chakra remains, Shibi said. Either he's hiding it entirely, or he's found a way to mask it altogether. Kakashi tightened his jaw. Naruto, why are you running? Shikaku put a hand on his shoulder to steady him. We'll keep searching. He may be trying to vanish, but he's still a shinobi trained in this village. He knows we won't give up easily. Turning to Pakun and Sume, Kakashi felt a newfound resolve. Keep scanning the area. If there's anything to find, we'll find it. They were about to continue when a tiny voice cut them off. Excuse me, I heard you're looking for Naruto? With haste, they turned and saw a small boy standing in the shadows holding a grocery bag. Sume gave him a scowl. Who are you, brat, and what do you know? Indignantly, the boy returned the glare. Who are you calling, brat, you old bag? My name's Inari, and Naruto is a hero. He saved my dad's life. Kakashi's eyes widened a little as he took in the shocking information, but Sume's face flushed red with rage before he could say anything. Who are you calling old, you pint-sized midget? Unflinching, Inari scowled and faced Kakashi. His defiance was evident as he jabbed a thumb at Sume, saying, Naruto's done a lot for us, you know. If you're looking for him, I might be able to help, but I'm not telling her anything. Before Sume could react, Kakashi lowered himself to Inari's level and put a soothing hand on her shoulder. Inari, I'm his uncle. We're here to make sure he's safe. Can you tell us anything about where he might be? After a moment of hesitation and a quick glance between the shinobi, Inari nodded. He told me he's going to save us from the evil man that hurt my father. He said he lived in place on the far side of the village. I don't know if he'd be there, but it's the only place I can think of. With a nod, Kakashi's eyes softened with appreciation. Thank you, Inari. We'll go check. Inari looked at each of them, his eyes hardening. You better not do anything to hurt him. He's been through enough. Kakashi gave him a small, comforting smile. We're here to help, I promise. Kakashi, Shikaku, Shibi, and Sume left in the direction Inari had pointed as he turned to go. Their resolve was redoubled by the prospect of finally getting closer to Naruto, but they were unable to get rid of the sense of impending urgency. XXX, a solitary figure silently arose from the embrace of the forest in the dead of night, beneath the veil of an ink-black sky. He was standing in the shadows, a specter woven from the very darkness, a haunting presence. In front of him was a stronghold under siege by a ruthless band of bandits who were holding women and children as hostages, unaware of the lethal force that was now hiding in the darkness. As he approached, Naruto's red hair, the only trace of his shape in the darkness, glinted dimly in the silver moonlight. His movements were fluid and lethal, his footsteps were whispers on the ground, and he exuded an aura that promised quick vengeance. As he approached the unwary men, the slightest rustle of his cloak was carried by the wind, his invisible ally. As he moved in, the tension in the air was palpable. Then he struck in a silent storm of revenge. The first bandit was silenced before he could even scream as his tanto sliced through his throat, glinting like a malevolent spirit. As their fellows fell like leaves in a storm, the bloodthirsty horde descended into chaos, fear engulfing their hearts. A phantom that appeared to be everywhere at once, he turned into a death specter. His blade was a brilliant tool of retaliation, and his blows were accurate and lethal. Cries of pain reverberated into the night as bandit after bandit crumpled in the shadows. Bandits crumpled in the darkness, one by one, their cries muffled and sucked into the night. Before they realized what had happened to them, each fell, their pain reverberating momentarily before disappearing into quiet. Before long, he was standing in front of the big wooden doors, his face hidden by shadow, his hands dripping with the red stains of his labor. He entered the stronghold silently, the relics of his rage still there, a low thrum in the night. Deep in a self-indulgent sleep, Gato lay sprawled across his bed in a luxurious room, snoring loudly. Riches and extravagance surrounded him, a facade of luxury concealing a hollow man. The avaricious tyrant slept soundly until he was awakened by the cold of a new presence. Hey, Gato shivered as the low, menacing voice drew him out of his dreams. The figure loomed in the shadows of his room, a dark silhouette against the dim glimmer of moonlight, and he froze as his eyes snapped open. Who are you? Gato stumbled, his voice shaking as he stared at the shadowed face of the stranger. With his eyes shining dangerously, the figure took a step forward. We really should talk, Gato. Gato opened his eyes and froze when he saw the figure standing in the shadows of his room, a tiny, dark silhouette against the dim glow of the moon. The only thing visible was a single red eye that glinted in the shadows. Who are you? Gato stumbled, his voice shaking as he stared at the shadowed face of the stranger. Since he was a wealthy shipping magnate, he assumed he was an assassin trying to kill him. However, most people are unaware that his shipping company was a front for much more nefarious activities, like drug trafficking and smuggling illegal goods. He established a monopoly by controlling the shipping routes in the land of waves, cutting off the nation from the outside world, prohibiting free sea freight, and thereby transforming it into a destitute, starving nation. The figure moved forward, his eyes still gleaming dangerously, but he made no response. He was shocked to see a small child with a tanto in the soft moonlight. What he can gather his men into has left his right hand red. We really should talk, Gato. Naruto said impassively, but he ended with a hint of sarcasm that the man in front of him didn't miss. Gato snarls in rage at the idea that a simple brat can defeat his horde of bandits after his eyes widen in surprise at seeing a child. It was an absurd idea to say the least, and then he screamed in desperation and slammed his hand on the red intercom beside his bed. Gato's eyes widened in rage as he repeatedly slammed the intercom, his sweaty palm smearing the device. A child? You're no assassin. He sounded desperate as he said, Guards, get in here now. Aoi. Waraji. Zori. Where the hell are you? Across the spacious room. The women who had been by his side scurried off, clinging to abandoned robes and cowering in the darkness. However, nobody showed up. With his crimson-stained hand clutching the gleaming tanto, Naruto stood motionless in the middle of the room like a shadow given form. There was a cold, almost inhuman light in his one red eye. Gato's desperate attempts to move seemed ineffective against the oppressive aura that had taken over the space. Gato turned back to the young intruder and growled, trying to muster the courage to say, You truly did it now, boy. Instead, you have no idea who you're dealing with. A mere brat dares to challenge me. You think you've won? My men will? Naruto's voice sliced through Gato's tirade like a blade through silk, asking, How many? It was sharp and quiet, with a weight that made Gato's throat freeze as he spoke. What? Gato stumbled, his face displaying bewilderment as he attempted to comprehend the inquiry. How many people have you hurt in your march for power? How many lives have you destroyed? How many families have you torn apart? And for what? To stroke your own ego? Naruto repeated in a cold, purposeful tone. Gato stepped back, silently opening and closing his mouth like a fish that is struggling to breathe. As he fought to regain control, the perspiration trickling down his face glinted in the dim moonlight. You dare lecture me? Gato yelled, trying to hide his fear behind his bluster. You think you're some righteous avenger, coming to pass judgment on me? Let me tell you something, brat. This world is about power. It's about who can take and who can hold. If you're weak, you're nothing. I built an empire. Gato winced as Naruto said, and you destroyed an entire nation to do it. His voice was low but full of a quiet rage. The land of waves is starving. Its people are broken, all because of you. Gato sneered, anger replacing his fear. Spare me your moral drivel. The weak exist to serve the strong. That's the way it's always been. You think you're going to change that? You're just a child? Naruto disappeared before Gato could finish. He stood motionless 1 second, then he was just inches away with his tanto up. Gato was forced to freeze in mid-sentence as the edge of the blade pressed against his throat. Naruto said, I've heard enough, in a tone as icy as the steel he was holding. You've taken lives, crushed dreams, and turned an entire nation into your personal playground of misery, and yet, you feel no guilt, no remorse. Gato looked all over the room for a way out, but he couldn't find one. He was paralyzed by the overwhelming weight of Naruto's presence. Naruto went on, Power isn't about crushing the weak, in an unflinching tone. It's about protecting those who can't protect themselves. It's about building, not destroying. But people like you, you're nothing more than a parasite, feeding off the suffering of others. The ensuing silence was deafening. There was enough tension in the room for a knife to pierce it. For the first time in years, Gato felt completely helpless. Gazing into Naruto's unblinking red eye, Gato muttered feebly, his voice trembling, Show empathy? You want to lecture me about morals? Then show me mercy. The room seemed to get colder as Naruto's eye narrowed. Mercy? He repeated in an emotionless voice. Did you show mercy to the people of this land? Did you show mercy to the families you destroyed? To the children you left orphaned? Gato parted his lips to reply, but remained silent. He felt as though he was being choked by the weight of his deeds. Gato let out a sigh of relief as Naruto pulled back his tanto just enough to make it sparkle in the moonlight. Naruto's piercing gaze suddenly focused on Gato as the man thrashed and yelled, his voice filled with rage and despair. The merchant's screams reverberated throughout the now silent room. Naruto moved forward, ignoring the man's cries and objections, and grabbed Gato by the rumple of his shirt with an intensity that seemed unimaginable for a boy of his size. No, you don't deserve mercy, Naruto said in a hushed, nearly icy tone, but it's not for me to decide your fate. Before Gato could process what was being said, Naruto struck him quickly with the back of his hand, rendering him nearly unconscious. Like a puppet with its strings severed, Gato fell to the ground. The older man's arms flailed as he was pulled toward the doorway as Naruto heaved him off the ground. Gato was now at the mercy of a child after spending his entire life preying on the defenseless and weak. Icy irony. The older man's arms flailed as he was pulled toward the doorway, and heaved the struggling Gato off the ground. Gato was now at the mercy of a child after spending his entire life preying on the defenseless and weak. Naruto had made up his mind. The people of the Land of Waves deserved something that he didn't get, so he wouldn't kill Gato here. Fairness. Because of the pain this man had caused them, they were entitled to their pound of flesh. Families had been destroyed, livelihoods had been taken, and hope had been dashed by his actions. They had the authority to determine his destiny. The dim glow of flickering torches illuminated Naruto's path as he left the opulent room and entered the dimly lit hallway. He continued to hold Gato tightly, dragging him like a bag of rice while the man groaned in semi-consciousness. Then Naruto was stopped in his tracks by a presence. Three men with menacing smiles that belied the threat they posed stepped out of the hallway's shadows. They were all confident, their weapons shining dimly in the dim light. Aoi Rokusho, an outlaw shinobi from the Hidden Rain, was positioned in the middle. His predatory eyes were fixed on Naruto, and his long, ethereal blade, which glowed bright yellow, rested languidly on his shoulder. Well, Aoi muttered, his tone tinged with sarcastic laughter. Seems like we've got ourselves a little hero. Didn't anyone ever teach you to stay out of grown-up matters, brat? Zori and Waraji, mercenaries known for their brutality, flanked him. Zori cracked his knuckles, his smile growing as he saw Naruto and Waraji whirled a pair of shining swords with a skillful ease. This one's got guts, sneered Waraji. Let's see if we can cut them out. Naruto tightened his hold on Gato as his eyes narrowed. Before moving forward, he gently placed the unconscious man against the wall. His blood-stained tanto glinted in the moonlight coming through a nearby window. He looked up, showing the red shine of his Sharingan and the scar across his eye. You're in my way, Naruto stated bluntly in a low, lethal voice. With unwavering smiles, the three men exchanged amused looks before assuming battle stances. Aoi said, "You've got no idea what you've just stepped into, kid," as his now electric blade gleamed ominously. But don't worry, we'll make this quick. As he examined his opponents, Naruto's face remained unchanged and his Sharingan continued to spin slowly. He said, "I wasn't planning on taking my time, either," in a tone as icy as the surrounding night. The hallway appeared to get smaller, the gap between them turning into a stage for the impending confrontation, and the tension in the air increased. Naruto's expression was unreadable as he gazed at the men. The slight breeze caused his cloak to billow. The hallway was entirely silent, save for the slight rustle of the wind and the foreboding presence of the atmosphere. Then there was silence. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Naruto leapt out of the blown-up hallway as a huge fire roared through it, creating long, flickering shadows. The remaining bandits, led by Waraji and Zori, surrounded him as the fire subsided. With icy, calculating eyes, Naruto's lone Sharingan surveyed the group while spinning hypnotically. He shook his head, clearly disappointed. He said in a tone of disdain, his rage simmering beneath the surface, "I only wanted Gato. The fact that you'd risk your lives for that pathetic man makes you all idiots." As they closed ranks, the bandits laughed and smiled sinisterly. Zori sneered and pulled out his blade, asking, "What's wrong, little boy? Scared?" Naruto didn't bother answering. The tomo spun faster, its crimson glow glaring against the darkness as his Sharingan glinted. His voice fell, cold and purposeful. Looks like I don't have a choice. This time, I'll show no mercy. First to lunge, Waraji closed the distance with terrifying speed, his twin blades glinting. The other bandits formed ranks behind him, with spearmen in the rear and swordsmen in the front. Naruto muttered, "Let's make this quick," easily avoiding Waraji's first slash. Sparks flew as their blades collided and Naruto ducked the blow, causing Waraji to briefly back off. Using the opportunity, Zori swung his sword in a vicious arc toward Naruto's neck. However, Naruto ducked with ease and used a single, accurate motion to twist his tanto upward. After his body collapsed to the ground in a gory heap, Zori's eyes widened in horror as the blade sliced clean through his midsection, causing his internal organs to soon spill out. The corpse was surrounded by a pool of blood and guts that gleamed in the moonlight like the ground itself. With blood streaming down his face like red rain, Naruto stood up. The remaining bandits were frozen in their tracks by the sight, but Waraji growled and refused to give up. With a voice full of rage and desperation, Waraji roared, "Whoever kills him will get double no, triple. His death will be your path to wealth and power." The bandits were motivated to act by the prospect of wealth. They broke formation and rushed forward in a frenzied flurry. A swordsman lunged towards Naruto, causing their blades to clash violently. A spearman pushed his weapon toward Naruto's back from behind. In an instantaneous reaction, Naruto kicked the swordsman back into the approaching spear. The spearman was left exposed as the weapon pinned the swordsman in place after driving through its unintended target. Naruto's tanto swept out in one fluid motion, brutally striking both men in the head with a single blow. Instead of making the remaining bandits flee, the gory scene only served to strengthen their resolve. They viewed Naruto more as a demon than a boy, a force to be subdued rather than feared. Naruto moved with deadly efficiency even when outnumbered. With each blow accurate and devastating, his Sharingan led him through the chaos with perfection. One by one, the bandits fell, their weapons useless against the boy who seemed to know exactly what they would do. Naruto felt a searing pain in his arm as he slashed his blade into the chest of another assailant. An arrow was embedded just below his shoulder when he looked down. He glanced up and saw the archer sitting in a tree, getting ready to shoot another arrow. Naruto's anger was evident as his eyes narrowed. He growled, "You shouldn't have done that." The archer froze, trapped in Naruto's killing intense paralyzing hold. As he notched another arrow, his hands shook, but when he turned to look again, Naruto was gone. The archer gasped in shock a moment later when Naruto materialized in front of him, his tanto shining in the moonlight. Naruto struck the man without hesitation, sending both of them crashing to the ground below as the blade went deep into the man's neck. Naruto stood over him, breathing steadily but heavily as the archer's lifeless body struck the ground with a sickening thud. His Sharingan suddenly started to pulsate in pain as before, but he chose to ignore it because he believed he still needed to adjust to the eye. As he surveyed the carnage around him, blood pooled beneath his feet, dripping from his tanto. A slow clap reverberated through the clearing before he could catch his breath. 3 figures appeared out of the shadows, and Naruto turned abruptly, spinning his Sharingan. Waraji stood at the front, his twin blades gleaming menacingly, his previous desperation giving way to a menacing smile. Aoi Rokusho, with his sword casually resting on his shoulder, and another man Naruto recognized from past battles, with a twisted, vile face, flanked him. "Playtime is over. Let's see how you handle the real fight." "Well, kid," Waraji said in a mocking tone. "You've done quite the number on my men." As he confronted the new danger, Naruto gripped his tanto more tightly, his Sharingan blazing with resolve. Not sure Danzo sat quietly in the darkened subterranean room, his mind still revolving around the recent discussion he had had with Orochimaru. It had been painful to ask that snake for assistance, but he had no choice but to do so out of need. However, Orochimaru's final remarks stuck in his head like a sore. Orochimaru had said, "You might want to be cautious, Danzo," with that angry grin. "Naruto isn't the child he once was. He'll be heading to the land of water, no doubt, but whether you can handle what he'll become, well, that's another matter entirely." Danzo's mind was tormented by the words. How did Orochimaru know Naruto's destination? Would the boy's body and soul be corrupted by a cursed tracking seal, or could Orochimaru have applied it? If that was the case, the world was up against something much more serious than a village conflict or a renegade shinobi. Uzumaki, influenced by Orochimaru and corrupted by that evil force, had the capacity to destroy everything. Danzo stood, a plan starting to take shape as his eyes narrowed. "Fu," he yelled, his voice resonating throughout the shadowed room. A shadow moved, and Fu emerged from the shadows, silently kneeling in front of him and waiting for orders. Taking a picture out of his cloak, Danzo gave it to Fu. He was met with the image of Naruto, his scarred face and wild red hair. You are to follow the tracking squad led by Kakashi. They're pursuing this boy. Your task is to observe. Fu took a quick look at the picture before turning back to Danzo. What should I be looking for, Lord Danzo? Danzo drummed his fingers on his chair's armrest. Signs of a cursed seal. If Orochimaru indeed placed a Juinjutsu on him, it will corrode his mind, making him violent. Watch for unusual behavior, violent outbursts, chakra corruption. If you confirm it, report back immediately. Realizing the seriousness of the mission, Fu gave one nod. And if the seal is confirmed? Danzo's eyes grew gloomy. If it's confirmed, the boy is no longer an asset. He becomes a threat. We'll handle him accordingly. Danzo was left alone with his thoughts as Fu bowed again and vanished into the darkness. The decision weighed heavily on everyone. Naruto had once been viewed by Danzo as a possible weapon and a resource for Konoha's future. However, Naruto's fate was predetermined if Orochimaru had tainted the boy with his cursed power. Danzo's fingers brushed the land of water as his hand lingered over the great nation's map. It was the ideal hiding place for someone like Orochimaru and his cursed creations because of the civil war there. Danzo tightened his jaw, his determination unwavering. He wouldn't think twice about killing the boy if he was too far gone, before he became an uncontrollable threat. Danzo whispered, "Damned Orochimaru," to himself. Now I have to. A familiar, icy voice sliced like a blade through the room. Have to what? When Hiruzen Sarutobi emerged from the darkness, fully outfitted in his combat gear, with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, Danzo froze and his eyes widened. Sharp and unyielding, Hiruzen asked, "You think I wouldn't notice your scheming, old friend? Now, tell me what you're planning before it's too late." Danzo gazed at him, his thoughts racing as he came to terms with his situation. A perilous quietness enveloped the space, the land of waves. Playtime is over. Let's see how you handle the real fight. Well, kid, Waraji said in a mocking tone. You've done quite the number on my men. With his lone Sharingan spinning menacingly, Naruto tightened his hold on his Tonto. He was alert and ready for Waraji's next move, but even he was taken aback by what transpired. First came the characteristic crackle of lightning, then a sickening squelch. A blade of golden lightning pierced Waraji's chest from behind, causing him to freeze and open his eyes in shock. Waraji turned his head feebly to see his attacker, and blood trickled down the glowing blade. Waraji fell to the ground, dead, and his words, "Aoi. You try," were interrupted. With their weapons shaking in their hands, the other bandits froze in fear. With his lightning blade sizzling in the night air, Aoi Rokusho took a step forward. Grinning cunningly, he swung his blade carelessly, its arc slicing down the closest bandits in a burst of light. Aoi focused on Naruto as their bodies went limp to the ground. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Sharingan fixed his intense attention on the man and lightning blade in front of him. With the exception of the slight hum of Aoi's blade, the battlefield was now quiet. The metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the air, and bodies littered the ground. Naruto said in a steady, low voice, "So, what now? You betrayed Gato, killed your own men, and now you stand here like some self-proclaimed executioner. Why? What's your angle?" With his aim headband tied prominently around his forehead, Aoi gave a dark laugh. "I was never loyal to these fools. Men like them and Gato are pawns. Tools for my true purpose. I never cared for his schemes. I am Aoi Rokusho Junin of aim and an allegiance lies with Lord Pain. The one true God who will bring salvation to this cursed world." Lord Pain? Naruto's voice reminded him of Danzo and Orochimaru, with a hint of curiosity and contempt. Sounds like another man trying to play God. Aoi's face contorted into rage. "Blasphemer! You dare mock the name of God? You, a demon who reeks of chaos, will meet your end here. I shall cut you down and return to aim with your head as an offering." With his Tonto raised defensively, Naruto's eyes hardened. "Big words. Let's see if you can back them up." Lightning release. Thunderclap gate. Aoi roared as he charged forward, his blade glowing brighter. The sky split open as lightning bolts rained down, destroying everything in their path. Boom. The air was heavy with smoke and debris. Naruto gritted his teeth as the force of the attack sent him flying back. The cloak Shisui had worn before was now tattered and scorched, and his body hurt. Despite the pain, he rose to his feet, his Sharingan blazing. When he sensed a strong surge of murderous intent coming from the man, he brought his Tonto to eye level on guard. Aoi sneered, "You're tougher than you look, kid," and strode confidently through the smoke. "But this is where your story ends," he roared like a madman dashing towards Naruto. Naruto growled, sending chakra rushing into his Tonto to match his speed as he dashed forward. The impact of the metal and lightning caused shockwaves that split the ground beneath them as their blades collided in a deafening ring. The remaining bandits cowered in terror as the two shinobi moved in a blur, trading blows at a speed that was frightening. "You can't block me forever, brat." Aoi pushed his attack after taunting. His blows were fierce but accurate, his blade slicing through the air in destructive arcs. After dodging a horizontal slash, Naruto kicked Aoi in the middle, causing him to skid back. An animalistic smile spread across Aoi's face as he wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. "Impressive. You've got guts, boy. But that alone won't save you," he yelled, lighting release, fangs of lightning, while he raised his blade in the air. Bolts of electricity in the shape of jagged teeth converged on Naruto's location after the electrical essence in the clouds in the stormy sky above was drawn. With quick thinking, Naruto used his Tonto to deflect the attack, but the explosion's force sent him crashing to the ground. The air was hazy with smoke and dust as Naruto fought to his feet, his body bruised but his determination unwavering. Muttering to himself, "This is nothing," Naruto's breath came in short gasps. His mind searching for an opening, he tightened his hold on his Tonto. "Just wait for your chance." Aoi's blade crackled with energy as he sneered. "What's wrong? Is that all the demon can muster? You're pathetic?" Naruto's lone Sharingan spun ferociously, his vision tunneling on Aoi, ignoring the taunt. His footsteps echoed across the ruined battlefield as he charged at his opponent with a battle cry. As Naruto battled like a raging storm, his movements combining agility and accuracy, the sound of steel and lightning striking one another reverberated throughout the atmosphere. He threw all of his energy into each blow in an attempt to defeat his opponent, but all of a sudden Naruto's Sharingan began to feel pain, causing him to briefly release his hold on Shisui's eye. The pain left him perplexed. "I'm going to kill you, boy," Aoi said with a smile. Aoi moved quickly and began a never-ending barrage of attacks, his blade moving lethal accuracy through the air. With only one eye left, Naruto battled valiantly, using his Tonto to counter the assault, but he quickly realized that victory was evaporating. Aoi moved quickly and accurately, leaving destructive trails in the air with his blade, which was infused with lightning. Despite his valiant efforts, Naruto lacked his opponent's skill and experience. Even though he tried his hardest, he kept getting pushed back, and the pain in his eye only made him more desperate. He required a strategy. He required a gap. Naruto used all of his strength to call forth his shadow clones, forming a dozen identical copies that encircled his adversary. Aoi's smile wavered briefly before he swung his blade and used a single sweep to destroy the clones. However, the diversion was sufficient. With his trump card shining brightly in his hand, Naruto charged forward. He thundered, "I got you. Take this, Rasengan," and slammed the spiraling chakra sphere into Aoi's blade. Aoi was hurled backward into the debris as the impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Naruto's chest heaved with fatigue as the dust settled. The fight appeared to be over for a brief moment. But then, grinning, bloodied, and still very much alive, Aoi came out of the wreckage. "Foolish boy," he said sarcastically, his tone brimming with hate. "Your tricks are meaningless against me. No one can stand against the might of Raijin no Ken." Aoi launched his last blow, lifting his blade to the sky. "Now feel the might of the Thunder God." Lightning Realease. Thunder God Wrath. The two earlier jutsu combined to create a huge dragon in the sky, its roar resonating like thunder as it descended toward Naruto. Thunderclap Gate's explosiveness and fangs of lightning's accuracy. Naruto's vision blurred as his body ached from the intense burning of his Sharingan. "No, not now," he whispered, gripping his eye, which was pulsing with intense heat. The ground trembled under the dragon's immense power as it approached. Fragmented by the impending devastation, Naruto muttered, "I'm sorry Shisui, it's over." Boo the battlefield was engulfed in a deafening explosion, and light engulfed everything. XXX the Omegacure. Gone. What do you mean gone? Beneath the orange spiral mask, the masked man's Sharingan spun wildly as his voice boomed, laced with rage. Nagato stood unmoved, his Rinnegan eyes as emotionless as ever, and he loomed over him. "It's exactly as I said," Nagato said in a calm, icy tone. "The Nine Tails has vanished without a trace. I suspect it has somehow returned to a Jinchuriki, but that should be impossible. His words carried a heavy, ominous weight that hung in the air. The idea was counterintuitive. Biju did not just disappear, much less reappear as a long-dead host. The silence was broken by the masked man's leather gloves creaking as his fists clenched so tightly. The masked man said, "Impossible, you say," in a voice that was dangerously low and full of contempt. "I leave you in charge for 1 week, and you've already managed to ruin everything." Konan, who had been standing guard by Nagato's side, stepped forward, her rage barely disguised. "Watch your tone. Nagato is no pawn of yours." Before the tension could worsen any further, Nagato stopped her with a raised hand. Unfazed, the masked man waved his hand dismissively at them both. "Get out of my sight. I need to think." Nagato turned and started to leave, but Konan's glare pierced the mask. After a moment's hesitation, she followed, giving her shoulder one final enraged look. The ground shook as the two vanished into the darkness, and two figures, white and black Zetsu, complete opposites in every aspect, rose to the surface. White Zetsu turned to his counterpart, his voice brimming with derision, and his smile grew. "Hey, Zetsu. What do you think Suzy did when the bombs dropped?" Black Zetsu did not even amuse the idiot, his deadpan gaze hardening. White Zetsu, however, was unfazed. "She went everywhere. Get it? Ahahaha," he exclaimed, cutting through the quiet with a laugh. With his patience ebbing, Black Zetsu yelled, "Shut up, you idiot." White Zetsu pouted and said, "Ah, come on," in a playful manner. "Don't be such a stick in the mud." Black Zetsu turned to face the masked man, completely ignoring his counterpart. "What's the plan now? The 9 tails is a crucial piece of the puzzle." The man in the mask turned to Zetsu, his voice cool but icy, his Sharingan glowing. "The plan does not change. Like he said, in this world, where there is light, there will always be darkness. As long as there are winners, there will always be losers. That is the nature of cause and effect, inseparable and eternal." But, he stopped and darkened his voice. "Imagine a world that knows only peace. A world that I will create." As he started to fade, the air around him twisted and warped. "Once I reclaim the 9 tails, everything will fall into place. The true power of the Sharingan will be mine, and the cycle of this cursed world will be broken." The Zetsu's was left alone in the eerie silence as he disappeared. White Zetsu's head cocked. He laughed and said, "Man, that guy really leans into his whole Madara act. Huh?" But his laughter was cut off by an odd energy that permeated the atmosphere. His smile wavered. A sudden, ancient, and overwhelming chakra surge ripped through the air. All of the countries were affected by the oppressive power. Black Zetsu's normally stoic expression broke as his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. As he gazed into the distance, where a huge tower of chakra spiraled into the sky, his voice faltered. "And no, this chakra, it can't be him." The world appeared to stop for a moment as the realization set in. The dread in Black Zetsu's voice faded to a whisper. "Have you really returned, you watch?" In response, the winds howled with the foreboding prospect of an impending reckoning. The day was coming to an end, and the Hidden Leaf village was glowing warmly in the golden tones of the waning sun. Children were playing freely in the streets, and adults were laughing as they enjoyed their evening. There was tranquility in the village. Two figures walked together on the more subdued paths of the Uchiha compound. Naruto was slumped over Shisui Uchiha, his new adoptive family member, after a hard training session, bruised and battered. Although he was exhausted, he could still be heard complaining in frustration. "Stupid red eyes," Naruto muttered to himself, obviously still frustrated that he had failed to hit his older brother once during their sparring session. When Shisui heard this, he laughed lightly and carelessly, which only made Naruto angrier. With a hint of childish annoyance in his voice, Naruto pouted and asked, "What's so funny?" Shisui's chuckle turned into a kind grin. He shifted Naruto's weight onto his back and stopped in the middle of his stride to look up at the sky. "Simply, I'm just happy," he said. Then he turned his head slightly to look at Naruto and went on, "You know, Naruto, you really are like a little brother to me. Being able to take you under my wing, it makes me feel genuinely happy." The sudden admission caused Naruto's eyes to widen, and a big smile appeared on his face. "Whoa, you really mean that, Shisui?" Shisui nodded, his face genuine and warm. "I'm serious, Naruto. Since I've taken you in, I want you to think of me as your older brother. Someone you can count on, no matter what." Naruto felt a surge of happiness. "Thanks, Shisui. I promise I." Then the world started to change. The serene streets of the Uchiha compound turned into a dark, distorted reality as the brilliant warmth of the sunset diminished. Naruto's grin vanished, giving way to a terrified and perplexed expression. Everything was different. Despite the harsh reality all around him, Shisui maintained a composed stance as he stood at the edge of the Naka River. Both of his eyes were gone, his pale face stained with blood that trailed from his eyelids. Poisoning was clearly visible on his body, the chemical eroding his strength. Nevertheless, his face stayed calm, almost serene, as though he had come to terms with his lot. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Shisui said in a composed but impassioned voice. "Danzo took one of my eyes, and in my condition, giving you the other is the only way I can protect you now." As he struggled to understand what was happening, Naruto stood motionless and shaking. With desperation choking his voice, he managed to stammer, "Shisui, no, please." With a gentle farewell, Shisui's lips curled into a smile. "Naruto, live a good life. Grow up to be the best man you can be. Please promise me that." Naruto's little hands trembled as they reached out, and tears ran down his face as he violently shook his head. "No, brother, don't. I can't. Please don't leave me." Shisui grinned more broadly, his determination unflinching. He paused, the weight of his words settling into the quiet, and said, "I'm sorry, little brother. But you can't stop fate. I'll miss you, Naruto. You were my family." Then he went down. As he lunged forward, Naruto cried out, "No," his voice resonating in the void. Desperately, his hand reached out, but it was too late. The dark waters of the Naka River engulfed Shisui's body as he vanished into the abyss below. "Shisui!" Naruto's scream, raw and brimming with pain, ripped through the quiet. As he struggled to comprehend the indescribable loss, Naruto was overcome with grief and rage and slammed his fists into the ground, bruising his knuckles. Before he knew it, he was falling as well because his footing had slipped. His scream reverberated one last time before the darkness rushed up to devour him. His voice cracked as the abyss seized him, and he muttered, "Shisui," into the emptiness. Base of the root, the faint hum of chakra-laden air was the only sound to break the oppressive silence that shrouded the dimly lit root base. Danzo Shimura stood rigidly, staring at the figure that stepped out of the shadows with narrowed, calculating eyes. As Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the light, fully decked out in his combat gear, his breath caught for a moment. Enma, the Monkey King, was standing by his side in his threatening guise, prepared to change at the master's order. "You think I wouldn't notice your scheming, old friend?" Hiruzen's piercing, uncompromising voice broke the tension. His tone carried the weight of authority. "Tell me, Danzo, what are you planning this time? You cannot hide in the shadows forever." Danzo's face hardly moved, but his thoughts were racing. Hiruzen's unexpected appearance validated his worst fears, and his position was compromised. But he answered calmly, "Are you accusing me of treachery, Hiruzen? After all I've done for Konoha?" In a measured tone. Hiruzen tightened his hold on the staff in his hand and narrowed his eyes. "Don't insult my intelligence, Danzo. I've turned a blind eye to your machinations for far too long, hoping you would eventually see reason. But this, your obsession with controlling the village, has gone too far. Root, your experiments, the massacre of the Uchiha clan, your theft of the Sharingan, it all ends today." There was a perilous silence between them before Danzo's icy, resentful voice broke through. "You speak of control, Hiruzen, but look around you. The village is weak because of your sentimentality. You coddle them, and in doing so, you doom Konoha to stagnation. Leadership requires strength, not blind compassion." Hiruzen shot back sharply, "And strength without wisdom is tyranny. You would turn Konoha into a shadow of itself, a place ruled by fear and oppression, rather than the will of fire." With a sneer, Danzo said, "Your version of the will of fire is a fantasy," raising his voice. "It is a weakness that has blinded you to the realities of the world. Do you think peace is achieved through kindness? No, Hiruzen. It is achieved through power. Unyielding, undeniable power. And I am the one who has done what was necessary while you sat idly by." Hiruzen lost patience. He raised Enma with a single motion, and with a growl, he changed into his adamantine staff. "Enough of your lies and self-justifications. Your ambitions have poisoned this village long enough. This ends now, Danzo." Danzo's face grew serious. So be it. As two former allies got ready to resolve a sour rivalry, the tension was evident. Standing with his adamantine staff, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a stern but determined face. On the other side of him, Danzo Shimura glared with the icy intensity of a man whose ambition knew no limits, his hideous arm of Sharingan bared. With a kunai in hand, Danzo charged forward, shattering the silence. With the heavy staff swinging precisely, Hiruzen suddenly met him. Clang sparks flew from each collision as the sound of metal on adamantine reverberated throughout the subterranean chamber. Their decades of experience were evident as they moved with lightning speed. Danzo's kunai danced perilously near Hiruzen's defenses, his movements precise and deliberate. The Hokage, however, was no amateur. His staff rotated quickly as he parried, deflecting each blow while keeping his balance flawless. They engaged in a taijutsu duel that grew more intense as the staff and Danzo's kunai clashed quickly. However, Danzo's shrewdness showed. He pretended to slash high before spinning low and sweeping Hiruzen's legs. The Hokage stumbled but got back up, leaping over a subsequent blow. The pace of the fight increased as Danzo's kunai locked with Hiruzen's staff in a display of brute force. Danzo pushed the staff away with a sudden burst of energy, pushing Hiruzen back. "You can't win with brute strength alone, Hiruzen," Danzo said angrily as he lunged forward. Hiruzen tightened his hold on his staff, and his eyes narrowed. "Strength isn't all I have, old friend." Danzo had to jump back when the Hokage suddenly swept back in retaliation. However, Danzo's grin grew as he drew signs in midair while his voice reverberated throughout the room. Wind release. Vacuum blade. With wind chakra, Danzo's kunai glistened as it extended, its blade piercing the air itself. The amplified kunai cut through the tip of the adamantine staff, but Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he countered with a barrage of accurate staff strikes. When Danzo realized this, he used his advantage to put Hiruzen on the defensive. Hiruzen backflipped to increase distance after realizing the tide was changing, making hand signals as he landed. Fire style. Fire dragon bullet. Hiruzen's mouth exploded in a huge stream of flame that roared in Danzo's direction. The elder root leader, however, was prepared. Wind release. Vacuum blade wave. Danzo swung his wind-charged kunai, causing a strong gust of wind that scattered the flames in midair. The room was filled with smoke and embers as the two elements clashed violently. Hiruzen stood in the smoke and said, "You're going to lose, Danzo," in a determined voice. He used another fire jutsu after detecting Danzo's chakra through the smoke. He made Danzo use earth style as a shield as flames roared through the room. Hiruzen shook his head in disappointment upon seeing that. "Danzo, you've always underestimated the strength that comes from protecting others." Danzo slammed his hands together in rage as the smoke cleared, summoning jutsu. The Baku, a huge elephantine creature with a gaping maw, appeared with a huge puff of smoke. Its trunk took a deep breath, forming a vortex that started to suck in everything around it. Hiruzen strained to keep his footing against the pull, and his staff clattered. "Your resistance is futile, Hiruzen. The Baku will strip you of every defense," Danzo said. Even as debris flew in the direction of the beast's maw, Hiruzen maintained his composure. Seals were blurred by his hands. Fire style. Flame bombs. Hiruzen fired a barrage of fireballs straight at the suctioning trunk of the Baku. Drawn inward, the fire grew stronger, igniting the creature from within. Danzo was momentarily stunned as the Baku roared in pain before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Hiruzen said sharply, "Still think brute strength is enough?" Danzo charged forward in rage, but Hiruzen was able to counter with lightning speed. Danzo was stabbed in the chest by the wind-sharpened Hokage, who then swung him around, sending him skidding across the room. Coughing up blood and gripping the hole in his chest, Danzo vanished. Sensing chakra behind him, Hiruzen froze. When Danzo returned, he slashed with his kunai. Hiruzen swerved just in time to block the blow and return fire with a deadly kick infused with chakra that sent Danzo flying once more. However, Danzo's body vanished as soon as he hit the ground, and he resurfaced somewhere unharmed. His eyes narrowed, but Hiruzen's years of experience led him to a conclusion. "So that's your trick," he muttered, his sharp eyes catching the dim glow of Danzo's Sharingan arm. "Somehow with those eyes you're rewriting itself. Know your own reality rather every time I land a blow. The Uchiha are truly dangerous, more than I realized." Danzo gave a sinister grin. "Perceptive as ever, old friend. But perception alone won't save you. You can ever understand the might of my power." Hiruzen laughed and returned to the fight with a torrent of elemental jutsu. As the two clashed, flames roared, water rushed from floor cracks, and lightning crackled through the air. However, every time Hiruzen knocked Danzo to the ground, the man came back, unharmed and more determined. Hiruzen's thoughts whirled. How many of Danzo's Sharingan were left after each use of this jutsu? 6 eyes were closed when he glanced at the arm. There were 4 more left. Hiruzen's determination hardened as he remarked, "It seems like I just have to outlast you." Danzo frowned, weaving seals again, his Sharingan glowing menacingly. "You won't live to see the end. Wind release, vacuum sphere." Hiruzen skillfully retaliated with an earth release. Mud wall as compressed spheres of wind blasted toward him. The ground trembled, but Hiruzen exploded through the rubble, his staff spinning like a tempest. The room turned into a battlefield of strategy and brute force as the two engaged in combat once more. Hiruzen's experience, however, was evident. Danzo's Sharingan closed with every blow he delivered, and Danzo's annoyance grew with every reappearance. At last, with only one Sharingan left open, Danzo stood gasping and his arm shaking. He glared at Hiruzen, who stood erect, hardly winded, while blood ran down his cheeks. Saying, "This is over, Danzo," Hiruzen lifted his staff. "Surrender, and I may show you mercy." Danzo snarled and moved his hand to his eye socket, where Shisui's Sharingan was glowing green. "It's not over until I say it is. You should have ended this when you had the chance, Hiruzen." Before Hiruzen could respond, a surge of energy filled the room as Danzo's eye glowed intensely. He said, "Koto Amatsukami." He felt the genjutsu creep into his mind like a silent storm. His vision blurred, his movements slowed, and the staff in his hand faltered. As he watched Hiruzen succumb to the spell, Danzo's lips formed a menacing smile. He stepped forward, his Sharingan spinning languidly as he loomed over the immobilized Hokage, saying, "You were always too soft, old friend. That's what makes you weak." But a condensed amount of evil chakra slammed down on him before he could deliver the final blow. "No, impossible is it?" he thought as his eyes widened in shock, unsure of the source of that power. The land of waves still simmering with smoke and debris, the crater extended 300 feet into the ground. Aoi was standing at its edge, his face split into a savage grin, battered but alive. With a hysterical laugh that reverberated throughout the emptiness, he threw back his head. "Hey hey ha ha. How do you like that, boy? I win." There was triumph in his voice, driven by grandiose illusions. His smile changed to one of smug satisfaction as he composed himself. "Lord Pain is going to be so pleased. What'll he bless me with? Power? Money? Women? Oh, man, I can't wah." He was interrupted mid-sentence by a violent burst of energy. Like a tidal wave, a huge arc of chakra erupted from the crater's center and burst through the ash and smoke. XXX in the meantime, close to Gato's stronghold. The stakes of their mission were reflected in the haste with which Kakashi and his group moved through the landscape. With his nose twitching to follow the subtle traces of Naruto's scent, Pakun took the lead. With grim determination, Shikaku, Shibi, Sume, and Jiraiya moved behind him, their minds alert and prepared for anything. Pakun came to a sudden halt, his growl low and menacing. With their senses sharpened, the shinobi froze and looked around. A group of shinobi appeared out of the shadows, their presence unmistakable. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, was in the lead, his sunglasses shining in the low light. He was flanked by a group of Kumo Enbu, their masks reflecting the fading sun, and Yugito Ni, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. The atmosphere between the two groups became tense with mistrust and unspoken animosity. Kakashi narrowed his lone Sharingan. "Kumo Shinobi, what brings you here?" B grinned, his tone cautiously tinged but his posture relaxed. "Yo, silver-haired shinobi, don't get moody. We're here on business, so don't get snooty." With a calm yet firm voice, Shikaku took a step forward. "Business that just happens to bring you to the same location as us? Seems a little too convenient." Yugito's piercing eyes met Shikaku's and her expression darkened. "We could say the same about you, Leaf Shinobi. What's your stake in this land?" The unspoken threats hung heavy in the air as the tension increased. Jiraiya stated, "We have no interest in conflict," in a steady voice that belied his authoritative demeanor. "But if it comes to that, Konoha won't back down." B's hand wandered absently toward his sword, and his smile grew. "Conflict? Nah, we ain't got the time. But cross the line, and you'll hear the rhyme." An enormous wave of chakra descended upon them before things could get any worse. Everyone was brought to their knees by this oppressive force, including Kumo Shinobi and Konoha. Sume struggled to raise her head and gasped, What is this?" Her voice was strained. Gyuki, the Eight Tails, snarled in surprise inside B. "This chakra, it's beyond comprehension. It feels ancient, raw. No, this can't be, it's him." B's casual expression gave way to one of sincere incredulity. "Gyuki, who is this? What are you saying?" Gyuki growled menacingly. It's not something, it's someone. A power that transcends mortals. The all-powerful one that created us, Biju, the one we called. XXX, returning to Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes, his right eye closed, his left eye glowing with several red irises, floating calmly in midair. Behind him, the morning sun rose, casting a strange, unearthly glow over the battlefield. He inhaled deeply, inhaling the salt of the ocean air and the smell of the earth. The air hummed with life, and flowers bloomed all around him. Unaffected by human violence and greed, he was in awe of the world's beauty. Naruto leant his head, a calm look on his face as he looked down at the quivering Aoi. The man who had struck him with a lightning dragon was now a mere shadow of his former haughtiness, lying in a heap. Fear trembling in his voice, Aoi stammered, who are you? With the weight of his presence pressing down like an unstoppable force, Naruto's eyes turned to face him. As he spoke, his words seemed to vibrate the very air. The Almighty. His words reverberating throughout the battlefield and beyond, a proclamation that rocked the world. The dark passageways of the Temple of the Uzumaki Masks, reeking of evil and long-forgotten secrets, loomed in eerie silence. An enormous insignia of the clan's whirlpool symbol, glowing dimly with an unearthly energy, was carved into the ground at the entrance. The atmosphere was oppressive, as though the temple itself had witnessed innumerable sacrifices and secrets that ought never to have come to light. Azashiro Uzumaki remained still at the entrance, staring into the shadowy corners of the temple. He was aware of what awaited him, what he wanted, and the price. The Mask of Shinigami. There was no other way to guarantee his clan's survival. He already knew the truth, but he was scheduled to meet with his brother and Konoha's leadership in a few days to discuss the Third Great Shinobi War. It was evident from the clandestine alliances and battlefield rumors that the Uzumaki were a target. They are viewed as too dangerous to the balance of power because of their strength, expertise, and very existence. His brother had always been overly naive, overconfident, and overly optimistic. Azashiro's fists clenched. Not now. For better or worse, he would take control of his destiny this time. The air became colder as Azashiro went farther into the temple, where the flickering torchlight created hideous shadows on the walls as he entered the Death God's chamber. At last, he arrived at the Shinigami Masks chamber. A podium with multiple Oni masks hanging beneath three intertwined whirlpool symbols of the Uzumaki clan stood in the middle. Every mask exuded a sinister aura of its own, but one in particular, a bone mask fashioned like the face of a horned, smiling demon, was particularly striking. His soul seemed to be pierced by its hollow eyes. Azashiro reached for it, hesitating. As he touched its surface, his hand shook and then retreated in agony. His fingers touched the damned thing, leaving a tiny burn where his skin sizzled. He tightened his resolve, gritted his teeth, took the mask in his hands, and put it on his face. As the mask started to stick to him, a sharp pain shot through his veins, and a sudden puff of steam erupted from his body. Azashiro's body began to sway abruptly, moving in an unnatural way as the summoning dance overtook him. The air thickened around him as his hands clasped together in a prayer motion. The torches flickered violently before going out completely as the temperature continued to drop. Before him a gaunt, translucent specter appeared. With its purple-hued skin, two red horns jutting from its head, and long, shaggy red hair, its stern face was frighteningly calm. It was wrapped in a frayed white kimono and contained a set of huge prayer beads that clanked menacingly in the quiet. It seemed as though his senses appeared outside of reality, because even though his eyes were closed, the spirit was able to see everything. Azashiro felt the specter's oppressive presence hovering over him. The chamber shook as the Shinigami's deep, guttural voice rumbled. "And Uzumaki? Since I am bounded by your bloodline, I'll amuse you. State your business." With a shaky but determined voice, Azashiro knelt before the imposing ghost. "Death God, our people are in danger. This war threatens the peace my clan has fought to uphold. Please, give me the power. Give me the power to change the tides of war." The Shinigami cocked its head, a twisted grin spreading across its face as its facial expression narrowed and twisted. "Oh, Uzumaki, wielders of life and death, seek my aid. How ironic. What will you offer in return, mortal?" Azashiro's eyes grew stony. "Everything. My life, my soul. I will give you every soul that falls in this war, enemy or ally. Just give me the power to save my clan." A low, guttural growl reverberated throughout the room as the Shinigami laughed. "An interesting proposition. But know this, the power you seek comes with a curse. You and your bloodline will be bound to me for eternity. You will never know peace in the afterlife. Are you prepared to pay that price? Azashiro looked directly into the specter's eyes. Do it. The skeletal face of the Shinigami split into a manic grin as it roared with laughter. So be it. I'll grant you the curse to see all that is, was, and will be, but there are limitations. Something you'll soon enough find out. After gorging his eyes, the specter reached out and stabbed Azashiro in the face with blood-covered hands. A searing pain that numbs his senses and freezes his veins sent him screaming. His pupils glowed red, then split into several irises, spinning and overlapping in a kaleidoscope of patterns as his vision became blurry. His mind was filled with visions. He witnessed Uzushio on fire, his people yelling as the village was ravaged by their adversaries. He witnessed alleged allies betraying him. He witnessed darkness engulfing his own family, including his wife, brother, and kids. He saw himself completely alone, but with unfathomable power, standing atop a mountain of corpses. His ears rang with the Shinigami's voice. You sought power to protect your clan. Now bear witness to the threads of fate. You will see every possibility, every outcome, but forewarn, the more you wield this power, the closer you draw to me. Azashiro collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe, as the visions came to an abrupt end. The pieces of the mask scattered like ash as it broke apart. The Shinigami's oppressive presence had left the chamber silent, but the curse persisted. His broken irises, a lasting reminder of his pact, glowed dimly in the shadows. The real indications that the end is near. With heavy, unsteady steps, Azashiro emerged from the temple of the Uzumaki masks. His battered body was illuminated by the dim moonlight, and his eyes' broken red irises were dimly glowing. He stood at the threshold of the temple, gazing out at the dark forest that stretched infinity before him, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The pact he had made hung over him like a suffocating shroud, but the night was still. His mind was still dancing with the images of despair, betrayal, and fire. Despite the pain, his resolve was stronger than ever. In the distance, thunder rumbled, a low growl that seemed to mirror the storm that was building inside of him. Overhead, the clouds swirled and twisted, reflecting the chaos inside him. With his glowing eyes fixed on the horizon, Azashiro clenched his fists. He had seen the way ahead in his visions, but the end was obscured by darkness. His aura changed a little when he felt chakra signatures behind him, but his posture remained the same. Two figures moved closer, their steps steady but cautious. Azashiro knew who they were without having to look. Behind him, his most trusted retainers, Roku and Naoki, stood with worried expressions on their faces. Your Majesty, Roku uttered in a low, respectful tone. Naoki and the others who had joined them quickly followed him as he knelt with his head down. They could feel the oppressive weight of Azashiro's chakra, now tainted with the Shinigami's curse, and the unspoken tension of it permeated the air around them. For a moment, Azashiro said nothing, his eyes still focused on the blackened sky. At last, he spoke in a steady but subduedly authoritative tone. The great nations are preparing to march against us. Kumogakure and Iwagakure will lead the charge, their intentions clear. They seek to destroy us, to wipe our people from existence. Roku raised his head a little and looked into Azashiro's face. And what is our course of action, Your Majesty? With eyes that radiated pressure they had never experienced before, Azashiro turned to face them. He frightened his men by projecting an external image, enhancing their belief that Azashiro was the Uzumaki's real savior. Even his most devoted retainers recoiled at the intensity of his glowing eyes, which said, with these eyes, the tides of war will not go in their favor. We will meet them head-on. The Uzumaki do not cower. We will not beg for mercy from the wolves who circle us. Like a blade ready to strike, his words hung in midair. The retainers looked at each other, their fear palpable but their loyalty unflinching. Gazing into those powerful eyes, Naoki swallowed hard. His eyes that only asked for obedience and respect. He questioned how Roku could remain in front of him without recoiling. He came to the realization that Roku sensed it as well because he dropped to his knees as soon as they arrived, something he didn't usually do. Azashiro went on, his tone sharpening. Roku. Naoki. You will oversee the defense of our village while I lead the vanguard. Your task is critical. Ensure that the secrets of Uzushio remain safe. Our techniques, our scrolls, our very essence. Everything must be preserved, no matter the cost. They all said, Hi, Your Majesty, in unison, their voices firm despite the responsibility. Azashiro noticed their uneasiness and his eyes softened a little. We fight not just for our lives but for the legacy of our clan. The Uzumaki are more than just a people. We are a symbol of resilience, of hope. We will rise again. Naoki paused, speaking with a slight tremble in his voice. Your Majesty, is there no other way? Could we not seek an alliance with? There is no other way, Azashiro interrupted in a firm and decisive tone. The great nations have already decided our fate. Diplomacy is a lie they wield to weaken us. We must rely on ourselves and our strength, nothing more. His shattered irises spinning faintly, he glanced back at the horizon, catching brief glimpses of the impending battle. Despite the weight of prophecy, his voice faded to a near whisper. The storm is coming, and it will consume everything in its path, but through the storm, we will endure. Everyone's eyes widened as they recalled the man who founded the clan's eulogy. He is saying what the unnamed god who made the Uzumaki is there today said just before he passed away. When Naoki said, "Why, your Majesty, you don't mean," his voice trembled. Azashiro nodded as he kept looking up at the storm's rage roiling in the darkening clouds. His voice became low and foreboding, as though he were speaking to the past, present, and future as well as the living and the dead. As he anticipated the possibilities, his two eyes, which gave rise to multiple irises, glowed menacingly. This world must descend into despair if peace is to bless our people. Therefore we must never give up. So that everything other than us can move with the tides of the whirlpool, wrap yourself in hope. As the surroundings of the past started to reshape themselves into the smoldering remnants of a battlefield in the present, reality trembled violently. The stifling gloom of the Uzumaki temple transformed into scorched earth, and the echoes of destruction could be heard faintly. Naruto stood in the middle of it all, his presence standing out sharply against the chaos all around him. He appeared to be an otherworldly figure, serene but radiating a powerful aura. Aoi shuddered in front of him, his knees giving way under the oppressive force of Naruto's chakra. Aoi had to make shallow, terrified gasps because the air was heavy and full of hate and despair. With its broken irises spinning and radiating a malevolence that seemed beyond mortal comprehension, Naruto's left eye glowed menacingly. Aoi was stripped bare as the strength in his eyes tore through his soul, revealing all of his fears and insecurities. Naruto's voice sliced through the silence like a razor, with a chilling serenity. He said, seemingly repeating a prophecy from long ago. He muttered, so that everything other than us, in a tone that seemed inevitable. Aoi's legs buckled under him as his body shook violently. His body betrayed him, rooted in place by sheer terror, but his mind cried out for him to run, and he fell to the scorched ground. As he spoke the last words of his predecessor's proclamation, Naruto's eyes were fixed on him. Will sink into despair. Aoi gazed at Naruto, unable to process the change he was witnessing. His voice was shaking with fear as he stammered, Who are you? The strong creature in front of him and the boy he had just fought couldn't be reconciled. There was no denying the resemblance, the same ripped cloak, the same red hair. But his chakra and that eye, that cursed eye, were completely different. It had an aura that was far from human. Naruto remained silent. Unanswered, the question lingered. Not even he recognized himself completely. His body, his mind, even his chakra, all felt strange. Deeper still, something more, an unnerving change, stirred inside him. He no longer felt like himself. He fell to the ground and thought about stopping the rubbish in front of him. Then he was struck by a feeling that was both familiar and far away, bringing back memories that were ingrained in his ancestry. Unconsciously, Naruto summoned the mind's eye of the Kagura, a jutsu that was inherently ingrained in the Uzumaki family. He closed his eyes and opened Hisuman's eye, looking outward and taking in everything within a mile. Every presence, every flicker of chakra, was sensed by him until one evil force burned in his consciousness like a black sun. His thoughts were clouded by flashbacks to the past. Vibrant and visceral images of the Third Great Shinobi War's carnage and devastation flooded his mind. His breathing became labored as his left eye opened, its red irises spinning faster and glowing brighter. As though half of him was asleep, his right blue eye stayed closed, but his vision was unclouded. He mumbled, "There's no doubt," with an unusual edge to his voice. This chakra. A deep, ominous laugh rumbled in his chest. Then his manic smile swept across his face like a storm breaking. He roared, "The eight-tailed Jinchuriki," and his voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Aoi was left stunned and shaking as Naruto leapt into the distance with a sudden burst of energy. As Naruto's stifling chakra subsided, the atmosphere surrounding Aoi became more pleasant, but the harm had already been done. Aoi stood up slowly and unsteadily. He gazed at his shaking hands, and his mind was so shattered by what he had just seen that some of his hair even started to fall out. "I felt it, that monstrous chakra, it even surpasses Lord Pain's. A god," he said in a tremulous voice. Once more, Aoi's knees gave way and he fell to the ground, dropping his blade. I can't do this anymore. If monsters like that exist, I'm done. I'll never pick up a blade again, he sobbed helplessly. His will to fight completely shattered, he turned and staggered off with a hollow resolve. Two opposing groups faced off in the middle of the forest, tension rattling like a live wire. Jiraiya said, "We have no interest in conflict," in a firm but steady voice. He radiated authority with his towering presence, seemingly daring the Kumo shinobi to escalate the conflict. But if it comes to that, Konoha won't back down. Ever the rhyming wildcard, Killer Bee smiled broadly. His playful demeanor barely disguised his readiness for battle as his hand drifted languidly toward his sword. Conflict? Nah, we ain't got the time. But cross the line, and you'll hear the rhyme. The forest itself appeared to give way under the pressure of a stifling chakra before another word could be spoken. Both Kumo and Konoha shinobi were brought to their knees by a massive surge of raw energy that descended upon them like a tidal wave. Sume clung to Kuromaru for support as she gasped, her voice shaking. What the hell is this? Gyuki, the Eight Tails, stirred in alarm inside Killer Bee. Bee could hear his deep voice echoing in her head. This chakra, it's beyond comprehension. It feels potent, raw. No, this can't be, it's him. For the first time, Bee's smile wavered, giving way to an uncommon expression of sincere incredulity. Gyuki, who is this? What do you mean, him? The rest of the Konoha group, including Jiraiya and Kakashi, were equally shaken. Insects in Shibi flinched, instincts urging them to run. Despite his keen intellect, Shikaku found it difficult to even think clearly due to the chakra's overwhelming influence. This chakra, Jiraiya said in a barely audible whisper, it's almost as potent as the Nine Tails but more dense. Everyone was left gasping for air as the crushing pressure abruptly subsided as swiftly as it had appeared. Then the noise. A crash, something, or someone, slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force, causing the forest floor to tremble beneath their feet. The figure was obscured by an obscuring haze as a cloud of dust burst into the air. Both sides automatically assumed defensive positions as weapons were drawn and stances were modified. It felt oppressive how thick the tension was. A lone figure appeared through the settling dust, moving casually and unconcernedly, as though utterly oblivious to the deadly shinobi all around him. His face was shadowed, which added to the mystery of his presence, but his red hair caught the glimmering rays of light that pierced through the trees. The red-haired man halted when the dust eventually cleared. As he looked at Killer Bee, a serene but unnerving smile appeared on his face. A single glowing red eye with several spinning irises that resembled a vortex into madness was visible when his hair moved slightly. He whispered, "It's been too long," in a remarkably serene tone. He then raised his voice with a roar so loud that it sent chills down everyone's spines. Eight Tails Jinchuriki, my blood yearns for retribution. Jiraiya and the Konoha shinobi both froze at those words. The man in front of them was seen by everyone, but it went against everything they knew about the alleged 10-year-old boy. He appeared to have some age and damage from a past battle, but Jiraiya was most worried about the eye Naruto had acquired. Everything came full circle when Tsunade's prophecy that he would turn into a monster if his chakra got out of control materialized. Jiraiya stumbled and stepped forward, his eyes wide with shock. "And Naruto?" he asked. "Is that truly you?" However, Naruto ignored them, assuming this was Naruto at all. His whole attention was fixed on Killer Bee. Bee froze, his usual easygoing attitude replaced by sheer fear. His mind was filled with visions of the Third Great Shinobi War, the bloody rivers, the horrific devastation of Whirlpool Village. Bee was not focusing on Naruto, even though Naruto appeared to be in front of everyone else. He had his eyes fixed on him. The man who killed thousands of people by himself was the one he feared, the sign of that mayhem. "You Uzumaki. Eizashiro," Bee began in a shaky voice. His whole body screamed to get away, and he took an automatic step back. His unusual silence caught Yugito's attention, and she moved closer, her worry clear. "Bee, what's wrong? Who is this guy?" Bee's body trembled as Gyuki's chakra surged through him, delaying his response. The silence was broken at last by his voice, but it was not a rhyme. It was desperate, incisive, and commanding. "Yugito, you need to get out of here." Yugito scowled as he glanced between Bee and Naruto. "What? Bee, what's going on? You're scaring me." "Now," Bee yelled, interrupting her. The desperation of a man who had witnessed the impossibility was evident in his voice. "You need to leave. Warn the Raikage that he's back from the dead. Don't question it. Just go. Do not hesitate. Glancing at the red-haired man, Yugito's heart pounded. Back from the dead. B, what are you? She asked. The earth trembled beneath B's enormous chakra as he completely changed into his four tails form before she could finish. His fiery eyes glared down at the younger man as his towering form blocked Naruto's path. Naruto's smile grew wider, an eerie smile that conveyed excitement rather than fear. His voice was calm but brimming with ill intent, and he cocked his head slightly. You finally shown your true colors. Let's see if you're stronger than the last time. The last quiet before the storm seemed to hold the forest's breath. Not sure an evil change shook the fabric of reality throughout the elemental nations, but one creature, confined for years, was caught in his own misery. The Nine Tails had been subjected to interminable cycles of anger and imprisonment. Shackled by mortal's will, he raged for years inside a cage made of chakra. The more time went by, the more he detested humanity. Orochimaru, the snake Sanin, saw an opening when he tampered with the seal that held his former host. It seemed inevitable that the boy would be free, whether his body failed or his mind broke. But when a man brandishing the Rinnegan materialized and tore him from his ship in a hideous extraction, his hopes were shattered. To his dismay, the man apparently sided with Madara Uchiha, the Nine Tails' most hated foe. His suffering intensified as he moved from cage to cage. Beneath his stoic, fiery gaze, his hatred simmered like molten lava. Nevertheless, something unthinkable occurred as he pouted in the immense emptiness of his new prison. A dense, ancient energy that sent chills through Nine Tails' enormous form was a pulse of chakra that ripped through existence. His eyes narrowed as he realized how familiar it was, and his ears perked up. It was as though the fabric of his reality had changed, and he could see the forest outside his cage. He was in a remote forest clearing, surrounded by the faint hum of invisible forces, and no longer in his prison. The bars of his cage then started to dissolve, disappearing into thin air like smoke in the wind, before he could react. He stopped. His enormous body lowered into a defensive stance as his claws flexed. He was out of his prison for the first time in centuries, but he was still far from secure. His glowing eyes narrowed as the scent of another being reached him, and he looked around the clearing for the one who had called him. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Even before the rest of the face was exposed, the purple concentric eyes were clearly visible in the darkness. The forest reverberated with the snarl of the fox. The Rinnegan, his voice sounded like thunder in the distance, and every word was laced with poison. His chakra flared and his lips curled into a snarl. So, it's you again, the pretender to the sage's power. You dared to summon me? Foolish whelp. He said. Know this, mortal. I am no servant. My chakra belongs to no one. Under his glare, the figure moved forward into the moonlight, unflinching and serene. The Nine Tails' snarls trailed off as the light filled his face, giving way to stunned quiet. This was no ordinary Rinnegan wielder. The eyes of the Nine Tails grew wide with recognition. No, it can't be, you. Despite the weight of innumerable lifetimes in his eyes, the man in front of Kurama smiled softly. His staff, a remnant of unmatched power, lay at his side, and his long hair glistened dimly in the moonlight. Hagoromo, he said in a hushed tone, incredulous. Where am I? What are you doing here? The shinobi's ancestor, the sage of six paths, bowed his head gravely. He exuded serenity, but there was no mistaking the weight on his face. Kurama, Hagoromo started, his tone steady but with a hint of urgency. You're in my dimension. Listen, I know you have suffered greatly, and for that, I am sorry. But I have come to ask for your aid. This world, it teeters on the edge of complete annihilation. He stood motionless, staring at the sage. The unadulterated power of Hagoromo's presence restrained even Kurama's raging rage. Why should I care about the fate of this world? It has brought me nothing but suffering, he rasped. For a moment, Hagoromo's face wavered, a glimmer of sorrow visible in his eyes. I understand your pain, but this is not about humanity alone. My brother stirs once more, he is returning. At those words, the forest appeared to pause, the air itself holding its breath. For the first time in centuries, Kurama felt a chill of unease as his ears pressed flat against his head. Your brother? He repeated, his voice becoming much more solemn. You don't mean? Hagoromo gave a somber nod. Yes, my elder brother, who created the Uzumaki clan, has long been sealed away, his power deemed too dangerous for this world. But now, the seal is weakening, and his influence grows. If you watch regains his full strength, this world will be plunged into chaos. It was clear from Kurama's silence. Deep within the ancestral chakra network, he had heard rumors of Yuwatch, a creature so powerful that even the Sage of Six Paths was afraid of him. Finally, Kurama said, "Why come to me?" in a hushed but no less ferocious tone. "Why would I help you?" Hagoromo's eyes grew softer. "Because, Kurama, you were always more than a weapon of destruction. You were meant to be a guardian of balance, and this world needs you now more than ever. Yuwatch's power is unlike any we've faced. I cannot stop him alone." As he struggled with his feelings, the Nine-Tails lowered his head and dug his claws into the ground. He struggled with anger, fear, defiance, and a grudging sense of obligation. He muttered, "Damn you, Hagoromo," in a low voice that was full of grudging acceptance. "If I agree, it's for myself. Not for your precious humans." A slight grin came back to Hagoromo's face. "That is enough." Under the moonlight, Kurama's enormous form stood unconstrained as his cage completely disintegrated. As his power surged, his tails whipped through the air like enormous whips, causing the forest to tremble. Hagoromo moved forward and touched the enormous paw of the beast. "I'll leave it up to you. For Yuwatch's return will mark the beginning of a war unlike any other. This time you'll bond with someone much more suited for this." Kurama growled but remained where he was. His determination solidified as his crimson eyes shone in the shadows. He would face it as he always had, unbowed and unbroken, no matter what lay ahead. "Wait a minute, someone more suited? Don't tell me you're sealing into another whelp," was the next thought that came to mind. The sage grinned but remained silent. "Wait yo," Kurama roared, but his cries were cut off, and he was sealed and taken away. The sage tossed it. The moon shone more brightly above it all, as though silently attesting to the sage and Nine-Tails' renewed alliance.